13 states of Wu Dynasty, Qingzhou, Pingan County. The cold wind was like a knife, whistling in from the broken roof of the dilapidated temple, chilling to the bone. Chu Yi curled up in a corner, wrapped in a tattered linen shirt. The corners of the shirt were worn white, patches stacked on patches, shivering in the wind. His left leg was empty from the knee down, and only half of his right arm was left, and the empty cuffs were tossed by the wind. Beside him, his younger brother Chu En and his younger sister Chu Yu had the same miserable fate. Chu En's leg was cruelly cut off from the thigh root, and Chu Yu's right hand was left with only a bare wrist, and the once agile fingers had long disappeared. The three siblings became beggars, barely making a living by crawling and begging on the streets. They were not born like this, but all originated from the old beast who leaned on a jujube would crutch a few years ago. That old guy was a five-bag disciple of the beggars' sect. He said that the begging appearance of the three siblings was not miserable enough. So he used the brute force of the leather refining realm to break the hands and feet of the three siblings one by one. Chu Yi suddenly woke up from his coma, and his head seemed to be hit hard by a heavy hammer, and the pain made his eyes black. He gasped for breath. His throat was dry as if it had been rubbed by sandpaper, and even swallowing saliva was difficult. He subconsciously reached out to touch the water bowl at the head of the bed, but it was empty. Then he remembered that there was no water in the broken temple. Brother, I can run a horse in my stomach. Chu En lay on the straw mat and groaned. This kid had one leg broken at the thigh root, and there was a piece of black linen under his crotch. Next to him, Chu was wiping her nose with her bald wrist. The little girl had only a round meatball left on her right hand. 2 fingers were frozen off last winter. Chu was about to curse Barrett, but suddenly there was a sharp pain in his mind, as if something exploded. Countless unfamiliar memory fragments rushed in like a surging tide. Chu Yi covered his head tightly with one hand. Gasping for air in pain, his eyes went dark, and he almost fainted again. When he finally recovered, he was completely confused. Am I awakening my past life memory? Chu Yi muttered to himself. His brain was in chaos. He was originally an ordinary college student on Earth. He loved to immerse himself in the world of novels on weekdays, especially those cool novels about time travel and system flow, which he often read to the point of forgetting to eat and sleep. But he never expected that, when he woke up, he actually traveled to this completely unfamiliar world and became the eldest son of this ruined family. What's more tragic is that he was disabled and had a hard life. Chu Yi looked down at his empty left leg and half of his right arm and felt bitter. He turned his head to look at his brothers and sisters. Chu En's legs were cut off. Chu's right hand was missing. The lives of the three siblings were even more miserable than the lowest beggars, as if they were ruthlessly abandoned by fate in the dark abyss. This life is too miserable. Chu Yi's heart was full of sorrow, and his eyes were slightly red. Fate was too cruel to them. But at this moment, something strange happened. Buzz! A low roar suddenly sounded in Chu Yi's mind, as if it came from the depths of the distant starry sky. Chu Yi only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a huge Baba Tai Chi diagram slowly emerged in his mind, which was slowly rotating, exuding an ancient and grand atmosphere. Countless fine silk threads extended from the hexagram plate, as if connecting the heaven and earth. All things begin with E. An ancient and unpredictable sound of Tao resounded in his mind, causing pain in his eardrums. Then, countless golden lines intertwined and flickered in front of his eyes, gradually condensing into a magnificent bronze hexagram plate. On the hexagram plate, the hexagrams rotated rapidly. The fire of heaven burst out, and lines of golden handwriting emitting mysterious light slowly emerged in the air. The Yi Dao is infinite. Cause and effect are firewood. All the fates that have been changed by your hands will be transformed into E points. Move mountains and fill the sea. Reverse yin and yang. All laws in the heavens can be changed. Chu Yi was stunned, his heart beating wildly in his chest, as if it was about to break through his chest. Is this a golden finger? Chu Yi murmured in disbelief. He pondered carefully for a while, and finally gradually understood that this magical thing was not a system, nor a magic weapon, but a unique talent that his soul had mysteriously mutated when he crossed, thus awakening. Simply put, as long as he changes the fate of others or has a key impact on the development of certain things, he can get the magical E point. And E point has an almost heaven-defying ability, which can be used to achieve almost all things you can imagine and can't imagine. Is this the legendary defying fate? Chu Yi was very excited. The awakening of the golden finger brought him a ray of hope in the dark situation. But after the excitement, he quickly calmed down. At present, the most important thing is to fill his stomach. This golden finger came just in time. If it was 2 days later, the 3 brothers and sisters would probably starve to death in this broken temple. Then he would become the first traverser to starve to death and become a shame for traversers. But how to use this E-point? Chu Yi muttered in his heart, subconsciously checking his existing E-points. 10 points? Chu Yi was slightly stunned, and then suddenly realized that although he had not awakened this talent in the past 16 years, this talent actually existed when he reincarnated into this world. In these years, he changed some subtle things unknowingly, thus accumulating these precious E-points. Although the number is not large, it has become their only hope at the moment. 10 points is 10 points. After all, it is the initial startup capital, which is much better than having nothing. Chu Yi stared at his empty trouser legs, his eyes full of complex expressions, with reluctance to the tragic experience in the past and a hint of expectation for the future. While thinking about it, Chu Yi suddenly burst into tears. "Brother, I'm so hungry that I can eat the whole West Street." "Stop howling." Chu Yi yelled and then regretted it. He touched his little sister's dry hair. "Wait, brother will show you a magic trick." He closed his eyes and poked the hexagram plate in the spiritual platform. Changed to 3 bowls of Yangshun noodles with poached eggs, hot 0.3 points. When he opened his eyes again, the broken bowl in front of him was actually steaming hot, with dots of oil floating on the clear noodle soup. Chopped green onions scattered randomly in it, and the poached eggs were fried golden and tempting, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. Chu Yi was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell into the bowl, and he stammered, "Brother, did you steal the kitchen god from Zuixinlu? How did you suddenly create such delicious food? Eat yours." Chu Yi picked up the chopsticks and gently tapped his brother's forehead. But his eyes were fixed on the remaining 9.7 easy points, and his throat couldn't help rolling up and down, swallowing his saliva. Switch the legs first or the hands. This is harder than filling in the college entrance examination application. As he was struggling, a gust of wind suddenly blew over, lifting up his trouser legs, revealing half of the hideous and terrifying scars, which were left when the old beast broke his legs, and it was a permanent pain in his heart. Chu Yi gritted his teeth and made a fierce decision in his heart. Change a new leg, an original one. 3 easy points. In an instant, the base of the leg suddenly itched violently, as if countless ants were biting it crazily. Immediately afterwards, new granulations grew rapidly outward like bamboo shoots after rain. Chu Yi gasped in pain and saw the bone stumps stretching out inch by inch, and the muscles and blood vessels were quickly and orderly wrapped around it like knitting a sweater. This pain was several times more severe than when the old beast broke his leg. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and soaked the straw mat under him. "Brother, your leg." "Leg?" Chu Yi was so scared that the noodle soup spilled all over the floor. She pointed at Chu Yi's leg in horror, and her voice was trembling. Chu Yi looked down and saw that the newly grown leg was white and smooth, like fresh tofu. He tried to raise his foot and kick the wall hard, and heard a loud bang, shaking the dust on the beams and falling, showing that the new leg was full of strength. There were still 6 easy points left. Chu Yi's hand trembled slightly and slowly touched the bare right arm, silently saying in his heart, "Change arms, I need one that can play nunchakus." 3 easy points this time. Something even more magical happened. A cloud of blood mist suddenly spurted out from the broken part, and 5 fingers quickly and powerfully emerged like bamboo shoots breaking through the soil. Chu Yi cursed in pain. "Fuck, this is just like 3D printing, it hurts me to death." Chu Yi was moving his newly grown fingers, feeling the wonderful feeling brought by this lost and recovered limb, when suddenly there was a thump-thump sound of a juju wood crutch poking the ground outside the temple gate. Then a hoarse voice like a broken gong came in. "Little guys, do you have enough money today?" Chu Yi's back suddenly felt cold. This old guy came to collect money on time every day at twilight hour. If they were 1 penny short, they would be whipped. He subconsciously looked down at the 3 empty bowls scattered on the straw mat. His newly grown calves couldn't help but cramp, and a strong fear and tension surged in his heart. Chapter 2. blood-stained ruins. A sudden tightness gripped Chu Yi's heart as the footsteps of the old beggar drew ever closer. The moment the beggar's jujube cane poked through the door's crevice, a familiar acrid odor assaulted Chu Yi's senses, a noxious blend of decaying flesh and rancid tobacco that made his head throb. This old wretch had a penchant for stuffing the coins he begged for under his armpit, causing the coins to exude a ghastly green sheen from the sweat that marinated them. As the dilapidated door creaked open with an ear-piercing groan, the old beggar hunched over, leaning heavily on his cane, his face a tapestry of deep-set wrinkles, and in his murky eyes glinted a sinister gleam. "Ah, young wretches, are we feasting on delicacies today? Yancha noodles, perhaps?" he croaked, his nostrils flaring like a hound on the scent. No sooner had the words left his lips than he suddenly swung his cane with the ferocity of a thunderbolt, aiming a vicious jab at Chu and severed leg. "Ah!" Chuan cried out in agony, his fingers clawing desperately into the grass mat beneath him, blood seeping from the crevices of his nails as the searing pain sent his body into involuntary convulsions. Just as Chewy opened his mouth to intervene, the beggar's lone eye fixed ominously on his pant leg. Chu Yi's newly grown left leg was pale and smooth, standing out starkly in the dim light of the crumbling temple, devoid of even the faintest scar. "Your leg." The beggar's voice rose sharply, laden with disbelief. "How is it healed?" A jolt of dread coursed through Chu Yi. He realized that his secret was on the brink of exposure. Instinctively, he cast a glance at his left leg, filled with regret, wishing he could slap himself for being so careless, for forgetting to conceal it properly. Despite his advanced age, the beggar's eyesight remained astute, immediately discerning the peculiarity of Chu Yi's leg. I don't know," Chu Yi stammered, attempting to feign ignorance. But his heart raced like a drum, his mind racing to concoct a plausible response. The beggar's expression shifted dramatically, transforming from astonishment to euphoric greed. A glint of avarice flickering in his murky gaze, reminiscent of a famished wolf spotting its prey, sending chills down one's spine. He lunged forward, his hand clamping onto Chu Yi's shoulder like a vice, the strength of his grip threatening to crush bone, as he bellowed, "Young wretch, what fortune have you stumbled upon?" "The regeneration of a severed limb. Such a feat can only be achieved by a master of extraordinary prowess. Have you inherited the legacy of some great figure?" A chill of despair enveloped Chu Yi as he felt the weight of a frigid abyss pressing down upon him. The beggar's conviction that he had acquired the inheritance of a powerful being had escalated his perilous predicament to an even more precarious level. Just as Chu Yi broke into a cold sweat from the pain, his peripheral vision caught sight of his brother Chu inching deeper into the pile of grass. A flicker of hope ignited within Chu Yi. He knew that nestled within that pile lay a chipped axe, its blade still glistening with the remnants of oil from last year's meat preparations. It was their only glimmer of hope. It's in the hole in the beam," Chu Yi suddenly exclaimed, raising his finger toward the gaping hole in the ceiling, his voice trembling yet striving to maintain an air of composure. The old beggar instinctively looked up, and in that fleeting moment, Chuan seized the opportunity, exerting all his strength to hurl the chopping knife. The rusted blade carved a chilling arc through the cold moonlight, hurtling towards the old beggar. However, the beggar reacted with remarkable swiftness, swinging his cane back with a mighty clash that sent the knife flying, crashing onto the incense table and causing a clay Buddha statue to lose half an ear. Seeking death, the old beggar bellowed, brandishing his cane in a sweeping motion. In a life and death moment, Chewy fervently chanted in his mind, "Time freeze, immobilize the old beggar. Consumption, 3 points, time freeze, 3 seconds." In an instant, the entire world seemed to be pressed by a mysterious hand, halting time. The spit flying from the old beggar's mouth hung, suspended in midair, unmoving. Even the flickering candle flames appeared frozen in the scene. Seeing this, Chewy wasted no time in seizing a half-burnt candle from the incense burner, channeling all his strength to drive it forcefully into the beggar's intact right eye. With a sickening pop, the wax mixed with the shattered eyeball. Yet it felt akin to piercing through an exceptionally tough hide, leaving an unsettling sensation. Time slipped away in the blink of an eye. As the beggar's anguished wail escaped his lips, Chu Yi lunged forward with the agility of a swift leopard, reaching the incense table. He deftly picked up a shard of a broken bowl smeared with incense ash, guiding it along the skin's texture to accurately pierce the beggar's throat. Employing a technique reminiscent of dissecting a cow's throat in his past life, brutal and decisive, the old beggar clutched his bleeding neck, staggering back a few steps. his one eye nearly bulging out in disbelief, his face etched with incredulity. He could hardly fathom that a dignified martial artist of his caliber would fall to the hands of mere mortals, let alone perish at the hands of three beggars he had always dismissed. This thought ignited within him a fervent rage and unwillingness to accept his fate. Chuan, quick-witted and agile, yanked the copper plate from the beggar's neck and shouted, "5 bags, disciple Chen Sangyu." Before he could finish, the copper plate suddenly grew hot. Chu-yi reacted swiftly, snatching the plate and tossing it into the incense burner. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the copper plate shattered, releasing a delicate blue powder that scattered like ethereal snowflakes in the air. Before they could react, the powder descended upon the three of them, instantly engulfing them as if they had never existed, leaving behind only a faint, peculiar fragrance. Turning around, they saw Chu-yu stuffing cold meat buns into their satchel, wrapped in oiled paper alongside half a moldy cornbread, highlighting the starkness and helplessness of their existence in this life-and-death moment. The beggar's demise would soon attract the attention of the beggar clan. They needed to depart swiftly. Chuan, Chu-yu, gather your belongings. We must leave at once. Chu-yi murmured, while hastily rummaging through the beggar's garments. Though young, Chuan and Chu-yu had matured far beyond their years due to a life of relentless hardship. They swiftly sprang into action, collecting everything useful from the dilapidated temple. Chuan discovered a concealed pouch within the old beggar's clothing, containing several silver notes and some loose change. A surge of joy filled his heart. The money was sufficient for them to settle temporarily. "Brother, look at this," Chu-yu exclaimed, having discovered a hidden compartment within the old beggar's staff, which contained a slender booklet. Chu-yi took the booklet and opened it, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. It was a manual on cultivation techniques. Although merely foundational, it was an invaluable treasure for them prior to awakening their latent potential. "Let us depart," Chu-yi said, securing the booklet as he swiftly led his siblings away from the dilapidated temple. In the darkness of night, the silhouettes of the three siblings gradually faded into the distance. Chapter 3. Empowering the Easy Point. A new dawn for the siblings. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the delicate mist, casting a shimmering glow upon the stream. The water, crystal clear to the bottom, was home to several small fish that darted playfully, occasionally leaping from the surface and sending tiny splashes into the air. The reeds along the bank swayed gently in the breeze, as dewdrops slid down the leaves and plinked softly into the stream. Nearby, a pile of charcoal crackled and popped, though it nearly consumed, leaving only the glowing embers that radiated warmth. Above the embers, a wooden skewer was suspended between two makeshift supports of branches, adorned with a plump fish. Its skin was grilled to a golden crisp, the oil slowly dripping down its body and sizzling as it met the hot coals. The aroma of the fish mingled with the smoky scent of the charcoal, wafting through the air and tantalizing the senses. On the ground beside the fire, Chu-yi, Chuan, and Chu-yu lay languidly, caressing their round bellies, their faces adorned with expressions of contentment. Chu-yi reclined on his back, hands tucked behind his head, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, gazing lazily at the brightening sky. Chuan lay on his side, one hand propping up his head while the other continued to explore the delightful fullness of his stomach, savoring the flavors of their recent feast. Although his legs were truncated at the thighs, leaving his pant legs dangling emptily, he appeared unconcerned, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Chu-yu curled up between her brothers like a contented kitten, a trace of fish oil lingering at the corner of her mouth, her face radiant with joy. Her right arm ended at a bare wrist, yet she gently stroked her belly with her left hand, exuding a sense of fulfillment. "Brother, this fish is absolutely delightful," Chuan exclaimed, letting out a satisfied burp and smacking his lips. "It's even more delicious than what I had at the Drunken Immortal house." Chu-yu rolled onto her side, leaning closer to Chu-yi, and chimed in with a grin. "Brother, your fish grilling skills are getting better and better. Next time, let us catch a few more, shall we?" Chu-yi spat out the grass stem, ruffled Chu-yu's hair affectionately, and replied with a chuckle, "Sure, but next time, it will be your turn to catch the fish. I'm not keen on getting my feet frozen in the stream again." Chu-yu stuck out her tongue, pretending not to hear, and turned back to her previous position. Chuan burst into laughter, pointing at Chu-yu. Don't be lazy. Brother is right. Next time, you should put in the effort." Amidst their playful banter, a gentle breeze swept along the stream's edge, carrying a hint of coolness that could not diminish the smiles upon their faces. The remnants of the fire began to fade, leaving only a few scattered embers twinkling in the morning light. In the distance, the occasional chirp of birds added a touch of liveliness to the tranquil morning. As Chuyi gazed at the rising sun, a sense of serenity enveloped him. He understood that such moments might be scarce. But the warmth and contentment of this instant were enough to etch themselves into his memory. With a soft sigh, he murmured, "After this meal, we should begin tending to our wounds." Both Chuyin and Chuyu paused, their expressions shifting from surprise to curiosity, and then replaced by a glimmer of anticipation. Chuyue spoke hesitantly, her voice tinged with a hint of apprehension and unease. "Brother, will our wounds truly heal?" She unconsciously rubbed her bare wrist. Chuyi did not respond directly. Instead, he smiled gently and grasped Chuyue's wrist, softly assuring her, "Do not worry, with me by your side, you shall surely return to your former selves." Chuyin lifted his face, his eyes particularly bright in the morning light. "Brother, we trust you." The memories of their experiences in the dilapidated temple remained vivid in their minds. Chuyin and Chuyue had witnessed their brother Chuyi's body miraculously restore itself at an astonishing pace, even regrowing a severed finger. Later, when they faced peril and the lethal threat posed by the old beggar, they witnessed Chuyi employ extraordinary skills, rendering the old man immobile. Since then, Chuyi's transformation had been nothing short of astonishing. Despite the myriad of questions swirling in their minds, the siblings chose to remain silent in unison. They had never encountered much of the world, yet they understood deep down that their brother would never harm them. Now that their brother was so formidable, their future could only improve. There was no need to pry further. Thus, upon hearing Chuyi's promise, though curiosity lingered in their hearts, they refrained from asking any more questions. Consequently, Chuyi was relieved to avoid the burden of explanation. After all, his unique abilities were difficult to articulate and ill-suited for public discourse. Once such knowledge spread, who could guarantee that those with ulterior motives would not target his loved ones? Should that time come, this secret would not only fail to aid the siblings, but could potentially become a death sentence for them. Although the likelihood of such occurrences was slim, it was always prudent to exercise caution. In truth, Chuyui's resolute assurance that he could heal his siblings stemmed from a solid foundation. Ever since he had dealt with the old beggar, he had been pleasantly surprised to discover an influx of E-points continuously flowing in, which formed the bedrock of his confidence. Master of E-Dao, Chuyi, awakened to this talent, he occupies this status, realm, none, E-points, 1010, talent, E-Dao Wuj. With causality as fuel, traversing time and space, reversing yin and yang, all laws of the heavens can be altered whenever Chuyi focused his thoughts. His talent, E, appeared before him in a manner he could comprehend. Could it be that merely slaying an old beggar had granted him 1010 E-points? Chuyi pondered. It was improbable that such a bounty was awarded for each life taken. Perhaps it was due to the beggar's significance. The old beggar was not only a five-bag disciple of the beggar's sect, but also the overseer of the sect in Pingan County, wielding influence over the local beggar community and its factions. Eliminating him would undoubtedly alter the destinies of many. Chuyi silently analyzed in his mind, striving to uncover the patterns and mysteries within. Returning to the present, Chuyi gently clasped Chuyue's wrist, his movements tender and cautious, fearful of causing her discomfort. As her fingertips gently brushed against the severed edge, Chuyi was instantly enveloped by a warm current that coursed through her entire being, a profound warmth flowing within her. Instinctively, she lowered her gaze, gasping in astonishment as the formerly bare area of her wrist began to visibly sprout bone. Growing at a remarkable pace akin to newly sprouted saplings, flourishing rapidly and robustly, delicate pink tendons wound upwards like vines, intertwining with one another, while her skin, luminous and white, resembled the delicate snow melting in early spring, soft and tender, gradually enveloping her newly formed palm, as if draping the nascent limb in the gentlest of garments. "Now, wiggle your fingers," Chuyi urged gently, his voice soft and encouraging, akin to a companion guiding her through one of life's most pivotal moments. Tentatively, Chuyi curled her fingertips, the newly formed joints still somewhat stiff, her movements appearing clumsy yet undeniably responsive to her will. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, excitement and joy intertwining, a reflection of the elation of rebirth. Trembling, she reached with her right hand to catch the dewdrops sliding off the reeds. The droplets shattered into crystalline points of light in her palm, each glimmer mirroring the brilliance of her current emotions, radiant and beautiful. Meanwhile, an astonishing transformation was underway with Chuyin as well. His empty pant legs suddenly swelled inexplicably, as though filled by an invisible force. Initially taken aback, he hastily lifted the fabric to reveal his left leg slowly extending from the severed edge. The new toes glistening with morning dew, shining with a pearl-like luster in the sunlight, pure and dazzling, like a beacon of hope for life. Instinctively, he moved his ankle. Sensations long absent surged back, a familiar yet foreign feeling tightening his throat and moistening his eyes. The anguish and despair of having lost his legs transformed into elation and excitement at this moment of rebirth. Take a few steps to see. Chu Yi's voice remained steady yet imbued with reassuring strength. Supporting himself against the ground, Chuan rose, initially unsteady, his steps tentative like a newborn learning to walk. But soon, he regained his sense of balance, the familiar sensation flooding back. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he suddenly dashed toward the stream, each step sending splashes of water flying. The cautious gait developed due to his physical limitations rapidly dissipated, replaced by the exuberance of newfound freedom. He ran along the stream, cheering as if reclaiming the freedom lost over the years. Chu Yu, using her newly restored right hand, began to smooth her hair tousled by the morning breeze. Her movements evolved from awkward to fluid and natural. Her face radiated the bliss and contentment of survival. The insecurities and pains stemming from the loss of her right hand now vanished, leaving only anticipation and longing for the future. Chapter 4. The mortal body's nirvana and the secrets of heaven. The gentle stream meandered, reflecting the celestial light and the shadows of clouds, while also mirroring the silhouette of a young boy racing along the bank. "Brother, look how fast I can run," Chuan exclaimed, his bare feet splashing in the water, his newly invigorated legs propelling him with strength and grace, each step sending droplets flying. He chased after a kingfisher, his face aglow with unadulterated joy. The kingfisher appeared to frolic with him, occasionally skimming low over the water's surface, then pausing on the reeds to preen its feathers. Beside the thicket of reeds, she leaned against a smooth stone, her delicate fingers deftly weaving a grass ring. Her right hand, reborn and astonishingly nimble, deftly maneuvered the blades of grass, swiftly crafting an intricate circle. She held the grass ring up to her face, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows across her features. "Second brother, look. It's even better than the one I made with my left hand," she remarked softly, her voice tinged with unmistakable delight. Chu Yi rested against a willow tree, his gaze flitting between his younger siblings. Observing the scene before him, a deeper smile crept across his lips. He understood this feeling all too well. When he himself had experienced the rebirth after losing a finger, he too had been overwhelmed with such exhilarating emotion. Without having tasted the bitterness of loss or the euphoric joy of reclamation, one could never truly appreciate the preciousness of this life after tribulation. "Be careful, don't fall," Chu Yi called out to Chuan, his tone imbued with the unique concern of an elder brother. The shadow of the willow tree cloaked half his face, a stark contrast of light and darkness accentuating his features. As his smile gradually faded, the depth of his gaze grew profound. To preserve such beauty for the long term, mere hope was insufficient. Substantial strength was imperative. Memory surged like a tidal wave. The days spent begging on the streets, the nights when they were driven away by those wielding sticks, the altercations over a moldy bun, each scene vivid as if it had unfolded yesterday. "Eldest brother?" Chu Yu had approached him at some point, holding the freshly woven grass ring. "This is for you." Startled from his reverie, Chu Yi accepted the ring, placing it atop his head. The fragrant scent of grass filled his nostrils, imbued with the essence of life. He ruffled his sister's hair, noticing the worried expression in her eyes. "I'm fine," he whispered gently, just lost in thought. Chuan soon joined them, breathless as he plopped down beside them. The shadows of the three siblings stretched long beneath the morning light, intertwining together. "Eldest brother, Chuan hesitated, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chu Yi understood the question looming in his brother's mind. After awakening their talents, they finally held the potential to alter their fates. Yet, the world was far more intricate than they had ever imagined. "Let me clarify a few matters first," Chu Yi said, closing his eyes and silently pondering. "How many points would it take to acquire complete information about my world?" A line of softly glowing text materialized before him. 30 points. Such a high price? Chu Yi gasped, taken aback. The cost exceeded his expectations significantly. Previously, the rebirth of severed limbs required merely 6 essence points, yet now, acquiring information demands nearly 6 times that amount. He glanced at his essence point balance, 1,004, and began to weigh the pros and cons in his mind. The expense of 30 essence points for obtaining world information was indeed significant, but in order to devise a reasonable plan for future essence point acquisition, this information was indispensable. What is it? Chu Yu keenly sensed her brother's unease. Chu Yi opened his eyes and replied, "It's nothing, just making a decision." After much hesitation, he gritted his teeth and silently recited, "Acquire information about this world. 30 essence points. Remaining essence points, 974, in an instant." It felt as if a heavy hammer struck his brain. A deluge of information surged forth like a breached dam, countless images, words, and sounds exploding within his consciousness. He beheld vast expanses of land, towering mountains, and thriving cities. He heard the clashing of weapons on the battlefield and the morning bells and evening drums of ancient temples nestled in deep mountains. He sensed the flow of true energy within martial artists and the trajectories of various martial arts techniques. Big brother. The panicked voices of Chuan and Chu Yu seemed to come from a distant place. Chu Yi clasped his head with his hands, his temples pounding. Cold sweat soaking through his clothes. His body trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. After what felt like an eternity, the storm of information finally subsided. Chu Yi slowly opened his eyes, finding himself lying on the ground, with his younger siblings anxiously watching over him. Tears glistened in Chu Yu's eyes. While Chuan clutched his sleeve tightly. "I'm fine," Chu Yi managed to force a smile, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable. He realized he had been overly careless, thinking he was merely receiving information, completely unprepared for the overwhelming content that nearly shattered his mind. The capacity of an ordinary person's mind is indeed limited. Attempting to fully absorb such vast knowledge was quite a challenge. He propped himself up from the ground, leaning against a willow tree. "Give me a moment." In his mind, the newly acquired knowledge gradually began to take shape. This world was even broader and more intricate than he had imagined. The Wu dynasty comprised 13 states: Qingzhou, Hongrzhou, Jizhou, Zhongzhou, Yunzhou, Laizhou, Shuzhou, Yangzhou, Bingzhou, Liangzhou, Jiaozhou, Yuzhou, and Yizhou. The county they resided in, Ping'an County, was merely a small town on the border of Qingzhou, which itself was a modest presence among the 13 states. To the north lay vast grasslands, where tribal nomads roamed in search of water and pasture. Those mounted peoples were skilled archers, descending southward to plunder during the bountiful autumn months. To the south lay the mysterious 10,000 Great Mountains, rumored to be home to ancient clan tribes and various ferocious beasts. The west was a chaotic land of contending nations, engulfed in endless warfare. Further west lay the boundless ocean, where secluded tribes inhabited scattered islands. However, what concerned Chu Yi most was the martial arts system of this world. The first realm, martial arts foundation. Refining skin, refining flesh, refining tendons, refining bones, refining marrow, and blood exchange, 6 minor realms. Upon completing the cultivation of the ordinary body, one may step into the second realm of martial arts, the extraordinary great realm. This encompasses the innate, the Qi Si, the master, the grand master, leading up to the legendary true martial realm. Each major realm is further subdivided into 4 minor stages: early, mid, late, and great perfection. True martial realm, murmured Chu Yi. It represents the pinnacle of martial arts, with only a handful of individuals within the entire martial dynasty reaching this exalted status. These exceptional beings either dwell in seclusion within the mountains or govern their domains, each capable of influencing the world's balance of power. Across the vast expanse of the martial dynasty, 6 formidable factions vie for dominance, maintaining a delicate equilibrium while collectively shaping the grand tapestry of the martial world. Undoubtedly, the imperial family possesses the deepest heritage and the most formidable strength, wielding control over an expansive territory that instills awe and respect. The imperial family resides in the heartland, openly ruling over 13 provinces. Their profound legacy, accumulated over millennia, is unfathomable, with a myriad of adept individuals flourishing within the court. Naturally, the imperial army, with its legions of martial practitioners, serves as the most potent deterrent, capable of intimidating even the mightiest of true martial realm masters. To combat those who engage in nefarious deeds, the court has established the Jingwu Division, staffed by accomplished martial artists dedicated to upholding the peace and order of the martial world. Mount Longhu, revered as a sacred site of Taoism and the ancestral home of the Taoist sect, is a haven where countless practitioners diligently pursue their spiritual cultivation. Masters in the arts of health preservation, yin-yang balance, governance, and military strategy, they are the undisputed leaders of the Taoist realm, commanding immense respect within the martial community. In times of chaos, they often extend their benevolence to the masses, garnering deep admiration and affection from the people. Tianlong Temple, the foremost establishment of Buddhism, is home to a congregation of esteemed monks. Their profound mastery of Buddhist teachings, coupled with their expertise in meditation and spiritual practice, sets them apart as unparalleled practitioners. Embracing a philosophy of compassion, they propagate the teachings of Buddhism throughout the martial world, alleviating the suffering of countless souls. The temple exudes an aura of tranquility, with the fragrant incense winding through the air and the resonant chants of the monks echoing, as they seek enlightenment and resolve the afflictions of the world with kindness. The Wujian sword sect comprises fervent enthusiasts devoted to the art of the sword. They pour their entire being into the study and practice of swordsmanship, renowned for their ferocious techniques. Each disciple harbors an insatiable quest for perfection in swordplay. To them, the sword is not merely a weapon but an indispensable extension of their existence, a vessel for their souls. They continuously delve into the realm of the sword, striving for the utmost pinnacle of this martial discipline. The Zhonghuan demon sect, the leading faction of the demonic arts, is shrouded in enigma and mystery, eluding comprehension. Its disciples excel in unpredictable and arcane techniques, exhibiting erratic behavior devoid of any discernible pattern, guided solely by their whims. They stir tumultuous waves within the martial world, instilling fear in the hearts of many. The stronghold of the demon sect lurks in the shadows, its sinister practices often clashing with the forces of righteousness. Piaomiao Peak stands as the sacred sanctuary of martial arts in the hearts of women and a dreamlike paradise for countless men. The sect only accepts female disciples of exceptional beauty and talent, each possessing an ethereal grace. Their unique Jade Maidenheart Sutra emphasizes the principle of overcoming rigidity with flexibility, with movements as delicate and ethereal as a celestial being, establishing their distinct presence within the martial realm. Though the rules of the sect strictly prohibit the entrance of men, countless talented individuals from the martial world linger beneath the peak each year, hoping for a chance encounter with the ethereal fairies descending for training. Beyond the 6 major factions, there exist first-rate, second-rate, and an innumerable multitude of third-rate and unranked powers scattered throughout the martial world, together forming a vibrant and intricate tapestry of existence. Chu Yi silently committed this information to memory, realizing that from this moment onward, the fates of the 3 siblings would be inextricably intertwined with this complex and fascinating world. Slowly exhaling a breath of pent-up emotion, Chu Yi found the revelations to be overwhelmingly staggering, rendering him momentarily unable to process their significance. The 3 siblings were merely beggars on the border of Qingzhou, insignificant and minuscule in comparison to these colossal entities, akin to ants. Yet, the mere thought of his awakened innate talent sparked a subtle smile upon Chu Yi's lips, curving into a faint arc, while his countenance radiated an unprecedented brilliance and sharpness. Chapter 5. Stepping into an extraordinary realm. The innate realm, revised. Indeed, the acquisition of information at the cost of 30 essence points is anything but ordinary. This knowledge is not a clear and precise encyclopedia. Rather, it resembles a seed imbued with the foundational logic of the world and an endless array of fragmented knowledge, deeply embedded within Chu Yi's consciousness. This information is vast and intricate, touching upon numerous fundamental laws and critical nodes governing the world's operations, from the basic composition of matter and energy to the universal pathways of life evolution. It encompasses vague imprints of decisive moments throughout history, as well as faint traces of potential futures. What he possesses is not a comprehensive truth, but rather scattered fragments of information and patterns adrift in the sea of consciousness. Should Chu Yi manage to continually excavate, comprehend, and integrate this knowledge, he would undoubtedly gain an insight and potential that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, even should his innate gifts wane in the future. The core understanding of these fundamental laws and his sensitivity to critical nodes would suffice to grant him a transcendent perspective and a robust foundation for navigating complex situations. However, the sheer magnitude of this information exceeds Chu Yi's current capacity to assimilate. The majority of its content is instinctively compressed and sealed deep within his memory, not readily accessible like a file. It exists more as a passive interconnectedness, Only when he encounters specific keys, such as witnessing a peculiar plant, hearing a long-buried historical tale, or confronting a particular challenge, do the relevant fragments of information manifest with associative clues. For instance, upon seeing that plant, a vague warning regarding its toxicity or a certain characteristic may flicker in his mind, or a fragment of memory about the growing conditions of similar species might resurface. When learning of that historical event, he may faintly perceive a concealed motive lurking behind it or a subtle twist in the fate of a key figure. These emergent insights are often disjointed, necessitating his interpretation and validation against the present context, rather than providing complete and clear answers. Even so, Chewie understands that true omniscience remains a distant aspiration. The only immutable law of the world is change itself. Everything is in a perpetual state of flux. And even the most exquisite deductions may be entirely overturned by an unforeseen variable. What he has acquired is ultimately a map of possibilities extrapolated from the laws of the past and present, rather than a definitive vision of the future. Therefore, he must not depend on this information in a misguided attempt to control everything. Instead, he should regard it as a unique auxiliary perspective, a potential vein of knowledge, to help him perceive more clearly and judge more accurately in this ever-changing world, thus enabling him to traverse more steadily and further. Returning from his wandering thoughts, Chewie slowly opened his eyes, meeting the gaze of two pairs of worried eyes. A gentle smile graced his lips, a gesture meant to reassure. Upon witnessing his expression, the tense shoulders of Chewie and Chuyu finally relaxed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chewie silently intoned, "Manifest two foundational spheres of world information, suitable for absorption by ordinary individuals." In the stillness of the moment, two transparent orbs of light appeared unexpectedly in his palm. The spheres, as clear as crystal, flowed with delicate golden specks within, resembling a miniature galaxy. A faint purple energy ripple enveloped their surfaces, while mysterious runes danced in the luminous glow. As light swept across them, countless minuscule texts and images flickered within. Fundamental knowledge and rules of the world awaited gentle acceptance. Chewie gently urged the two orbs toward them, softly saying, "Relax your minds and embrace it." Chewie and Chuyu exchanged a glance, inhaled deeply, and simultaneously reached out to touch the spheres. In an instant, the orbs transformed into myriad shimmering particles, flowing into their foreheads like a river of stars. Their pupils dilated slightly, and within their gaze, streams of information flashed by, only to settle in an ephemeral moment. After a brief pause, she was the first to open her eyes. Her expression had shifted from one of Na'vi bewilderment to one imbued with clarity and tranquility. The previously erratic essence about her became restrained, exuding a natural grace in her movements. Chewin's transformation was even more pronounced. The steadiness in his demeanor now carried a profound depth akin to towering mountains. As he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze transcended mere appearances, instinctively analyzing the structure of the nearby trees, their material properties, and even the potential flow of energy within. "How does it feel?" Chewie inquired with a smile. Chuyu, brushing her hair, responded with an air of incredulity. "It's as if I have suddenly gained clarity on many things that were once obscure." She pointed towards a bird soaring in the distant sky. "I can now identify its species, migration path, and even its skeletal structure, yet this knowledge feels strangely familiar." Chewie, in a low voice, added, "What is even more wondrous is the transformation in the way I think." He picked up a fallen leaf from the ground, reflecting, "In the past, I would merely see it as withered, but now I can simultaneously contemplate the efficiency of photosynthesis and the optimal distribution of its veins." He paused, a smile breaking across his face. This sensation is akin to suddenly acquiring a second pair of eyes to observe the world. The essence radiating from both of them had undeniably evolved. If they had previously resembled unrefined jade, they now appeared as exquisite treasures, retaining their intrinsic nature while emanating an inner brilliance of wisdom. Even their postures subtly transformed. Chuyu no longer unconsciously wobbled on her toes, and Chewin ceased to hold his shoulders rigidly, both exhibiting a perfect balance of relaxation and confidence. The most striking change was evident in their eyes. As the dawn light filtered through the leaves, a rational glow could be distinctly observed in the depths of their gazes. This was not the dullness of bookishness, but a clarity and insight that had organically settled in after immersing in the essence of countless verses. With a serious expression, Chewie fixed his gaze intently upon them, Having lived as beggars for many years, you ought to understand and remember that, regardless of time or place. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, where the strong reign supreme, is an immutable truth. In this moment, we are extraordinarily fortunate to hold in our hands an opportunity capable of altering our fates. Chuan and Chuyu exchanged a glance, both comprehending the shared longing reflected in each other's eyes. After years of enduring disdain and hunger, they had grown weary of such a life. Elder brother. Chuan clenched his fists, his voice slightly trembling. This time, we shall seize this chance. Chuyu nodded gently, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the hilt of a short blade at her waist. We understand better than anyone. Those devoid of power lack even the right to choose how they meet their demise. Chuyi slowly retrieved a weathered martial arts manual from his bosom. The faded title Foundational Techniques of the Beggar Clan barely discernible on its cover. This was the only valuable item he had salvaged from the body of the old beggar, a rudimentary technique designed for the clan's underprivileged members, barely sufficient to transition an ordinary person into the realm of martial artists. His fingertips grazed the coarse pages as he silently contemplated, using this technique as a foundation. How can one evolve it into the pinnacle of true martial arts? The requirements are: first, it must perfectly align with my physical attributes. Second, it should subtly transform my innate qualities, ultimately achieving the Tao body. Third, it must possess the remarkable ability to induce enlightenment at will. How many essence points are needed? 10,000 essence points. The crimson digits pulsated in his vision, causing Chu Yi's lips to twitch. Casting a glance at his remaining 973 essence points, he shook his head in self-deprecation. He had once thought that nearly 1,000 essence points constituted a fortune, only to find that it could not even procure a decent technique. Indeed, he silently chuckled, his knuckles tapping rhythmically against the cover of the manual. Techniques that could alter one's innate qualities were inherently rare, let alone those capable of conferring a unique constitution conducive to enlightenment. Yet, Chuyi remained undeterred. This price merely affirmed his suspicions. He gazed at the clouds drifting across the horizon, his thoughts gradually wandering. The essence of talent lies in influence. Akin to casting a stone into a lake, the ripple's reach depends on the stone's size and the force of the throw. If he could cultivate a constitution that allowed for spontaneous enlightenment, combined with the near-omniscient advantage it would provide, then the essence points he would acquire would undoubtedly amount to an unimaginable sum. With this thought, an uncontrollable surge of excitement welled up within him. Suddenly, a cough from Chu and broke his reverie. Chu Yi returned to the present, noticing Chuan and Chuyu gazing curiously at the manual in his hands. He casually tossed the book to Chuan, its pages fluttering in the air with a soft rustle. You two ponder this for a while. With that, he settled into a cross-legged position, palms facing the heavens, and closed his eyes in deep concentration. Silently, he inquired, how many essence points are required to evolve this to the innate realm? 300. Upon seeing this number, the tension in Chu Yi's shoulders eased slightly. Thankfully, it remained within the realm of possibility. Without further hesitation, he decisively stated, evolve it to the innate realm. Minus 300 essence points, remaining essence points, 673. In that instant, a torrent of information surged into his consciousness like a crystal-clear spring, unlike the excruciating pain experienced during his previous encounter with the world's knowledge. This time it felt like a gentle spring breeze, subtly nourishing him without disruption. However, as Chu Yi meticulously perused these contents, he could not help but smile wryly. Each character was familiar, yet when combined, they resembled an incomprehensible script. Indeed, he shook his head inwardly. Even with his awakened talent, his wooden intellect remained unchanged. Consume E points to comprehend. -3 E points. Remaining E points, 670. This time, the transformation was utterly different. The once obscure and perplexing characters suddenly sprang to life before Chu Yi's eyes, each stroke infused with vitality, dancing and swirling in the void. They automatically arranged themselves within Chu Yi's consciousness, evolving into vivid scenes of cultivation, accompanied by clear and profound theoretical explanations. In an instant, enlightenment flooded Chu Yi's mind, elevating his understanding of the cultivation methods to unprecedented heights. He not only grasped the essence of each cultivation step, but also comprehended the intricate workings of guiding his internal energy and blood flow with clarity. The unique routes of the circulatory system, the refining techniques for meridians and bones, as well as the key insights for breaking through to the innate realm, all became as transparent as the patterns on his palm. How many E-points are needed to break through to the innate realm? E-points required for promotion to the innate realm. 375. Enhance. Chu Yi's gaze sharpened. He resolutely commanded within himself. Y points minus 375, current E points balance, 295. In that moment, a surge of immense energy poured into Chu Yi's limbs and bones from the void. His bones emitted a crisp, crackling sound. Muscle fibers twisted and reformed like steel wires, and a bronze metallic sheen glimmered on his skin's surface. From the skin refinement stage, bronze skin, to the flesh refinement stage, iron flesh, to the tendon refinement stage, dragon tendons, to the bone refinement stage, jade bones, to the marrow refinement stage, mercury blood, to the blood transformation stage, nirvana. Each breakthrough of these realms was accompanied by excruciating pain. Yet, Chu Yi remained unperturbed, as if these agonies were merely a gentle breeze against his face. His blood surged through his veins like mercury, resonating with thunderous roars. His bones shimmered with a lustrous jade hue, and within the depths of his marrow, a blazing martial true fire ignited. When the last trace of mortal blood was consumed by the nirvana true fire, the newly born blood flowed like red gold. And Chu Yi's corporeal form completely shed its mortal shell, achieving the innate Tao body. However, this was not the end. Heaven and earth bridge, arise. Deep within Chu Yi's dantian, the previously sparse true chi abruptly collapsed, transforming into a droplet of liquid true essence. As soon as this droplet took shape, it ravenously devoured the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth like a black hole. His Bai Wei and Yongquan acupoints simultaneously radiated brilliant light, as if constructing a bridge connecting heaven and earth within him. Innate realm achieved. When Chu Yi reopened his eyes, there seemed to be a galaxy swirling within them, and an aura of profound depth surrounded him, exuding an oppressive presence akin to towering mountains simply by sitting still. Chu Yin and Chu Yu had retreated several paces, gazing at him with astonishment. Elder brother Yu. Chu Yin's throat bobbed, his voice hoarse. Though he had not practiced cultivation, the mere aura emanating from Chu Yi at this moment instinctively filled him with dread, as if he were facing an awakening primordial behemoth. Chu Yu's pupils constricted further, her fingers instinctively gripping the hem of her garment. Within her line of sight, a faint golden halo enveloped Chu Yi. Each breath he took causing the surrounding air to quiver slightly, as if a celestial being had descended from myth. Chu Yi gradually rose, gently clenching his fist. Suddenly, boom. The surface of the lake stirred without a breeze, ripples radiating outward from Chu Yi's center. The reeds along the shore swayed violently, startling a few waterfowl, while the tranquil lake was splashed with fine droplets, refracting shards of light under the sun. Power, Chu Yi murmured, a satisfied smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 6. The Extraordinary Path of Easy Point. Chu Yi took a deep breath, the turbulent aura surrounding him swiftly receding like a tide. The golden halo that enveloped his body gradually withdrew inward, ultimately vanishing entirely, and he returned to his former, unremarkable appearance. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern the flicker of stars swirling in the depths of his eyes, and an indescribable unique rhythm accompanied his every gesture. Chu Yin and Chu Yu dared to approach only then, their eyes filled with awe and curiosity. Elder brother, you just... Chu Yu's delicate fingers trembled slightly, hovering in the air as if craving to touch Chu Yi's sleeve but hesitating to descend, as if her brother before her was no longer the familiar beggar boy, but rather a sacred being not to be defiled. Observing their reaction, Chu Yi smiled gently, reaching out to grasp her fingertips, reassuring her, "It's all right. I merely broke through. My aura has yet to fully consolidate." Chu Yin swallowed hard, his voice dry. "Is this what it means to be a martial artist?" Chu Yi shook his head, his gaze profound like an abyss. "No, I have entered the innate realm." Innate realm. Chu Yin and Chu Yu's pupils constricted suddenly, their breaths nearly halting. In the past, they may have had no concept of the innate realm, but now, having absorbed the world information imparted by Chu Yi, they understood better than anyone. The innate realm is the first threshold of extraordinary existence. Once one steps into this realm, the essence of life undergoes a complete metamorphosis. Lifespan extending to 300 years, with the vital energy within them endlessly circulating. Their every movement could invoke the powers of heaven and earth, setting them apart from mere mortals. Noticing their shock and daze, Chu Yi gently released a wisp of his aura. Boom. In an instant, an invisible pressure seemed to descend like a collapsing sky, causing Chu Yin and Chu Yu to feel a sudden constriction in their hearts. their legs weakening uncontrollably, as if they faced not a person, but an imposing divine mountain, instinctively urging them to kneel. Chu-Yi quickly retracted his aura, and only then did they feel a sense of relief, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads, their backs drenched. This is the chasm between the extraordinary and the mundane. Chu-Yi spoke softly, his tone calm yet imbued with an alluring resonance. However, you will soon be able to tread this path. With a wave of his hand, two translucent orbs of light materialized in his palm. Within the orbs, countless arcane symbols danced ceaselessly, faintly echoing the sounds of profound truths, as if containing the essence of the universe. This is the technique I derived from the Beggar Clan's foundation-building secret, aimed directly at the innate realm. Chu-Yi's voice resonated clearly in the morning breeze. It not only enables ordinary individuals to enter the martial way, but also subtly enhances their innate qualities, ultimately achieving the near-perfect body. The two luminous spheres in his palm radiated a gentle glow. I have named it Tao Sutra. Chu-In and Chu-Yu exchanged glances. Although surprised, their expressions no longer bore the initial shock. Since the elder brother's breakthrough into the innate realm, they have long since become accustomed to the extraordinary. What is the formulation of a martial arts technique when one can effortlessly traverse the legendary transcendent realm? Initially, they would adopt this method as a gateway, hastening their ascension to martial artists. Chu-Yi continued, stating that when the opportune moment arises, he would tailor the most suitable technique for them. The two nodded without hesitation. For them, merely stepping into the realm of martial artists was an immense fortune. They would not concern themselves with the absolute compatibility of the technique. Receiving the luminous orb, the siblings sat cross-legged. The instant the orb touched their skin, it transformed into specks of starlight that entered their foreheads. Chu-Yi silently chanted, consuming E points, assisting them in comprehending the Tao Sutra. -2 E points. Remaining E points, 293. In an instant, the furrowed brows of the two began to relax, and a look of dawning comprehension graced their faces. Their breaths became elongated and rhythmic, with a subtle flow of energy circulating around them. After a considerable time, they opened their eyes in succession, their gazes sparkling with brilliance. Chu-Yu smacked her lips, exclaiming with lingering awe, "So this is the profound nature of martial arts. Very well, now that you have grasped the technique, prepare for your breakthrough." Chu-Yi's gaze was piercing, his voice steady and powerful. Upon hearing this, the two immediately sat upright, adopting the five hearts facing heaven posture, their expressions focused and solemn. Chu-Yi mentally commanded, enumerate the E points required for breakthroughs from the skin, refining realm to the innate realm. In an instant, lines of golden text appeared before his eyes. Skin refining realm. Entry. 5 E points. Great perfection. 20 E points. Extreme realm. Copper skin. 25 E points. Muscle refining realm. Entry. 35 E points. Great perfection. 65 E points. Extreme realm. Iron muscle. 75 E points. Tendon refining realm. Entry. 85 E points. Great perfection. 115 E points. Extreme realm. Dragon tendon. 125 E points. Bone refining realm. Entry. 135 E points. Great perfection. 165 E points. Extreme realm. Jade bone. 175 E points. Marrow refining realm. Entry. 185 E points. Great perfection. 215 E points. Extreme realm. Mercury blood. 225 E points. Blood exchange realm. Entry. 235 E points. Great perfection. 265 E points. Extreme realm. Nirvana. 285 E points. Breakthrough to innate realm. Requires 375 E points. Chu-Yi swiftly scanned through these figures, pausing momentarily on the remaining E points, 293. It appeared that he could only assist them in advancing to the tendon refining realm. He pondered, however, it was imperative that each realm be attained at the extreme level. Although reaching the great perfection level would suffice for the next breakthrough, the extreme level truly represented the domain of prodigies. As his kin, their future was destined for the pinnacle of greatness, to ascend immortality and become ancestors. They could not afford to lag behind at the starting line. Consume E points to aid their advancement to the tendon refining realm, ensuring that each realm reaches the extreme level. Chu-Yi commanded within his mind. As the directive was issued, an enigmatic power began to circulate around the two. Their skin gradually took on a metallic sheen, muscles bulging like iron. and the faint sound of a dragon's roar resonated within their tendons. Every breakthrough in cultivation is accompanied by a transformation akin to a rebirth, and the achievements at the pinnacle of such endeavors render their foundations alarmingly solid. The aura surrounding the two individuals began to intensify, from the initial stage of the skin refinement realm to the great perfection of the skin refinement realm. Progressing from the early stage of the flesh refinement realm to the pinnacle, then to the entry level of the tendon refinement realm, followed by the great perfection and ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the tendon refinement realm, solidifying their state at the extreme tendon realm. At this moment, as Chu gazed upon the two breaking through, his thoughts unconsciously drifted afar, reminiscing about the journey of martial artists as they ascended from the skin refinement realm to the innate realm. In the skin refinement realm, bronze skin practitioners must immerse their bodies in a special medicinal bath, complemented by daily pounding and exercise, to render their skin as resilient as bronze, capable of withstanding blades. In the flesh refinement realm, iron flesh, cultivators must entwine their muscles with the strength of steel, unleashing a force that can reach 1,000 pounds. Upon reaching the tendon refinement realm, dragon tendon, the tendons stretch and contract like tightly drawn bowstrings, resulting in a qualitative leap in both flexibility and explosive power. In the bone refinement realm, jade bone, the bones are cultivated to a transparency akin to crystal, giving rise to the true fire of martial arts within the marrow, laying a solid foundation for future cultivation. In the marrow refinement realm, mercury blood, the marrow produces blood as viscous as mercury, with the transport of vital energy resonating like thunder, shaking the surroundings. In the blood exchange realm, nirvana, the blood undergoes 9 transformations, shedding mortal blood to achieve the innate Tao body. Breaking through this realm requires enduring the blood-burning calamity, where the blood is reconstituted through high-temperature evaporation. Upon reaching the extraordinary 5th tier of the innate realm, practitioners must forge a bridge between heaven and earth, transforming their internal true energy into liquid true essence, thus stepping into a broader realm of cultivation. When the last vestige of energy melded into their beings, both individuals simultaneously opened their eyes, their gazes radiating brilliance. Chapter 7. The Ripples of Destiny. As the two successfully broke through to the muscle refinement stage, Chu suddenly noticed a remarkable change in the points displayed on his panel. What had once been a mere 41 points had quietly surged to 297, an astonishing increase of 256 points. Chu Yi's gaze sharpened, his slender fingers gently stroking his chin as he meticulously recalled every detail surrounding this transformation. Suddenly, a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. "So that is it," he murmured softly, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. The newly acquired 256 points precisely matched the total he had previously expended on Chuan and Chuyu. Even more astonishingly, this figure was continuing to grow at an exceedingly slow pace. By altering the destinies of others, one could receive a form of feedback. The brilliance in Chu Yi's eyes flickered. He realized this was merely the beginning. So long as Chuan and Chuyu remained in this world, they would ripple outward, continually influencing the fates of many others. Inevitably, a steady stream of points would converge upon him. Contemplating this, the smile on Chu Yi's face deepened. Bathed in the morning light, his figure appeared remarkably tall and robust. With sufficient points, he could consistently push beyond his limits, and one day... "Brother?" Chu Yu's melodious voice interrupted his thoughts. "What are you smiling about?" Returning to the present, Chu Yi gazed at the transformed siblings before him and chuckled lightly. "Oh, nothing, just contemplating some interesting matters." He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his garments fluttering gently in the morning breeze. In the distance, the crimson sun was slowly rising, casting elongated shadows of the 3 figures. Pingan County, the residence of the Beggar Sect branch. A dozen disciples of the Beggar Sect sat in a circle, distinctly divided into 2 factions, one clad in coarse, patched garments with sleeves worn to a sheen, and the other in neat attire, though not made of silk or satin, yet impeccably clean. These 2 factions represented the unique factions of the Beggar Sect, the black garb and the clean garb. Remarkably, despite their starkly contrasting appearances, the disciples coexisted in unexpected harmony. They silently fixated on the lifeless body at the center, that of Chin Sangyu, a disciple who had been missing for several days. His throat had been severed with a single stroke, the clean cut glistening coldly in the dusk, resembling a silent, mocking grin. Wang Yi knelt on one knee, his rough fingers slowly caressing the 7 cloth bags at his waist, his single eye narrowing slightly, revealing a flicker of astonishment deep within his pupils. He rose to his feet, gently kicking the copper basin beside the corpse. The congealed blood retained the shape of its violent spatter, as if time had momentarily frozen. A swift kill, clean and decisive, he murmured, his voice gravelly like sandpaper rubbing against itself. Zhao Si, hunched over, edged closer, his gaunt face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Though tinged with uncertainty, "Leader, I fear this may have been the work of those three cripples with the surname Chu. Just days ago, the siblings suddenly vanished, and a crutch for the lame one was found tossed among the grass by the temple." A ripple of agitation coursed through the crowd. Upon inquiry, it became evident that the Chu siblings were merely incapacitated individuals, hardly qualifying as warriors. How could they possibly have slain the formidable Chen Sandog, who had attained the pinnacle of martial prowess? Even in his advanced age, with waning vitality, he remained a practitioner, his sinews and flesh far surpassing that of an ordinary person. However, the circumstances surrounding Chen Sandog's demise compelled an investigation, primarily due to the influential figure backing him, Chen Feng, the prodigious nephew of Chen Sandog and a direct disciple of the Beggar clan's branch leader in Yinyang County. In Ping'an County, the distinction between beggars and disciples of the Beggar clan was stark. Those lacking sufficient martial aptitude were relegated to the lowest echelons, reduced to mere street beggars, reliant on daily alms and obligated to pay a designated sum. Failure to meet this requirement often resulted in brutal beatings or, in severe cases, the severing of limbs. After all, the more wretched one appeared, the more likely they were to elicit sympathy and garner additional charity. The disabilities of the Chu siblings were a direct result of this harsh reality. Chen Sandog, emboldened by his nephew's influence, monopolized the lucrative protection racket, reaping substantial rewards while disregarding even the branch leader, Wang Yi. With Chen Sandog's demise, Wang Yi felt a mix of relief and trepidation. Relief that the old dog was finally gone, yet apprehensive about how to justify himself should Chen Feng seek retribution. "Search," Wang Yi barked, his single eye glinting with cold determination as he vowed to unearth those three wretches, even if it meant digging 3 feet into the ground. In an instant, the Beggar clan, the most well-informed organization, sprang into action. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the shimmering waters of the Kanglan River reflected the last traces of crimson twilight. This was Kanglan Post, a pivotal juncture leading from Ping'an County to Kanglan Prefecture, a bustling hub for all manner of people and wandering heroes. The post was constructed along the riverbank, with wooden walkways extending over the water, where several merchant vessels lay docked. The boatmen shouted as they unloaded cargo, while laborers scurried about, burdened with sacks, their coarse garments drenched in sweat. The open space in front of the post was abuzz with various vendors, selling liquor, meat, herbs, and even fortune-telling services, all calling out to attract customers. A group of bare-chested swordsmen gathered around a greasy wooden table, voraciously tearing into roasted lamb legs, their wine bowls clinking together, splattering liquid across the table in winding trails. The river breeze, laden with moisture, rustled the wine flags hanging along the shore. The din of Kanglan Post grew increasingly vibrant as twilight deepened. On the second floor of the inn, at a window-side table, 3 figures stood out conspicuously. At first glance, they appeared to be 3 exceptionally refined youths. The eldest among them, seemingly around 16 or 17 years of age, possessed a countenance like polished jade, clad in a flowing azure robe adorned with cloud patterns. Intricately embroidered with silver thread at the cuffs, he exuded an air of elegance. At this moment, he sat there, his long fingers gently tapping the teacup in a rhythmic manner, his gaze drifting towards the distant river, enveloped in an ethereal aura of detachment, as if the clamor of the world had no bearing upon him. Opposite the youthful figure clad in azure, there sat a slightly younger boy, dressed in a fitted black attire, with a belt of dark iron cinched at his waist, exuding an air of agility and decisiveness with every movement. A subtle resilience glimmered in his brows as he held up a wine bowl, tilting his head back to drink heartily. With each swallow, the amber liquid trickled down his jaw, glistening like tiny stars under the flickering candlelight, amplifying his bold demeanor. However, the most captivating presence was that of a young girl seated in the center, the youngest of the trio. She wore a pristine white garment, whiter than snow, with the edges embroidered with delicate frost-like patterns, resembling crystallized ice. A 3-foot-long sword lay horizontally on the table, its scabbard adorned with twinkling stars, presenting an image of a serene and ethereal swordsman. Yet, at this moment, she was puffing her cheeks, indulging heartily in the exquisite feast laid before her, utterly dispelling the aura of aloofness. These 3 were, Of course, the Chu Yi siblings, who had traveled a long day from Ping'an County to arrive here. Eat slowly, Chu Yi remarked with a hint of exasperation, gently sliding a cup of tea toward her. There's no one competing with you. The table was laden with an array of delectable dishes. A plate of drunken shrimp sparkled with translucence, each shrimp still adorned with specks of amber liquor, making it a sight to behold. A bowl of river-based soup billowed steam, the milky broth sprinkled with emerald scallions, wafting a delightful aroma, golden. Crispy spring rolls were neatly arranged on a fine blue porcelain plate, emanating an enticing fragrance, and a bamboo steamer filled with freshly made crab yellow soup dumplings, their gossamer skin hinting at the flowing filling within, seeming ready to burst at a mere touch. Chu Yu mumbled an indistinct acknowledgement, her left hand gripping a crispy roasted duck leg, cheeks bulging as she chewed, while her right hand eagerly reached for the bowl of fish soup. The jade pendant hanging at her waist swayed gently with her movements, glimmering with warmth and luster against her immaculate attire. This ensemble had been meticulously tailored by Chu Yi, a thoughtful gift for the three siblings. Chapter 8. The Order of the Abyssal Demon. Chu Yi's slender fingers lingered momentarily on the edge of the celadon teacup. As the warm tea mist swirled around him, his profound gaze thoughtfully swept across the bustling hall of the Kanglan Post Station. This century-old inn stood at a critical juncture along the official road, with copper bells hanging from its eaves clanging in the evening breeze. People from all walks of life converged here. Merchant caravans unloaded their goods, the clash of swords echoed among wandering heroes, and storytellers punctuated the air with their resonant wooden clappers. For newcomers to the martial world, it was indeed the most fitting first stop. Importantly, amidst this chaotic mix, there might be better ways to earn valuable points. Chu Yi's gaze traversed the hall, pausing momentarily on a few figures that clearly belonged to the martial realm. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a burly man with a full beard slammed his hand on the table in the center of the hall, causing the dishes to rattle violently. Veins bulged on his muscular arms, and the 9-ring broadsword at his waist clattered with his movement. Have you all heard? The Order of the Abyssal Demon has resurfaced. This thunderous announcement rendered the previously clamorous and abruptly silent. Even the sounds of clinking cups from the second floor ceased. After a brief moment of stunned silence, an even louder uproar erupted. Uft, Gao Laosi, that old news has been all over the martial world for ages. Did you really need to announce it? A tall, slender man at the neighboring table scoffed, twirling his bamboo chopsticks with finesse. I thought you had something fresh to share. His exaggerated drawl drew agreement from those around him. With some even chuckling derisively, Gao Laosi, the bearded man, felt his face flush crimson at the mocking. He took a hearty gulp of strong liquor, the amber liquid dripping down his beard, staining his coarse cloth robe. Humph, who says I only know this? He paused deliberately, allowing the crowd's attention to refocus on him, then proudly raised his chin. I also know where the Order of the Abyssal Demon currently resides. His words ignited the hall like a spark in oil, causing an immediate uproar. The intricately carved wooden window of the second-floor private room creaked open, and 2 pieces of silver flew out, tracing a brilliant arc through the air. Clink. The coins landed in front of Gao Laosi, spinning momentarily before a youthful yet pretentious voice called out, Speak quickly. If the news is true, this young master will offer a generous reward. Chu Yi absently rubbed the teacup with his fingertips, the cool touch of the celadon snapping him back to reality. Beside him, Chu Yin set down his wine bowl, the amber liquid still gently swaying. Even Chu Yu, who had been engrossed in her meal, abruptly paused, hastily wiping her oily hands on her robe, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with curiosity. The trio's gazes converged on the center of the hall. Seeing the shining silver, Gao Laosi acted with remarkable agility, swiftly stashing the coins into his sleeve without a moment's hesitation. Once he finished, he noticed the intense stares from the crowd, flashed a toothy grin revealing his uneven yellow teeth, and lowered his voice conspiratorially. The Order of the Abyssal Demon is currently at the Sword Forging Manor. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall erupted into a cacophony of whispers. The crowd exchanged glances, each displaying a myriad of expressions. Some were left speechless in shock, others wore skeptical looks and murmured amongst themselves, while a few exhibited flickering gazes, seemingly lost in contemplation. The atmosphere grew tumultuous, with voices rising in fervor. Preposterous! Exclaimed a tall, slender man, slamming his hand down on the table, causing the iron abacus hanging from his waist to jingle loudly. What place is the sword-casting manor? It is one of the foremost powers in the martial world. The old master, Heavenly Sword Xiao Tianjue, is an unparalleled grandmaster. ranked 8th on the heavenly list, and is rumored to have brushed against the threshold of the true martial realm. The manor openly boasts 3 Grandmaster-level warriors. And who knows how many more hidden masters reside within its depths? How could you possibly know such confidential information? Old Fourth Gao snorted disdainfully, pounding his chest with his large hand like a fan. I have just come from the territory of the sword-casting manor, having witnessed with my own eyes various masters rushing towards that direction. The information is undoubtedly reliable. Within 2 days, it will surely spread throughout the martial world. As soon as Old Fourth Gao finished speaking, the hall erupted again. A gentleman in a green robe, with a judge's pen tucked at his waist, suddenly slammed his palm on the table, leaving a shallow dent where the pen tip struck. Hold on. If the sword-casting manor truly possesses the no-boundaries demon order, such an immense opportunity would be guarded fiercely. How could it possibly leak out so easily? Indeed, echoed a scarred-faced man beside him, his facial scar contorting as he spoke. Although the sword-casting manor is formidable, it does not have a true martial realm master to oversee it. If the news is true, they would have been targeted by the soul burial demon sect long ago. How could they possibly safeguard it? Unperturbed, Old Fourth Gao stroked his beard with a sly smile. You've hit the nail on the head, my friend. He surveyed the room, lowering his voice deliberately. Precisely because of this, the sword-casting manor is aware that they cannot keep the news concealed any longer, hence their decision to disclose it proactively. I have heard that. In a month's time, they will host the Sword Discussion Conference, inviting heroes from across the realm to deliberate on this matter. At that time, before he could finish, an elder with twin blades at his back stroked his beard and interjected, the Sword Discussion Conference with the foundation of the sword-casting manor. They indeed have the confidence for such an event. The elder squinted slightly, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. They possess the Thousand Forging's mysterious iron vein. Over the years, the legendary weapons forged within their manor are countless. Many martial heroes take pride in wielding weapons from the sword-casting manor. This upcoming conference promises to be a spectacle. That is the token of Li Wuyuan. A warrior with a scarred visage exclaimed excitedly, slamming his hand on the table, causing the dishes to rattle. Li Wuyuan entered the true martial realm at the age of 30, the youngest in history. Before reaching 100, he ascended to the pinnacle, sweeping through the martial world invincibly. It is said that his legacy is concealed within that token. Whoever can unravel its mysteries, his words trailed off, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. From the corner, a cold, sinister laugh emerged, drawing the attention of the crowd. They turned to see a figure cloaked in black, drinking alone. How could Li Wuyuan, such a formidable figure, have his possessions so easily appropriated? A hoarse voice emerged from beneath the cloak, inquiring how many grandmasters had perished in the pursuit of this token 3 decades ago. Even formidable true martial realm experts had met their demise. The crowd displayed a myriad of expressions. Some bore glimmers of avarice in their eyes, while others revealed apprehension, instinctively reaching for their weapons. Nonsense. A tall, lanky man sprang forth, the sound of metal clanging echoing through the air. How could a mere wanderer like you be privy to such confidential matters? It remained unclear whether this slender figure harbored long-standing grievances against Gao Laosi or was motivated by some other reason. Whenever Gao Laosi took action, this man was always eager to intervene, targeting Gao Laosi's vulnerabilities and creating utter chaos in the process. Gao Laosi's face flushed crimson as he shouted defiantly. My third uncle's niece's little uncle's aunt's godson's classmate is currently working as a servant at the sword-casting manor. This news is absolutely reliable. The hall erupted into laughter. A young scholar, adorned in traditional attire, jested, Goodness, the connections you've woven are more intricate than the mechanisms inscribed on that Wuyuan demon token. Ji let out a giggle, hastily covering her mouth with her sleeve. Chuan shook his head in resignation, murmuring, This web of relations is indeed peculiar. Meanwhile, Chui contemplatively stroked his teacup, casting his gaze out the window. Chapter 9. The enigma of Wuyuan. Chuyi's fingertips lightly paused at the edge of the teacup, a glimmer of profound insight flashing in his eyes. The Wuyuan demon order, is it the legacy of Li Wuyuan? He slightly lowered his gaze, and a plethora of information about this legendary figure swiftly materialized in his mind. Li Wuyuan, a prodigious talent who emerged a century ago. Chui marveled internally. At merely 30 years of age, he forcefully ascended to the true martial realm. An unprecedented feat that shattered the iron laws and records of martial arts that had stood for millennia. It is worth noting that the Grandmaster of the Taoist sect, Zhang Tianshi was also a transcendent genius who appeared once in a millennium, only breaking through his shackles and entering the true martial realm at the age of 240, before Li Weiyuan's emergence. Zhang Tianshi was universally acknowledged as the martial arts prodigy of the millennium, the aspirational figure for all martial artists. The few fortunate individuals who managed to breach the true martial realm did so only after the age of 300. But what of Li Weiyuan? Like a dazzling meteor, he soared through the martial path with a breathtaking speed that left all in awe. In just 30 short years, he ascended to the pinnacle of the true martial realm, dominating the rivers and lakes with unmatched prowess, bringing all adversaries to their knees, truly a figure of unparalleled glory, unmatched in the world. Yet, the trajectory of fate is always fraught with unpredictability and enigma. Just as Li Weiyuan stood at the zenith of his illustrious life, basking in the height of his glory, he inexplicably vanished without a trace. It was as though he had evaporated from the mortal realm, leaving no remnant of his presence. Ultimately, news of his complete downfall reached the world. This revelation struck like a bombshell, sending shockwaves throughout the martial community. Once a martial artist breaches into the true martial realm, their lifespan can extend to 800 years, signifying a near entrance into the realm of immortality. The sudden demise of Li Weiyuan was indeed bizarre and perplexing, and one can only imagine the profound impact it had on others within the martial world. In a fleeting moment, the entire community was engulfed in speculation regarding the cause of his downfall, with myriad theories circulating, each more varied than the last. Some claimed that Li Weiyuan, endowed with extraordinary talent, had shattered the void and ascended to the legendary realm of immortals in pursuit of a higher martial path. Others insisted, with conviction, that he had been slain by the very woman he adored, a tragic tale of a hero who fell at the hands of beauty. While still others conjectured that Li Weiyuan, dissatisfied with his achievements in the true martial realm, sought to breach an uncharted higher realm, only to meet with failure and succumb to madness, ultimately losing his soul. Yet, the truth remained elusive, forever shrouded in mystery. As the years flowed by and time passed, only the enigmatic Weiyuan demon order remained, whispering tales of past glories and sorrows, enticing countless heroes and noble heirs from the martial world to seek it out, yearning to uncover the hidden secrets and extraordinary fortunes it concealed. It is said that Li Weiyuan practiced the Nine-Nether Demon Abyss technique, a remarkable and unconventional demonic art, which, when cultivated to perfection, could forge a unique and unparalleled Weiyuan tribulation body. The power of the Weiyuan tribulation body is boundless, capable of devouring all tangible and intangible entities in the world, truly defying the heavens. Thus, it is rumored in the martial world that Li Weiyuan, through this arcane technique and his unparalleled talent, has shattered the shackles that have constrained the martial realm since time immemorial, successfully stepping into the legendary and uncharted territory beyond the true martial realm. This Weiyuan demon token is said to harbor his legacy, should one acquire it. There lies the potential to inherit Li Weiyuan's extraordinary martial arts and cultivate the Weiyuan tribulation body, becoming the next Li Weiyuan, soaring to great heights and dominating the martial world. Chu Yi's eyes glimmered momentarily. The demon token has appeared? He murmured softly, a subtle smile gracing his lips, forming a curve laden with profound implications. How intriguing. Having expended 30 ease points to acquire information about the world, he is privy to some of the underlying truths. However, he finds little interest in notions of legacy or serendipity. With sufficient ease points, no technique is beyond his reach, no physique unattainable. Yet this particular matter has keenly alerted him to a remarkable opportunity for amassing ease points. The Weiyuan demon token, entwined with Li Weiyuan's secrets. Once this news spreads, it will be sufficient to ignite a frenzy throughout the martial world. Chu Yi mused internally. Various factions would undoubtedly spring into action, and the powerful figures lurking in the shadows would surely emerge, converging at this very moment. At that time, the martial world would undoubtedly be tumultuous. A clash of dragons and tigers inevitable. Such a chaotic and unpredictable scenario is precisely what Chu Yi yearns for. To him, within disorder lies opportunity, where conflict brews. A stage is set. Gently tapping his fingers on the table, a rhythmic sound echoed, while simultaneously, his mind operated like a high-speed machine, rapidly calculating the myriad of possibilities and countermeasures. The sword-forging manor is extending invitations to heroes, hosting a swordsmanship conference. Chu Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. When the various factions gather, ostensibly to refine their martial skills and exchange insights. In reality, it will be a covert struggle for the Wuyuan demon token, rife with intrigue and entangled interests, drawing the world's heroes into this vast whirlpool using the Wuyuan demon token as bait. And this, indeed, is the prime opportunity for me to accumulate these points. Chapter 10. A Lantern in the Jianghu, Love and Hatred in Flux. On the following morning, as dawn broke gently, the bustling Kanglan Post Station, an ordinary hub of commotion, was now abuzz with an even greater clamor, as if an invisible tide had surged through the very essence of the place, infusing the air with an electric anticipation. The cries of vendors, the heated disputes of wandering warriors, and the crisp echo of hooves striking the cobblestones intermingled to create a cacophony of fervor, enveloping anyone who set foot in this realm in a wave of exuberance. The news of the emergence of the Wind Demon Order rippled through the tranquil waters of the Jianghu like a colossal stone cast into a serene lake, shattering the long-standing peace of this world. Overnight, whispers of this revelation spread like wildfire, traversing the expanse of the land. Whether they were martial artists of extraordinary skill or mere commoners with no more strength than to hold a chicken, those who perceived themselves as possessing some capability hastened toward the direction of the sword-casting manner. Such is the nature of humanity. Ordinary folk and lowly warriors, fully aware of their own insignificance, could not help but indulge in fantasies. Perhaps the enigma that has stumped the greatest heroes could be unraveled by none other than themselves. Before encountering true adversity, each individual seemed to bask in the favor of fate, firmly believing themselves to be the exception to the rule. This near-blind confidence is a poignant reflection of human nature. Even if they were to ultimately gain nothing, the mere act of participating in this earth-shattering event would furnish them with tales to boast about in the future. After all, for an unremarkable life, to briefly brush against legend is a monumental stroke of fortune. The spread of this tempest could not be divorced from a peculiar creature, the cloud-note goose. This bird, resplendent in its snowy plumage with wings as sharp as blades, flew with the swiftness of a startled phoenix, leaving behind a fleeting shadow in the clouds. They are no ordinary birds. Rather, they are carefully nurtured spiritual fowl by the major factions, specifically bred to convey confidential messages. Unless intercepted by a transcendent master of the true martial realm, even ordinary warriors would struggle to catch a glimpse of their form. Thus, the information carried by the cloud-note goose is rarely at risk of leakage. At this moment, countless white silhouettes streaked across the vast sky, delivering the rumors of the Wuyuan Demon Order to every corner of the realm. They soared over mountains and rivers, traversing towns and wilderness, acting as invisible messengers, weaving a comprehensive web of intelligence throughout the Jianghu. In this cataclysmic wave stirred by the Demon Order, the cloud-note goose served as the undercurrent propelling the tide forward. As the morning light flickered gently, the vibrant spirit of the marketplace wafted through the air, inspiring the three siblings, Chu Yi, to rise early, wash up, and step out of the inn. The bustling atmosphere, laden with the aroma of various delicacies, invigorated their senses, while the marketplace thrummed with life, steam rising in a hazy veil beneath the sun's golden rays. An elderly man selling sesame pancakes struck his stove with a resounding thud, the freshly baked treats exuding an irresistible fragrance. Meanwhile, the proprietress of the neighboring bun shop lifted the steaming lid, enveloping the street in a rush of savory steam. Most striking were the wandering warriors, adorned with blades at their waists, who navigated the marketplace in small groups, their leather boots echoing uniquely upon the cobblestones. Chiyu suddenly came to a halt, her delicate nose twitching slightly. Following her gaze, one could see a modest wonton stall at the mouth of the alley. Before a rough-hewn wooden table, an elderly man with graying hair kneaded the dough with his calloused hands, while a small boy, no more than 7 or 8 years old, stood on tiptoe, sprinkling chopped green onions into the boiling pot. The milky broth bubbled vigorously, and the floating wontons resembled shimmering silver fish. The soft sound echoed particularly clearly in the morning air. As Chewy turned his head, he caught sight of his sister hurriedly clutching her stomach, her eyes wide with alarm, and her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue that even colored her earlobes a coral shade. The morning breeze tousled her loose strands of hair, with the tips of her locks jingling softly as she bowed her head. Our little glutton of the Chu family. Chu Yi playfully tapped his sister's nose, feeling the warmth of her skin beneath his fingertips. His dark sleeves brushed against Chu Yu's shoulder, and the jade pendant at his waist clinked melodiously against the sword sheath. The old man at the stall froze at the sight of the three elegantly dressed nobles approaching, instinctively hiding his grandson behind him, his coarse apron dusted with flour. However, the small child peeked out from his grandfather's elbow, his round, dark eyes fixated on the gem-studded sachet at Chu Yu's waist. "Do not worry, old man," Chu said, lifting his garments to sit on a nearby stool, deliberately shifting his sword behind him. His long fingers traced the rough wooden table's grain as he spoke gently. "My sister cannot resist the aroma. Please prepare 3 bowls of wontons." The old man nodded eagerly and turned to expertly ladle 3 steaming bowls of wontons onto the table. The wrappers were thin, yet generously filled, and the broth was garnished with vibrant green onions and golden egg ribbons, an enticing aroma wafting through the air. Chu Yu could hardly contain her excitement as she picked up a spoon and scooped a wonton into her mouth, her eyes squinting in satisfaction. Delicious," she exclaimed, her words slightly garbled as she continued. "Brother, I must admit, the influence of Li Wen is quite significant. Although he has been dead for a century, the emergence of just one of his relics has stirred the entire martial world." Chu Yi gently blew on the steam, took a small bite of wonton, and replied slowly. "Li Yuan achieved the true martial realm by the age of 30, a talent rarely seen throughout history. In his time, he single-handedly suppressed the entire martial world, later defeating the 6 foremost powers' true martial ancestors. Such a figure's legacy will undoubtedly provoke a considerable uproar." Chu set down his spoon, his expression serious. "I intend to seize this opportunity to engage in sparring with the masters of the martial world to enhance my practical skills. Only by strengthening my own abilities can I establish myself in this complex realm." Chu Yu's eyes lit up as she swallowed her wonton. "Me too. I wish to witness more extraordinary people and learn various fascinating martial arts and techniques. Perhaps I will even make a group of like-minded friends." Just as they conversed, Chu inadvertently lifted his gaze and caught sight of a beggar, clad in tattered garments, pretending to nonchalantly observe them from the street corner. He exchanged a discreet glance with Chu and Chu Yu, a subtle smile gracing his lips, imbued with meaning. A sharp glint flashed in Chu's eyes as he instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, lowering his voice. "Brother, is that a scout from the beggar's sect?" Excited, Chu Yu leaned in closer, feigning the act of selecting wontons, and whispered, "Finally, it has arrived. I've been waiting impatiently. Brother, may I take the lead this time?" Chu slightly shook his head, a profound smile gracing his lips. "Do not rush. The true spectacle has only just begun." Although Chen Senggu was a mere pawn, the beggar's sect behind him loomed large as a formidable entity. He lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip, pondering that since they had come knocking, it was the perfect opportunity to settle both new and old scores. A flicker of battle intent flashed in Chu's eyes as he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Chu Yu, brimming with excitement, could hardly contain her eagerness. The trio understood clearly that the demise of Chen Senggu had finally stirred the waters. Reflecting on the past, when the 3 siblings had slain Chen Senggu, they inadvertently encountered a fragment of a token. At the moment of its shattering, a fine powder had quietly scattered, settling upon them. In that critical moment, none of them had noticed. Later, through painstaking efforts, Chu discerned the nature of their fates and realized that the powder they had come into contact with was a tracking mark. By then, Chu had already transcended to the innate realm, and with his capabilities, removing the mark would have been a trivial task. Yet, he deliberately chose to retain it. Therein lay a strategy. Firstly, he intended to utilize the tracking mark as a means of tempering, allowing the 3 siblings to engage in various schemes and experiences to foster their growth. After all, they lacked nothing except for the richness of experience and a depth of mindset. Secondly, the tribulations the trio had endured over the past decade were intricately intertwined with the beggar's sect, and thus, this debt could not simply be overlooked. With fate intertwined in this manner, it was time to take aim at the beggar's sect, to resolve this long-standing grudge and bring a conclusive end to all past grievances. Chapter 11. The journey begins. The steaming wontons on the table emitted a fragrant aroma, delighting the senses. The 3 companions dined and chatted, their laughter resonating as if the recent experience of being followed had not dampened their spirits. In a brief moment, Chu Yu swiftly finished a bowl of wontons, licking her lips with a look of lingering satisfaction. Observing her, Chu chuckled and called out to the proprietor, "Good sir, may I trouble you for another bowl?" Feeling a touch of embarrassment, Chu Yu playfully stuck out her tongue. Before long, the proprietor returned with a generously filled bowl of wontons. Chu Yu savored her meal joyfully, And after consuming 3 large bowls, she leaned back contentedly in her chair, gently caressing her slightly rounded belly, her face aglow with happiness. After a brief respite, the trio prepared to depart, leaving a substantial amount of copper coins on the table. The proprietor, noticing the coins, was taken aback and hurriedly approached, bending slightly in a modest manner. "Esteemed guests, you need not spend so much on the wontons." Ji waved her hand with a smile, her tone lighthearted. "Please use the remainder to buy some sweets for the child." Her gentle gaze fell upon a timid little boy peeking from behind the proprietor, his bright eyes shining with curiosity. The proprietor opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. By the time he regained his composure, Chui and the others had already merged into the bustling morning crowd. In the blink of an eye, their figures faded from view, leaving only the warm and beautiful afterglow at the wonton stall. Following this small interlude, Chuyu eagerly reached for the sword at her waist, its long blade gleaming. Her eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement as she turned to Chu-yi and asked cheerfully, "Brother, shall we head to the swordsmith manor now?" Chu-yi wore his usual gentle smile and nodded patiently, explaining, "Indeed, the swordsmith manor is hosting a sword discussion conference, allowing a month for other factions to arrive. This time is meant for their journey." He paused, casting his gaze toward the distant rolling hills. "On our way, we shall have the opportunity to admire the splendid landscapes of the martial dynasty, and I am certain we shall encounter many intriguing fellow wanderers of the Jianghu." Beside them, Chuan maintained his typically reticent demeanor. His character was steady, rarely revealing his emotions. Yet, at this moment, a glimmer of anticipation shone in his eyes. Though he said little, the tightening of his fist betrayed his inner excitement. As the trio navigated several corridors, a secluded clearing behind the inn gradually came into view. Before they approached, the clear sound of horses' hooves could be heard, mingling with the joyful whinnies of the steeds. The air was filled with the fresh scent of hay, subtly tinged with the earthy aroma of manure. An elderly man, slender in stature, emerged from a small building beside the stable. He walked with steady steps, his face etched with the lines of time, his deep-set eyes reflecting wisdom and experience, unmistakably a veteran of this trade. Upon noticing the three, he quickly assessed their refined attire and distinguished demeanor, pondering to himself whether they were wealthy young masters seeking thrills in the Jianghu. "Young gentleman, are you in need of purchasing horses?" the old man inquired with a raspy voice. Chu-yi nodded, affirming the request, and asked the elder to assist in selecting 3 fine steeds. The old man called out, and a young attendant hurried from the stable, his face adorned with a broad grin, eyes narrowed in delight, infused with a hint of anticipation for the business at hand. The attendant mused internally, observing the 3 young gentlemen's opulent attire and distinguished demeanor, realizing they were likely affluent patrons. Today might indeed present a lucrative opportunity. If he secured this deal, his wages for the month could see a pleasant increase. Within the stable, magnificent horses grazed leisurely or stood proudly erect. Some exhibited lustrous coats that shimmered under the sunlight, while others showcased robust physiques, radiating an indomitable spirit. Chu-yi's gaze was drawn to a snow-white horse nestled in the corner. Its entire body gleamed like fresh snow, save for its hooves, which were as black as ink. Its eyes sparkled with intelligence, yet it emanated an air of aloofness, imbued with a wild, untamed fierceness that caused other horses to instinctively shy away. As Chui approached, the white horse raised its head, pawing the ground and emitting a piercing neigh, seemingly issuing a warning. Noticing Chu-yi's unwavering stare, it defiantly snorted, its mane billowing in the air. "What a majestic creature!" Chu-yu exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement, only to be restrained by Chuan, who signaled her to maintain her distance. The elder, witnessing this, hastily intervened. "Young master, this horse descends from wild steeds of the northern borders. Its temperament is too fiery for long journeys. Perhaps you might consider this chestnut mare instead," he suggested, gesturing towards a nearby chestnut horse that was quietly munching on fodder, occasionally swishing its tail. Chu-yi merely smiled, unperturbed, and continued his deliberate approach towards the white horse, each step taken with utmost steadiness. The elder exchanged a knowing glance with the attendant, subtly shaking his head, a hint of mockery playing upon his lips. This wealthy young master was blissfully unaware of the potential dangers. Soon enough, he would learn his lesson. They discreetly stepped back, seeking an optimal vantage point to witness the unfolding drama. As the white horse sensed an intruder, it became agitated, pawing the ground fiercely, its eyes blazing with ferocity. Chui extended his hand, attempting to caress the horse's neck, but the creature abruptly turned, baring its teeth in a threatening display. Unfazed, Chu Yi deftly sidestepped, channeling the innate essence cultivated through his training, gradually infusing the white horse with his energy. A miraculous transformation unfolded before their eyes. The once volatile horse began to calm, the hostility in its gaze dissipating, even nudging affectionately against Chu Yi's hand. The elder and the attendant stood dumbfounded, their eyes wide with astonishment and mouths slightly agape, their faces betraying sheer disbelief. It dawned on them that these three individuals were far from ordinary wealthy scions. They were likely heirs of a martial arts lineage, out for training. The elder, a practitioner of the skin training level himself, recognized the extraordinary nature of these forces, and his demeanor shifted to one of respect as he slightly bowed, clasping his fists. "Young master, your skills are remarkable. I failed to recognize your greatness." Chu Yu clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Brother, you are truly impressive. This horse has acknowledged you as its master." A flicker of surprise crossed Chu En's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He approached a robust black horse, which seemed to sense his presence and nuzzled against the sleeve of his garment. Chu Yu, on the other hand, chose a fiery red mare, whose gentle disposition perfectly complemented her lively spirit. "I shall name you Qixia," she joyfully proclaimed. "How much in total?" Chu Yi inquired calmly, his tone steady. 80 taels of silver, the old man replied with a straightforward price, not daring to ask for more. Chu Yi readily paid the sum and generously added another 5 taels as a tip. The silver gleamed under the sunlight, causing the old man's eyes to light up. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude, bowing even lower, his face adorned with a broad smile. The trio mounted their horses and galloped away from the post station, heading towards the sword-casting manor. Chu Yi named his steed Taxi Su, which surged ahead, its hooves kicking up a flurry of dust, moving swifter than the average horse. As Chu Yi felt the peculiar pulse within Taxi Su, a stirring sensation arose in his heart. There seemed to flow a trace of beastly blood within this remarkable horse, explaining its extraordinary prowess. "Brother, let us race to that grand tree ahead." Chiyu's melodious voice carried on the breeze, akin to a joyful gale. Qixia burst forth like a flame, swift and stirring up a cloud of dust. Chu En silently urged his black horse to keep pace, a rare smile gracing his lips, revealing a hint of anticipation for this contest. With a hearty laugh, Chu Yi urged Taxi Su onward. The horse responded with a resonant neigh, leaping forth like an arrow released from a bow, its sound echoing through the heavens. Under the sunlight, the silhouettes of the three riders and their steeds gradually receded, leaving only a trail of swirling dust in their wake. Chapter 12. The first display of talent. The three siblings galloped along the official road, the spring breeze caressing them, their garments billowing gracefully. Despite it being their inaugural ride, their robust physiques as martial artists allowed them to swiftly grasp the essentials, reveling in the exhilarating rush of the wind. Suddenly, Chu Yi tightened the reins, and his steed, a magnificent snow-white stallion, neighed loudly as it reared its front hooves, sending a cloud of dust into the air. This spirited creature seemed to express its discontent with a resounding snort. Within moments, Chu En and Chu Yu caught up to him. "Brother, what is the matter?" Chu Yu inquired, following Chu Yi's gaze to the endless expanse of reeds swaying in the wind by the roadside, producing a rustling sound. Chu Yi's countenance remained calm, his eyes indifferent as he focused on a patch of reeds 30 paces away, his voice sharp. "Come out, you lurking scoundrel." At his words, a chill ran through Chu Yu, prompting her to instinctively grasp the hilt of her sword. Chu En, too, instantly fell into a vigilant state, his piercing gaze scanning the surroundings. Not far ahead, behind a dense thicket of reeds, Wang Yi and a group of beggar clan disciples lay concealed. Initially confident in their ambush, they were now alarmed by Chu Yi's sudden halt and his precise gaze directed at their hiding place. A sense of foreboding filled Wang Yi's heart. Had this young man detected their presence? Wang Yi, who prided himself on his cultivation in the muscle refinement realm, had achieved a modest level of success in the martial world. Despite the considerable distance, he had sensed nothing amiss, and he considered that Chu Yi, who had only recently been an ordinary person, could not possibly have perceived them. Even if he had killed Shinsengu, it was likely through some form of poison. His strength could not exceed that of the muscle refinement realm. Wang Yi had meticulously planned this ambush, having learned of the trio's whereabouts just days earlier, only to realize now that he had underestimated them. Squinting his beady eyes, Wang Yi's sinister gaze swept over the three. Since they had already been discovered, further concealment would only betray cowardice. He adjusted his tattered robe and boldly stepped forward, forcing a smile. "Ah, young man of the Chu family, you possess remarkable eyesight. Pray tell, how did you discern our presence?" As he spoke, he discreetly signaled, and over a dozen beggar clan disciples fanned out in a semicircle, subtly encircling them. Though clad in ragged attire, each disciple's eyes sparkled with determination, clearly trained in martial arts. Chu Yi remained silent, channeling his innate ability to summon the forces of heaven and earth. The true essence within his meridians flowed, creating a delicate resonance with the surrounding energies. This perceptive ability radiated outward like invisible ripples, allowing him to gauge the strength of his opponents. Soon, he discerned that their strongest member, Wang Yi, was merely of the muscle refinement realm. To ensure thoroughness, Chu Yi expanded his awareness further, probing for any other hidden presences nearby. In an instant, every subtle sound in the environment, rustling leaves, the whisper of the wind, the chirping of insects, was clearly perceived, yet within his perceptual range. There were no other beings aside from the group before him. Still, a sense of unease lingered, prompting Chu Yi to ponder. Is it prudent to expend energy to ascertain the presence of unknown adversaries? Upon perceiving this response, Chu Yi felt a sense of relief. He harbored a fear that an unseen adversary might lie in wait, ready to ambush him, perhaps before he even had a chance to utilize his remaining points. In a direct confrontation, even against a formidable master, he believed that by exhausting all his points, he could still gain the upper hand. Moreover, as time elapsed, his points would accumulate, rendering him impervious to any situation. Yet, in his current state of weakness, caution was indeed prudent. Chu Yi withdrew his perception and exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Un and Chu Yu. The siblings immediately understood each other's intentions. Years of shared existence had bestowed upon them an extraordinary bond, allowing them to grasp one another's thoughts with merely a glance or a gesture. This unspoken understanding had repeatedly aided them in transforming peril into safety, serving as their crucial lifeline throughout their days of hardship. Without delay, Chu In and Chu Yu dismounted. With a flick of her delicate wrist, Chu Yu unsheathed her 3-foot blade, which gleamed with a chilling brilliance under the sun. Chu In, on the other hand, casually tossed his sword to the ground with a resounding clang. He had always regarded the sword as a mere accessory for show. When it came to actual combat, he preferred the raw and straightforward power of his fists, as it was the most direct expression of strength. "Sister, leave the leader to me," he declared, a grin spreading across his face. His gaze burned with intensity as he fixated on the leader, Wang Yi, exuding an aura of combativeness akin to a raging flame. And he strode purposefully towards him. Chu Yu cast a silent, disapproving glance at her brother, yet refrained from comment. With her sword pointed downward, her eyes sparkled with determination as she surveyed the other disciples of the beggar clan. Though slender in form, she emanated a fierce presence that momentarily deterred the previously restless beggar disciples from making any rash moves. Chu Yi remained seated upon his steed, garbed in a robe that flowed gracefully in the breeze, radiating an air of detached elegance. Seemingly indifferent, he had enveloped his perception around his siblings, ready to intervene at the slightest hint of danger. Witnessing the trio's calm demeanor, as if viewing his numerous followers as mere practice dummies, Wang Yi was initially taken aback, struggling to comprehend the audacity and spirit displayed by these young individuals. However, his astonishment quickly morphed into a seething rage. "Damn it, you little brats. Do you take me for a soft touch?" he bellowed, his eyes gleaming with menace. In a swift motion, he unsheathed the hefty 9-ringed broadsword from his back, its blade thick and razor-sharp, glinting ominously as the 9 copper rings clanged against one another with a piercing metallic sound. "Today, I shall teach you the meaning of respect," he roared, his voice resonating like thunder as he charged at Chu In, intent on cleaving him in two. Wang Yi, after all, is not a formidable being of the innate realm. He lacks the ability to perceive the strengths and weaknesses of others. At the stage of refining the mortal body, one can only ascertain an opponent's level through the evident characteristics displayed during their techniques in actual combat. At this moment, his heart was consumed by fury, and reason had long been cast aside, as he yearned to teach this audacious youth a lesson, making him aware of the consequences of offending him. As Chu In saw Wang Yi charging towards him, enveloped in a fierce wind wielding a large blade, he did not flinch or evade. Instead, he threw his head back and let out a resounding roar. "Come at me." This cry pierced the heavens and resonated with a spirit of grandeur. In an instant, his right fist tightened, muscles tensed, veins bulging on his arms, transforming him into a descending tiger, radiating an intimidating aura. Just as Wang Ye's blade, accompanied by a gust of wind, was about to descend, Chuan forcefully propelled himself from the ground, sending dust soaring as if a cannon had exploded. He shot forward like a fired projectile, meeting the blade with a powerful straight punch. This strike contained the force of 1,000 June. And the wind from his fist howled, producing a sound akin to shattering air, as if it aimed to obliterate all obstacles in this realm. Wang Yi was taken aback. Utterly unprepared for such audacity, this youth was boldly braving his formidable blade with mere flesh and blood. In a moment of panic, he hastily positioned his blade to defend, gripping the hilt tightly, attempting to leverage the sword's strength to withstand this terrifying blow. With a thunderous impact, fist met blade in a violent collision. The immense force surged through Wang Yi like a tumultuous wave, sending tremors through his body, numbing his arm and splitting his palm. The blade nearly slipped from his grasp as he staggered back several steps, barely managing to regain his balance, leaving deep imprints in the ground beneath his feet. Meanwhile, Chuan merely swayed slightly before firmly re-establishing his stance, as if the earlier fierce clash was but a trivial matter to him. The intensity of his battle spirit intensified. Blazing like a torch, seemingly declaring to Wang Yi, "This is merely the beginning. The true contest lies ahead." Chapter 13. Crushing. The perils of the Jianghu. Wang Yi staggered to steady himself, his face etched with disbelief and shock, his voice trembling. The muscle refinement realm? You are actually in the muscle refinement realm. How? How is this possible? He fixed his gaze on Chuan, his grip on the 9-ring broadsword quivering slightly. He had thoroughly investigated. Just days ago, these 3 siblings were nothing more than beggars, unable even to afford a meal. Meanwhile, he himself had trained tirelessly through the harshest winters and the sweltering summers, devoting half his life to reach the muscle refinement realm. Yet this youth before him had managed to match his lifelong cultivation in mere days. What was even more terrifying was that during their confrontation, he had distinctly felt that, despite being in the same realm, Chuan had not employed any techniques, relying solely on raw, unadorned strength, completely overpowering him. This was clearly a sign that he had mastered every aspect of his realm to perfection. Wang Ye's gaze involuntarily shifted to the composed figure of Chu Yi, who remained seated atop his horse. The calm demeanor emanating from him sent a chill down Wang Ye's spine. What realm could be stronger than the muscle refinement realm? Realizing that these individuals had attained such prowess in such a short time surely implied they had encountered extraordinary fortunes. Wang Ye's heart swelled with envy. He pondered why such fortunes had not befallen him, and as he contemplated his precarious situation, the likelihood of his demise loomed large. Madness and hatred filled his eyes as he recklessly swung his sword at Chuan. How could this be? The venomous jealousy gnawed at Wang Ye's heart, his eyes turning crimson as he frantically brandished the 9-ring broadsword. The 9 copper rings on the blade clashed violently, producing a cacophonous sound reminiscent of a death knell. The sword light cascading like a waterfall, each strike aimed directly at Chuan's vital points. This is excellent. The battle spirit surged within Chuan, as his seemingly chaotic footwork concealed an underlying profundity. He moved like a fish navigating through the torrent of blade light, each evasion perfectly timed. Suddenly, he surged forward, his left hand gripping Wang Ye's wrist like a vice. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing rang clear. The 9-ring broadsword clattered to the ground, rolling far away in the dust. A surge of panic gripped Wang Yi. He attempted to retract his arm, only to find his wrist ensnared as if bound by iron chains, utterly immobile. In the next moment, Chuan raised his right arm high, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Wang Ye's face. Wang Yi instinctively tried to evade, but with Chuan holding his wrist, he could not fully escape this blow. Thud! Chuan's fist struck Wang Ye's cheek with tremendous force. Wang Yi felt the world spin around him, his vision fading to darkness. The intense dizziness left him crumpled on the ground, struggling for a long while before managing to prop himself up. As his blurred vision finally focused, he saw Chuan towering over him, a mere 3 meters away. Those eyes were chillingly calm, absent of the anticipated mockery or the triumph of a victor. Only a dispassionate indifference akin to gazing upon an ant. This gaze struck Wang Yi like a dull knife, slowly and mercilessly shattering the last remnants of his resignation. He felt something within his chest swell violently, as resentment and madness swiftly consumed his reason. The left hand glided silently towards the waist, a glimmer of cold light appearing between the fingers. A dart, steeped in deadly poison, tore through the air, aimed directly at Chuan's brow. The strike was as swift as lightning, striking without warning, and with the 2 figures in such close proximity, coupled with Chu Yun's unpreparedness. The poison dart seemed destined to find its mark. Wang Yi appeared to sense the chilling breath of death. A twisted smile of morbid satisfaction crept across his face, envisioning Chu Yun's tragic demise from the poison. However, at that critical moment, the dart inexplicably hovered motionless just 3 inches from Chu Yun's forehead. Only then did Chu Yun belatedly realize the imminent threat, sending a wave of cold sweat cascading down his back as he hurriedly retreated 2 steps. Upon witnessing the dart suspended at his brow, Wang Yi's sinister grin instantly froze in disbelief. Before he could comprehend the unfolding events, a flash of azure light streaked past, and the dart hurtled back with a speed that surpassed its original launch. With a soft thud, it embedded itself firmly in Wang Yi's right chest. Before he could react, a surge of azure light swept across his vision. Initially, he felt a lightness in his left arm, but 3 seconds later, an excruciating pain crashed over him like a tsunami. It was then he horrifyingly realized that his left hand had been severed at the root, blood gushing forth in torrents. A scream erupted, piercing the silence. Wang Yi, pale as a sheet, was soaked in a mix of cold sweat and blood. Trembling, he raised his gaze to meet the cold eyes of Chu Yi from atop his horse. With another wave of the azure sleeve, he was sent flying like a tattered sack, rolling several yards across the ground. The splatter of his internal organs mingled with blood painted the earth. Curled up in the pool of his own blood, Wang Yi looked up at the towering figure, terror finally surfacing in his murky eyes, the release of true essence. The realm of the extraordinary. Meanwhile, Chu Yu, engaged in battle with the other members of the Beggars' Sect, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden turn of events, as both sides froze in shock. She gazed at the fallen Wang Yi, who was howling in agony, then turned her attention to the solemn-faced Chu Yun and the composed Chu Yi, momentarily at a loss. Chu Yun, realizing how narrowly he had escaped a dire fate, felt a wave of guilt wash over him as he looked towards Chu Yi, his voice tinged with remorse. "Brother, it's all my fault for being so careless. I almost fell into his trap. Am I truly this useless?" Chu Yi smiled gently, offering reassurance. In the early days of navigating the martial world, such encounters are quite common. One learns from their mistakes. Just exercise caution in the future. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yun nodded resolutely, quickly adjusting his mindset. Seeing his brother undeterred by this setback, Chu Yi felt a sense of relief and nodded approvingly, then called out to Chu Yu, "Stop toying around. Focus on defeating your opponents." Chu Yu responded with a bright, clear voice, a flicker of cold light flashing in her eyes. With a swift turn, she rejoined the fray. Previously, she had merely toyed with the thugs of the Beggars' Sect, but now, having received her brother's command, she held nothing back. Charging forth like a streak of black lightning, Chu Yu confronted the 2 strongest adversaries among the crowd, both formidable practitioners of the body refinement realm. With a subtle flick of her wrist, the soft sword transformed into a myriad of shimmering sword shadows, enveloping her adversaries like strands of rain. Among them was a lean man, a master of the flesh refinement realm, clad in a brown cloth shirt, with a tattered belt from which hung a weathered dagger. His high cheekbones and hawkish nose framed thin lips that curled into a menacing smirk. At this moment, upon witnessing the onslaught of Chu Yu's sword shadows, his expression shifted drastically. He hastily grasped the hilt of his dagger and yanked it free, intent on raising it to defend himself. Yet, before Chu Yu, his movements appeared sluggish, akin to that of a snail. Her soft sword, as agile as a serpent, effortlessly circumvented the blade and struck with the swiftness of lightning, piercing directly into his throat. A dull, anguished cry escaped him, imbued with suffering and resentment. His eyes widened in terror, seemingly on the verge of bursting from their sockets, and his mouth gaped open, desperately attempting to scream, but only releasing a faint wheeze. His hands instinctively clutched at his throat, yet blood gushed through his fingers as his body swayed and gradually crumpled to the ground. Having dispatched one foe, Chu Yu swiftly pivoted to target another master of the flesh refinement realm. This individual was a brawny man, bare-chested, with muscles bulging beneath his bronze skin, resembling hardened rock. His face was a canvas of bulk, and beneath his bushy brows, his eyes, reminiscent of brass bells, reflected sheer terror. Wielding a stout club, its surface pockmarked from countless battles, he felt a surge of dread. Clutching the club tightly, he swung wildly, attempting to construct a defensive barrier. Yet, Chu Yu offered him no respite. Her soft sword carved through the air in graceful arcs, whether thrusting, stabbing, or slashing, each maneuver aimed at delivering a fatal blow. Sweat and tears mingled on the man's face, every assault from Chu Yu sending tremors through his body. His mouth flapped open and closed, issuing frantic cries in a futile attempt to bolster his courage. In mere moments, he was thrown into disarray, and a lapse in his defense revealed a critical opening. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yu's soft sword struck like a bolt of black lightning, penetrating beneath his arm and piercing his heart. Instantaneously, the man's body stiffened, his expression frozen in horror, his mouth agape but silenced forever. The club fell from his grasp with a thud, and his body toppled backward, crashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. With the two strongest adversaries vanquished, the remaining ordinary disciples of the beggar clan were utterly no match for Chu Yu. Like a wraith, she glided through the crowd, leaving a trail of anguished screams in her wake. With each strike, a life was claimed, and blood splattered around her, soon littering the ground with lifeless bodies. Once all the other members of the beggar clan were subdued, Chu Yu stood amidst the carnage, breathing lightly. Her hair had become disheveled, strands dampened by sweat clinging to her cheeks. The sword in her hand dripped with blood, its blade quivering slightly from the intensity of the recent battle. Her gaze remained icy, surveying her surroundings with an aura of palpable menace, as if she were a vengeful specter returned from the depths of hell. At this moment, she is no longer the playful young girl who first ventured into the world, but rather a formidable assassin who instills fear in the hearts of others. Chapter 14. A triumphant first battle. The path of the Dao begins in the chaotic battlefield. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, with only the metallic scent of blood permeating the air. The wounded Wang Yi lay sprawled on the ground, limbs splayed like a defeated hound. His tattered garments, soaked in blood, clung to him, revealing ghastly wounds from which blood continued to seep, staining the yellow earth beneath him. Chu Yi urged his horse forward, each step leaving a profound hoofprint in the soil, the rhythmic sound echoing like a heavy hammer striking against Wang Yi's heart. Upon hearing this sound, Wang Yi, like a startled bird, instinctively trembled. He struggled to lift his head, and, upon catching sight of Chu Yi, his pupils constricted sharply. The madness and resentment that had filled his gaze instantaneously dissipated, replaced by an all-consuming terror that penetrated to the marrow of his bones. In the presence of Chu Yi, Wang Yi felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance, akin to an ant gazing up at a dragon. The disparity in their existence was so vast that any thought of resistance vanished from his mind. Wang Yi understood that, although his beggar clan was renowned as a top-tier force in the martial world, and the old leader was a legendary master of unparalleled strength, such legends felt distant and unattainable to him. He was merely a minor chieftain stationed in a remote area of Ping'an County, devoid of any substantial backing. He had only heard tales of innate experts, which seemed to exist solely in folklore, far beyond his reach. Yet, he now stood as a witness to the terrifying prowess of someone beyond the extraordinary realm. With a mere gesture, Chu Yi unleashed a torrent of immense power that sent him crashing away. The mere pressure emanating from Chu Yi rendered Wang Yi's legs weak, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. This profound fear stemmed from an instinctual recognition of the insurmountable chasm between his existence and that of true strength. Chu Yi's gaze fell calmly upon Wang Yi, who felt as though an invisible hand had seized his throat, stifling his breath. Desperately, he stammered, "Please, don't kill me. You can't kill me. I swear I won't trouble you again. I am the chieftain of the beggar clan, and we too have experts of the extraordinary realm." In mentioning the beggar clan, he clung to what he perceived as his last hope, a flicker of confidence seeping into his tone. Chu Yi's lips curved into a faint smile, a gesture that failed to reach his eyes. "Rest assured, I will not kill you," he replied. Wang Yi, momentarily taken aback, felt a surge of hidden glee, believing that Chu Yi had been intimidated by the name of the beggar clan. Yet, before this joy could fully blossom on his face, Chu Yi's tone shifted dramatically, imbued with undeniable authority. "When you return to the beggar clan, speak the truth. Let them know it was the work of my 3 siblings and me. After your return, no matter what schemes you concoct for revenge, we will be waiting." Upon hearing these words, Chuan and Chu Yu felt a rush of heat surge to their heads, their blood boiling with fervor. Chu Wei was filled with excitement as she raised her gaze towards Chu Yi, her eyes brimming with unabashed admiration. In an instant, they comprehended their brother's intentions. They were unequivocally ready to embrace any challenges that lay ahead, their hearts infused with strength. However, Wang Yi misconstrued Chu Yi's demeanor as a test of his resolve, his face paling in fear as he hastily waved his hands, stammering, No, I will never seek revenge. I assure you. No sooner had the words left his lips than an overwhelming and terrifying pressure descended upon him, akin to a colossal mountain crashing down, forcing his body uncontrollably towards the ground, as if his very organs were on the verge of being crushed by this force. Just as he teetered on the brink of collapse, his consciousness blurring, the oppressive weight suddenly vanished. Wang Yi gasped for breath, his lungs wheezing like a bellows, emitting a series of harsh sounds. Chu Yi regarded the utterly disheveled Wang Yi with cold indifference, stating, I grant you the opportunity to devise every possible means of revenge. Otherwise, should we cross paths again, your demise is inevitable. With that, he gently squeezed his horse's belly, and with a resounding neigh, he took off. Chuan and Chu Wei stood silently in place, their gazes calm and indifferent, briefly lingering on the crumpled form of Wang Yi. Then, with swift movements, they mounted their horses, urging them to closely follow Chu Yi's figure ahead. The trio galloped away like the wind, raising a cloud of dust, swiftly disappearing at the road's end. Wang Yi sat in stunned silence for a prolonged moment before regaining his senses, muttering curses towards the direction they had departed. Madmen. They are all mad. After venting his frustration, he suddenly snapped back to reality, his expression turning frantic as he glanced around, ensuring that Chu Yi and the others had indeed left before dragging his weary body, limping back in the direction from whence he came, each step exuding a sense of despondency. Beside the official road, an ancient tree stood majestically. Its trunk was remarkably stout, requiring 3 people to encircle it, while its canopy spread like an umbrella, casting a soothing shade. Chuan leaned against the tree trunk, retrieving a water pouch from his satchel, tilting his head back to take several swigs, his Adam's apple bobbing with each swallow. Clear water trickled down the corner of his mouth, dampening his clothing. Brother, how did I perform? Chu Wei asked, wiping the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, leaving streaks of mingled blood and dirt across her face, oblivious to her disheveled appearance. Her pride evident as she glanced at Chu Yi, who was busy adjusting the saddle. Chu Yi tied Treading Snow's reins to a drooping branch, gently patting the horse's neck before turning to face his siblings. His eyes swept over their fatigued yet exhilarated faces, a serious expression adorning his features. Your performance was commendable. In the face of the beggars' gang's ambush, you exhibited neither fear nor hesitation and responded with agility, which is praiseworthy. However, you must understand that today's victory was partly due to fortune. The road ahead is far more intricate than we can fathom, and we must not let our guard down. Chuan, your misfortune stemmed from a lack of experience in the martial world. In future endeavors, you must exercise caution and remain vigilant at all times. Chuan's expression grew solemn as he nodded earnestly. Brother, I understand. Had it not been for your presence, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chu Yi nodded slightly, and then shifted the conversation, saying, however, considering our relative inexperience, the swiftness and decisiveness with which we achieved victory prompts a reflection. What distinguishes our cultivation of the Tao Sutra from other martial arts? Chu tilted her head, her delicate brows furrowing in contemplation. After a moment, she replied, on the surface, the Tao Sutra appears to possess no particularly formidable attributes. It seems rather ordinary. Yet, once it is activated, its power is extraordinary. A faint smile graced Chu Yi's lips. Indeed, that is the remarkable essence of the Tao Sutra. It seems mundane, yet it is most conducive to establishing a solid foundation. It embodies a characteristic akin to the ocean, vast and inclusive, allowing us to solidify our foundation with each step and every breath we take during our practice. Chuan, pondering this, interjected, it's just like constructing a building. The deeper and more stable the foundation, the taller and sturdier the structure can rise. Precisely, affirmed Chu Yi. Moreover, the Tao Sutra offers a crucial advantage. It enables us to harness our strength to its fullest potential, employing every ounce of power with precision and without waste. Even in facing the disciples of the beggar sect, despite lacking combat experience, you managed to navigate the situation adeptly, and this is the reason behind it. Chu Yu's eyes brightened with realization as she exclaimed, I understand now. Their strength is not as well controlled as ours. Their techniques are flashy, filled with numerous flaws. Chu Yi nodded in agreement, smiling. Exactly. True strength does not hinge upon the quantity of martial techniques, but rather on the mastery of one's own power. Through the practice of the Tao Sutra, we naturally acquire this attribute. As the sun began to set, casting a dim light, the sounds of insects began to stir within the forest. Chu Yi lifted his gaze to the sky, noting, it is getting late. We must continue our journey. However, before we depart, He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve into the interface within his mind. A soft blue light unfolded, revealing a line of text. Edian, 480 points. Total Edian, 775 points. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Chu Yi's mouth. The 480 points gained from this battle exceeded his expectations. Chapter 15. Lingyun Merchant Association. The three siblings, Chu Yi, Chu Un, and Chu Yu, galloped swiftly along the official road, stirring up a cloud of dust behind them. Having just traversed the vast and boundless prairie, they now found the path meandering into the verdant depths of the mountains. At this early summer hour, the foliage flourished in the mountains, while the distant peaks, layered like a grand tapestry, were shrouded in mist, resembling a realm of fairy tales. As they rounded a mountain bend, the melodious sound of camel bells suddenly reached their ears. A caravan, composed of over 20 horse-drawn carts, was making its way along the mountain trail. Banners fluttered in the wind atop the carts, and the words Lingyun shimmered brilliantly under the sun. The caravan's guards, clad in uniform attire, moved in unison, their swords clashing sharply at their waists as they advanced. The sound of the siblings' horse hooves startled the caravan. In an instant, the trained guards swiftly reformed their ranks, encircling the cargo carts in the center. The frontline guards unsheathed their weapons with a swift motion, glinting coldly in the sunlight. Meanwhile, archers had silently taken to the high ground, their arrows glimmering ominously. The entire defensive formation unfolded seamlessly, clearly an instinctive response honed through countless drills. At the forefront of the caravan stood a weathered middle-aged man, his face etched with the marks of time. He squinted as he assessed the approaching trio. Clad in a blue robe, Chu Yi bore a long sword at his waist. The second brother, Chu Un, donned a black outfit, while their younger sister, Chu Yu, was dressed in white, the silver bells on her wrists jingling rhythmically with the movement of her horse. The trio exuded an extraordinary aura, far from ordinary wanderers of the martial world. Since the resurgence of the Weiyuan demon order, the realm had become a maelstrom, with all manner of bizarre entities emerging. Who could discern whether these three youths were foes or friends? Without uttering a word, the caravan leader slowly raised his hand, signaling the guards to maintain their formation. His gaze fixed intently on every movement of the siblings, missing not a single subtle change. Realizing the other party's vigilance, Chu Yi reined in his horse, slowing its pace, and cupped his hands, declaring in a clear voice, "Gentlemen, do not be alarmed. We are merely traveling and harbor no ill intent." The caravan leader's expression softened slightly upon hearing this, yet he remained cautious, nodding slightly and responding gravely, "If that is the case, you may proceed." With that, he stepped aside to create a narrow passage, while signaling the guards to remain on high alert, with no hint of relaxation. Just as Chu Yi prepared to ride through, a youthful voice suddenly called out from within the lavishly adorned cart at the center of the caravan. "Oh, are there heroes of the martial world? Let me take a look." Almost as soon as the words were spoken, the curtain of the cart was drawn back with a swift motion, revealing a round, fair face. The boy, clutching half a piece of osmanthus cake in his hand, had crumbs adorning his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at the three siblings, as if he had encountered a rare treasure. Leaning halfway out of the cart window, the chubby boy beamed and clasped his hands in greeting. "Esteemed heroes, I am Lu Mingxian, a lover of forging friendships in the martial world. May I inquire your names? Have you come for the Weiyuan Demon Order? Are you headed to the sword-casting manor?" "Mingxian, do not be rude," came a cold reprimand from another cart. A young woman, seemingly in her early 20s, gently lifted the curtain of the carriage. Her features were exquisite, reminiscent of a meticulously carved fairy, yet an air of authority surrounded her, compelling one to avert their gaze. She was none other than Lu Minglan, the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Beside her, an elderly man, who had been resting with closed eyes, suddenly opened them, a glimmer of sharp awareness flashing within. He then conveyed a warning through a subtle transmission. "Miss, be cautious. These three young men, their origins are surely remarkable. I sense a profound threat of death emanating from the one leading them." Upon hearing this, Lu Minglan's fingertips trembled slightly, though her expression remained inscrutable. Her gaze discreetly swept over Chu Yi, noticing the youth clad in a blue robe, standing tall with a clear brow and serene demeanor. Yet beneath this seemingly ordinary exterior lay an aura of transcendence, suggesting that he was not merely a young wanderer fresh to the world, but someone of considerable depth. "Fukong, you are a master of the highest order. For you to feel threatened, they must be at least grandmasters. Could it be that you have misjudged?" No matter how formidable they cannot exceed the age of 20. Lu Minglan's heart raced in astonishment, yet she strove to maintain her composure. Quietly inquiring of Fukong, "My senses are never mistaken. While the threat may not stem solely from his own prowess, these three are undoubtedly formidable." Fukong's voice resonated firmly in Lu Minglan's mind. She understood that Fukong's intuition was remarkably precise, having never erred before. Her skepticism was merely a reaction to the shocking revelation. With this thought, a plan began to form in Lu Minglan's mind, and a glimmer of resolve shone in her eyes. She must cultivate a favorable relationship with these three young men. After all, as a merchant, the essence lies in recognizing valuable opportunities. Moreover, the reason the Lingyun Commerce Association had ascended to one of the premier merchant guilds in Qingzhou was not solely due to its robust strength, but also the maintenance of good rapport with top-tier experts, which was equally crucial. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Lu Minglan gracefully descended from the carriage. Clad in a moon-white brocade robe, soft and flowing in the wind, she wore a simple yet elegant jade hairpin. With each step she took, there was an innate dignity befitting her high status, evoking respect from those around her. Seeing this, the leader of the merchant convoy stepped forward, bowing respectfully, yet speaking clearly. "Allow me to introduce. This is the esteemed eldest daughter of our Lingyun Commerce Association, Lu Minglan." Lu Minglan moved with poise, her skirt gently swaying, as she offered a courteous bow to the three young men. With features as exquisite as a painting and a subtle smile gracing her lips, she spoke. "My younger brother, in his youthful recklessness, has inadvertently caused offense. I hope you will pardon his indiscretion." As the remnants of the setting sun filtered through the trees, casting a soft golden glow upon the cloud patterns embroidered on her sleeves, she turned to Chu-yi, her delicate hands gracefully resting at her waist, embodying both elegance and warmth. "Are you three also heading to the sword-forging manor? How fortuitous. For our purpose here is to escort a shipment of high-quality mysterious iron to the manor." She lifted her gaze towards the dimming sky, a hint of worry crossing her brow. Ahead lies the Blackwind Forest, often inhabited by malevolent beasts, and the hour grows late. If the three of you do not mind, why not accompany us? It would be beneficial to look out for one another on the journey. Her voice was as clear as jade, imbued with an irresistible sincerity. Upon hearing Lu Minglan's invitation, Chu-yi felt a ripple of emotion stir within him. He had just keenly sensed that when the old man glanced in his direction, a peculiar glint of insight flashed in his eyes, followed by Lu Minglan's notably enthusiastic demeanor. Chu-yi could not help but reflect. Truly, there are those beyond the ordinary, realms beyond the heavens. Within this seemingly mundane caravan, there lies a person of remarkable perceptiveness, capable of subtly discerning his extraordinary nature. Indeed, one must not underestimate the myriad of individuals in the world. Chu-yi pondered that his trio lacked many things, yet their understanding of the intricate human heart and the complexities of life was still quite shallow, marked by limited experience. This foray into the world, allowing them to engage with a diverse array of people, could indeed prove beneficial. Most importantly, given the number of Yijian points he currently possessed, he did not perceive any threat from those before him. With this thought, a gentle smile graced Chu-yi's face as he clasped his fists in salute and replied, "Miss Lu, you are too kind. Since you have extended such a warm invitation, we shall not impose." A flicker of barely perceptible joy sparkled in Lu Minglan's eyes upon Chu-yi's acceptance, and she promptly gestured for them to join the group. Chapter 16. The Lu family's three siblings. A gentle smile graced Chu-yi's face as he politely introduced himself to Lu Minglan, saying, "I am Chu-yi, and these are my younger brother Chuan and my sister Chu-yu. We, the three siblings, have recently embarked upon our journey into the martial world, filled with curiosity and longing for its wonders. Our visit to the Forging Sword Manor is primarily to broaden our horizons and personally witness the extraordinary prowess of the heroes and legends that abound in this realm." Chuan sat firmly upon his horse, his posture as upright as a pine tree, and he nodded slightly, addressing Lu Minglan with respect. "Miss Lu." In contrast, Chu-yu playfully perched atop her steed, tilting her head to one side, her bright eyes glimmering with mischief as she regarded Lu Minglan. With a cheerful grin, she exclaimed, "Sister Minglan, you are truly beautiful. This outfit you wear makes you look like a fairy who has stepped out of a painting. So captivating that one cannot help but gaze." Beneath her seemingly innocent praise, however, there was a flicker of astuteness hidden deep within her gaze. Unwary observers might easily be deceived by her effete of navet and charm. Lu Minglan, flattered by such compliments, smiled even more brightly. Her expression as warm and gentle as the sun in spring. She replied softly, "Oh, Chu Yu, your words are as sweet as honey. Do not tease your elder sister so. You too have blossomed into a remarkable beauty. In time, you shall surely enchant many." Her voice was melodious, and her every gesture radiated the grace befitting a lady of noble upbringing. As dusk began to settle, the group exchanged a few more pleasantries before Lu Minglan turned gracefully. Her steps light as she made her way back to the carriage. Inside the carriage sat a young girl, strikingly similar to Lu Minglan, likely around the age of 16 or 17. With almond-shaped eyes and cherry-red lips, her complexion was fair to the point of translucence, presenting a charming visage. Yet, the unmistakable air of arrogance that lingered about her brow somewhat diminished her beauty. At that moment, she was idly toying with a serpent-patterned whip, her expression one of impatience as she tapped the whip's end against the carriage's yoke. "Sister, why are you being so courteous to those three martial artists?" Lu Mingyue scoffed, her disdain evident on her face. "Look at them. They seem utterly inexperienced. They must be mere novices who have just entered the martial world." Her tone was rife with arrogance and prejudice. Upon hearing her words, Lu Minglan furrowed her brow tightly and chastised her in a low yet firm voice. "Mingwei, if I hear you utter such superficial remarks again, you will face a 3-month confinement as punishment." As she spoke, she subtly cast a glance outside the window at Chu Yi and the others, then lowered her voice earnestly, adding, "Uncle Fu has indicated that they are no ordinary individuals. You would do well to behave yourself and avoid provoking them." Though Lu Mingwei felt a swell of defiance in her heart, she pouted and pretended to adjust her sleeves, outwardly adopting a compliant demeanor. Yet, inwardly she scoffed, "Humph, what a farce. Upon arriving at the sword-casting manor, let me demonstrate how I shall meticulously probe your capabilities." A glimmer of cunning flashed in her eyes, vividly showcasing her capriciousness and stubbornness. Meanwhile, Chu Yi rode calmly, his expression unruffled as he silently chanted, "Consume 1 point to assess the situation of the caravan ahead." Instantly, a torrent of information surged into his mind. Scan complete. The caravan comprises a total of 70 individuals, including 1 mid-stage master, the elder Fu Bo, 3 in the blood exchange realm, details available upon inquiry, and 7 in the refinement realm, details available upon inquiry. No hidden threats detected. After a cursory glance at the reassuring absence of threats, Chu Yi chose not to dwell on the other details. Subtly, he shifted his gaze toward the lavishly adorned carriage at the center of the caravan, through the curtain's gap. He discerned Lu Mingyue's defiant profile. He chuckled inwardly, pondering that their meager prowess indeed posed no threat to them. Thus he dismissed the matter from his mind. As the caravan progressed steadily, the curtain of a carriage on the right was suddenly flung open with a flourish, revealing Lu Mingxuan's round head, exaggeratedly peering out. In his eagerness, he nearly collided with a branch by the roadside. Brother Chuan, the plump boy, with half a piece of sesame candy still in his mouth, spoke in a muffled yet boisterous manner. "I heard you're also heading to the sword-casting manor?" His face radiated excitement, as though he had encountered an old friend after many years. Chuan, maintaining his composure, subtly tugged on the reins, guiding his horse closer to the roadside to avoid the imminent collision, responding briefly with a steady, "Mm." His tone remained as calm as ever, devoid of any ripples. "What a coincidence!" Lu Mingxian exclaimed, enthusiastically banging on the window frame, causing the entire carriage to sway. "I've heard that many intriguing figures will be present at this sword conference." With a conspiratorial tone, he lowered his voice, his excitement intensifying. "Do you know about the Xuanli Fairy of the Miao Miao Peak? I saw her from afar last year in Qizhou City. Her figure, her demeanor, TSK. Simply extraordinary." As he spoke, he swayed his head, entirely enraptured. Chuan listened with an impassive expression, his gaze as tranquil as water. Yet he caught a glimpse of his sister, Chu Yu, secretly straining to listen with rapt attention. Unable to resist, he cleared his throat softly, signaling her to tone it down. Yet, the plump boy remained oblivious, animatedly continuing in the dream saneness of the soul burial demon sect. Although few dare to meet her gaze in the martial world, it is said that, at this point, he abruptly recalled a terrifying rumor, shuddering involuntarily, and quickly popped another piece of candy into his mouth, as if seeking to dispel his fears with sweetness. Finally, Chuan spoke. His voice measured and unhurried. "It seems that young Master Lu is quite well versed in these tales of the martial realm." A hint of playful mockery laced his tone. Of course, Lu Mingxian, brimming with self-satisfaction, puffed out his chest, causing a resounding thump as he did so. However, his exuberant gestures resulted in sugar crystals cascading down. In the realm of our Lingyun Chamber of Commerce, we possess the most acute awareness of the latest news. Ah, you wouldn't possibly be, he said, winking mischievously with a sly grin adorning his face. Chuan, maintaining a serene demeanor, replied nonchalantly, we are merely here to broaden our horizons. Oh, the chubby boy elongated his tone, his expression reflecting a knowing understanding. At that moment, however, he inadvertently caught sight of his sister casting a warning glance in his direction, causing an immediate tightening in his chest. Startled, he quickly retracted his neck, a hint of panic washing over his face as he stammered, let us talk another day? The moment the words escaped his lips, he darted back into the carriage with the swiftness of a frightened rabbit, his movements so agile they were almost a blur. In quick succession, a sharp sound echoed as the curtains of the carriage were drawn shut with a decisive thud, seemingly sealing away the slightly tense scene that had just unfolded. Chu Yu observed this comical display and could not suppress a giggle, but a glare from Chu Yi compelled her to feign seriousness and direct her gaze forward. The rhythmic sound of the siblings' horse hooves gently melded into the cacophony of the caravan's rumbling wheels, gradually fading into the deepening twilight along the winding mountain path. Chapter 17. A night in the valley. Chu Yi and his companions traversed the winding mountain path with great haste as a steady stream of martial artists rode in from behind, their steeds galloping with fervor. These warriors of the Jianghu clearly shared a common objective: to cross the Black Wind mountain range and convene at the sword-casting manor for the Grand Martial Arts Gathering. All these groups had accepted the invitation of the Lingyun Merchant Association and opted to travel together. Chu Yi observed the hurried travelers with an unperturbed demeanor. His gaze was sharp, discerning that even the strongest among these groups only possessed the cultivation of the blood exchange realm, none having stepped into the extraordinary realm. Such prowess might dominate a typical Jianghu, yet in his eyes, it was utterly insignificant. A faint smile graced Chu Yi's lips as he mused. The Lingyun Merchant Association's recent maneuvers have certainly attracted quite a bit of excitement. As dusk quietly descended, the last rays of sunlight gradually vanished from the horizon. The caravan of which Chu Yi was a part slowly entered a valley shaped like a gourd. The leader of the merchant convoy, a seasoned wanderer with vast experience, approached Lu Minglan respectfully as the sky darkened further. Miss, the situation in the Black Wind mountain range has become quite perilous. The beasts within have grown exceedingly aggressive, attacking anyone they encounter. With the recent surge of travelers passing through, the friction between man and beast has intensified. This gourd-shaped valley is exceptionally strategic. It is a stronghold that can withstand many. It would be prudent to establish camp here for the night. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Minglan nodded in agreement. Upon her command, the entire caravan sprang into action. The drivers shouted as they skillfully reined in the reins, causing the tall steeds to halt obediently. The guards, with clearly defined roles, swiftly commenced their duties, some patrolling the valley's perimeter, while others set up defenses at crucial points, remaining vigilant for any potential threats. The servants, too, were swift and efficient, hastily erecting tents and preparing meals. Before long, the once tranquil valley was bustling with activity. Columns of smoke spiraled upwards from the cooking fires, and the vibrant glow of the flames illuminated faces that bore expressions of either fatigue or excitement, transforming the valley into a scene of lively fervor. Chu Yi and his siblings sought a quiet spot beneath an ancient pine tree, exuding an air of leisure. Chu Yi's gaze swept lightly over the busy assembly within the valley. Faintly, he could hear the excited conversations of those discussing their imminent arrival at the sword-casting manor, their words brimming with anticipation and yearning. The three siblings reclined under the ancient pine, distanced from the clamor of the camp. Chu Yi squatted on the ground, whimsically drawing patterns in the soil with a slender twig, occasionally breaking into a blissful smile. Chuan, with closed eyes, appeared tranquil and steady, breathing evenly as if in deep contemplation of his own strength. Only Chu Yi's eyes roamed thoughtfully across the campsite, reflecting a blend of scrutiny and contemplation. Suddenly, a subtle stir in the center of the camp shattered the brief tranquility. The previously boisterous camp fell into a momentary hush as everyone turned their heads in curiosity. Chu Yi, with keen perception, lifted his gaze to behold Lu Minglan, draped in a gown as white as snow, gracefully approaching them with light steps. Her figure exuded elegance, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to earth, accompanied by two maidens who bore exquisitely crafted food boxes. Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Lingyun Commerce Association? Wondered a bearded swordsman nearby, his eyes wide with surprise, his voice laced with intrigue. His companion squinted, following the direction indicated, their gaze revealing a hint of curiosity. It seems she is headed towards those three individuals who are isolated. Who might these three be? Lu Minglan glided forward, as though she walked upon the moonlight, which illuminated her ethereal beauty. As she approached, Chui rose with a tranquil grace, his movements refined and composed. Chuan and Chuyu also halted their activities, the trio directing their attention towards Lu Minglan, their expressions tinged with astonishment and inquiry. With a puzzled expression, Chui clasped his fists in salute, his demeanor humble yet polite. Miss Lu, what brings you here at such a late hour? Ignoring the curious glances around her, Lu Minglan gracefully knelt before the ancient pine, offering a slight bow. You three must be weary from your journey today. Here is a special delicacy from the association. 8 treasures, spiritual duck, and snow lotus soup, meticulously prepared with the finest ingredients. I implore you to indulge in these as a token of my regard. As the food box was opened, an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air, an invisible force captivating everyone's senses. Chiyu's eyes sparkled with delight, her hands clapping in excitement. It smells divine. Sister Minglan is so thoughtful. Just as she reached out to accept the offering, a plump figure burst forth from behind Lu Minglan with remarkable speed, leaving no time for reaction. Wait for me, Lu Mingxian exclaimed, clutching a bulging bundle, his cheeks flushed from running. Gasping for breath, he eagerly added, these are my treasured candied fruits. Little sister Chuyu, you must try this lychee paste. In his exuberance, the little chubby boy fumbled with the oil paper, causing the candied treats to scatter across the ground, eliciting light laughter from those nearby. The murmurs in the camp surged, akin to a serene lake disturbed by a mighty stone, sending ripples of intrigue throughout. Who were these 3 individuals to warrant such personal attention from the Lu siblings? Could they be disciples of a reclusive sect? Or perhaps scions of a prominent family embarking on a journey of experience? Curiosity ignited, the crowd exchanged whispers, their gazes fixed upon the Chu siblings as if seeking answers to their unspoken questions. Chuyu's eyes brightened with a flicker of surprise. Yet her expression quickly composed into one of anticipation as she turned to her elder brother, her gaze imbued with inquiry and expectation. Chui smiled gently, his expression warm and modest. Miss Lu, you are far too courteous. My siblings and I are merely accompanying travelers, fortunate enough to journey alongside you all. How could we trouble you to serve us personally? It truly overwhelms us. His tone was neither servile nor arrogant, exuding gracefulness. Lu Minglan's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile, her gaze imbued with sincerity. Master Chu, you jest. The Lingyun Merchant Association has always treated distinguished individuals with respect, not to mention. She paused, her eyes lingering on Chu Yi for a moment, a subtle admiration flickering in her gaze. The 3 of you possess extraordinary poise, and your every gesture radiates exceptional charm. It is indeed an honor for us at the Lingyun Merchant Association to accompany such esteemed company. Her words were delivered with clarity, generating no sense of aversion, but rather evoking a refreshing sense of ease. Please enjoy your meal. Before Lu Minglan could finish her sentence, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from the west side of the camp. Chapter 18. The Beastly Assault. A chilling scream shattered the stillness of the night, as the torches on the western side of the camp flickered violently. Chu Yi lifted his gaze, and in a flash, 3 shadowy figures erupted from the thicket, pouncing upon a patrolling guard. It's the Black Wind Wolves, someone cried out in terror. These were 3 wolf-like beasts, each as large as a calf, their gray-black fur adorned with eerie patterns, and their fangs glistening with a menacing gleam in the firelight. The guard, caught off guard, barely emitted a short, anguished cry before his throat was pierced by the sharp teeth, blood splattering onto the parched grass. Form a formation. Protect the young lady, barked the captain of the caravan guards, as over 40 protectors swiftly arranged themselves into a circular defensive formation, shielding Lu Minglan and the carriage at the center. Chiyi's right hand gently brushed the hilt of his sword, his eyes sweeping across the camp, where eerie green, beastly eyes glowed ominously from all directions. At least 30 black wind wolves had encircled the valley, though apprehension flickered in their hearts. The crowd displayed no signs of fear. Observing the caravan's quick response, the accompanying martial artists promptly reacted, gathering in groups of 3 to 5, forming a defensive line back to back. After all, those brave enough to traverse the Black Wind Mountains and venture into the world of martial arts were formidable warriors in their own right. Even the weakest among them was at least at the skin refinement stage. Before anyone could prepare, the massive forms of the Black Wind Wolves lunged into the throng. A scream echoed through the night as a warrior at the skin refinement stage, unable to evade in time, was struck by the wolf's razor-sharp claws. Sent soaring like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground, fate unknown. "Brother!" Chiyu exclaimed eagerly, her small hands already reaching for the soft sword at her waist. Chuan opened his eyes, a fierce battle spirit igniting within them. "Go," Chui whispered, his tone imbued with calmness and composure. He harbored no worries for their safety. Standing guard, he kept a watchful eye on everything, confident that under his watchful gaze, no harm would befall them. No sooner had he spoken than Chu Yu transformed into a streak of swift shadow, darting like an arrow towards the nearest of the 3 black-winged wolves. These beasts were formidable, their combat prowess rivaling that of warriors at the bone refinement stage. She was small of stature, yet executed a graceful arc in the air as her short sword was drawn, trailing 3 glimmers of silver. The swordplay flowed like water. The first strike pierced the eye socket of the leftmost wolf, the second sliced through the throat of the middle wolf, and the third, remarkably, changed direction mid-air, penetrating the heart of the right wolf from an inconceivable angle. All 3 wolves fell simultaneously, too stunned to emit a lament. A brief moment enveloped the battlefield in silence. What swordplay is this? A guard nearly dropped his weapon in disbelief. Lu Mingxuan's mouth fell agape, and the candied fruit in her hand tumbled to the ground. The guards around her stared in astonishment at the 12 or 13-year-old girl. Her swordsmanship was so exquisite that even the swordsmanship instructor of the caravan seemed trivial by comparison. On the other side, Chuan was equally astonished. He faced 5 black-winged wolves of the bone refinement stage with his bare fists, the force of his strikes resonating like thunder. The first punch struck the head of the black-winged wolf at the forefront, causing its skull to cave in instantly, the residual force sending 2 wolves behind it flying. The second punch crashed into the ground, sending the remaining 2 wolves tumbling, one of which was obliterated mid-air by a subsequent third punch that shattered its spine. Refinement of muscles? A look of astonishment flickered in Lu Minglan's beautiful eyes. She distinctly sensed that Chu En's aura was merely at the refinement of muscles stage, yet his combat prowess rivaled that of a pinnacle refinement of bones warrior. The siblings exchanged knowing smiles and simultaneously lunged at the more formidable refinement of marrow black-winged wolf. She wielded her sword with grace, her movements akin to a butterfly flitting through flowers, each strike precisely targeting the wolf demon's vital points. Most astonishingly, despite the claws of the black-winged wolves brushing against her garments, they always fell just short, as graceful as a startled swan, as fluid as a wandering dragon. Lu Minglan's eyes sparkled with admiration. This agility was undoubtedly masterful. Chuan, on the other hand, chose to confront an exceptionally large refinement of marrow wolf demon. Rather than retreating from an opponent 2 realms above him, he boldly advanced, mountain shaking fist. This was a unique set of techniques that Chuan had devised himself. When their fists met, a resonant clang echoed, reminiscent of metal striking metal. The wolf demon recoiled in pain, yet Chuan stood unwavering. The second punch landed squarely on the wolf king's chest, and the crowd distinctly heard the sound of ribs cracking. As the third punch descended, blood poured from the wolf king's 7 orifices, and it collapsed with a thunderous crash. A monster. Lu Mingwei let her whip fall, utterly forgetting that she was still in battle. Having attained the refinement of bone stage at the tender age of 18, she was already a genius of her family. Yet in comparison to the 2 before her, she felt woefully inadequate. At that moment, she had cast aside her previous arrogance and disdain for others. Just as the crowd was engulfed in profound shock, a massive blood exchange stage black-winged wolf lunged from the shadows, aiming directly for Chu En's back. "Be careful," Lu Minglan exclaimed in alarm. In the nick of time, a silver flash darted past. A pine needle shot through the wolf demon's left eye and exited through the right, its momentum unyielding as it pierced through 3 large trees before embedding itself into the trunk of a 4th. The wolf demon faltered in its stride, allowing Chu En to pivot and deliver a punch to its skull. Bang! The wolf's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white matter across the ground. Chu En shook his hand and offered an awkward smile to Chu Yi beneath the pine tree, scratching his head. "Brother, I could have dodged that." Chu Yi shook his head helplessly, a pine needle having somehow appeared in his hand. Lu Mingwei felt her legs weaken. She silently rejoiced, relieved that she had not acted impulsively earlier to mock the trio. Had she done so, who could fathom the predicament she would face now? The guards gazed at Chu Yi with a newfound respect. Being able to slay a blood exchange stage beast with a pine needle indicated a strength that was nothing short of extraordinary. The surrounding crowd of martial artists stood in stunned silence, Disbelief etched across their faces. Only at this moment did they fully comprehend why the ever-discerning young lady of the Lingyun Commerce Guild treated these three young individuals with such deference. Behold these three. So young yet possessing such remarkable prowess, they truly commanded admiration. As the remaining individuals turned their gazes towards the trio, an involuntary glimmer of profound reverence flickered in their eyes. The scent of blood permeated the air. Rather than retreating, the demonic beasts grew increasingly frenzied. From the eastern woods emerged over 20 more, among which 3 were notably larger, adorned with white crescent patterns upon their foreheads. They were the moon-patterned wolves, equivalent to the bone refinement realm. The expression of the head guard shifted dramatically. One of the moon-patterned wolves lunged directly at Lu Mingxian. The chubby boy, pale as a ghost, wildly brandished his longsword, crying out, "Help! Help me!" At the critical moment, a flash of white darted past. Lu Minglan had inexplicably appeared before her brother, her delicate hand raised as an invisible force surged forth. The moon-patterned wolf was struck as if by lightning, soaring back several yards to crash against the rocky wall, the sound of its bones shattering resonating ominously. The Bone Refinement Realm. The young lady was unexpectedly at the Bone Refinement Realm. The members of the merchant caravan were utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had never imagined that their usually gentle and serene young lady possessed such formidable strength, and that she would act with such decisiveness in a critical moment. A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Yi's eyes as well. Until now, he had not closely observed her, completely unaware that this typically gentle young lady held such remarkable cultivation. This clearly illustrated the extraordinary depth and hidden prowess of the Lingyun Merchant Guild. The tide of battle began to shift in favor of humanity. 3 guards of the merchant caravan at the Blood Refinement Realm and 3 martial experts from the Jianghu. Each defended their respective positions, while Lu Minglan provided support from the center. Chuan and Chu Yu charged fearlessly amidst the demonic beasts, particularly Chuan. Each strike of his fist reverberated with a dull sound, causing ordinary black wind wolves to perish upon contact. Just as everyone believed victory was assured, a deafening wolf howl suddenly echoed from the valley's entrance. The pressure contained within that sound made everyone shudder. The lower-ranked warriors of the Skin Refinement Realm even collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from their noses and mouths. The demonic beasts parted like a receding tide, revealing a massive silver wolf that strode forward. It was thrice the size of an ordinary black wind wolf, its golden crescent markings shimmering brilliantly upon its brow, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. The overwhelming oppressive force felt like an invisible mountain, making it hard for everyone to breathe. The innate realm Wolf King. The head guard's voice trembled. The terrifying pressure enveloped the area like a tangible entity. Lu Minglan's fair face turned pale, and Chuan and Chu Yu were forced to retreat, the siblings standing back to back, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Chu Yi's gaze sharpened, his internal energy beginning to circulate. Just as he was prepared to act, the previously tranquil carriage in the center of the camp suddenly exploded, and a gray figure soared into the sky. "Beasts, do not act recklessly." An ancient yet resonant voice thundered through the valley like rolling thunder. This voice carried an overwhelming force, instantly dispersing the oppressive aura that the Wolf King had cast upon the crowd. Everyone was left in shock, instinctively looking up. They beheld an elder standing suspended in midair, clad in an exceedingly simple garment. The elderly man bore a head of hair as white as snow, gently swaying in the breeze. His amiable visage was etched with the marks of time, and at first glance, he appeared to be an ordinary elder one might encounter in the common streets, exuding a sense of kindness and approachability. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable figure possessed an air of profound mystery within every subtle movement. Those present could distinctly feel a formidable pressure emanating from him, a force born of life's depths. Under this imposing aura, they felt diminutive and insignificant, akin to mere ants, utterly powerless in the presence of the old man, who inspired within them a profound sense of reverence. With a gentle flick of his right index finger, a strike of energy, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, surged forth, so swift that even its afterimage was elusive. Just as the demon Wolf King attempted to evade, a gaping wound appeared in his brow, and the golden crescent markings upon him instantly dimmed. With a thunderous crash, his massive form collapsed to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. The arena fell into a profound silence, all present rendered speechless by the astonishing display of power. Chu Yi narrowed his eyes, recognizing the undeniable strength of a master. The old man descended gracefully, casting not a glance at the corpse of the demon Wolf King, merely nodding slightly to Lu Minglan. "I apologize for frightening you, Mississippi." This figure was none other than Uncle Fu. Just as Lu Minglan was about to speak, tremors suddenly shook the ground violently. Countless stones tumbled from the rocky walls surrounding the valley, and distant roars of beasts echoed, filled with ferocity and madness. Uncle Fu's expression turned grave for the first time. Something is amiss. Chui gazed into the depths of the Blackwind mountain range, sensing through his spiritual awareness a presence far mightier than that of the demon wolf king awakening. His grip on the sword tightened slightly. Tonight's battle was likely only just beginning. Chapter 19. The Might of the Master without a visible form. A terrifying pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping everyone instantaneously. The sensation was akin to an invisible mountain pressing down upon their chests, inducing a suffocating feeling that was overwhelming. Even the usually composed Chui could scarcely escape the weight of this formidable oppression. Is it the Master Realm? Chui mused inwardly. With his strength, only someone of Master Realm or above could evoke such a sense of pressure. Adversaries below the Qi Si realm posed no threat to him. As he attuned himself to the aura, he discerned that there was not merely one presence of Master Realm approaching. Just as the crowd began to falter under this immense pressure, Uncle Fu let out a cold snort, instantly dissipating the terrifying aura that permeated the air. The crowd felt as though a great stone had been lifted from their chests, allowing them to breathe freely once more and alleviating much of the oppressive sensation. At that moment, their gazes were drawn to the horizon, where a dozen colossal figures gradually came into view. Leading the group were 7 wolf kings, their forms indistinguishable from the one that Uncle Fu had previously pierced with a mere gesture, exuding a remarkably similar aura. This indicated that these 7 wolves were formidable beings, comparable to warriors of the innate realm. However, what was even more chilling lay behind them. Following the 7 innate realm wolf kings were 2 even more terrifying 3-headed wolves. Their heads and tails glimmered with a dark golden hue, radiating an aura tenfold stronger than that of the 7 innate realm wolf kings. Undoubtedly, they were wolf demons on par with warriors of the Qi Si realm. It is essential to recognize that Qi Si realm experts are the backbone of humanity's top forces, akin to esteemed elders among various sections. Yet here, all at once, 3 such beings emerged, prompting the crowd to inwardly lament and curse. Is this ever going to end? We are merely passing through, yet it feels as though we have unearthed the ancestral graves of these beasts, entangled in an unyielding conflict. Nevertheless, the crowd maintained a semblance of composure, reassured by the presence of a master among them. They understood that as long as a master stood guard, the multitude of beasts would not pose a significant threat. After all, in the face of absolute strength, numbers sometimes do not dictate the outcome. Everyone's gaze turned to Uncle Fu, and upon closer inspection, they were struck with astonishment. Uncle Fu was not even looking at the 10 formidable beasts, but instead gazed gravely into the distance. Uncle Fu. The chubby Lu Mingxian was about to speak when his words faltered. Suddenly, the crowd felt a violent tremor beneath their feet as the ground quaked intensely. Behind the 10 demonic wolves, 2 even larger figures slowly emerged. One was a 3-meter wolf engulfed in dark golden flames, exuding a chillingly intense heat. The other was a pure black gorilla towering 5 meters high, rhythmically pounding its chest with its hands, producing thunderous sounds with each step that shook the earth. Most crucially, the aura emanating from these 2 monstrous beasts was surprisingly comparable to that previously exhibited by Uncle Fu, exuding a formidable presence that instilled a sense of despair among the onlookers. In an instant, they felt their limbs grow cold, their minds consumed by a singular thought. It was over. They were likely to meet their demise today. Even Chu En and Chu Yu, who had always placed unwavering faith in their brother Chu Yi, displayed concern upon instinctively glancing at him. They observed a fleeting flicker of surprise in Chu Yi's eyes, which was quickly replaced by his characteristic calm demeanor. Their brother's composure provided them with a modicum of reassurance. However, the chubby Lu Mingxian was significantly shaken, repeatedly lamenting. "I'm doomed. I haven't even married yet. Am I to perish here today?" "No." Amidst the tension, his tearful muttering struck a comical chord, momentarily alleviating the oppressive atmosphere. Lu Minglan cast a helpless glance at her younger brother, unable to suppress a bemused smile, witnessing the arrival of 2 beast-rivaling martial masters. Uncle Fu dared not exhibit any arrogance, channeling his energy to unleash a formidable aura. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure surged outward like a tidal wave. The crowd felt as if a fierce wind had struck them, stinging their faces. Behind Uncle Fu, a 3-meter-long blue blade gradually materialized, radiating a sharpness capable of slicing through the very air. Is this the manifestation of true essence? Chui whispered, gazing at the colossal blade behind Uncle Fu. When a martial artist reaches the extraordinary realm, each stage entails profound exploration and utilization of their true essence. At the innate stage, they forge a bridge with the heavens, converting their energy into liquid true essence. At the Sea of Qi stage, their dantian transforms into an expansive reservoir, exponentially increasing their true essence. And upon reaching the master stage, they can condense their true essence into a martial manifestation, which may take the form of animals like tigers or leopards, or various weapons such as swords and spears. We harbor no deep-seated animosity towards you. If you retreat now, we can all coexist peacefully. Uncle Fu solemnly addressed the two master-level beasts. At the innate stage, these beasts possess an intelligence comparable to that of a 7- or 8-year-old human child. Upon reaching the master stage, their intellect even surpasses that of adults. Though incapable of speech, they comprehend human language. Upon hearing Uncle Fu's words, the Wolf King emitted a furious roar directed at the crowd, infused with boundless rage, as if to convey, "You have slain so many of my offspring, and now you wish to escape unscathed? Not a chance." After his roar, the Wolf King opened his maw wide and unleashed a torrent towards the crowd, conjuring a swirling vortex of azure, resembling a rampaging beast as it surged forth. Trees that obstructed its path were instantly drawn into its fury, reduced to splinters in the blink of an eye, while stones and debris from the ground were swept up, creating a scene of utter terror. Witnessing the Wolf King's blatant disregard and immediate aggression, Uncle Fu bellowed in outrage. "Abominable creature! How bold!" Before his words could fully resonate, Uncle Fu swiftly gestured, causing the azure longsword behind him to transform into a streak of blue light, darting towards the tornado unleashed by the demon wolf like an arrow released from its bow. The onlookers held their breath, anticipating a cataclysmic collision. However, to their astonishment, the moment the blue sword made contact with the whirlwind, it did not produce the anticipated thunderous sound. Instead, the longsword seamlessly cleaved through the vortex, maintaining its momentum as it relentlessly aimed for the heart of the demon wolf. The torn tornado instantaneously dispersed in all directions, and the towering trees, which had been ensnared by two individuals, were effortlessly severed as they merely brushed against the residual force, sending a torrent of dust and debris hurtling towards the spectators. Nevertheless, this formidable shockwave was effortlessly quelled by Uncle Fu with a gentle sweep of his sleeve, while the longsword that had targeted the wolf demon was subsequently shattered by a blade of wind expelled by the creature, disintegrating into countless azure fragments that vanished into the air. In this exchange of probing strikes, the disparity in strength was swiftly and unequivocally revealed. Chapter 20. The True Martial Form. Divine might. Like a prison after a fruitless attempt to probe, the wolf demon relinquished its long-range assault. It threw its head back and let out a thunderous howl, its body suddenly swelling to a towering height of 5 zhang. Its muscular limbs left deep fissures in the ground as it lunged ferociously at Uncle Fu. Simultaneously, the black gorilla thumped its chest, unleashing a deafening roar, while a colossal phantom of a 10-zhang giant ape materialized behind it, synchronously swinging its fists downwards. Faced with the dual onslaught of these ferocious beasts, a glint of cold light flashed in Uncle Fu's eyes, and his azure long knife split into two behind him. One blade transformed into a lithe cheetah, pouncing towards the wolf demon, while the other condensed into a 3-foot-long azure edge that fell into his right hand. The old man, like a wraith, advanced towards the gorilla, the threefold aura of a master colliding with a resounding crash, causing the trees within 100 zhang radius to be snapped in half by the shockwave. As Uncle Fu confronted the two master-level wolf demons, a low voice echoed in Lu Minglan's mind. "Miss, I can only strive to hold these two beasts at bay. As for the remaining innate and Qi level demon beasts, I truly lack the energy to deal with them. Please keep an eye on Chui. They seem to possess means to contend with master-level foes. If the situation deteriorates, you, the third young master, and the second young lady should seize the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos." Lu Minglan maintained her composure, discreetly casting a glance at Chui from the corner of her eye before subtly nodding in the direction of Uncle Fu, indicating her understanding. As the battlefield of masters gradually receded, the remaining 7 innate and 3 Qi level wolf demons began to encircle the group slowly. Although their current position offered certain defensive advantages, it simultaneously rendered any attempt to break free exceedingly challenging. At this moment, all eyes instinctively turned towards Chu Yi. Their gazes filled with hope. After all, they vividly recalled how Chu Yi had effortlessly dispatched a demon beast of comparable strength to the blood exchange realm with merely a pine needle. In this dire situation, they believed that only Chu Yi possessed the capability to confront these demon beasts and lead them to safety. They did not expect him to eliminate all the demons. They merely hoped he could withstand their assault long enough to secure an opportunity for escape. Despite the eager looks directed at him, Chu Yi's expression remained unchanged, calm and unperturbed, as if he were entirely oblivious to the weight of their expectations. At that moment, Lu Minglan stepped forward with poise, her voice clear and resolute. I possess a trump card that can unleash the power of a master, but it can only be used 3 times. I will find an opportune moment to strike. You all should find a way to escape. You were invited by our Lingyun Merchants Association, only to encounter this unforeseen calamity. It is our association's responsibility. If you can escape safely, you may come to our headquarters, where we will provide recompense. With that, Lu Minglan retrieved a jade pendant from her sleeve. At first glance, the pendant appeared unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, one could discern a peculiar aura emanating from it. In this world, the proficiency in martial skills is generally categorized into 6 levels: entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, perfection, transcendence, and intent. To ascend to the realm of the master, one must grasp the essence of intention. Only with the enhancement of this essence can true energy transform freely into various forms. Imbued with a certain grace, true energy, endowed with the essence, can also harness the energy from the surrounding air, significantly amplifying the power of martial techniques. Thus, a master can instill their will and strength into objects, providing protection for their juniors. However, items capable of bearing such essence are exceedingly rare. This particular delivery to the sword forging manor, due to the sword conference, prompted the Lingyun Commerce to dispatch a formidable master for escort, without arranging for an extraordinary warrior. It was initially assumed that the presence of a master would ensure absolute safety. However, unforeseen misfortune struck as they encountered a sudden beast attack. Now, Lingyun Commerce found itself in an awkward predicament, lacking even a single extraordinary expert within the convoy. Therefore, in order to uphold the reputation of Lingyun Commerce and to preserve her own life, Lu Minglan felt compelled to reveal her trump card for survival. Indeed, Miss Lu possesses a grand vision, truly befitting of Lingyun Commerce. Upon hearing Lu Minglan's words, the crowd erupted in a chorus of enthusiastic applause. Lu Mingwei, upon realizing that they would use the life-saving card given by her grandfather to create an escape opportunity for others, felt a twinge of reluctance, hesitating several times to speak. She glanced at the agitated crowd and merely pursed her lips, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, Lu Minglan turned to Chu Yi, her face adorned with a gentle smile, and said, "Young Master Chu, might I request you to clear a path for everyone ahead?" Chu Yi was somewhat taken aback, regarding this woman with newfound respect. He had anticipated that Lu Minglan would, like others, attempt to morally coerce him into safeguarding the group from the rear. Had she done so, he would have undoubtedly ignored the fates of these people. After withdrawing his gaze, Chu Yi calmly responded, "There is no need for such trouble." Before the crowd could fully comprehend his words, Chu Yi swiftly drew his longsword with a decisive motion. Ignoring the reactions of those around him, he silently intoned, "Empower my perfected sword intent within 3 breaths. Dash 150 E-points." As this number flickered in his mind, the sword in his hand, once unremarkable, suddenly radiated a blinding brilliance that pierced the heavens, dazzling and intimidating to behold. Witnessing this spectacle, Chu Yi unhesitatingly swung his sword towards the encroaching 10 demon wolves. A brilliant silver light and a fierce edge emerged before him, causing the wolves to instinctively sense a fatal threat and retreat in panic. Yet, how could their speed rival that of Chu Yi's sword light? In an instant, several wolves to his left were severed in half, their bodies propelled forward by inertia before crashing down. Without a moment's pause, Chu Yi followed up with a second strike. The wolves on his right met the same fate as their counterparts on the left, including 2 from the Qi realm. At this moment, 3 wolf demons remained before him. Chu Yi brandished his longsword once more, delivering a final strike, bolstered by the essence of his perfected sword intent. Even though he wielded only the innate true essence of the foundational realm, it was beyond the capacity of any beast below the master realm to withstand. The fate of the 3 wolf demons was all too clear, as they were swiftly dispatched without a trace. With a resounding thud, the lifeless bodies of the demons collapsed to the ground, and Chu Yi gently sheathed his sword. Though the entire sequence seemed to unfold in slow motion, in reality, from the moment he struck down the first wolf demon to the final sheathing of his sword, merely 3 breaths had elapsed, neither more nor less, precisely perfect. It was only then that the onlookers emerged from their stupor, as if awakening from a dream. The atmosphere was eerily silent, with all eyes fixated on Chu Yi, as if they had witnessed something utterly miraculous. This is over already. The crowd was engulfed in astonishment, unable to regain their composure, plunging the venue into an oppressive stillness. After a considerable pause, as the spectators regained their senses, a cacophony of astonishment erupted. Incredible, this is it. What power is this? That razor-sharp silver light appeared to be sword intent. Sword intent? Could it be that he has reached the Master Realm? At this point, the crowd dared not speak any louder, their gazes toward Chu Yi filled with profound reverence. Among the 3 siblings of the Lu family, alongside their astonishment, there was an indescribable sense of awe. Lu Minglong opened her mouth, only to find herself at a loss for words. She had never anticipated that these 3 youths, whom she had serendipitously encountered on the road, were so extraordinary. No, to describe them as extraordinary would be an understatement. They were truly astonishing beyond compare. She even contemplated that, in the future, Chu Yi might rival Li Weiyuan. At present, Chu Yi, not yet 20, exhibited such remarkable prowess. And by the time he reaches 30, he might very well transcend into the realm of true martial artists. Of course, she remained unaware that Chu Yi had yet to attain the Master Realm, and with his current points, a breakthrough was merely a thought away. She could almost foresee that. At the forthcoming swordsmanship tournament, earth-shattering events would transpire. While the battle on this side concluded in mere moments, the conflict in the Master Realm raged on with fervor. Though Uncle Fu faced 2 adversaries, the wolf demon and the gorilla, both of whom were Master Realm beasts, he showed no signs of faltering. Deep within the forest, true essence and demonic energy intertwined, with powerful intents suffusing the air. The once solid earth bore the scars of their tremendous clashes, scarred and ravaged. As the battle persisted, Chu Yi expanded his perception and discovered that an increasing number of demonic beasts were encircling them, a relentless tide appearing as if it were inexhaustible. Furthermore, in the distance, he sensed the presence of beings whose power eclipsed even that of the Master Realm. Realizing the dire situation, a hint of gravity crossed Chu Yi's face, and he murmured softly, "This could be troublesome." "What is it?" Lu Minglong, with her keen perception, noticed the subtle changes in Chu Yi's expression and gently inquired. Upon hearing her words, Chu Yi did not respond immediately. He glanced at the points on his panel, contemplated for a moment, and gradually uttered, "Enough. Let this farce come to a close." The crowd was still bewildered by his statement when Chu Yi silently pondered. How many points are needed to briefly step into the true martial realm? 1 breath 200. Upon seeing this figure, Chu Yi sighed in relief and resolutely decided in his heart, enhance. Temporarily borrow 2 breaths. 400. The moment his thoughts settled, a powerful aura began to surge from him. This sudden transformation caught everyone off guard, and before they could react further, they were forced back 10 paces by an overwhelming pressure. The intensity of Chu Yi's aura did not wane. Instead, it grew even more formidable, compelling the crowd to retreat further. Among them were Chuan and Chu Yu, who, despite their concerns, held unwavering trust in their brother and refrained from rash actions. As the pressure from Chu Yi stabilized, the crowd found themselves 100 paces away. Suddenly, a golden humanoid silhouette materialized behind him. A closer inspection would reveal its striking resemblance to Chu Yi. Initially, the golden figure was of ordinary size, but as time passed, it expanded, towering to a height of 100 paces. It emanated an unmatched, formidable aura that swept across the entire forest. The sheer terror of this presence forced the distant onlookers to the ground, immobile. Even the wolf demon and gorilla engaged in battle with Uncle Fu were rendered motionless. Fear etched on their faces, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at the golden figure. Uncle Fu trembled, his lips quivering, filled with disbelief and fear as he exclaimed, "The Dharma manifestation. True martial realm. How could such a presence appear here?" Yet, no one could provide him with an answer. The nearby beasts, sensing the overwhelming force, turned to flee in panic. However, the instant they attempted to escape, they found themselves frozen in place, unable to move. The forest fell eerily silent, as if time had been suspended, all life rendered mute beneath the oppressive weight of the aura. At this moment, Chu Yi slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting golden glimmer flashing within them. Simultaneously, The towering golden Dharma manifestation also opened its eyes, revealing an infinite majesty within its golden gaze. With a single word, the golden figure commanded, "Roll." The voice resonated like thunder, shaking the very air around it. In the distance, the two master-tier beasts, the wolf demon and gorilla, were obliterated in an explosion of blood mist, reduced to mere fragments by the force of that utterance. Upon uttering these words, the golden apparition in the sky began to gradually dissipate, and the terrifying pressure slowly receded. Instantly, both ordinary creatures and demonic beasts alike desperately fled towards the depths of the forest, as if a formidable and unparalleled beast were pursuing them, yearning only to distance themselves swiftly from this chilling locale. Chapter 21. The Sword Child of the Wujian Sword Sect. Jianshan. A gentle breeze wafted through, casting dappled shadows as sunlight filtered through the leaves, sketching dancing spots of light upon the ground. A withered yellow leaf broke free from its branch, spinning in the air before being delicately caught by a slender, alabaster hand. The fingers were as long as jade, shimmering with a pearlescent glow in the sunlight. The owner of the hand was a girl, perhaps 13 or 14, with bright apricot eyes and slightly pursed cherry lips, leaning languidly against the ancient tree, her fingertips idly toying with the fallen leaves. On the other side of the tree's shade, two young men sat side by side, none other than the three siblings of Chu Yi, who had departed from the merchant caravan to embark on their journey alone. Sighing softly, Chu Yu broke the silence, her fingertips crushing the leaf into fragments. "Brother, do you think that the strong are destined to be lonely?" Chu Yi, twirling a blade of grass between his fingers, replied gently, "When the gap in strength is as vast as a chasm, no matter how approachable you are, others will inevitably look up to you. Just as a person cannot claim brotherhood with a mountain, it is already a rarity to engage in smooth conversation." Ever since Chu Yi revealed his true martial prowess, the members of the caravan, upon encountering him, exhibited not only reluctance to engage in normal conversation, but also approached the Chu siblings with an air of trepidation, as if they were in the presence of a deity. This oppressive atmosphere rendered both the Chu siblings and the caravan members uncomfortable. Reluctantly, they bid farewell to the caravan and set forth on their own path. Such occurrences will only increase in frequency. We must learn to adjust. After all, with our rate of growth, it is destined that few will be able to walk alongside us. This is the price one must pay to become strong. While cattle and sheep prefer to congregate in herds, tigers have always roamed alone. Exchanging a glance with Chuan, a flicker of melancholy passed through the young man's eyes. But it quickly brightened. "I understand now, brother. It's just," he kicked a pebble at his feet, "I occasionally miss the days of lively companionship." Chu Yi nodded slightly, choosing not to dwell on the topic further, and lifted his gaze to the horizon. At that moment, they found themselves atop an unnamed mountain, with the tranquil waters of the Kanglan River flowing beneath them. Beyond the river lay the city of Yinyan County. Behind the city, the endless stretches of the Qifeng Mountain Range unfolded. Renowned throughout the martial world for its sword-forging sanctum, the sword-forging manor was nestled within this range. The Qifeng Mountains were rich in Qixia meteorite iron, a material known for its hardness and exceptional toughness, making it ideal for crafting divine weapons. When the first master of the sword-forging manor discovered this, he established his sect here, and it has flourished for 6 centuries, gaining a formidable reputation in the martial realm. After a long and arduous journey, they had finally arrived at the sword-forging manor. Jiu straightened her posture, stretching leisurely and murmuring, "We have made it." Just as Chu Yi was about to respond, his expression suddenly tightened, and his aura swiftly retracted. Without warning, he unleashed his power, his right fist surging forth like a tiger leaping from the mountains, enveloped in a formidable torrent of innate true essence, striking fiercely towards the large tree on his right. The tumultuous true essence intertwined with the fierce wind of his punch, resembling a surging tide as it cascaded forward with relentless force. In an instant, the force of the punch struck the great tree, producing a sharp crack that echoed through the air. The tree was cleaved in two as if it were mere tofu, and then it exploded, sending wood chips flying in all directions. At that moment, a clear and melodious sword chant resounded, akin to a dragon's roar reverberating through the skies, deafening in its intensity. From behind the tree surged a formidable wave of true essence, within which the sword chant rang out, concealing a fierce sword energy. This torrent of true essence, emerging from behind the tree, swept away the punch's energy unleashed by Chu Yi, escalating the tension in the atmosphere to an acute degree. At this juncture, Chuan and Chu Yu also reacted, swiftly rising to their feet and retreating to stand behind Chu Yi, their expressions laden with vigilance. Moments later, as the dust settled, a young man in white stood with his sword, accompanied by a distinguished elder clad in black. The youth appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, with features as sharp as a blade and attire as pristine as snow. Most striking was the long sword on his back, entirely gleaming white, which continued to tremble slightly in its sheath, emitting a clear chime. "My apologies," the young man said, cupping his hands in greeting, his voice as crisp as a mountain spring. "I happened to pass through this area and inadvertently overheard your conversation." His gaze lingered on Chu Yi, flickering with surprise. "Brother, you are remarkably young yet possess such profound cultivation. May I inquire about your master?" Chu Yi, maintaining his composure, scrutinized the young man. Should one not introduce themselves before inquiring of others? Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his azure robe billowed in the wind. The youth hesitated momentarily before breaking into a smile. "It seems I have been remiss," he acknowledged, adjusting his attire with a serious demeanor. "I am Jianshun, the contemporary sword disciple of the Wajijian sect." "Ah, so you hail from the Wajijian sect. No wonder." A glimmer of understanding flashed in Chu Yi's eyes. It was evident that the young man and his black-clad companion were no ordinary figures. Although the white-clad youth appeared to be under 20, he had already entered the innate realm, and not merely as an average warrior of that level. He was a prodigy who had grasped the essence of the sword within this very realm. It is known that those who comprehend such profundity, barring unforeseen circumstances, are destined to achieve the master realm. As for the elder in black, he exuded an unfathomable presence. Chu Yi sensed an indescribable force radiating from him, akin to a grandeur that transcended the heavens and the earth, clearly indicating that he was at least a master-level expert. "Chu Yi," he returned the greeting, gesturing toward the two behind him. "This is my younger brother, Chu An, and my sister, Chu Yu. We are but wandering cultivators with no sect or affiliation." Upon hearing Chu Yi's introduction, Jianshun, rather taken aback, nodded thoughtfully. His demeanor suggested he had come to believe Chu Yi's words. Jianshun's gaze lingered on Chu Yu for a moment. The young girl tilted her head in scrutiny before suddenly pouting. "Hey, you just believe us just like that? Aren't you a bit simple-minded? You err." Chu Yan quickly tugged at his sister's sleeve in admonition. Yet, Jianshun was not offended. Instead, he replied earnestly, "My sword tells me that what Brother Chu has said is true." As he spoke, he gently caressed the long sword on his back, which immediately resonated with a clear hum. "Why not just say it outright? You can't even be bothered to feign politeness." Chu Yi pouted, finding Jianshun's excuse rather too casual. Chu Yi carefully examined the sword upon Jianshun's back, his eyes revealing a profound interest as he slowly spoke. "Friend, this sword is certainly no ordinary artifact." Upon the mention of the sword, Jianshun immediately perked up and inquired, "Do you also possess knowledge of swords, Brother Chu?" Chu Yi gently shook his head and replied, "I merely possess a rudimentary understanding. Yet, I can sense that your sword harbors an extraordinarily potent force." Upon hearing the initial part of the statement, Jianshun felt a twinge of disappointment. However, the realization that Chu Yi could perceive the sword's exceptional nature left him utterly astonished. He realized that apart from himself, Chu Yi was the first to recognize the sword's uniqueness. In that fleeting moment, Jianshun felt as though a mysterious veil enveloped Chu Yi. Chapter 22. The heart of the strong respecting the privacy of others. Chu Yi refrained from probing further into the matter. He deftly shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Are you here, Dao brother, in pursuit of the Wuyuan demon order left behind by Li Wuyuan?" Upon hearing this, Jianshun chuckled softly and declared in a resonant voice, "Brother Chu, you jest. To be candid, my purpose here is to attend the Sword Forging Manners debate conference." He raised his hand to gently caress the sword at his waist, its tassels fluttering in the breeze. To have the opportunity to engage in swordsmanship discussions and exchanges with numerous heroes from across the land at this rare gathering is indeed a coveted chance, perfectly suited to refine my swordsmanship. It is worth mentioning that this entire affair seems to be a fortuitous coincidence. Before the conference had even commenced, I was fortunate enough to encounter a person of your extraordinary talent and remarkable presence, Brother Chu. Truly, this journey has been rewarding. As for Li Wuyuan's legacy, the Wuyuan Demon Order. At the mention of the Wuyuan Demon Order, a chilling sword intent suddenly erupted from Jianshun's being. His garments billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, and though his 3-foot blade remained sheathed, an overwhelming sword aura surged skyward. Within his eyes, akin to cold stars, myriad sword shadows flickered and danced, ultimately coalescing into a serene clarity. In the realm of martial arts, Jianchen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice resonating like the echo of a dragon's roar. I, Jianchen, believe solely in the sword in my hand, no matter the trials and tribulations ahead. With but a single sword, I can overcome them all. Why should I rely on the remnants of others? Given time, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, relying solely on the sword in my grasp. His words were delivered with resolute conviction, each syllable ringing with the clarity of a sword's chime. Upon hearing this passionate declaration, Chu Yi's previously calm gaze momentarily faltered. He looked up to see Jianchen radiating a vigorous and indomitable presence. Such unwavering determination evoked a sense of reverence within him. For the first time in his life, Chu Yi genuinely felt that indescribable quality emanating from another, the heart of a strong person. Indeed, it is this very heart of the strong. Those who possess such fortitude are destined for boundless achievements. This embodies a spirit of fearlessness, undeterred even by the thorns and obstacles that lie ahead, a boldness that, even when faced with insurmountable challenges, is capable of forging a path to greatness through sheer will and strength. Reflecting on this, Chu Yi's expression grew particularly solemn. With genuine sincerity and respect, he bowed deeply to Jianchen and earnestly stated, "Brother Jianchen, your heart is as steadfast as iron. I have learned much today." His voice was soft yet imbued with a rare seriousness, for he had only just grasped the profound truth of the saying, "The swordsman is the blade of the heart." In that moment of bowing, a complex emotion flashed in Chu Yi's eyes. He was acutely aware that what he lacked was precisely that indomitable heart of a strong person. However, he believed that, with the passage of time, such a mindset would gradually cultivate within him, were it not for a fortuitous coincidence that awakened this extraordinary talent. He might have found it difficult even to muster the courage to compare himself with someone like Jianchen. Indeed, the prodigies nurtured by top-tier forces are not merely distinguished by their profound cultivation. The kind of confidence that emanates from one's very core is cultivated through countless formidable challenges and unwavering victories. Chu Yi raised his head, a newfound clarity shimmering in his gaze, and softly murmured, "It seems this sword discussion conference will be far more intriguing than I had envisioned." Jianchen, witnessing Chu Yi's solemnity as he bowed, could not help but express a flicker of surprise in his eyes before bursting into hearty laughter. The echoes of his laughter lingered in the valley, resounding endlessly. "Why must you be so courteous, Brother Chu?" As the saying goes, there are myriad paths to the same destination. To encounter one another in this remote wilderness today is indeed a remarkable fate. I presume you and your companions are here for the sword discussion conference as well? Jianchen inquired with a smile. Precisely, Chu Yi nodded slightly, responding with calm assurance. No sooner had his words left his lips than Jianchen suddenly pointed his fingers like a sword, and a fierce azure sword aura erupted from his fingertips, slicing through the sky towards a distant cloud, cleaving it asunder in an awe-inspiring display. Subsequently, Jianchen turned his gaze towards Chu Yi and proposed, "Since we are both en route to the conference, traversing these lofty mountains and rivers, it would be advantageous for us to journey together. Not only can we look out for one another, but we may also engage in mutual discussions, exchanging insights on our cultivation. This would surely enrich our travels. What say you, Brother Chu?" The sword aura did not dissipate. Instead, it wondrously coalesced into a resplendent rainbow bridge, one end arching across the sky, while the other pointed directly towards the sword-casting manor, appearing as a fantastical dreamscape. Chu Yi gently waved his sleeve, and in an instant, a violet radiance entwined around him like a spirit serpent, illuminating the rainbow bridge in a kaleidoscope of colors, a spectacle reminiscent of an ethereal realm. "It is my sincere wish. I dare not impose," Chu Yi replied softly, then lightly touched his toes to the bridge, ascending gracefully like a bird in flight. Jianchen did not hesitate. With a flash, he moved like a specter and soon stood alongside Chu Yi. The two figures, their garments billowing in the wind, walked leisurely upon the rainbow bridge, gradually receding into the distance. A gentle breeze wafted through the mountains, faintly carrying their intermittent laughter and conversation. Chu Yin and Chu Yu exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. They had not anticipated that their usually composed brother could engage in such lively discourse with someone he had merely met once. At that moment, the black-clad elder, who had remained silent beside Jianchen throughout, could not help but display a hint of astonishment in his eyes. He considered himself the one who understood Jianchen best. In the past, even when confronted by other prominent talents from rival factions, he had never seen Jianchen so loquacious. Despite being a master of the highest order, He meticulously observed the trio of siblings and could not discern any extraordinary traits in them. While it was indeed remarkable that they had attained such cultivation at a young age, they were not unique in this regard among the myriad forces. He merely offered a commendable assessment of the three siblings. However, the elder dressed in black did not intervene in the actions of the sword disciple. He held an unwavering belief in the capabilities of his chosen disciple. After all, this generation's sword disciple was exceptionally unique, perhaps even more so than those of previous generations. Contemplating this, the elder regarded Chu-in and Chu-yu with keen interest. Upon sensing the elder's gaze upon them, Chu-in and Chu-yu exhibited no signs of trepidation. Instead, they responded with polite smiles. Subsequently, the elder's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Observing this, Chu-in and Chu-yu swiftly employed their skills and hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 23. The Clash of the Talented Ones on the Potential Dragon List in the Western City Gate of Yinyang County. A once orderly stream of people suddenly surged like boiling water, the cacophony rising to the heavens. Hurry, hurry. If you delay, you won't even find a spot at the base of the city wall. A man clad in green tugged at his companion's sleeve, his hurried steps nearly causing him to stumble. What is happening? The man in gray pulled along, stumbled a few steps, his face a mask of confusion. Don't you know? An old man selling pancakes abruptly lifted the steamer lid, steam swirling to reveal his astonishment. There's a brawl among the martial artists near the east gate. The gray-clad man scoffed. What is so special about that? Yinyang County is a melting pot of all sorts. Isn't there a skirmish every other day? I thought it was something significant. This time is different. The man in green stomped his foot in frustration, raising his voice. These are not just any martial artists. Two prodigies from the potential dragon list are clashing at the East City. What? Prodigies from the potential dragon list? The oil paper package in the gray man's hand fell with a thud, sesame candy scattering everywhere. Each name on that list is renowned in the martial world. And it's a rare occasion to even catch a glimpse of them. Absolutely. The pancake vendor hastily packed up, claiming that the surging sword Luo Qingyu and the fiery palm Xiao Lai have already caused half the city wall to crumble. Hey, Laoli, where are you going? Is that even a question? Of course, I'm off to witness the duel of the potential dragon prodigies. If I can see such an extraordinary contest, I'll have tales to tell my descendants for half a lifetime. Old Li did not look back, his feet swift, the sound of his straw sandals echoing against the stone path. The merchant, referred to as Lao Li, rolled up his ledger and dashed east, the beads of his abacus clattering at his waist. Wait for me. The gray-clad man sprang forward but was jostled by the throng. In the chaos, a woman's sharp cry pierced through. Which scoundrel is touching my backside? A woman in red swung her pole, inciting a chorus of wails. The storyteller in the tea house had his wooden block still suspended in midair, while the patrons had already fled in haste in the gambling house. The dealer had just shaken the dice cup but found gamblers vaulting over tables and through windows. Even the constables on duty pretended to cough, stealthily slipping away towards the east gate. As news of the duel between the prodigies from the potential dragon list spread like wildfire throughout the city. Such scenes and dialogues were ubiquitous in the streets and alleys. Shall I? After 5 years and 7 battles, you have only ever defeated me by a hair's breadth. Do you intend to humiliate yourself again today? Luo Qingyu, dressed in pure white, stood upon the broken eaves of the East City. The 3-foot azure blade in his hand reflecting a chilling light under the sun, his figure resembling an immortal descending to the mortal realm. Ha, Luo Qingyu. I have gazed upon your icy visage for 5 years, and today, I shall ensure you display a different expression. Xiao Lai, bare-chested, with bronzed muscles adorned with flame tattoos, laughed wildly, as if his very skin were ablaze. Rubbing his palms together, the scorching air distorted the atmosphere around him, causing the tiles beneath to emit wisps of smoke. The crowd gathered below erupted in an exclamation. Look, that was the initiating move of the heaven-burning palm, crimson earth for 1,000 miles. My heavens, even from such a distance. I can feel the heat radiating from my skin. Young Master Luo, be cautious. Luo Qingyu's gaze sharpened, the tip of his sword trembling lightly, carving 3 exquisite arcs in the air. The 3 questions of the stunning swan, a unique initiation of his own invention, serving both as a gesture of respect and a warning. Let us dispense with idle talk. Today, I shall ensure you abandon all hope. Before his words faded, Xiao Lai surged into the air like a cannonball, his right palm embodying the might of burning heaven and boiling sea, crashing down upon him. Great sun burning heaven. Even before the force arrived, the eaves beneath Luo Qingyu's feet erupted with a thunderous explosion. He soared lightly, like willow fluff, the stunning swan sword tracing a breathtaking arc in the air, precisely aiming for the Laogong acupoint in Xiao Lai's palm. Clang! When sword met palm, a resounding clash of metal echoed. Xiao Lai's palm strength was as formidable as a volcanic eruption, whereas Luo Qingyu's sword intent resembled a gentle spring rain, overcoming rigidity with softness. The two separated instantly, each retreating several paces. What a splendid, stunning swan touching water. Xiao Lai shook his slightly numbed right hand, his combat fervor intensifying. This time, I shall not fall prey to your technique of dispersing force. As Luo Qingyu's toes grazed another rooftop, Xiao Lai swiftly pursued him. This time, he unleashed both palms in unison, his left hand aflame with crimson fire, his right hand cloaked in fiery clouds, forming an encircling tempest of contrasting scorching winds. A worthy challenge. Luo Qingyu thrusted his sword, producing a melodious phoenix cry, stunning swan flitting shadows. Suddenly, his figure became indistinct, the sword's light fracturing into 7 afterimages, flitting through the gaps in the gusts of palm wind like butterflies flitting through flowers. Sizzle! Xiao Lai's shoulder garment tore open, yet no blood was shed. He grinned widely, just a hair's breadth away. Luo Qingyu, your sword remains ever so gentle. For you it suffices. Luo Qingyu coldly retorted, yet his brow furrowed slightly. He noted that Xiao Lai's agility had increased nearly 30% since half a year ago, had he not diligently practiced the 7 transformations of the stunning swan. That last strike would have scarcely grazed the hem of his garment. The two figures darted rapidly through the eastern cityscape, where sword light and palm shadows passed, causing bricks to shatter and beams to splinter. The onlookers retreated further and further back, yet none wished to depart. The 53rd move. An astute warrior shouted the count. During their previous duel at Qifeng Gorge, they had exchanged 62 moves before a victor emerged. Upon the city wall, Xiao Lai abruptly altered his technique. One palm aimed at Luo Qingyu's chest while the other concealed at his waist. Luo Qingyu thrust his sword directly, but just as the tip was about to touch Xiao Lai's palm, he sensed something amiss. This move was but a feint. Burning Heart Palm. The concealed palm at Xiao Lai's waist suddenly struck forth, targeting Luo Qingyu's dantian. Should this blow land, he would either lose his martial prowess or meet his demise on the spot. In that critical moment, Luo Qingyu shockingly relinquished the sword's hilt, lightly flicking the sword's tail with his right hand, stunning swan turning back. The stunning swan's sword, as if animated, traced an uncanny arc in the air, the blade reversing to slice at Xiao Lai's wrist. Excellent. Xiao Lai had no choice but to retract his palm, yet a glimmer of triumph flashed in his eyes. He had awaited this very moment. 9 suns burning heaven. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from Xiao Lai, and 9 fiery streams of energy burst forth from his body, forming a fire cage with a diameter of 30 feet. This was the ultimate essence of the Burning Heaven Palm, requiring the full expulsion of one's true energy as a catalyst. Once unleashed, it could harm the user as much as the foe. Luo Qingyu's pupils constricted. At that moment, he was unarmed, suspended in mid-air without leverage, and was on the verge of being engulfed by the flames. Young Master Luo, the girls watching from below screamed in alarm. Just as life and death hung in the balance, Luo Qingyu took a deep breath, his hands forming an unusual sword seal. Sudden Phoenix, formless. The Sudden Phoenix sword accelerated abruptly in the air, its blade vibrating and emitting a piercing shriek. More astonishingly, the sword's silhouette split into 9, each one solidifying with precision, targeting the weak points of the 9 fiery energies. Boom, boom, boom. With 9 successive explosions, the fire cage was forcibly torn open. Luo Qingyu darted through the opening like a bolt of lightning, and with a swift motion of his right hand, the Sudden Phoenix sword returned to his grasp. The 81st move. It has surpassed their highest record. The crowd erupted in cheers. Xiao Lai panted heavily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The 9 suns burning heaven had drained nearly half of his innate true energy, yet he had still not secured victory. However, a proud smile crept onto his lips. Luo Qingyu, your Sudden Phoenix, formless, truly lives up to its reputation. But, he lowered his voice suddenly. Do you know why I only lose half a move each time? Luo Qingyu, sword in hand, felt his breath falter slightly. Because you lack skill, he retorted. Incorrect. Xiao Lai laughed heartily. It is because I want you to forever remember that there is someone who always falls just short of defeating you. This is far more agonizing than a direct victory. Isn't it? A cold glint flashed in Luo Qingyu's eyes. How tedious. Stop pretending, Xiaolai wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. Your pursuit of perfection makes you intolerant of almost succeeding. Each of my challenges over the past 5 years has left a crack in your heart. Luo Qingyu's hand holding the sword hesitated momentarily. Xiaolai's words pierced precisely into his most sensitive spot. Indeed, over the past 5 years, after each victory over Xiaolai, he would be engulfed in prolonged reflection. Why could he not achieve a complete triumph? Why was he always just a fraction short? Today, let me show you the true essence of the Burning Heaven palm. Seizing the moment of Luo Qingyu's distraction, Xiaolai surged forth. His skin glowed an unnatural red. And as he thrust his palms forward, a dragon's roar echoed. Burning Heaven, transforming dragon. This strike transcended the realm of innate cultivation, wherever the palm wind passed. The air was scorched into distorted trails, resembling a fiery dragon rushing toward Luo Qingyu. In a moment of panic, Luo Qingyu could only block with his sword. Sudden phoenix, boom. Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, an entire section of the city wall collapsed. Dust billowed and debris flew, forcing the onlookers to retreat in haste. Who won? It's impossible to see. Oh my, is this the strength of a prodigy from the potential dragon rankings? As the dust began to settle, 2 figures gradually became visible. Luo Qingyu's sword point rested against Xiaolai's throat, a thin stream of blood trailing down the blade. To one's astonishment, Luo Qingyu's jade crown, which once adorned her hair, lay shattered, her long tresses cascading down. You. Luo Qingyu's voice emerged, slightly hoarse. Xiaolai flashed a grin. Revealing bloodied teeth, my palm wind severed your hair tie first, before your sword could graze my throat. As per our usual custom, a mere half-step difference. After a moment of silence, Luo Qingyu slowly sheathed her sword. You have improved. Ha ha. Xiaolai laughed heartily, yet his laughter held a note of relief. After 5 years and 8 battles, each time a half-step apart, Luo Qingyu, you truly are my nemesis. As Luo Qingyu gathered her disheveled hair, an unusual smile graced her lips. Next time, I shall not hold back. What a coincidence. Neither shall I, Xiaolai replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, as Luo Qingyu engaged in a fierce battle with Xiao Ran, a group of individuals stood at the railing of a beautifully adorned pavilion not far away, observing the contest for the Qianlong list as champions unfold before their eyes. What do you think, Brother Chu? Jianshin gently swirled the jade wine cup in his hand, gesturing towards the nearby Chu Yi. Chu Yi clinked his cup against Jianshin's, his slender fingers tracing the rim, his gaze still fixed on the 2 combatants. Indeed remarkable. Both are rare talents of this age. Interestingly, these 2 ranked only 35th and 36th on the Qianlong list, yet they displayed such formidable prowess. He sipped the fine liquor, an expression of anticipation flickering in his eyes, pondering what extraordinary figures might occupy the top 10 of the Qianlong list. Especially the one who could compel a prodigy like Jian Shun to settle for 2nd place, truly a sight to behold. The top position. Jian Shun's usually placid demeanor rippled with a hint of emotion, his profound gaze shimmering with a glint akin to sword light. Indeed, a worthy opponent awaited. Noticing this, Chu Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the rare display of sentiment from the typically aloof swordsmanship genius. With so many talented individuals gathered, surely Brother Chu's aspirations shall soon be realized. Jian Shun reined in his thoughts, casting his gaze towards the distant horizon. Chu Yi nodded slightly. Memories of various tales about the Qianlong list surfacing in his mind. This list, established by the enigmatic Elder Tianji, encompasses the 36 most promising young talents under 30 from the 13 states of the martial dynasty. That elusive true martial realm expert, renowned for his mastery of celestial mechanics, has always had his rankings revered as the benchmark of martial arts. Within the martial dynasty's realm, where warriors vie for supremacy and sects flourish, the true measure of power and weaponry is represented by the illustrious 3 rankings, the Tianbang, Qianlong list, and Shenbing list. The Tianbang records 30 unparalleled masters of the martial dynasty, each a dominant figure commanding respect and influence. As long as the true martial realm remains unchallenged, those on the Tianbang are the true arbiters of the martial world. Whether they be sect leaders or reclusive masters, their every action capable of swaying the tides of fate. As for the true martial realm, it exists only in legend, with most ancestral figures retreating into seclusion, rarely gracing the world with their presence. Though they may not feature on the Tianbang, they remain the genuine foundation of their respective forces, a source of power not to be trifled with lightly. The divine weapon ranking chronicles the 12 most illustrious and unparalleled swords in the realm, each having shed countless drops of blood and bearing legendary tales. Those fortunate enough to wield a weapon from this esteemed list are either the foremost champions of their time or individuals destined by fate, wherever the blade points. The martial world trembles. Chu Yi pondered the influence of these rankings, gradually formulating his own strategies. If he could orchestrate a plan atop these three lists, perhaps he could leverage it to sway the tides of the entire martial dynasty's realm. With this thought, he could not help but conceive numerous unique ideas for the future rankings, as a magnificent blueprint began to take shape within his mind. Chapter 24. The Celestial Maiden descends. As Chu Yi and Jian Shun were engaged in a discussion regarding the prodigies of the potential dragon list. A sudden uproar erupted from the crowd below, reverberating like thunder. From the western direction, a procession of ethereal maidens clad in snow-white garments approached gracefully, resembling celestial nymphs descending from the ninth heaven. Their presence seemed to purify the very air around them. "It is the people from the mysterious peak," Jinshin remarked, his tone imbued with an uncommon gravity. Chu Yi turned toward the sound and beheld two foremost maidens, radiant like stars encircling the moon. The maiden on the left was tall and statuesque, adorned in a flowing gown of moonlight that accentuated her enchanting figure. At her waist hung a long sword of translucent jade, glistening like frost. She moved with a lightness that seemed to elevate her above the ground, her long hair elegantly secured by a white jade pin, with a few strands dancing in the breeze, enhancing her beauty that rivaled the coldest of frost. Most striking were her deep, pool-like eyes, which seemed to shimmer with lunar radiance, evoking both awe and trepidation, compelling onlookers to gaze yet fear to meet her gaze. This extraordinary figure was none other than Bai Yuli, the fifth-ranked master on the heavenly list. Revered in the martial world as the ice spirit fairy due to her frosty demeanor that resembled the essence of ice. To her right stood a maiden of about 18 years, already exuding a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Clad in a gown of pristine silk, cinched at the waist with a ribbon of icy silk, her slender figure appeared delicate and ethereal. Her skin was as fresh as newly fallen snow, her brows like distant mountains veiled in mist, and her lips a delicate shade of crimson. Most captivating were her clear, profound eyes, which seemed to encapsulate the purest essence of heaven and earth. She walked with an otherworldly grace, embodying the presence of a celestial being, untouched by the mundane world. This was Xian Li, the current saintess of Mysterious Peak, rightfully acclaimed as a paragon of beauty within the potential dragon list. Behind the two maidens followed 12 disciples of Mysterious Peak, each a vision of unparalleled beauty. Some cradled gyukins, while others held flutes, their garments billowing softly, exuding a subtle fragrance. As they moved, their skirts rippled like snow waves, their laughter sparkled like the first thaw of spring waters. Such a scene was enough to make one wonder if they had inadvertently entered a realm of celestial splendor. "Oh my goodness, that is Xian Li, the saintess. The maidens from Mysterious Peak are the goddesses I have longed for day and night," exclaimed a young cultivator clad in a green robe, trembling with excitement. His hands clutched his robes tightly, knuckles whitening with fervor. His handsome face flushed crimson, beads of sweat forming on his brow, as he gazed dreamily at the celestial maidens in the distance. Beside him, a burly man, muscular and imposing, immediately shoved him aside with a scowl, declaring, "What do you mean yours? She is clearly my goddess." This rugged man, usually fierce in demeanor, now exhibited a rare look of infatuation, his thick arms tensed, veins protruding, while the 9-ring broadsword at his side clanked loudly with his agitated movements, oblivious to the noise as he leaned forward on tiptoes to catch a better glimpse. "You're talking nonsense. She is obviously mine," interjected a scholarly young man who had squeezed his way into the fray. His once refined countenance was now grotesquely contorted, the folding fan in his grasp creaking under the pressure, while the collar of his scholarly robe was unwittingly torn asunder. Those bloodshot eyes fixated on the alluring figure in the distance, his lips murmuring incessantly, "Ah, if only I could share this enchanting night with the ethereal Xuanli fairy. I would willingly transcend to the realm of masters at this very moment." There stood a young gentleman adorned in splendid attire, languidly reclining against his attendant. His cheeks flushed like the dawn, breaths rapid and erratic, lost in a reverie of boundless fantasies. The surrounding onlookers, upon hearing his infatuated musings, exchanged knowing eye rolls. One individual, with a touch of annoyance, remarked, "I say, my friend, wake up. Are all the good fortunes of this world meant solely for you? Surely, the Moonli fairy is even more exquisite than Xuanli." A middle-aged cultivator, sporting a goat's beard, stroked his facial hair with a faint gravitas. Yet his trembling fingers betrayed his inner excitement, and his keen eyes sparkled with an unusual light. A mature sister, gentle as water, and a supreme master of unparalleled prowess on the heavenly rankings. How many years of toil could be spared if I were to wed her? As he spoke, he suddenly animatedly patted the shoulder of his companion. You young ones have no comprehension of the saying in youth. One knows not the goodness of elder sisters, mistaking maidens for treasures. His companion stumbled slightly, but bore no ill will, instead nodding enthusiastically, and the two exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes brimming with unspoken lewdness. Before he could finish, they were engulfed by the fervent crowd around them. The entire street surged with excitement at the arrival of these fairies. As countless cultivators vied for a glimpse of their beauty, yet instinctively halted at a distance of 3 zhang. Such an otherworldly aura evoked no sense of irreverence. Amidst the throngs and cacophony of the square, the fairies of Piaomiao Peak remained unfazed, accustomed to such spirited scenes. Clad in flowing white garments, they moved with an ethereal grace, as if traversing the clouds, untouched by the worldly flames of existence. Chu Yi's gaze was irresistibly drawn in their direction, and as his eyes fell upon the group of fairies, particularly the 2 leading ladies, he found himself momentarily entranced. Their unparalleled beauty, coupled with their transcendent elegance, sparked a flicker of undeniable astonishment in his eyes. Beside him, Jianshan merely cast a few indifferent glances before averting his gaze, his demeanor one of apathy. To him, the ancient sword in his hand held far greater allure than the fairies before him. His fingertips gently caressed the sword sheath, as if engaging in a silent communion with it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chuan stared intently downward, his gaze fervent, until a sudden sharp pain in his thigh jolted him back to reality. Turning, he met his sister Chu Yu's eyes, which brimmed with unspoken reproach, and he awkwardly scratched his nose, offering a sheepish grin, just as Chu Yi and his companions paused to observe. The Ice Spirit Fairy Bai Yu Li and the Xian Li Fairy simultaneously sensed something, lifting their gazes toward their direction. When Bai Yu Li encountered Jian Shun and the elderly figure clad in black, she momentarily paused in surprise before nodding in acknowledgement. However, as her gaze flickered over the siblings Chu Yi and Chuan, a fleeting glimmer of curiosity flashed in her eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by her usual composure. Meanwhile, Xian Li, they lingered her gaze on Jian Shun for a brief moment, but when she inadvertently caught sight of Chu Yi, she was suddenly taken aback. A hint of confusion emerged in her autumn-like eyes as she scrutinized Chu Yi deeply, then contemplatively glanced at Chu and Chu Yu beside him, before retracting her gaze. Sensing Xian Li's unusual reaction, Bai Yu Li slightly slowed her steps and communicated telepathically, asking, "Saintess, is there something amiss?" Xian Li gently shook her head and replied in kind, "Elder, it is nothing serious. It's just that person earlier I found myself utterly unable to perceive." "Oh?" A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Yu Li's eyes. "Even your 9-aperture Linglong heart cannot discern him? Could it be an illusion?" Xian Li furrowed her brow slightly, perhaps. Yet, she understood within her heart that the sensation was far from mere illusion. The seemingly ordinary young man appeared to be shrouded in a veil of mystery that even she struggled to penetrate. Chapter 25. The rising winds and gathering heroes. As the ethereal elegance of the celestial maidens atop the Miao Peak captivated the hearts of warriors and mortals alike, a sudden tempest brewed in the heavens. A blood-red cloud appeared on the western horizon, spreading like ink across the sky, staining the firmament with a glaring crimson hue. An eerie chill enveloped the atmosphere, causing those of lesser cultivation to turn pale and tremble. 18 figures clad in black robes bore a throne of bones through the air. Leaning languidly against the throne was a man in dark garb, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, exuding an effortless yet imposing authority. His countenance was stern, and his half-closed eyes seemed to harbor the swirling cosmos, while his ink-colored cloak billowed softly in the wind. Despite the absence of any terrifying spectacle, the innate pressure he emanated rendered the assembled warriors akin to ants beneath a great dragon, their souls quaking in fear. It was the 9-nether demon lord, Li Hantan. A gasp reverberated through the crowd, the voice trembling uncontrollably, as if merely uttering his name summoned an abyss of dread. The moment this foremost figure of the demonic path made his entrance, the temperature of the entire city appeared to plummet by 10 degrees. The air thick with a stifling tension. Behind Li Hantan floated a crimson palanquin. The sheer curtains billowed gently, revealing a graceful figure reclining within. As the beaded drapes clinked softly, A delicate foot, white as snow, emerged, its rounded toes glistening in the sunlight as they touched the ground. A woman clad in a translucent crimson garment stepped forth, the fabric so sheer it barely concealed her alluring curves that set hearts racing. Her eyes, adorned with golden accents, sparkled with myriad charms, and a dot of vermilion graced her brow, enhancing her enchanting allure. A subtle smile played on her lips. Each step she took seemed to tread upon the hearts of those around her, causing the nearby warriors to momentarily falter in their breath, their gazes fervent yet unwilling to meet hers. It was the Dream Enchantress. A warrior whispered hoarsely, his voice breaking. His companion quickly grasped his sleeve, warning, "Do not gaze directly. It is said that those who have seen her true visage often." Before he could finish, the warrior trembled violently, blood seeping from his orifices, yet he continued to smile foolishly as he lunged forward. The crowd turned ashen, many bowing their heads, and some even shutting their eyes and turning away, fearful of sharing the same fate. The Dream Enchantress chuckled softly, the silver bells at her waist jingling, their sound piercing the deafening silence. At that moment, a resonant chant echoed from the south. The melodious incantation, imbued with boundless compassion and tranquility, gradually dispelled the chill that hung in the air. The crowd felt a wave of relief wash over them, their gazes drawn towards the source of the sacred sound. A procession of monks clad in robes approached, their gleaming bald heads shining brilliantly in the sunlight. At the forefront was an elderly monk, his white brows and beard lending him an air of benevolence. In his hand, a 9-ringed staff glimmered with golden light. The old monk offered a single-handed salute and boomed a resonant invocation. "Amit Ba, I am the monk Xian Ku, honored to meet all esteemed patrons." The demon lord's presence remains as formidable as ever. As the conversation unfolded, the venerable monk radiated an ethereal golden seal emblazoned with the swastika, its luminous aura purifying the malevolent blood energy exuded by the soul burial demon sect. Beside him stood a young monk, fair of complexion with red lips and white teeth, whose clear and innocent gaze wandered curiously about. Heavens! Are those the esteemed monks of Tianlong Temple? Is the one leading them not Master Xian Ku, ranked 6th on the heavenly list? And could the little monk beside him be the fabled Buddha child, born with a heart of enlightenment? Gasped someone from the crowd. Upon witnessing Master Xian Ku dispel the blood energy emanating from him, Li Hanshan could not suppress a cold snort. "Bald donkey, mind your own business and keep your nose out of my affairs." Humph. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure of a grandmaster at the pinnacle of his power was unleashed, cascading toward Master Xian Ku like a relentless tide. Amipa. Master Xian Ku's 9-ringed staff struck the ground with a resonant clang, its sound echoing through the heavens. Since the demon lord has arrived, why not absorb this malevolent aura? As he gestured, beams of Buddhist light erupted forth, revealing a magnificent swastika behind him. The clash of two formidable powers, one golden, the other black, engaged fiercely in the air, generating a dazzling display of light and a thunderous roar. However, the confrontation between these two grandmasters had disastrous consequences for those present. Beneath the terrifying pressure, the crowd felt as if an invisible mountain bore down upon them, forcing them to the ground, rendering them immobile. Their faces contorted in anguish, struggling to breathe, they feared they might be crushed at any moment. Bayuli's gaze sharpened as she raised her delicate hand, instantly conjuring a crystalline domain of frost before her. The biting chill coalesced into a translucent barrier of ice, effectively shielding everyone from the oppressive force of the two grandmasters. The members of the Qiaomiao Peak felt a sense of relief wash over them as the suffocating pressure finally dissipated. On the balcony, the elderly figure clad in black beside Jian Chun let out a cold snort, his murky eyes suddenly igniting with a piercing glimmer. His emaciated frame straightened abruptly, sword energy swirling around him like a multitude of blades unsheathed, producing a sharp metallic clang. In that moment, an invisible sword domain erupted around him, its sword energy crisscrossing within, each strand as tangible as steel, disintegrating the terrifying aftermath of the Grandmaster's clash. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere that hung in the air, Chu Yi's eyes flickered with curiosity. Is this the power of the Grandmaster's domain? Indeed, it is remarkable, he mused, glancing at the writhing figures on the ground, silently contemplating their plight. At the peak of this tense atmosphere, a resonant and authoritative voice suddenly rang out, "Enough." Accompanying this proclamation was a domain suffused with a golden, blood-red hue, slicing through the four Grandmasters' domains in the city, banishing the ominous gloom that loomed overhead. With a sigh of relief, the crowd finally stood shakily, gasping for breath as they regained their composure. As the crowd reflected upon the heart-stirring scene they had just witnessed, an involuntary shiver coursed through them, and they gazed uneasily in the direction from whence the sound emanated. At that moment, the air resonated with the thunderous beat of war drums. At the end of the official road, a cloud of dust billowed forth as 2,000 cavalrymen, clad in obsidian iron armor, surged forward like a black torrent. Each warrior exuded a formidable aura, unmistakably indicating that they were all seasoned martial artists. Their steeds, magnificent and majestic, were pitch black, their hooves crackling with purple lightning, their neighing echoing like a deafening roar. This was none other than the illustrious Zhonglei Iron Cavalry, the most elite force of the Wu dynasty. Though only 2,000 of the total 100,000 were present, the might they radiated eclipsed that of tens of thousands of ordinary soldiers. Their synchronized march and overwhelming presence instilled a sense of dread in onlookers. At the forefront of the procession, upon a golden chariot stood a burly middle-aged man, resembling a towering iron pillar. Clad in a purple and gold dragon robe, the embroidered dragon appeared vividly lifelike, with brows sharp as blades and eyes gleaming with piercing intensity. His commanding presence compelled the throngs along the route to part in reverence. As the chariot passed the camp of the Burial Soul Demon sect, the man let out a disdainful snort, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. If you wish to fight, take it outside the city. Do not recklessly stir conflict within. His words bore an undeniable authority and commanding presence. Wu Qingsong. Li Hanzhan lightly tapped the skeletal throne with his fingertips, acknowledging the timely arrival of his adversary. The two titans of the heavenly ranking faced each other across the expanse, the air crackling with palpable tension. The newcomer was none other than Wu Qingsong, the current emperor's brother, renowned as the second strongest on the heavenly ranking and the head of the Jingwu division, a ruthless organization tasked with dealing with martial practitioners who transgress. Owing to his immense strength, Wu Qingsong was highly esteemed by the emperor, wielding considerable influence and prestige within the Wu dynasty. The earlier Golden Blade domain that had shattered the fields of 4 grandmasters was the result of Wu Qingsong's formidable blood aura formation. Bolstered by the 2,000 Zhonglei Iron Cavalry, synergizing with his own powerful blade domain to unleash such terrifying force, overpowering even the mightiest of grandmasters. Amidst the charged atmosphere, the chariot curtain stirred, revealing an exceptionally handsome youth. His demeanor was gentle yet imbued with an innate chill. Garbed in a dark python robe adorned with a resplendent golden dragon that shimmered under the sun, signifying his noble status. Most striking were his eyes, the left, like the rising sun, glimmered with a faint golden hue, brimming with vitality and hope. The right, akin to the full moon, shimmered with silver, exuding depth and mystery. In a calm tone, he spoke, "Royal uncle, please temper your anger. We are all subjects of the Wu dynasty. Let us not lose our composure." Though his voice was gentle, it carried an undeniable authority that compelled all to heed his words. This youth was none other than the crown prince, Wu Qianquan. It was said that upon his birth, extraordinary phenomena manifested, casting a wondrous light across the heavens. He is inherently endowed with a unique martial physique, a rarity throughout the Wu dynasty. With the support of his extraordinary talent, Wu Qianquan has made remarkable strides in the realm of martial arts. Now, he has surpassed all rivals, claiming the esteemed position atop the Hidden Dragon rankings. Across the entirety of the Wu dynasty, the prince's reputation resounds like thunder, his prestige unmatched. Whether among the civil and military officials in the court or the various heroes in the martial world, the prince commands deep respect from all. Witnessing the prince speak, it is evident that he has graciously offered a way out for the two of them. Humph. The pair emitted a cold snort from their nostrils, then promptly restrained their imposing auras. Within the borders of the Wu dynasty, no faction has dared to openly oppose him. After all, the formidable power inherent in the machinery of the state is not to be underestimated. The prince undoubtedly stands as the core representative of the Wu dynasty's court, symbolizing the authority and influence of the entire regime. Chapter 26. Chu Yi's plan as the deadline for the sword discussion conference draws near. Various factions across the land begin to stir, arriving one after another. Among the myriad forces, the most prominent 6 have now seen 5 make their appearance in the city of Yinyang. The ruling martial dynasty, which governs 13 states, the sacred female cultivation ground, Miaofeng, the enigmatic and formidable First Demon Sect, the Zhonghuan Demon Sect, the Buddhist leader, Tianlong Temple, and the sword-dominant sacred ground, Wujijian Sect. However, the Taoist ancestral ground, Longhushan, remains elusive, provoking much speculation among the masses. In addition to these 6 top-tier forces, numerous first-rate factions also arrive in quick succession. Notably, the Beggars Sect. Renowned for its vast number of members spread across the realm, the Dark Blood Poison Sect, adept in the art of poison with unpredictable tactics, the Diamond Sect, known for its fierce techniques and resilient physiques, and Tianyang Gate, whose methods are characterized by their righteous and vigorous nature. These factions are overseen by grandmasters, wielding a significant influence in the martial world. Simultaneously, several solitary masters are drawn to this gathering. For instance, Su Xinghe, famed for his stellar grasp, is a grandmaster whose skills are nothing short of extraordinary. Likewise, Lin Qingwan, the medical immortal, is renowned for her unparalleled medical prowess as a distinguished grandmaster of the healing arts. Furthermore, it is worth noting that many prodigies from the Hidden Dragon list have also emerged in this locale. In an instant, the city of Yin Yang becomes a whirlwind of activity, an extraordinary convergence of heroes, bustling with excitement. This illustrates the remarkable allure of the Wu Yuan Demon Order. Although myriad factions gather, creating a chaotic scene reminiscent of a dance of demons, the martial dynasty and several top-tier forces manage to maintain order, preventing major conflicts from erupting, at least for the time being. Nonetheless, minor skirmishes arise continuously, never truly ceasing. Concerning these petty disputes, the authorities merely turn a blind eye, allowing the situation to evolve within a delicate balance. Open my data panel. In the dim candlelight of the inn, Chu Yi closed his eyes in concentration, silently reciting within his mind. A shimmering screen, visible only to him, gradually unfurled in his consciousness. Master of the Easy Path, Chu Yi. Cultivation level, early innate realm. Physique, Tao body pseudo. Talent, easy limitless easy path, causes as kindling. Traversing time and space, reversing yin and yang. All laws of the heavens may be altered. Easy points, 8560. His gaze swept across the glaring pseudo in the physique section, and a bittersweet smile graced Chu Yi's lips. The Tao body, an extraordinary physique capable of entering a state of enlightenment at will, is certainly not something that a mere few thousand easy points could easily procure. However, as his eyes shifted downward to the easy points tally, a spark of brightness ignited within his gaze. Over 8,000 easy points. In this world where martial prowess is not overly advanced, would at the very least secure a firm foundation for the 3 siblings, placing them in an indomitable position. Yet, this remains insufficient. Slowly, Chu Yi's fingers curled inward, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. His ambitions have never been to merely occupy a corner. Rather, he seeks to transcend all tangible and intangible constraints of causality, time, and fate, aspiring to become an eternal and immortal existence that reigns supreme over all. The sound of the night watchman's clapper echoed from outside, drawing Chu Yi's thoughts towards the imminent sword conference, more precisely, the contest for the Abyssal Demon Order. A bold plan gradually took shape in his mind, when the heroes assembled and fierce competition ensued for the coveted Abyssal Demon Order. He would simply seize it before the eyes of the world, and then, the mere thought of that scene caused a soft chuckle to escape his lips. An obscure youth, showcasing prowess that surpassed even the Grand Master level in a public spectacle, toyed with powerful adversaries. What a resounding slap in the face that would be. Even more intriguing was the notion that when various factions traced his origins, they would discover that this nameless individual had merely days ago been a starving beggar. It would be hard for anyone to believe that an inconspicuous ordinary person could achieve such a meteoric rise from the mundane to the true martial realm in a matter of days. One must understand that reaching the true martial realm is no trivial feat. Even a breakthrough to the innate realm within such a short span would be akin to a fairy tale, utterly implausible. At that moment, all would assume he possessed a treasure far more precious than the Abyssal Demon Order itself, a treasure whose power enabled him to exhibit strength beyond the Grand Master level. After all, a relic capable of endowing an ordinary individual with the might of a Grand Master, or even true martial expert in mere days, would incite madness across the realm. This scenario would be tantamount to declaring war against the world, a solitary act that could shift the very tides of destiny. The profound impact this would have on the world is self-evident. Moreover, all of this would yield an unending stream of essence points for Chu Yi. These essence points could then be utilized to elevate the abilities of himself and his siblings, if he could endure for a while. The massive influx of essence points generated subsequently would undoubtedly propel him to the pinnacle of this realm. perhaps even making him the first to transcend the limits of the world. At that juncture, he could orchestrate the world as a grand chessboard, with all beings as mere pawns, thereby acquiring even greater essence points. Contemplating these grand designs, even with Chu Yi's usual composure, a surge of excitement welled within him. Amidst the flickering candlelight, beneath the calm facade of the youth, an ambitious fervor simmered. Chapter 27. The Gathering of Talents in the Early Morning. A night devoid of conversation lingered. Knock, knock, knock. A series of crisp knocks echoed from the tightly shut door. At that moment, within the confines of the room, Chi was idly perusing a booklet detailing the tales of the martial world. Upon hearing the knocks, her previously languid eyes sparkled with life, and she instantly became animated. Who could it be? With a cheerful response, Chu Yu's voice barely faded before she began to skip lightly towards the door. As the grand assembly approached, her brother, Chu Yi, had forbidden her from wandering aimlessly outside. However, being at an age of vivacity and energy, she found it impossible to remain idle. Now, with someone knocking at the door, her excitement was palpable, and she was eager to discover the identity of the visitor. Meanwhile, Chuan sat nearby, lazily polishing his treasured sword, its blade gleaming with a cold light. Chu Yi, on the other hand, leisurely occupied a spot by the window, with a steaming cup of fragrant tea before him. Immersed in the world of his book, he gently set it down upon hearing the knocks. Directing his gaze towards the door, creak, with the soft sound of the door hinge turning, the door slowly opened. Only then did they discern that the one knocking was the inn's young attendant. The attendant, taken aback for a brief moment upon seeing the lively young girl, quickly regained his composure. As Chu Yu opened the door wider, the attendant peered cautiously inside, taking in the scene within. Momentarily stunned, the attendant swiftly donned a respectful expression and inquired, "May I ask if Master Chu Yi is present?" "I am," Chu Yi replied, noting that the visitor sought him. He delicately set down his teacup, and with a single stride, he stood before the young attendant. The attendant, astonished by the swiftness of Chu Yi's approach, felt a deeper sense of reverence and instinctively bent lower. He understood well that he was in the presence of yet another formidable martial artist. In recent days at the inn, he had encountered numerous individuals of such caliber, and he had grown increasingly cautious in his dealings. Upon seeing Chu Yi approach, the attendant dared not delay and hurriedly retrieved a letter from his bosom, presenting it with both hands in a respectful manner. "Esteemed guest, this is a letter from another patron addressed to you." Chu Yi accepted the letter, prompting the attendant to step back several paces, saying, "I shall take my leave." "Wait a moment," Chu Yi suddenly called out to him. "Does this esteemed guest have any further matters?" The attendant asked cautiously, a hint of perplexity in his tone. "Oh, your reward," Chu Yu exclaimed, producing a few pieces of silver from her sleeve and tossing them lightly to the attendant. Seeing the gleaming silver, the attendant's face brightened immediately. He hurriedly caught the coins, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, miss, for your generosity." After receiving the reward, the attendant glanced around furtively before lowering his voice. "The one who requested the letter is a young gentleman of exceptional bearing, carrying a long sword." With that, he hurriedly departed. Upon hearing the innkeeper's description, Chu Yi was almost certain that the individual in question was Jian Chen. He raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering the purpose of Jian Chen's message. Gently closing the door behind him, he turned and slowly made his way back to his room. With care, he opened the envelope and extracted a slip of paper. The handwriting was forceful and sharp, penetrating the paper, revealing the writer's character through the strokes. It read, "Dear Brother Chu, it is said that the Crown Prince Wu Qianquan will hold a gathering at the Zui Xian Tower before the Tianjiao Conference, inviting distinguished guests from afar. On this day, there shall be a convergence of dragons and tigers, a meeting of extraordinary talents. This grand assembly, with its eminent attendees and radiant talents, presents an exceptional opportunity to express heartfelt sentiments and forge lasting friendships. I am well aware of your remarkable demeanor and outstanding talent. Brother Chu, should you be able to grace us with your presence, it would undoubtedly add luster to this event. Might I inquire if you harbor any intention of attending? If so, Jian Chen shall await your esteemed arrival downstairs." At the bottom of the note, the name Jian Chen was clearly inscribed. After finishing the letter, Chu Yi folded it gently. Just then, his sister, Chi Yu, hurried over and, upon catching sight of the letter, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother, is that a letter from Jian Chen? Quickly, tell me what it says." Seeing his sister's eager demeanor, Chu Yi shook his head with a hint of amusement and handed the letter to her, saying, You can read it for yourself. Chu Yu eagerly accepted the letter, treating it as a treasure, and began to read with fervor. After finishing, she could not help but exclaim, "It truly is a letter from that wooden-headed Jianchen. Oh, it mentions the Tianjiao gathering. It sounds so intriguing. Brother, should we go?" Nearby, Chuan, who had been polishing his sword, perked up at the mention of the Tianjiao gathering. He paused his task, his eyes alight with anticipation, and turned to Chu Yi, observing his younger sibling's eager expressions, which radiated a desire to partake in any lively event. Chu Yi felt a deep understanding. After all, they were young, brimming with curiosity and vitality. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision, smiling gently as he said, "If you wish to go, then let us attend and witness the grace of the martial talents of our era." In his heart, Chu Yi harbored deeper considerations. Attending this Tianjiao conference would not only broaden his siblings' horizons, but also allow him to assess the strength and caliber of the talents of this era. After all, he believed that these extraordinary individuals could potentially become pivotal pieces in the grand chessboard of the world. Once the trio had prepared themselves, they descended to the first floor of the inn. Upon their arrival, they easily spotted Jian Shun, who was seated by the window, sipping wine alone. Jian Shun possessed a unique aura that made it nearly impossible not to draw attention. At another table nearby, a few young ladies cast furtive glances in Jian Shun's direction, their eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. Upon seeing the three siblings descend the stairs, Jian Shun rose slightly, smiling as he remarked, "Brother Chu, I knew that with your enthusiasm for the Tianjiao conference, you would not miss it." Chu Yi smiled in return, politely clasping his fists in salute as he replied, "Thank you for your concern, Brother Jian." The four individuals exchanged a few casual pleasantries before setting off together towards the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, nestled in the most bustling and vibrant area of the city. The pavilion was undoubtedly a fitting choice for the crown prince of the Wu dynasty to designate as a gathering place for the elite. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion boasts branches throughout Qingzhou and is a renowned establishment under the aegis of the Lingyun Merchant Association. The streets were alive with a throng of people, bustling and lively. After traversing two alleyways, the quartet arrived at the entrance of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, which was already surrounded by a crowd drawn by the spectacle. Numerous distinguished individuals were arriving, capturing the attention of the onlookers. It soon became apparent that the crown prince, Wu Qianquan, was hosting a gathering for the elite. Those fortunate enough to receive an invitation from the prince were undoubtedly extraordinary figures of remarkable strength or repute, naturally drawing considerable attention. As Jian Shun made his entrance, the crowd seemed to part as if guided by an invisible force. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the throng, with someone exclaiming, "My goodness, is that not Jian Shun, ranked second on the Hidden Dragon list?" Truly, this elite gathering was a rare occasion to witness such luminaries congregating, a sight that was indeed eye-opening. Following this, many female martial artists in the crowd erupted in a flurry of excited shrieks. "Ah, it's really Jian Shun. Oh my, so handsome. Ah, Jian Shun, I want to bear your children." Faced with such fervent enthusiasm, Jian Shun remained composed, seemingly accustomed to such admiration. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, they were greeted by two imposing figures, their fierce demeanor contrasting sharply with the elegance of the occasion. Jian Shun approached and presented an invitation. Upon recognizing him, the men's initially fearsome expressions instantly transformed into beaming smiles, though the juxtaposition of their intimidating features rendered their grins somewhat unsettling. One of them respectfully accepted the invitation without even glancing at it, promptly stating, "Ah, it is young Master Jian Shun. Please, do come inside." With that, they turned their smiles toward the three companions of Jian Shun. The four companions exchanged no further words and proceeded directly into the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Chapter 28. The arrival of many. Upon entering the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, a breathtaking sight unfolded before one's eyes. The interior was adorned in opulent splendor, resplendent in gold and brilliance. Suspended between the three tiers of eaves were 24 golden palace lanterns, illuminating the grand hall as brightly as day. The surrounding walls were adorned with exquisite calligraphy and paintings by renowned masters, each piece worth a fortune. "For esteemed guests, please follow me." A demure maid clad in an elegant qipao gracefully approached. After a courteous bow, she led them to the second floor. The second floor exuded an even greater elegance. Numerous round tables crafted from redwood were artfully arranged, each adorned with delicate tea delicacies and fine wine. Many distinguished individuals had already taken their seats, engaging in lively conversation. Look, it's the second-ranked swordsman on the Hidden Dragon list, Jian Chun. A voice rang out from the crowd. Instantly, the gazes of many were drawn towards Jian Chun, who appeared alongside a stranger. Who are those individuals accompanying Jian Chun? Someone whispered curiously. I have no idea. Does anyone know? The crowd of distinguished individuals exchanged glances, shaking their heads, indicating they were unfamiliar with the newcomers. Noticing the crowd's reaction, Wu Qianquan, surrounded by admirers, promptly stepped forward. Brother Jian Chun, after a long absence, you shine even brighter than before. Wu Qianquan's hearty laughter echoed even from several paces away. Upon hearing this, Jian Chun hastily returned the gesture, saying, Your Highness. You flatter me. Ah, Wu Qianquan feigned displeasure, waving his hand. Addressing me as Your Highness feels distant. Between us, we ought to refer to each other as brothers. As they spoke, Wu Qianquan had already reached Jian Chun. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wu Qianquan's gaze fell upon Chu Yi, who stood beside Jian Chun. And who might this be? He inquired with a hint of curiosity and caution. Jian Chun smiled as he introduced, This is Brother Chu, my dear friend. Ah, Brother Chu. My apologies. Wu Qianquan's eyes flickered with curiosity and seriousness. He understood well that anyone recognized as a friend by such a prodigious talent as Jian Chun must be extraordinary. Chu Yi responded with a gentle demeanor, bowing slightly. I am truly honored to be in Your Highness's presence. At that moment, a man and a woman stepped forward from behind Wu Qianquan. Chu Yi looked up, raising an eyebrow. What a coincidence. As soon as the two recognized Chu Yi, their expressions shifted slightly. Young Master Chu, you are here too. What a delightful surprise. Lu Minglan managed to force a smile, though her voice trembled slightly. Behind her, Lu Mingxian shrank back, her round figure nearly hiding in her sister's shadow, revealing only her wide, curious eyes peeking at Chu Yi. With a warm smile, Chu Yi replied, Indeed, what a coincidence. How have you been, Miss Lu? His gaze swept over the timid figure behind Lu Minglan, and he playfully winked, startling Lu Mingxian, who nearly stumbled onto her sister's skirt. Indeed, these two individuals are none other than Lu Minglan and her brother Lu Mingxian, who had recently accompanied the Chu siblings on their journey. In those days, Chu Yi demonstrated a formidable power and capability that transcended common understanding, causing those who gazed upon him to look up with reverence, as if he were a deity. This overwhelming attention made the Chu siblings quite uncomfortable, prompting them to distance themselves from the crowd. Unexpectedly, they have now encountered each other again. This unusual demeanor immediately captured the attention of Wu Qianquan, who keenly perceived that the Lu siblings' attitude towards Chu Yi was not merely one of acquaintanceship, but rather one steeped in awe. Oh, you are acquainted with Brother Chu? Wu Qianquan inquired with genuine interest, his gaze flitting between the three of them. Internally, he marveled, although the Lingyun Chamber of Commerce is not a top-tier force. It holds significant sway in Qingzhou. What manner of being is this Brother Chu that causes the Lu family scions to exhibit such trepidation? After exchanging a few casual pleasantries with Jian Chun, Wu Qianquan found an excuse to take his leave. As he departed, he discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Minglan. Understanding his unspoken message, Lu Minglan subtly guided her brother Lu Mingxian to a secluded corner. Upon reaching their destination, Wu Qianquan eagerly pressed, I am exceedingly curious. What has this Brother Chu done to instill such profound respect in you? At the mention of Chu Yi, a deep reverence washed over the faces of the Lu siblings. They exchanged a solemn glance and slowly shook their heads, their expressions grave as they replied, It cannot be spoken of. It is truly beyond explanation. The sensation is indescribable. Master Chu is as formidable as a deity or specter, instilling an unparalleled fear. Your Highness must remember, never antagonize him. Hearing the Lu siblings' response only intensified Wu Qianquan's curiosity. In her mind, she found it astonishing that this Brother Chu was deemed more fearsome than herself, the crown prince. However, no matter how she probed indirectly, she could not unearth the truth. Wu Qianquan understood that the Lu siblings were not her subordinates, and pushing them would be unwise. Thus, she chose to suppress her intrigue for the time being. Suddenly, a clamorous uproar erupted from outside. Well, it's Fairy Xuanli, in the dream which has arrived. The unexpected commotion instantly diverted Wu Qianquan's attention. As his focus shifted, Lu Minglan quietly exhaled in relief. Wu Qianquan, upon hearing the commotion, momentarily set aside thoughts of Chu Yi and turned towards the entrance. There, at the second-floor doorway, two stunning figures gracefully approached. The woman on the left, clad in garments as white as snow, with flowing hair cascading like a waterfall, possessed a beauty akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. She was indeed Fairy Xuanli. In stark contrast, the woman on the right donned a purple dress that accentuated her alluring figure, her enchanting gaze exuding an effortless charm. While her slightly upturned lips hinted at a blend of languor and danger, this was the Dream Witch. Wherever she walked, it seemed as if the very air transformed into a mesmerizing spectacle, causing many distinguished individuals to momentarily lose their breath. One exuded an aura of chilliness, while the other radiated seduction. Both, however, were equally captivating, instantly becoming the focal point of the gathering. The esteemed Fairy Xuanli truly lives up to her illustrious reputation, undeniably worthy of being the saintess of this generation at the ethereal peaks. The enchanting dream sorceress has also arrived. It is said that her cultivation of the illusory Dream Sutra is filled with enigmatic intricacies. A moment's carelessness could lead one to be ensnared in an illusory realm, with no hope of return. The crowd murmured in hushed tones, both awestruck by the beauty of these two women and wary of their formidable powers. Behind the two ladies trailed several prodigious figures from the Hidden Dragon rankings. Among them was the 7th-ranked Ji Wuxing of the Dark Blood Poison sect, a master of toxic arts whose skills are both profound and elusive, rendering him nearly impossible to guard against. He closely shadowed the Dream Sorceress, clearly demonstrating a strong affiliation with her faction. Additionally, there was Zhou Gang, the 8th-ranked from the Diamond sect, famed for his indestructible physique and astonishing defensive capabilities. The 9th-ranked Qin Jin from the Heavenly Blade sect, and others of remarkable talent continued to make their grand appearances. Chapter 29. A Gathering of Heroes. Undercurrents in motion, the moment the celestial maiden Xuanli and the Dreamweaver which stepped onto the second floor, the atmosphere in the grand hall underwent a remarkable transformation. The Dreamweaver witch's enchanting gaze flickered, her crimson lips curling into a subtle smile as she surveyed the assembly, lightly remarking, "Ah, how lively today is, with so many prodigies gathered. It seems the wine at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion is even more intoxicating than rumored." Before her words could fully settle, an intangible aura of illusion silently began to spread, akin to a gentle spring breeze, yet laced with an alluring enchantment. Several prodigies, whose cultivation was somewhat lacking, found their expressions momentarily frozen, captivated by an irresistible allure, with some even rising unconsciously from their seats, drawn toward her. "Celestial maiden," murmured one of the enamored prodigies, his gaze dazed. Xuanli's eyes narrowed, her delicate hand raised slightly, and an icy aura erupted suddenly. With a crisp crackle, it was as though the air crystallized into delicate frost, the chilling presence swiftly dispelling the Dreamweaver witch's enchanting illusion. Those who had been entranced jolted back to reality, their faces flushing with embarrassment as they hastily returned to their seats, no longer daring to glance at the Dreamweaver witch. "Humph. Shameless." Xuanli's voice was devoid of warmth. The Dreamweaver witch chuckled softly, though a flicker of surprise danced in her eyes. "Sister Xuanli, your icy aura has grown ever more refined." However, she suddenly leaned in closer, her lips nearly brushing Xuanli's ear as she whispered, "Such an icy demeanor may frighten many a young admirer who holds you in high esteem." Xuanli's gaze turned frigid, her aura abruptly stilled, as though the very air around her had frozen. "A demoness like you dares to speak of others' affections? Oh dear, how fierce you are." The Dreamweaver witch feigned fear, retreating a half-step, her purple veil fluttering, yet her eyes sparkled with provocation. "But sister, in your lofty aloofness, have you ever considered that should you cultivate the Ice Soul Heart Sutra to its utmost, your own heart may become frozen as well? In that case, you might find yourself devoid of joy, anger, sorrow, or delight." A glint of cold light flashed in Xuanli's eyes. "My affairs are no concern of yours. Is that so?" The Dreamweaver witch smiled meaningfully. "Who, pray tell, nearly lost control of her spiritual power by the cold pond last night?" Had I not happened to pass by, Xuanli's pupils constricted, her jade fingers tightening abruptly. "You were following me? Is it not quite normal to show concern for a future rival?" The Dreamweaver witch's smile was beguiling as her fingertip traced delicately along her neck. "With the sword duel conference approaching, should you encounter any issues with your cultivation, dear sister, I would surely be distressed." "Seeking death," Xuanli exclaimed coldly, a flash of frost emerging from her sleeve as a shard of ice shot towards the Dreamweaver witch's throat. Clink! A radiant purple jade pendant at the Dreamweaver witch's neck glimmered. shattering the ice shard. She gracefully leaped back, her purple skirt swirling as she retreated several paces, laughing charmingly. Sister, your temper remains as hasty as ever. Why must the two beauties be angry? A languid male voice interjected suddenly. Ji Wuxing sauntered over, toying with a black jade ring on his finger, a wicked smile gracing his delicate features. Why not allow me to mediate? Begone, the two women replied in unison. Ji Wuxing's expression stiffened as he was about to speak when a dull thud suddenly echoed. Everyone turned to see Zhou Gang from the King Kong sect had accidentally crushed the bronze wine jug in his hands. The towering figure, standing at 9 feet tall, flushed with embarrassment, stammering, I just think both ladies are quite beautiful. Qin Jun from the Heavenly Sword sect let out a scoff, his long blade at his waist quivering lightly. Brother Zhou speaks a simple truth. In an instant, the atmosphere on the second floor grew nuanced. The talented individuals each harbored their own thoughts, some secretly comparing the two stunning ladies, while others schemed on how to make their mark at this gathering of elites. In a corner, Chu Yi observed everything with keen interest, his fingertips unconsciously tapping lightly on the table. Jianchen whispered, Are you interested in them, Brother Chu? Interesting, indeed. Chu Yi replied with a slight smile. Look at that Xuanli fairy. She appears as cold as ice, yet there is a flicker of inner turmoil within her. Perhaps a misstep in her cultivation. And that Qiming witch. A glint of intrigue flashed in his eyes. She carries a familiar aura. Just then, Wu Qianquan laughed heartily. You are all exceptional talents of this era. Today is a rare occasion to gather at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Why not share a drink? At that moment, maidens presented amber-hued spirit wine, and the fragrance of the liquor rapidly enveloped the entire second floor. As the rich aroma of the spirit wine filled the air, a clear, cheerful laughter echoed from the staircase. Infinite Celestial Venerable, I, a humble Taoist, have arrived late. Please do not hold it against me, my friends. The crowd turned towards the voice to see a young Taoist in a cerulean robe ascending the steps. His handsome face was marked by a distinctive red between his brows, and he carried a peachwood sword slung over his shoulder, its tassel adorned with a tinkling copper bell. The little celestial master Wuzhen from Longhu Mountain, someone exclaimed. Wuzhen greeted everyone with a cheerful bow, his gaze pausing briefly on the Xuanli fairy and the Qiming, which before casually turning to Wu Qianquan. Master Wu, I encountered a little monk on the road and brought him along. No sooner had he spoken than a young monk clad in moon-white robes ascended the stairs. He appeared to be around 16 or 17, his youthful face solemn yet dignified, as he clasped his hands together and said, Amitabha, I am Liao Chun, and I have come to meet all esteemed patrons. Wu Qianquan laughed heartily. Excellent. Now the top 20 of the Hidden Dragon rankings are all present. With a grand wave of his hand, he continued, You are all remarkable individuals. Today is a rare gathering at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Let us drink together, get to know one another, and foster goodwill. He gestured towards the central hall's Three-Zhang Square white jade platform. Should any friends wish to spar or compete, feel free to step onto the stage to showcase your skills. The rules of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Victories on the stage, camaraderie off it. Suddenly, Chu Yi distinctly sensed a gaze filled with malice directed at him. Instinctively, he glanced toward the source of the glare, spotting a sullen-faced youth lurking in the shadows of a distant corner. The young man fixed his venomous stare upon Chu Yi, his eyes brimming with unrestrained hostility. Upon seeing this unfamiliar youth, a wave of confusion surged within Chu Yi. Having never encountered this individual before, he found it utterly perplexing why the other harbored such profound animosity towards him. He scrutinized the youth's features meticulously, a vague sense of familiarity washing over him. Yet no matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not recall where he had seen him. It was only when his gaze fell upon the timid figure beside the youth, whose eyes darted about in evasion, that realization dawned upon Chu Yi. He began to comprehend the reasons behind this person's overwhelming hatred. This evasive individual was none other than Wang Yi, the former leader of the Beggars Guild in Ping'an County. In the past, Chu Yi had slain the old beggar, and the guild had pursued the perpetrator in vain, eventually discovering that it was the work of the Chu siblings. Consequently, Wang Yi had set an ambush on the road, intending to confront the trio. After inflicting grave injuries upon him, Chu Yi, recognizing his potential utility, had deliberately allowed him to return. Reflecting on it now, the youth must undoubtedly be Chen Feng, the old beggar's nephew. Chu Yi mused inwardly. The old beggar had once exerted immense pressure on the three siblings, a sense of oppression that remained vividly etched in his memory. After fleeing Ping'an County, Chu Yi had employed a method to examine the causal connections he was entangled in, and it was through this inquiry that he had become acquainted with Qin Feng. How intriguing. A subtle smile graced Chu Yi's lips as the rhythm of his fingers tapping on the table instinctively quickened. Jian Chen astutely sensed his change in demeanor. Brother Chu, do you know those individuals? We have crossed paths a few times, Chu Yi replied nonchalantly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Wang Yi and Qin Feng. Chapter 30. An encounter with an adversary. Haha. Since His Highness the Crown Prince has spoken, allow me, old Zhou, to make a fool of myself, Zhou Gang declared, slamming his palm onto the table, his towering figure rising like an iron tower, causing the dishes to rattle. With a powerful leap, he ascended the white jade platform, his bronze skin glistening under the light like polished metal. Qin, my dear brother, I have not forgotten your blade from the last Hidden Dragon tournament. He grinned widely, beckoning Qin Zhen with a flick of his finger. Dare to spar again? Qin Zhen unsheathed his long sword, the blade gleaming coldly as it emerged a mere inch from its scabbard. I am indeed inclined to do so. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting onto the high platform. Clad in white as pure as snow, his sword's edge gleamed like frost, creating a stark contrast with Zhou Gang's imposing presence. Please, please. The two clasped their fists in a gesture of respect, and in the next instant, clang. The thunderous sound of metal clashing echoed as Qin Zhen's sword struck at Zhou Gang's throat, yet it merely sparked a shower of fiery embers. Unflinching, Zhou Gang stood his ground, a bronze aura shimmering upon his skin. The legendary indestructible body indeed lived up to its reputation. Qin Zhen's pupils constricted, but his blade's momentum only intensified, determined to see how many strikes Zhou could endure. In an instant, the white jade platform was awash in a flurry of blade light. Qin Zhen's form split into 7 illusory shadows, each executing a strike at an acute angle. The spectators below heard a series of 7 resounding clashes. Yet Zhou Gang did not yield an inch, his body absorbing the impacts. Good. Zhou Gang laughed heartily, crossing his arms protectively over his chest. Now it's my turn. He stomped his right foot heavily, causing the white jade platform to tremble slightly. His fist glowed with a bronze luminescence, launching directly towards Qin Zhen's face. This seemingly clumsy punch concealed a profound rhythm, distorting the very air in its wake. Qin Zhen, unwilling to confront it head-on, evaded nimbly like a willow catkin. Drawing his longsword in a crescent arc before him, the blade's energy coalescing into a silvery barrier in the air. Boom. The collision of the bronze fist and the sword's barrier unleashed a tremendous shockwave. Nearby tables and chairs were instantly overturned, food and drink scattering across the ground. Quite interesting, Qin Zhen remarked, licking his lips, his fighting spirit surging. Suddenly, he positioned his long sword vertically against his brow, his aura shifting dramatically. Receive my technique. Heavenly Blade. Breaking the army. The blade radiated a piercing silver light, ethereal starlit shadows swirling along its length. Before the slash was even executed, the sheer intensity of the blade's intent sent shivers through the spectators. Zhou Gang's expression finally turned grave. He took a deep breath, his bronze radiance intensifying. Ancient Sanskrit appearing upon his skin. He crossed his fist before his chest, adopting the stance of the indestructible demon subduing. Slash. The silver brilliance cascaded like a galaxy, the blade seeming to cleave through the very fabric of space. Zhou Gang did not flinch. Instead, he braced himself to meet the strike with his chest. Screech, an excruciating sound of friction filled the air as the blade carved a 3-foot-long spark across Zhou Gang's chest, yet it ultimately failed to breach that layer of bronze radiance. Qin Zhen's hands trembled, blood dripping from his wrist. Ha! What a thrill! Zhou Gang laughed thrice, then suddenly smashed his fist into the ground. The white jade platform trembled violently, and countless bronze-hued fist shadows erupted from its surface, raining down upon Qin Zhen like a torrential downpour. Qin Zhen swiftly pivoted, his long blade weaving into a luminous curtain. Yet, the sheer multitude of fist shadows proved overwhelming, and ultimately, 3 broke through his defense, crashing heavily into his chest. With a cough, blood sprayed forth as Qin Zhen staggered back 3 steps, steadying himself against the ground with the tip of his blade. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he forced a wry smile, remarking, I still cannot breach your tortoise shell. Zhou Gang retracted his fists, patting his bald head where no sweat resided. Brother Qin's blade is even fiercer than last year. My diamond body nearly faltered. The two exchanged knowing smiles and clasped their fists together. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Wu Qianquan exclaimed, Brilliant. You two are truly the paragons among the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Qin Zhen chuckled nonchalantly. Inferior skills, I yield in both heart and mouth. Turning to Zhou Gang, he declared, in the next grand competition, I shall surely shatter your defenses. Zhou Gang laughed heartily. I await your challenge. Subsequently, several others ascended the stage to engage in sparring. These individuals, regardless of their prowess or fame, could not possibly be compared to the esteemed talents of the Hidden Dragon ranking. At that moment, a flash of cerulean surged onto the white jade platform, the garments billowing, conjuring a fierce gust of wind. The crowd fixed their gaze upon a youth, seemingly 17 or 18, standing resolutely on the stage. His countenance sharp as if chiseled from stone, and his eyes ablaze with a deep-seated hatred, fixed intently on Chu-Yi. Chu-Yi, the youth bellowed, his voice resonating like chilled iron clashing, echoing throughout the drunken immortal pavilion. Dare you ascend the stage for a duel with me? He stamped his right foot heavily, causing the white jade surface to tremble and hum, a ferocious aura erupting from within him, rendering the surrounding air almost palpable. This individual was none other than Qin Feng. As you wish. In the face of Chun Feng's provocation, Chu-Yi remained unfazed, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, gradually rising. He floated upward like wisps of smoke, taking a step that secured his position firmly atop the battle stage, standing in opposition to Qin Feng. The contrast between their stillness and motion, his calm demeanor against Qin Feng's fury, was striking. The audience, witnessing this, became intrigued. How fascinating. Could there be a deep-seated enmity between these two? Chu-Yi, who conversed amiably with Jianchen, must possess considerable strength. This promised to be an entertaining spectacle. Wu Qianquan had only just suggested a restrained approach, and now this chaos unfolded, surely a public affront to him. Many discreetly cast glances at Wu Qianquan, eager to observe how the host would respond. However, to their surprise, Wu Qianquan not only refrained from intervening, but also wore a slight smile, his eyes betraying a glimmer of interest. How dull, sneered the Dreamweaver Demonis, her lips curling as she withdrew her gaze with evident disinterest. Beside Wu Qianquan, a burly middle-aged man cautiously scrutinized his expression, whispering, Your Highness, should I intervene and subdue the two? Wu Qianquan waved his hand dismissively, replying coolly, There is no need. Yet, the middle-aged man sought to persuade further. Wu Qianquan's gaze turned icy, his tone suddenly frigid. Are you instructing this prince on how to conduct his affairs? I deserve to die, the subordinate exclaimed. The middle-aged man trembled, cold sweat suddenly beading on his forehead, and he hurriedly bowed and stepped aside. Wu Qianquan let out a disdainful snort, redirecting his gaze to the stage. He had been troubled by the lack of opportunity to probe into Chu-Yi's true capabilities. And now with Qin Feng stepping forward uninvited, it was precisely the chance he desired. As for face? What was that worth in the face of genuine interests? On the other side of the audience, siblings Lu Minglan and Lu Mingxian looked at Qin Feng with eyes full of pity. This fool. Utterly unaware of the monstrous entity he was provoking, Lu Minglan murmured softly, recalling Chu-Yi's unfathomable strength, a lingering fear still gripping her heart. Meanwhile, Xianli, the celestial maiden, slightly turned her gaze, her ice-blue eyes landing on Chu-Yi, flickering with a hint of intrigue. Is it him? She pondered. This individual is one whose depths even my 9 apertures Linglong heart could not fathom. Chapter 31. Instant Kill Chu-Yi. Do you still remember the old beggar you killed in Ping'an County? He was my dear uncle. Qin Feng ascended the stage, his voice fierce and commanding, seeking to seize the moral high ground and dominate the verbal confrontation. He was merely an ordinary old man, crippled and destitute. How could you, a heartless wretch, bear to strike down such a pitiable soul? Where's your conscience? As for his audacity to confront Chu-Yi today, was it due to Wang failing to disclose Chu-Yi's true nature? Or did he presume that, in this situation, Chu-Yi would not dare to strike him down with lethal force? The reasons mattered little to Chu-Yi. With an air of calm, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back and coldly remarked, So, you are the nephew of that old scoundrel. Indeed. The apple does not fall far from the tree. Such vile character runs in the blood. Seeking revenge? Bring it on. In this world, there is no absolute right or wrong, only the survival of the fittest. If you wish to engage in battle, spare me your words. I, Chu-Yi, will accept all challenges. Do you still naively believe that mere words can quench your thirst for vengeance? Qin Feng's countenance flushed with rage, his facade crumbling under the weight of Chu-Yi's scathing words. A murderous intent surged within him, erupting from between clenched teeth as he bellowed, Today, You shall pay for your blood debts in kind. His roar resonated like thunder, causing a stir among the crowd below. Whispers and murmurs rippled through the audience, speculating on the sudden clash. Standing amongst them, the enchanting Xianli furrowed her brows slightly, murmuring to herself, so there exists a vendetta of kin. Yet, Chu Yi remained unperturbed, responding calmly, revenge? With your cultivation at the refinement stage, I fear it is insufficient. Though he merely stated an objective truth, Chen Feng perceived it as a flagrant humiliation. Enraged, he laughed maniacally, his vitality surging forth like a volcanic eruption, clenching his fists tightly. The air within a 3-foot radius warped from the heat, scorching the white jade surface beneath his feet. Bloodfiend burning heaven fist. With a thunderous shout, Chen Feng's fists transformed into 2 streaks of crimson light, propelled toward Chu Yi with astonishing heat. The air crackled and hissed as it was seared by the force, the spectators feeling the heat wave wash over them. However, Chu Yi remained motionless, merely lifting his right hand. Just as the crimson fists were about to make contact, an invisible wall of energy materialized. Boom! With a deafening crash, Chen Feng's fists collided with the energy barrier. Astonishingly, the formidable force capable of melting gold and iron failed to even ruffle the hem of Chu Yi's garment. Your precision is commendable, but your strength leaves much to be desired, Chu Yi remarked coolly, pushing forward gently with his right hand. Chen Feng was sent flying as if struck by lightning, crashing heavily against a pillar at the edge of the platform. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Disbelief etched across his face as he gasped, innate true essence? No, it can't be. How? How can you possibly be at the innate realm? He shook his head violently, desperate to dispel the terrifying thought. This must be a trick. Yes, it is surely an illusion. Chen Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, madness swirling in his eyes. Ignoring the gaping wound on his right shoulder that bled profusely, he roared once more, channeling all his energy. Dark red mist enveloped him, a palpable aura of bloodlust swirling around the stage, while the jade platform beneath him began to crack, debris flying like rain. Chewy, Chen Feng bellowed like a wild beast. Today, either you perish or I shall. Before his words faded, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, a ferocity magnified several-fold. Tearing through the air like a burning blood-red meteor aimed at Chu Yi. With an expression as cold as frost, Chu Yi faced this near-manic onslaught without flinching. His left hand formed a seal, while his right index finger slowly lifted. A thread of silvery, innate essence flowed at his fingertip, its glow faint yet imbued with the gravitas of creation itself. As Chen Feng's bloodied figure approached, Chu Yi gently tapped with his fingertip. A slender beam of silver light shot forth, its speed so swift it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Where the beam passed, it seemed to rend the very air asunder. The energy Chen Feng had amassed was effortlessly torn apart by this light. The silver beam pierced through his right shoulder, trailing drops of blood, yet it continued unabated. Chen Feng howled in agony, but his body pressed on, wildly swinging his bloodied fists. Unaware of your impending doom, Chu Yi, no longer holding back, summoned his innate essence like a surging tide. His right hand lunging forward to unleash an even more formidable silver beam aimed directly at Chen Feng's brow, a palpable intent to kill enveloping the arena. Feeling the chilling intent, the crowd gasped in horror, some instinctively retreating, others exclaiming in shock. Just as the silver beam was about to connect with Chen Feng's forehead, a desperate voice cried out from below the stage, "Stop!" The voice boomed with an undeniable authority. Yet, Chu Yi seemed oblivious, the light at his fingertip intensifying. With a piercing sound, the silver beam pierced Chen Feng's skull without hindrance, the tremendous force pinning him against the pillar behind him. His eyes widened in shock. Remnants of madness and resentment still etched on his face, before his body convulsed a few times and fell silent. Blood trickled down the pillar, staining the jade platform with a stark crimson. The arena fell into a hushed silence, the onlookers staring at Chen Feng's lifeless body, too stunned to speak. They had not anticipated that Chu Yi would dare to kill without sparing the prince any consideration. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, Chu Yi's presence remained as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. "Did you not hear me tell you to stop?" A cold voice suddenly rang out, as a tall figure leaped onto the stage. The newcomer, in his early 20s, donned a sleek black outfit that accentuated his tall frame. Yet his handsome features were clouded with gloom. He fixed a fierce gaze upon Chu Yi, an overwhelming intent to kill simmering in his eyes. and the oppressive aura he emanated caused the very air around the stage to stagnate. "What are you to command me to halt?" Chu Yi stood composed, his expression unfazed. Not even a flicker of emotion crossing his brow. "Humph." The youth, consumed by fury, erupted into laughter, his dark robe billowing as if stirred by an invisible wind. He was unrecognizable even to himself, truly a naive rustic from the countryside. "Listen well," he declared, abruptly lifting his chin. "I am Long Yuxiao, the deputy leader of the beggar gang, ranked 12th on the hidden dragon list." His voice thundered like a clap of lightning, instantly igniting a wave of gasps from the audience. Satisfied, Long Yuxiao surveyed the crowd, relishing their awe. But his expression froze as he turned to Chu Yi, who remained adorned with a faint, enigmatic smile, his eyelids scarcely fluttering. In response, Chu Yi merely remarked, with such arrogance, "I had thought you were the foremost on the hidden dragon list." Upon hearing these words, Long Yuxiao's fury transformed into a mocking grin. "Very well. Do not presume that your fortunate breakthrough to the innate realm allows you to compare with the prodigies of the hidden dragon list. Today, I shall make it abundantly clear that even within the innate realm, there exists an insurmountable chasm." Chapter 32. The essence of time and space. A glint of cold light flashed in Long Yuxiao's eyes as his innate true essence erupted violently around him. His right hand transformed into a claw, and a surge of azure dragon-shaped energy howled forth, enveloping Chu Yi with the oppressive force of a mid-stage innate warrior. The dragon's claw. This move appeared casual, yet it concealed the latent power of sevenfold aftereffects. The spectators below felt a fierce wind rush toward them, compelling those of weaker cultivation to stagger back. However, Chu Yi merely raised his left hand with a nonchalant gesture, lightly tapping with his index finger. A silver-white point of innate true essence coalesced at his fingertip, accurately piercing the 7-inch mark of the dragon-shaped energy. With a soft pop, the formidable dragon energy shattered like a mere bubble. Long Yuxiao's pupils constricted, a trace of astonishment flickering across his face. Though he had only exerted 70% of his strength, it was unthinkable for an ordinary early-stage innate warrior to dissolve such an attack so easily. "Interesting," Long Yuxiao sneered. "It seems I have underestimated you." Before he could finish his thought, his aura surged dramatically, elevating him to the late innate stage. A visible wave of azure energy radiated outward from him, lifting fragments of stone from the platform into the air. Dragon battle in the wild. Long Yuxiao thrust both palms forward, unleashing 18 roaring azure dragon energies, each appearing as solid as reality, with scales and whiskers vividly apparent. This was the effect generated by his technique, a manifestation of innate true essence. Yet, it fell short of the mastery achieved at the Grandmaster level. At that pinnacle, true essence approaches a tangible form, a height still unattainable by the current state formed through technique. The entire arena was instantly enveloped in azure light, as the violent innate true essence compressed the air, producing a piercing explosion. A flicker of brilliance shone in Chu Yi's eyes as he traced an intricate path in front of his chest with his right hand. The silver-white innate true essence swirled at his fingertips, sketching a Taiji diagram before him. As the 18 azure dragons collided with the Taiji diagram, they were drawn off course as if they had plunged into the depths of the sea, diverted by an inexplicable rotational force. With a slight twist of his wrist, the dragons intertwined and collided with one another, ultimately vanishing in a resounding explosion. Long Yuxiao's expression finally shifted. He had exerted all his strength into this move, achieving the power of a late-stage innate warrior, yet it was deftly neutralized by his opponent's exquisite technique. The crowd erupted in astonishment, none expecting Chu Yi to match evenly with a formidable foe ranked 12th on the hidden dragon list. No wonder he dared to be so audacious. He indeed possessed remarkable prowess. Long Yuxiao's eyes glinted with rising coldness, as azure dragon-shaped true essence surged tumultuously between his palms. "To force me to invoke the essence of the descending dragon, you have earned the right to be proud." He stepped forward forcefully, his aura climbing once more. An enigmatic essence emanated from his being, thickening the surrounding air as if countless dragon roars reverberated through the void. The essence of the descending dragon. With a thunderous shout, a vivid azure dragon apparition materialized behind Long Yuxiao. The dragon was lifelike, its eyes crackling with electricity, exuding an overwhelming pressure that was almost suffocating. The audience below was visibly shaken. Even the seasoned warriors present displayed expressions of astonishment. To comprehend the realm of intent at such a nascent stage of existence? Truly, He is a prodigy of the celestial dragon rankings. At this moment, it seemed that Chu Yi was doomed. The power of intent is not something mere innate true essence can withstand. Yet, in the face of this intent-infused assault, Chu Yi maintained an air of tranquility. At that instant, a thought blossomed within him. He would seize this opportunity to conduct an experiment concerning the essence of Yi. As this notion took root, a spark of intrigue flickered in his eyes. He silently chanted, "Consume E points to imbue my attack with the essence of time and space." 80 E points consumed. Time-space essence successfully imbued. Just as the ethereal azure dragon was about to descend, Chu Yi slowly drew his right fist to his waist. A glimmer of silver light erupted from the tip of his fist, and the surrounding light twisted and collapsed in an eerie manner, as if even time and space were being drawn by this single blow. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yi's fist imprint transformed into a streak of flowing light. An ostensibly unremarkable punch left 7 residual shadows in the air, testament to the punch's speed transcending the boundaries of time and space. Each shadow bore a distinct form, the first resembling a budding sprout, the second akin to blooming flowers, and by the 7th, it had become withered branches and fallen leaves. With a resounding impact, the fist imprint collided violently with the azure dragon of true essence. In the next moment, a scene unfolded that sent shivers through the souls of all present. The majestic azure dragon, as if cast into the currents of time, began to dim at a visibly rapid pace. Its brilliant form faded, the true essence structure disintegrating with alarming speed, as if it had endured eons of relentless erosion. The dragon's scales shed like stardust, its whiskers transformed into flickering fireflies, and before it could even utter a lament, the vast dragon body dissolved silently into the void. With a cough of blood, Long Yuxiao was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string. More frighteningly, he noticed several strands of hair at his temples turning gray at an observable rate, as if he had aged several years in an instant. How is this possible? Long Yuxiao crashed heavily to the ground, disbelief etched across his face. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no dazzling brilliance. Even more terrifying, the silver fist imprint, having shattered the azure dragon, continued its relentless advance. It appeared slow yet proved impossible to evade. In that moment, Long Yuxiu became acutely aware of his movements growing alarmingly sluggish. He watched helplessly as the fist edge made contact with his chest. The flesh beneath his skin began to age and wrinkle peculiarly, as if an invisible torrent of time washed over his body. What is this? Power. Long Yuxiao's hair turned suddenly white, utterly bewildered by the force he faced. He wished to cry out in surrender. Yet even his voice and the vibrations of his body felt excruciatingly slow. The audience below witnessed merely a flash of silver light, before Long Yuxiu was sent hurtling back like a severed kite. His body trembled slightly, then crumpled softly to the ground, devoid of life. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Everyone was left in stunned disbelief at this unforeseen turn of events. From Long Yuxiao unleashing the intent of the dragon to Chu Yi's counterattack, the entire sequence transpired within mere breaths. No one anticipated that the 12th-ranked genius on the Hidden Dragon list would be defeated so decisively. Just then, a piercing roar shattered the silence. A figure clad in gray robes, resembling a specter, swiftly ascended the platform, unleashing a terrifying aura that spread like a tempest. It was an elderly man with a sinister countenance, radiating a pressure that far surpassed the innate realm, revealing him to be a formidable master. "You little beast, daring to slay the vice leader of my beggar's sect, I demand blood for blood." The gray-robed elder's eyes bulged with rage as his claw-like hand reached for Chu Yi's throat. The force of that strike caused the very air around him to warp subtly. With his brows furrowed, Chu Yi prepared to respond when suddenly impudent. The prince's gathering of geniuses permits no chaos here. In an instant, an overwhelming force, tenfold more terrifying than that of the master, surged towards the gray-clad elder like a furious tide. Standing at the edge of the platform, Chu Yi felt the suffocating pressure even from the periphery. Reluctantly, he began to expend his energy points to counteract the oppressive force surrounding him. Each encounter with a slightly stronger opponent drained his reserves, and he realized that this could not continue indefinitely. After the sword conference, he must diligently enhance his strength, he mused, maintaining a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, the gray-robed elder was brought to his knees by the formidable pressure, trembling uncontrollably. "Hey, a great master," he stammered, his face paling as beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, fear replacing the murderous intent in his eyes. In contests of skill, life and death are fated. Can the beggar's sect not bear to lose? A robust voice, laden with immense authority, resonated through the air, causing the crowd to wince from the intensity. A figure landed firmly on the platform. It was the burly man beside Prince Wu Qianquan. The gray-robed elder swayed unsteadily, his expression a tumult of emotions. "This boy has killed our vice leader. This grudge cannot be overlooked," he exclaimed. The challenge was initiated by Long Yuxiao. "If he is outmatched, he has no one to blame but himself," the burly man replied, his gaze impassive, imbued with undeniable authority. The gray-robed elder shot a venomous glare at Chu Yi, his eyes brimming with malice. "For now, I shall spare this boy. But mark my words, the beggar's sect will not let this matter rest. Chu Yi, await your reckoning." With that, he hoisted Long Yuxiao's lifeless body and, in a flash, vanished into the throng of the crowd. The onlookers immediately erupted into discussion, their gazes fixated on Chu Yi and the burly man. Chu Yi clasped his hands in gratitude towards the robust figure, sincerely expressing, "Thank you." The burly man regarded Chu Yi with keen interest, his eyes penetrating. "Intriguing. Even without my intervention, I suspect you would have handled the situation with considerable ease," he remarked, having observed how Chu Yi maintained his composure beneath the oppressive aura. Upon hearing these words, Chu Yi did not respond directly. Instead, his expression remained calm and noncommittal. The burly man, perceiving this demeanor, withdrew his gaze from Chu Yi and swiftly returned to the side of Prince Wu Qianquan. Wu Qianquan regarded Chu Yi with a profound gaze, concealing thoughts that were elusive and inscrutable, leaving no one able to fathom the prince's inner musings. It was only then that the crowd below, recovering from their astonishment, directed their gazes towards Chu Yi, now filled with reverence. The ability to slay a prodigy from the hidden dragon ranking indicated that Chu Yi possessed strength sufficient to rank among the top 10 of this esteemed list. Through this experiment, Chu Yi gained a clearer understanding of the utility of Yi Dian. Chapter 33. The Sword Conference commences. Tension-rife time flies like an arrow. In the days and months weave swiftly by. It has been 3 days since the Grand Assembly of Heroes came to a close, and yet, the memory of Chu Yi's astonishing victory still lingers in the air, leaving no other champions daring enough to take the stage. Thus, the event concluded in haste. This morning, as the first light of dawn graced the horizon, the long-anticipated sword conference of the Forging Sword Manor, held once every decade, was about to commence. The Forging Sword Manor majestically perches atop the Red Peak Mountain, blessed with an exceptionally rare deposit of red iron ore. Every 10 years, it sends out invitations far and wide, calling forth heroes from all corners to partake in this grand occasion. The Red Peak Mountain is a place of both natural beauty and exceptional talent, its abundant mineral wealth seemingly a divine gift. However, possessing such treasures can invite envy and danger, and without a comprehensive strategy, this precious land would soon become a target for many. Understanding this principle, the founder of the Forging Sword Manor established an enduring rule. Every decade, the entire manor must unite its strength to forge an extraordinary weapon, allowing the heroes of the martial world to compete fairly. This strategy not only alleviated the concerns of the assembled heroes, but also ensured the manor's position atop the Red Peak for over a century. Though there remained half a year until the next conference, the tides of the martial world shifted unexpectedly. A month prior, rumors surfaced of the reappearance of the long-vanished Wuyuan Demon Order at the Forging Sword Manor. This news struck like a boulder into a tranquil pond, sending ripples throughout the martial realm. To quell this overwhelming storm, the elders of the manor decisively advanced the date of the conference. This arrangement served two purposes: to respond to the changing circumstances and to manage this precarious situation before the eyes of the world, preventing potential calamities. At dawn on this day, the mountain path was already bustling with throngs of people. Every 10 paces along the road stood a disciple of the Forging Sword Manor clad in dark attire, each wielding a long sword of cold iron, standing solemnly at attention. Such a formidable display instilled a sense of awe in many wandering martial artists even before they reached the gates of the manor. At the main entrance of the training grounds, the high-ranking members of the Forging Sword Manor were already lined up to welcome the guests. Leading the assembly was the renowned patriarch, Xiao Tianjue, clad in a flowing robe of crimson and gold that billowed majestically, with the fiery red Yanjie sword subtly radiating heat even while sheathed at his waist. Beside him stood the current manor master, Xiao Lin, accompanied by several masters and elders whose presences were as profound as an abyss. This formidable lineup showcased the deep heritage of this martial arts sanctuary, which has endured for centuries. It is known that the Forging Sword Manor has stood resiliently in the martial world for hundreds of years, anchored by its profound martial prowess. The manor not only nurtures numerous masters, but also boasts the formidable Xiao Tianjue, ranked 8th on the heavenly list, particularly when he wields the Yan Jie sword. Ranked 4th among the legendary weapons of the martial realm, its blade ignites the skies with flames, making him a rare adversary even among great masters. Xiao Tianjue's gaze swept over the disciplined disciples and the gathering crowd in the distance. His expression grave. He inquired in a deep voice, "Are all preparations for the conference in order? This occasion is of great significance and must not allow for even the slightest error, lest it tarnish our manor's reputation." "Rest assured, Father." Shaolin stepped forward with unwavering conviction. "I have personally inspected the preparations 3 times to ensure everything is flawless, with no room for error." "Very well." Xiao Tianjue responded, the tension in his brow easing slightly as he nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, the young master Xiao Lu, unable to contain his unwillingness and urgency, stepped forward. "Grandfather, are we truly to relinquish the Wu Yuan Demon Order so easily?" Xiao Tianjue cast a glance at his beloved grandson, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes as he sighed deeply. "Alas, Luer, you must understand that our Forging Sword Manor currently lacks a true martial arts master to stand guard. Faced with those top-tier forces, we have little room for negotiation." He paused, his voice tinged with fatigue. "Moreover, in our attempts to unravel the secret of this demon order, the manor has spared no effort. True fire forging, cold spring immersion, true essence infusion, intent impact, and even blood recognition. All methods have been exhausted, yet we have achieved naught. Now that the news has been revealed, retaining it will bring us misfortune rather than fortune. One can only lament. What earth-shattering secret did Li Wu Yuan leave within this demon order all those years ago?" On the summit of Qifeng Mountain, the sea of clouds churned. In the center of the martial arts arena before the main hall of Forging Sword Manor, a towering platform of 9 zhang had been erected, forged entirely from dark black mysterious iron, its surface inscribed with intricate ancient runes. At each corner of the platform stood a menacing coiling dragon copper pillar, its jaws wide open, clasping ethereal blue flames that flickered coldly in the dawn light. With a resounding and melodious chime echoing across the mountaintop, Xiao Tianjue moved, soaring into the air, his crimson gold robe billowing fiercely in the gale. The elder's hair and beard were silver, yet his eyes burned with the intensity of molten lava, and wherever his gaze swept, the air shimmered as if scorched. "Esteemed colleagues who have journeyed from afar, on behalf of the Forging Sword Manor, I extend my gratitude." Xiao Tianjue's voice resounded like a thunderclap, reverberating in all directions. With a swift motion of his sleeve, 9 robust and blazing scarlet light pillars erupted from the runic nodes of the high platform, intertwining in midair to form a searing web of light. The rules of today's sword discussion remained unchanged. Whoever can endure the longest within this 9 flames burning heaven array shall claim this session's divine weapon, Frostbite. Though named an array, the 9 flames burning heaven array was somewhat of a misnomer. It was formed using the remains of a fallen grandmaster as its core, forcibly drawing upon the residual power of his domain through the advantageous ley lines of Qifeng Mountain. Upon hearing this, those of lesser cultivation among the crowd instantly lit up with fervor, their gazes filled with longing as they eagerly rubbed their fists, ready to try their luck. However, the camps of the top-tier forces remained calm and undisturbed. The grandmasters listed on the heavenly ranking either meditated with closed eyes or wore indifferent expressions, not even lifting their eyelids. These titans, capable of shaking the martial world with a stamp of their feet, would hardly mobilize such an extravagant assembly merely for a trifling divine weapon. In past sword discussions, top-tier forces had only sent a few young prodigies for training. Yet today, 6 of the top 10 from the heavenly ranking had appeared in plain sight. Such an assembly was evident to discerning eyes, as it was not for Frostbite that they gathered. The true catalyst stirring the nerves of all the top-tier powerhouses present was the Wu Yuan Demon Order. This taboo name, which had lain dormant for decades and once stirred torrents of blood and strife in the martial world, was what truly captured their attention. An unspoken understanding passed among the crowd. Those still fervently excited over the divine weapon Frostbite were merely second- or third-rate characters, aware of their lack of connection to the demon order, yet clinging to a glimmer of hope regarding the divine weapon. In the chilling depths of the 9 Nether Realm, the ominous voice of Li Hanshan echoed through the air, laden with an undeniable aura of authority and malice. Xiao Tianjue, cease your futile tricks at once. Surrender the Wu Yuan token without delay. This object is a harbinger of doom, beyond the control of your forging sword manor. To retain, it will only invite calamity upon your household. Relinquish it, and perhaps you may secure a sliver of survival. Xiao Tianjue's expression darkened momentarily, a flicker of fury igniting in his eyes before being swiftly subdued. He forced a semblance of calm, responding in a resonant voice, striving to maintain decorum. Mr. Demon Lord, I implore you to temper your impatience. The Sword Conference is a venerable tradition of our manor for a century. Why not take a seat and savor the unique Yunding Mist tea of Qifeng Mountain, while observing the prowess of the younger generation in this Nine Flames formation? As for the matter of the demon token, it shall be resolved post-conference. Upon hearing this, Li Hanzhan let out a piercing, cold laugh, his voice dripping with disdain and menace. Humph. Xiao Tianjue, do not attempt to deceive me with your subterfuge. The Wu Yuan token has been in your possession for over a month. Were it not for my consideration of the rules of the martial world, I would have already leveled your Qifeng Mountain. Do you think you deserve my courtesy? You dare speak of face with me? Li Hanzhan. Xiao Tianjue's furious roar reverberated like thunder. His countenance turned a shade of iron, his crimson golden robe billowing without wind. The yin jia sword at his waist emitted a deep hum, its sheath releasing tendrils of scorching sword energy that crackled through the air. Being publicly humiliated in front of the heroes of the realm, and having the illustrious name of the Forging Sword Manor trampled upon had crossed his threshold of tolerance. If he were to endure any further, the reputation of the Forging Sword Manor would be utterly obliterated, leaving no chance for redemption. His hair bristled, eyes ablaze with fury. He fixated on the distant figure shrouded in demonic energy, each word resonating with thunderous intensity. This is an affront too great. Do you truly believe there is no one in my Forging Sword Manor? Very well. So you are the number one on the heavenly ranking. Today, I, Xiao Tianjue, shall wield my yin jia and experience the prowess of this demon lord. Let us see if your title of number one is truly deserved. Chapter 34. The Fiery Demon Confronts. The azure blade brings peace as Xiao Tianjue's voice faded. The yin jia sword at his waist suddenly leaped from its sheath. The sound of metal ringing echoed. Clang. The crimson sword light erupted like a volcanic blast, instantly illuminating half the horizon. Where the blade pointed, the air warped violently, steaming and emitting a piercing hissing sound. A wave of searing heat, capable of incinerating all, surged forth, enveloping everyone present in an overwhelming sensation of suffocating pressure. Those of lesser strength were drenched in sweat, nearly collapsing to their knees. What a magnificent Yinjia sword! Ranked fourth among divine weapons, it truly lives up to its reputation. Li Hanzhan let out a cold laugh, his black robe billowing without wind. He clenched his right hand, and a pitch-black demonic blade, seemingly capable of devouring light, materialized in the air. The blade was shrouded in a chilling, ominous aura that sent shivers down the spine of any onlooker. Yet, that was all it amounted to, ha! Surely you do not naively believe that this would allow you to contend with me. What a fanciful notion! Li Hanzhan bellowed, and the ghostly glow of the demonic blade surged, unleashing a pressure more terrifying than Xiao Tianjue's, akin to a tangible black tsunami that thundered outward. Puff! Ah! Within 100-foot radius, warriors were struck as if by a massive hammer, spewing blood and staggering, some even hurled away, creating a scene of utter chaos. The collision of the two unparalleled powerhouses' auras had plunged the onlookers into a hellish nightmare. At that critical moment, just as the yin jia sword and the demonic blade were about to clash, clang, a clear, dragon-like sword cry suddenly reverberated through the skies, instantly cleansing the raging flames and demonic presence in the arena. The crowd, still shaken, turned towards the source of the sound, and there appeared an elderly figure in black robes, drifting gracefully between the two formidable combatants. In his hand, he held an unassuming 3-foot azure blade, radiating a chilling sword aura. This sword aura, upon emergence, simultaneously severed the searing flames and bone-corroding demonic energy. Hold your actions. Mu Qinxiao's voice was warm and calm, yet resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Blades and swords are blind, and this is the very foundation of the Forged Sword Manor. The matter of the Wu Yuan Demon Order is of great significance, affecting the entire martial world. Why not have Master Xiao present it before the eyes of all heroes, and then discuss its rightful ownership? Engaging in battle here would only lead to unnecessary casualties, an act unworthy of the wise. The atmosphere, previously tense and charged, momentarily stilled. Li Hanshan's eyes glimmered with a fierce light as they coldly swept over Mu Qianxiao, then landed on the seemingly ordinary yet imbued with a terrifying chill azure blade. A flicker of apprehension involuntarily flashed through his gaze. Xiao Tianjue inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his boiling killing intent. In a corner outside the fray, the three Chu siblings stood together with Jianchen. Chu Yi's face revealed astonishment as he looked at Jianchen. The timely intercessor in this crisis was none other than the silent elder who often accompanied Jianchen. Sensing Chu Yi's inquisitive gaze, Jianchen's lips curled slightly as he explained in a low voice. My Wujian sword sect specializes in swordsmanship and has long required the forged sword manner to refine renowned swords. Incurring quite a debt of gratitude, my master uncle's actions are likely intended to repay that debt and extricate the forged sword manner from peril. The three Chu siblings nodded in understanding. Venerable Celestial, an elderly Taoist, adorned with an ethereal demeanor and wielding a snow-white whisk, gradually emerged. He was none other than the venerable Master Tianshi of Longhu Mountain. What the esteemed Mu has stated is indeed prudent. Both Master Li and Elder Xiao are titans in the martial world. Why allow fleeting emotions to disrupt the harmony among our fellow practitioners? With the emergence of the Wuyuan Demon Order, its rightful ownership should be deliberated by the heroes of the realm. For that is the righteous path that reflects the grand principles. His words, imbued with the Taoist essence of tranquility and non-action, softly flowed through the tense atmosphere. The flames flickering in Xiao Tianjue's eyes gradually dimmed as he suppressed his fury, his gaze like lightning, swiftly scanning the various factions, eyeing the scene with intent. Ji Hongxue of the Dark Blood Poison sect glimmered with a green light in her eyes, her greed akin to that of a venomous serpent. The members of the Diamond sect wore expressions of varied intent, poised to act. Numerous concealed grandmasters among the crowd exuded a subtle yet potent aura. The situation was indeed overpowering. Taking a deep breath, he stifled the tumultuous blood and humiliation within him. The Yin Jas sword emitted a reluctant hum, clanging back into its sheath. Very well. Xiao Tianjue's voice was low, tinged with resolve and a hint of weariness, as he turned to the solemnly standing Xiao Lin and commanded, Liner, go to the secret chamber and retrieve the purple sandalwood box. Place it in the arena. Moments later, the master, Xiao Lin, returned with a heavy step, cradling a box of deep purple black, adorned with ancient cloud patterns, and solemnly placed it atop the stone platform in the center of the training ground. As the lid of the box was lifted, a resonant hum echoed through the air, as if even the light itself had been consumed. The entire arena was suddenly shrouded in darkness. All gazes were irresistibly drawn to the object within the box. A token, neither gold nor jade, of an abyssal black lay quietly, its surface etched with intricate and enigmatic dark runes. A mere glance sent shivers through one's spirit, as if the very essence of the soul were being ensnared by that eternal darkness. Is this the Wuyuan Demon Order? The young martial artists widened their eyes in shock and trepidation. Awaken. Several among them, lacking in composure, experienced a moment of daze, only to be hastily roused by their elders, their faces pallid, cold sweat beading as they dared not look again, haunted by lingering fears. Indeed, it is the genuine article. Li Hanshan's eyes flared with a chilling light. Greed and possessiveness nearly became tangible as he declared, this is the relic of my ancestor, the Wind Demon Sovereign, and it rightfully belongs to my burial soul demon sect. Who dares to covet it? Before his words could fully dissipate, a surge of demonic energy erupted from him. A colossal, pitch-black hand coalesced from the void, enveloped in the sinister aura that freezes souls, tearing through the air as it lunged toward the demon order upon the stone platform. Chapter 35. The six parties compete. The winds shift suddenly. Humph. Ancient demon, do you presume that what you claim is indeed yours? Have you consulted me, the true authority? Just as that demonic hand was about to grasp the demon order in a moment of critical tension, whoosh, a blindingly fierce blade radiance, with unmatched force, pierced through the air. The flash of the blade vanished in an instant. That overwhelmingly powerful demonic hand was shattered as if it were fragile glass, scattering malevolent black mist in all directions, emitting unwilling shrieks. As the dark mist dissipated, there stood Wu Qingcang, wielding a heavy, ancient-styled long knife, standing proudly. The blade still trembled, resonating with a deep dragon-esque roar, its chilling intent soaring into the heavens. Ha ha! Wu Qingcang laughed wildly, his voice echoing across the land. his rugged face displaying an arrogance that looked down upon the world. Ancient demon, is it the case that all with the surname Li can claim descent from the illustrious Li Wuyuan? This shameless audacity, this farce of claiming ancestry, truly opens my eyes. What a grand absurdity. He casually twirled the long knife in his hand, creating a cold arc of light, the blade's tip aimed at the demon order. His voice booming like a bell. To discuss ownership? Humph. Within the borders of the Wu dynasty, every blade of grass, every mountain and river, is the property of the Wu family. Since this order was discovered within the Wu dynasty's territory, it rightfully belongs to our royal family. That overwhelming, unquestionable aura of dominance rendered the air heavy and stifling. Just as Wu Qingsong's words echoed, enveloping the scene with his tyrannical presence, a voice, cool and ethereal, seemingly emanating from the Moon Palace in the ninth heaven, softly pierced through the oppressive atmosphere. Though the Wu family is powerful, they are not the sole rulers of this realm. Such arrogance from the blade of dominance is rather presumptuous. The crowd, stirred to attention, looked up in unison. A graceful figure in white descended gently. Her garments billowed elegantly, surrounded by a gentle lunar glow, her presence ethereal and otherworldly, akin to a celestial being visiting the mortal realm. With a delicate touch of her toes, she landed silently near the stone platform, her aura of coldness and aloofness seemingly isolating her from the surrounding clamor. It was the fairy Baiyu Li of the Miao Miao Peak. A reverent whisper spread rapidly among the crowd. Baiyu Li's gaze, like tranquil water, swept over the assembled heroes, ultimately resting on the ominous demon order. Her cherry lips parted slightly, her voice striking like ice against jade. This demon order emanates a ferocious aura, steeped in resentment. Should it fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions or boundless ambition, it will undoubtedly bring calamity upon the world. The Miao Miao Peak offers to temporarily seal it within the cold jade cave for 10,000 years, using the power of moonlight to cleanse and dispel its malevolence. And only after its dark energy has dissipated shall we discuss its rightful ownership. Her words carried a purifying force, awakening clarity in many whose minds had been clouded by greed. Amipa, a peaceful and distant chant resonated, akin to the tolling of temple bells, cleansing hearts and instantly neutralizing the atmosphere of slaughter and coldness that had pervaded. As everyone turned, they beheld a venerable monk clad in a golden-red cassock, holding a 9-ringed staff, approaching with measured steps. His countenance was kind and dignified. He was none other than Master Xianku, the abbot of the Tianlong Temple. The revered monk had also arrived. Voices filled with reverence rose and fell like waves. Master Xuanku joined his hands in prayer, his gaze deep and contemplative as he looked towards the demon order. Slowly, he spoke in a calm voice, each word heavy with meaning. Well said, well said. This artifact is steeped in demonic energy, surely born of immense resentment and karmic consequences, an ominous object. You esteemed patrons are all remarkable figures of our time, endowed with great powers. Why cling to such a source of calamity, only to augment endless bloodshed? It would be wiser to entrust it to me, to return it to Tianglong Temple, where supreme Buddhist teachings can suppress it beneath the stupa, chanting day and night to dissolve its malevolence and extinguish its calamity, thus embodying the highest strategy to liberate all beings. The soothing tones of the Buddha's voice brought a measure of calm to the restless hearts in the gathering. Yet it also provoked derisive laughter from those of the demonic path. Ha ha, what a farce. A grand joke indeed. Li Han, in a rage, laughed bitterly, his demonic aura surging like a tempestuous sea, the cold light in his eyes nearly manifesting as a tangible force. Mount Piamiao, Tianglong Temple, when did you, the self-proclaimed noble sex, take it upon yourselves to dictate the ownership of my demonic treasures? Your feigned rhetoric about dispelling resentment and liberating all beings is merely a veil for your covetousness towards the demon order's power. This order is a treasure of my ancestor, the demon Lord Wuyuan, passed down through generations. It rightfully belongs to its rightful owner. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall face the wrath of my soul burial demon sect, and it shall be a fight to the death. The blade in Wu Qingsong's hand trembled, emitting a deafening hum as its edge pointed directly at Baiyu Li and Xuanku, mocking, "Old bald donkey. Little girl, put away your pretense of righteousness. Do you wish for the demon order? Fine. Ask this Zhang Yue in my hand whether it consents." The fierce intent of his blade soared skyward, clashing against the demonic energy. Baiyu Li maintained her icy demeanor, her aura transforming into a chilling brilliance. as her jade-like fingertips gathered a breath of frigid air that seemed capable of freezing time itself, causing the air to crystallize into tiny ice shards. Master Xuanku lowered his brow, reciting a Buddhist mantra, Amitabha. A faint golden radiance emanated from him, a heavy, mountain-like force of Buddhist power spreading forth. The atmosphere in the arena tightened to a breaking point. The representatives of the 5 supreme factions, Li Hanshan, whose demonic might was overwhelming, Wu Qingcang, whose dominance was unparalleled, Bai Yu Li, ethereal as a celestial being, Master Xuanku, dignified and solemn, and Xiao Tianjue, sword in hand, standing resolutely near the stone platform with a grave expression, locked their energies in an intense clash. 5 distinctly terrifying forces clashed violently above the small martial arts arena, compressing the very air. The raging demonic energy, the overwhelming blade intent, the solitary coldness of moonlight, the weighty compassion of Buddhist light, and the fiery, indomitable sword Qi surged like 5 invisible dragons in a frenzied battle. The space itself seemed to twist violently in this unseen struggle, light flickering erratically, while the debris and dust upon the ground trembled without wind. Masters and grandmasters from the Vajra sect, Dark Blood Poison sect, and other factions could only hold their breath, their expressions grave as they retreated further, channeling their energies to withstand the pervasive terror. In the presence of these unparalleled beings at the pinnacle of the celestial rankings, they found themselves devoid of the right to interject, reduced to mere spectators in this momentous contest determining the fate of the demon order and the potential upheaval of the world order. Their hearts filled with a sense of powerlessness and longing for strength. The arena lay in a profound silence, so still that the sound of a falling needle could be heard. The air seemed to solidify into a tangible form, heavy enough to stifle one's breath. Every heart raced, perched precariously at the brink of the throat, awaiting that moment of earth-shattering revelation. Greed, fear, reverence, anticipation, countless intricate emotions intertwined within myriad gazes. The abyssal demon command lay quietly upon the stone platform, its runes appearing to come alive, pulsating with a spectral light under the surging forces of unparalleled might, exuding an even more eerie and enigmatic aura, akin to a silent mockery, deriding the desires and obsessions of the world's heroes. Yet, just as this suffocating stalemate reached its zenith, and a cataclysmic clash was on the verge of erupting, an anomaly arose, sudden and unexpected. Chapter 36. The Manifestation of Jinwu. The great battle is imminent, ha ha ha. Since none of you desire this treasure, I shall gladly accept it. A long howl resounded like thunder from the heavens, shaking the mountains with tremors. Those of lesser strength bled from their ears and noses, their weapons vibrating with an eerie hum. The sound, seemingly so close, revealed no visible presence, until the grand platform Zetan box erupted in a thunderous explosion, and the Weiyuan demon order transformed into a bizarre black rainbow, soaring into the sky. Impudent! Which rat dares to hide and reveal itself? Li Hanshan's expression darkened instantly, his aura swirling like an ink ocean, his murderous intent surging ominously in his shadowy gaze. He raised his hand abruptly, a pitch-black palm imprint tearing through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed at the source of the sound, yet it vanished into the void, merely stirring ripples in the space around it. At the center of those ripples, a stooped old man stepped forth. His skeletal fingers grasped the Weiyuan demon order, which radiated a sinister glow. The old man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowing teeth. Tisk tsk, have the younger generation become so ignorant of manners? Seeking death. Li Hanshan paid no heed to the old man's taunts. With a thunderous roar, his demonic energy surged like a furious tide, transforming him into a streak of black lightning that lunged at the old man, his palm wind slicing through the air with the ferocity of a blade, causing the atmosphere to howl in protest. The other formidable figures of the celestial rankings, unwilling to let Li Hanshan seize the advantage alone, unleashed their ultimate techniques. Wu Qingcang's crimson flame blade tore through the air like a dragon. Bai Yu's ice crystal arrows froze their trajectory, and Master Xuanku's great compassion Buddha hand radiated with blinding golden light. Over a dozen top-tier experts unleashed their unique skills, transforming the surrounding area into a realm of utter destruction. Yet Lei Wanjie, the stooped old man, merely feigned disappointment, shaking his head. Alas, so old, having not traversed the martial world for a while, have today's youth become so hot-tempered? To join forces against this old bone of mine. Before his words could fade, the The air of decline surrounding him vanished in an instant. An overwhelming, terrifying pressure erupted like the collapse of an ancient divine mountain, radiating from him and sweeping forth like a tsunami of energy in all directions. Boom! The heavens and earth dimmed. Dark clouds coiled and gathered like a black dragon. The ground groaned under the oppressive weight, while sand and stones shot forth like locusts. Those fearsome assaults, capable of splitting mountains and rending rivers, upon nearing Lei Wanjia, were met with an invisible yet impenetrable wall of size, instantly dissipating into nothingness. Even more terrifying, the violently crushed energy, along with the unmatched pressure, transformed into a monstrous wave, rebounding ferociously. Puff, puff, puff. A sky of blood mist blossomed in a tragic display. The previously attacking warriors were struck as if by an unseen hammer, groaning in pain as they were sent flying, crashing through countless mountains before barely managing to halt their momentum. Bai Yue's icy veil was soaked in blood. Wu Qingsong's crimson armor was riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. And even Li Hanshan's reputedly indestructible Xuanmo robe was reduced to tattered rags. What is this? Master Xin Ku trembled as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. The onlookers were shaken to their core by this sudden reversal, as if trapped in a surreal nightmare. Ha ha ha! Lu Wanjia clapped his hands and laughed heartily, his voice resonating throughout the land. Young ones, one must learn to revere. Remember, there are always those beyond you, and realms beyond realms. With an air of leisure, he strolled before the disheveled Li Han, his bony fingers teasingly tapping against the latter's cheek. Old monster Lei, cease your antics. The treasure is in hand. Retreat swiftly. A voice, cold as the winds of the nine hells, echoed ominously, and Yin Jiuyu's silhouette materialized quietly. Yet, before they could act, an unexpected change ensued. Boom, 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 boom. A staggering 6 waves of overwhelming, terrifying pressure descended upon them, akin to 6 ancient divine mountains converging simultaneously, sealing the space with a suffocating grip. The air thickened, as if steeped in lead, making it nearly impossible for those of lesser cultivation to breathe. This is bad. They have broken free from Yi Songming's illusion. We must flee. Yin Jiuyu's countenance changed drastically, and he shrieked in panic, turning to escape. Flee. Such delusion. What audacity to dare snatch food from the jaws of the tiger right before our eyes. A voice, rich with inexhaustible authority and fury, seemed to resonate from the heavens, shaking the very souls of those present. Come forth. Another roar, filled with an eerie malice akin to the sounds of the underworld, reverberated through the air. The void twisted, forcing Yi Songming into view. It was only then that the onlookers beheld, in sheer horror, 6 figures of unparalleled might standing majestically in the higher void, their garments billowing as if they were deities surveying the mortal realm. Suspended in the void, unassisted by any external aid. This was the hallmark of a true martial realm expert. These 6 individuals were indeed the legendary masters of the true martial realm, coupled with Lei Wanjia, Yin Jiuyu, and Yi Songming, who were firmly ensnared by the oppressive might of these 6. This place harbored an astonishing total of 9 unparalleled true martial realm experts. The sudden turn of events struck the hearts of all like a thunderous hammer. First, there was the near eruption of a cataclysmic battle between the demon lord of the 9 hells and the old master of the sword-forging villa. Then, the 6 top-tier forces faced off, tension palpable in the air. Next, an elder, seemingly on the brink of death, effortlessly subdued over a dozen heavenly ranking masters. Finally, the legendary, transcendent true martial masters, elusive for a century, descended in unison, presenting themselves as 9. Everything transpired far too swiftly, too unreal. Many warriors remained frozen in astonishment, their expressions blank, as if trapped in a dream. Some pinched themselves fiercely, attempting to confirm their vision. Others trembled, repeatedly murmuring the words true martial realm, as if savoring a myth, while some, their legs giving way, knelt on the ground, stunned into near paralysis by the apocalyptic pressure. This. A young warrior stammered, his teeth chattering, nearly dropping his longsword. True martial. Immortals of the land, someone muttered in a daze, their eyes a tumult of profound reverence and fervor. This was no mere exaggeration. Experts of the true martial realm had not graced the world for over a century. Let alone the true martial, even grandmasters were seldom glimpsed. And it would take something extraordinary like the emergence of the Wuyuan Demon Order for an ordinary warrior to catch but a fleeting glimpse of their shadows. The 6 unparalleled experts now before them exuded an extraordinary aura, their oppressive presence akin to that of a prison. At the forefront stands an elderly man with white hair, his azure robe fluttering without wind, surrounded by a swirling mist of purple aura, exuding an ethereal presence. This is none other than Zhang Fulong, the eminent leader of the heavenly master Dao of Longhu Mountain, a true master of the Zhenwu realm. To his left, an old monk draped in a golden-threaded kasaya reveals a faint halo behind his head, his compassionate gaze veiling a fierce intensity. He is Mingjue, the last remaining divine monk of the Ming lineage from the Tianlong Temple. On his right stands a sinister figure clad in black, shrouded in malevolent energy, his presence chilling the ground beneath him, with blood-red eyes that instill a sense of dread. This is Li Wuxing, the ancient demon lord who commands the soul-bearing demon sect. Opposite them, a white-clad swordsman stands with his sword sheathed, his form akin to a blade poised to strike. The silent sword intent around him cleaves through the air, leaving traces in its wake. He is Yi Guqian, the supreme elder of the Wujian sword sect, known as the Sword Sovereign of Solitude. 2 others, though not described in detail, equally exude an imposing aura, as formidable as mountains. Ol, Ancestor, Lord of the 7 Ancestors, Master Uncle. The elders and disciples from the 6 great powers gasp in astonishment, especially the leading experts from the heavenly rankings, who are left utterly speechless. They had come at the behest of their masters, only to discover that their own ancestor had discreetly accompanied them. In truth, upon learning that the Wuyuan Demon Order had resurfaced at the sword-forging manor, the ancestors of the top factions had made a tacit decision to travel hastily under the cover of night. They understood that their strengths were closely matched. A forced contest would lead only to mutual destruction. With lifespans extending well into the ages, it would be folly to fight to the death over a mere token. Thus, they agreed to allow the younger generation to compete based on their own merits to determine ownership. Yet, fate has its own designs. The situation has spiraled out of control, with the Wuyuan Demon Order seemingly slipping into the hands of forces beyond the 6 great powers. This cannot be allowed to continue. The 6 ancestors must reveal themselves and stem the tide of chaos. The arrival of these venerable figures is akin to pouring ice water into a boiling pot of oil, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Some tremble with excitement, others bow in fear, while some cast furtive glances, concealing their thoughts. High above, the 6 figures confront one another, oblivious to the tumult below. Their unspoken confrontation of wills has scattered and reshaped the clouds for miles around. Li Wuxing, the blood-prisoned demon lord, fixes his frigid gaze upon Lei Wanjie, his voice hoarse and heavy with a sinister undertone. Lei Wanjie, relinquish the Wuyuan Order. His withered hand slowly rises, swirling with demonic energy. I will grant you a complete corpse. Unfazed, Lei Wanjie throws back his head in wild laughter, his voice booming. Li Wuxing, who do you think you are to utter such threats? He weighs the demon order in his hand, its eerie glow reflecting his defiance. Once this item has entered my possession, I shall not part with it. You sanctimonious so-called sects have torn off your masks and are willing to shed blood for this very thing. The heavenly martial king of the Wu dynasty, Lord Wu Zhenyue, his countenance grave as water, speaks with a voice like thunder, radiating a formidable authority. Lei Wanjie, you, a mere rogue cultivator, dare to covet a divine artifact and defy the world? Surrender the demon order at once, and you may yet preserve your life. Otherwise, with a scoff, Lei Wanjie retorts sharply, Humph. The 6 great powers? Such an imposing title. When I roamed the world, you were still in swaddling clothes. Want the demon order? Come and take it by your own strength. The venerable ancestor of the Miao Peak, Yunshang Xianlao, with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, proclaimed, Lei Wanjie, the ominous aura of the Wuyuan demon is overwhelming and beyond your control. Its presence in the world will surely lead to calamity. Should you persist in your folly, do not blame us for uniting to vanquish evil. Spare me your pretentious morality. Injiu interjected sharply from the side. If you wish to fight, then act. There is no need for further words. The Wuxiang Zen Master Ming Ju of Tianlong Temple, with hands clasped in prayer, recited a sutra. His voice calm, yet imbued with supreme Zen power. Amitabha. Lei, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. This item is the source of calamity. Clinging to it is futile and only increases your sins. Let it go. Impatiently, Lei Wanjie waved his hand, lightning flickering around him. "You shameless monk. If you seek battle, then let us engage without further adu." Seeing that Lei Wanjie was obstinate, the six great ancestors ceased their verbal exchanges, their eyes gleaming with fierce determination. The six formidable auras of Zhenwu erupted without reservation, shaking the heavens and the earth. A deafening roar resonated through the air as the earth trembled. Six towering figures, each over 400 feet tall, manifested the Zhenwu forms in all their glorious might, their divine presence obscuring the sky and sun. Li Wuxing, blood prison hell king form, stood upon a seething sea of blood, countless anguished souls swirling within, dark demonic energy staining the heavens. Wu Jinyue, heavenly martial king form, donned resplendent dragon-scale armor. Wielding a golden war spear, the imperial dragon aura roaring around him, exuding the majesty of an ancient war god reborn. Yu Qingxian, lunar immortal form, ethereal as a celestial being, bathed in cool silver light, seemingly gentle, yet wherever she passed, space itself solidified, embodying the power of obliteration. Mingju, limitless Buddha form, radiated with Buddhist light, his chants echoing through the skies, the compassionate visage revealing the hidden wrath of the Vajra, the swastika seal rotating in his palm. Zhang Fulong, Xiangang Thunder Emperor form, surrounded by dancing purple lightning, every movement invoking the might of the heavens, thunder crashing with deafening intensity. Yi Guqian, sky-slaying sword god form, wielded a colossal sword, its sharpness radiating fiercely, the overwhelming sword intent soaring into the heavens. Faced with the immense pressure of the six Zhenwu forms, Lei Wanjie and his companions were ignited with boundless ferocity and with a roar. Three equally terrifying forms rose from the ground. Lei Wanjie, Nine Heavens Thunder Sovereign form, his form entwined with ancient primal lightning patterns. As if the supreme thunder deity of antiquity had descended, his might rivaling the others. In Jiuyu, Ghost Emperor of the Underworld form, emanated a chilling aura. Accompanied by the wails of countless spirits, where he passed, life itself withered, and light twisted into oblivion. Yi Songming, illusory demonic sovereign form, fluctuated between reality and illusion, sometimes as ephemeral as smoke, at other times solid as a mountain, enigmatic and confounding to the mind. Strike! The six great ancestors' forms surged forth in unison, unleashing a cataclysmic offensive in an instant. The raging sea of blood devoured all. The dragon spear pierced the heavens, tearing apart the firmament. The moonlight flowed like a torrent, freezing time and space. The Buddha's palm descended like a mountain, suppressing the chaos of the eight realms. This realm was utterly engulfed in a nightmarish battle, reminiscent of the apocalypse. Chapter 37, A Sudden Transformation, Mysterious Esoteric Arts, The Fall of Zhenwu Boom. The six Zhenwu manifestations erupted simultaneously, unleashing an overwhelming force that roared forth like six ancient ferocious dragons. Lei Wanjie and his two companions occupied a unique triangular formation, each manifestation radiating brilliant divine light, fiercely confronting the enemy. The clash of the blood sea and thunder, the intertwining of Buddhist light and demonic aura, the sword energy shredding the moonlight, the dragon spear cleaving through the underworld. The terrifying shockwave swept in all directions, fracturing the earth within 100 miles. The spectators retreated frantically, and some martial artists who were slightly slower in their escape were directly turned into blood mist by the residual waves. What a splendid moment! Lei Wanjie laughed maniacally. The manifestation of the Nine Heavens Thunder Sovereign clasping his hands together, unleashing billions of purple lightning bolts that roared forth like raging dragons, colliding violently with Zhang Fulong's Xiangang Thunder Emperor. The two forces of thunder interwove, detonating countless storms, turning the land within 1,000 zhang into scorched earth. The manifestation of the Ghost Emperor of the Underworld, In Jiuyu, transformed into a shadow, traversing the void in an attempt to circumvent the frontal battlefield and directly assault the Taiyin immortal manifestation of Yu Qingxian. However, Master Mingjue's infinite Buddha manifestation radiated with divine light, striking down with a palm, the golden swastika seal pressing down, forcibly expelling him from the void. Old bald donkey, seeking death. In Jiuyu shouted furiously, the claws of the Ghost Emperor gleaming with a chilling light, as black mist surged around him. Dozens of twisted, ghostly figures howled out from his sleeves, swarming like locusts towards the Buddhist light. These phantoms emitted piercing shrieks, and wherever they passed, The Buddhist light seemed to corrode, sizzling ominously, flickering erratically. Night Songming's illusory, demonic, sovereign manifestation was the most enigmatic, shifting between reality and illusion, sometimes transforming into myriad afterimages, sometimes solidifying like a mountain, entangled with Li Wuxing's blood prison underworld king manifestation. The blood sea surged, and demonic energy roiled, with each collision of the two manifestations. Towering waves of blood erupted. Boom! Wu Jinyue's heavenly martial king manifestation swept through with the dragon spear, a golden spear light tearing through the air, aimed directly at Lei Wanjie. Lei Wanjie's nine heavens thunder, sovereign manifestation, crossed its arms to withstand the blow, thunder erupting as deep cracks formed on his arms. Golden thunderous blood scattering into the void. Thunder old ghost. Upon witnessing this, Yin Juyo lunged fiercely at Wu Jinyue, only to be struck by Yu Qingxuan's tying immortal manifestation. A sword light of moonlight cleaving into his back, nearly splitting his manifestation in two. Yin Juyo's true body spat out a mouthful of black blood, his aura instantly wilting. The offensive from the six powerful Jinwu warriors surged like a tide. Despite Lei Wanjie and his companions' desperate resistance, they were ultimately outnumbered and gradually suppressed. Ha ha ha, what a delight! It has been ages since I have fought so freely. A trace of blood escaped the corner of Lei Wanjie's mouth. Yet he laughed to the heavens, his voice echoing through the skies. The nine heavens thunder sovereign manifestation behind him, although battered, became increasingly violent, his fighting spirit burning like a raging fire. Humph! Wu Jinyue snorted coldly, the heavenly martial king manifestation shining with golden brilliance. To have the six great forces unite against him, such an honor was seldom bestowed throughout history. Lei Wanjie, even if you perish, it will be worth it. Ha ha. Lei Wanjie's laughter roared like thunder. With such fervor, should I simply surrender and kneel and wait for death? Before his words faded, a surge of thunderous energy engulfed him, transforming countless bolts of lightning into roaring thunder dragons that forcefully pushed back Wu Jinyue by several paces. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he coldly scoffed, "You may indeed inflict wounds upon me, but that is all you can achieve. If I wish to depart, none of you can impede my escape." As his words hung in the air, the illusory demon lord of Yi Songming flickered beside him, whispering, "Brother Lei, Brother Yin, we can no longer afford to clash head-on. We must retreat." Yin Juyo gritted his teeth and nodded, the Ghost Emperor's visage straining to muster its final strength in preparation for their escape. However, in that critical moment between life and death suddenly, two pitch-black claws pierced through the backs of Lei Wanjie and Yin Juyo without warning. The sharp tips, dripping with blood, emerged grotesquely from their chests. Yi Songming, you. Lei Wanjie's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints, disbelief flooding his gaze as he looked down at the claws embedded in his chest. Scalding blood dripped from the dark talons, blossoming into vivid crimson flowers in the void. Why? Yi Songming, you beast. Yin Juyo echoed his shock and fury. His body was impaled by the claws, and he could distinctly feel the power within him rapidly dissipating. The other six formidable beings stood frozen in shock. Their attacks abruptly halted, their faces etched with disbelief as they witnessed this harrowing scene, even their breaths caught in their throats. Yi Songming let out a deep, manic laugh, filled with madness and avarice. He slowly withdrew his claws, allowing Lei Wanjie and Yin Juyo to teeter precariously. Why? Yi Songming's voice suddenly rose, his eyes glinting with a morbid fervor. You two fools. Did you truly believe I would confront the six great powers unprepared? I have awaited this moment for far too long. By devouring your flesh and blood essence, I shall ascend to the late stage of true martial realm. His gaze swept over the six powerful figures, his eyes ablaze with fervent ambition. At that point, by consuming these six, I shall achieve the pinnacle of the true martial realm. The six great powers? Ha. What can they do to me? Yi Songming laughed maniacally, appearing deranged. In the end, if I can comprehend the mysteries of the abyssal demon order, his voice turned low and menacing, I shall break through the shackles of the true martial realm and step into a legendary realm that has eluded all since antiquity, accomplishing a feat even the abyssal void could not achieve. At that time, I shall dominate the world, my name forever etched in history, a legacy enduring through the ages. Before his words could dissipate, Yi Songming formed peculiar seals with his hands, reciting an arcane incantation. A stream of inky black demonic light erupted from his being, ensnaring Lei Wanjie and Yin Juyo tightly. The demonic light writhed as if alive, frantically burrowing into their bodies. Lei Wanjie and Yin Jiuyo's forms visibly withered, their skin rapidly losing its luster as their blood and flesh essence were relentlessly siphoned away. No! The two emitted heart-wrenching screams, yet no matter how they struggled, they could not escape this terrifying consumption. Quick, stop him! The six formidable beings finally regained their senses, attempting to advance and intervene, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier. They furiously assaulted the shield, powerless to prevent the agonizing decline of Lei Wanjie and Yin Jiuyo. As the devouring process continued, Yi Sangming's aura surged exponentially. The demonic energy surrounding him churned and coalesced into a tangible black armor. Meanwhile, Lei Wanjie and Yin Jiuyo had been reduced to mere shriveled husks. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, a terrifying manifestation, towering over 700 feet, gradually materialized behind Yi Sangming. This entity, shrouded in darkness, possessed 6 arms, each clutching a pulsating heart, exuding an oppressive force that was suffocating. Late stage of the true martial realm. The 6 could not contain their exclamations, their eyes filled with fear and astonishment. Yi Sangming slowly opened his eyes, devoid of any trace of humanity, replaced solely by insatiable greed and madness. He raised his hand, revealing a chilling smile directed at the 6 powerful beings. Now, it is your turn. Chapter 38. The arrival of Chu Yi. The 6 individuals understood that they were about to face a life and death battle. They exchanged glances, each reflecting unwavering determination and resolve. They were not daunted by the prospect of Yi Sangming breaking through to the perfect true martial realm. After all, as a lineage that had endured for millennia, which family did not have a few ancestors at the pinnacle of the true martial realm watching over them? What truly sent chills down their spines was Yi Sangming's mysterious devouring secret technique. This cannot continue, Wu Jinyue declared solemnly, the aura of the celestial martial god King soaring. Indeed, Yi Guqing replied coldly, if we allow him to keep devouring, once he breaks through to perfection and comprehends the mysteries of the abyssal demon order. His words trailed off, yet everyone grasped the grave implications. Should Yi Sangming ascend to the legendary realm, none would be able to restrain him. The abyssal demon order must be reclaimed. Zhang Fulong bellowed, surrounded by crackling violet electricity. Without further hesitation, the 6 champions summoned their most formidable techniques. In an instant, 6 earth-shattering auras soared into the heavens. Then let us fight with all we have. Wu Jinyue roared, brandishing his dragon spear and leading the charge towards Yi Sangming. The golden spear light slicing through the sky with an indomitable spirit. Master Mingjue pressed his palms together, the infinite Buddha manifestation radiating a brilliant light. He chanted scriptures, and golden runes flew forth from behind him, descending upon Yi Sangming in an attempt to suppress him. Zhang Fulong's Xiangang Thunder Emperor manifestation crackled with thunder, countless purple lightning bolts erupting like dragons, colliding with Yi Sangming's Phantom Demon Sovereign. Li Wuxing's Blood Prison Infernal King manifestation unleashed a torrent of bloodlight, surging towards Yi Sangming with overwhelming force. The 6 mighty warriors struck simultaneously, their immense powers intertwining, illuminating the battlefield with blinding radiance and deafening roars. The entire battlefield transformed under the weight of this fearsome collision, the very heavens and earth trembling. Unfazed, Yi Sangming's Phantom Demon Sovereign shifted between reality and illusion, skillfully evading various attacks while launching counterstrikes. He executed bizarre maneuvers, black demonic energy shooting towards the 6 like sharpened blades. In an instant, the battlefield fell into a stalemate, both sides exchanging blows without yielding. Each clash released powerful energy waves, affecting the surrounding area for hundreds of miles, the ground cracking, mountains collapsing, and rivers altering their courses. The intensity of this battle exceeded all imagination. On the ground, the combatants were forced to retreat step by step under the overwhelming aftershocks, eventually pulling back several miles from the battlefield, where the energy waves began to subside. As they looked up towards the battlefield, they beheld a sky filled with chaotic, swirling energies. Occasionally, a stray attack would effortlessly level a mountain peak in an instant. This breathtaking scene left them parched and awestruck, filled with a mixture of wonder and reverence. Among the gathered Grand Masters, their hearts were a tumult of emotions. They had initially believed that their perfected mastery at the Grand Master level was not far from the true martial realm. Yet they were astonished to discover the vast chasm that lay between them. In this moment, they were filled with longing and awe for the might of the true martial realm. The life of a martial artist is marked by several transformative leaps, the first of which is the breakthrough from a mere mortal to the realm of innate mastery. The stages of innate mastery, Chi Si, Grandmaster, and Great Grandmaster primarily differ in the application of true essence, offering little assistance in extending one's lifespan. Upon entering the true martial realm, true essence undergoes a metamorphosis into a more potent primordial force. Although the completion of the Great Grandmaster stage seems to be a mere step away from the true martial realm, the disparity is as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth, starkly contrasting. Lihan Mountain gazed intently in that direction, murmuring to himself, "The true martial realm. It's close, very close. It won't be long before I can reach that level." Meanwhile, Xiao Tianjue cast a wary glance toward the battlefield, expressing his relief. "Fortunately, I managed to hand over the Wuyuan Demon Order." He had never anticipated the immense gulf between the Grandmaster and true martial realms. Previously, in his naivety, he believed that with his strength ranked 6th on the heavenly list, coupled with the divine weapon Flame Calamity in hand, he could trade blows with a true martial expert. Now, reflecting on it, a self-mocking smile crept onto his face as he lamented his earlier naivete. Returning his gaze to the battlefield, he noted that several figures had just endured a round of intense clashes, each retreating to hover in the air, their energy surging as they confronted one another. Suddenly, as if sensing something, everyone turned their heads in unison towards the distant horizon. A figure clad in azure emerged from the clouds, initially appearing as a mere indistinct. Yet in the blink of an eye, it traversed thousands of meters, arriving with astonishing speed. How swift! A collective shock rippled through the hearts of the onlookers. Yi Songming narrowed his eyes, while the powerful figures from the 6 major factions instinctively prepared for confrontation. The battlefield was delicately poised in a state of equilibrium. Any external interference could shatter this stalemate. They scrutinized the newcomer with vigilance, their primordial energy coursing through their meridians quietly. As the figure drew closer, they discerned that it was a young boy clad in azure robes, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his garments fluttering gracefully. His countenance was strikingly handsome, exuding a serene detachment, with a hint of an elusive smile gracing his lips. Most astonishing was the aura emanating from him, profound and unfathomable, rendering his depth inscrutable. The onlookers, seasoned beings who had lived for centuries, possessed discerning eyes. They could clearly perceive that this boy's biological age was merely in his teens. Far from the guise of an ancient being, this revelation caused their pupils to constrict, stirring tumultuous waves within their hearts. A teenager, in the true martial realm? This notion thundered in their minds like a lightning strike. He surpassed Li Wuyuan, who had reached this realm at the age of 30. No, the term remarkable fell short of describing him. Extraordinary would be more fitting. After all, a martial arts prodigy emerging once in a millennium typically takes over 200 years to achieve such a level. Yet he accomplished it in just a few years, or perhaps a decade. This feat transcended the boundaries of mere talent. Yi Songming's fingers trembled slightly, and the 6 formidable beings unconsciously tightened their grips on their weapons. Their gazes towards the boy were interwoven with awe and caution, beneath which lurked an unmistakable greed. This young man harbored a colossal secret. This thought simultaneously emerged in the hearts of all, when the enigmatic Li Wuyuan fell inexplicably. Leaving behind only a fragment of the Wuyuan Demon Order, it incited countless individuals to pursue it fervently. Now, with the emergence of a youth even more extraordinary than Li Wuyuan, how could one not be swept away by a torrent of imagination? In the air, an intangible aura of menace began to spread. Chapter 39. The Thousand Zhang Dharma Form. Breaking the limit level, the atmosphere seemed to freeze for a moment. The young man in azure was none other than Chu Yi. He stood suspended in the air, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with an increasingly profound smile gracing his lips. "My friends, it appears the battle is quite lively," he remarked, his voice not loud yet resonating like thunder in everyone's ears, causing the very essence of heaven and earth to tremble in response. The 6 formidable warriors were solemn expressions. Wu Zhenyue spoke in a low voice. "Who might you be? This matter concerns our 6 great powers and Yi Songming. We kindly ask you not to interfere." Yi Songming's pupils constricted, a sudden alertness surging within him. As a practitioner of the Phantom Demise Demon Tome, he possessed an acute sense of danger. Yet at this moment, a far more potent emotion overwhelmed his caution: greed. The Wuyuan Demon Command? What of it? This youth before him was the true treasure. a true martial realm practitioner in his teens. If he could consume him, perhaps he could shatter the shackles of the true martial realm and ascend to the legendary realm that no one had ever reached. Haha. Yi Songming suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, bloodshot eyes gleaming with fervor. Heaven is aiding me. Boy, your secret shall belong to me. Before his words faded, his figure vanished abruptly, reappearing at Chu Yi's side. The phantom demise demon lord's gaping maw unleashed a terrifying force of devouring, seeking death. Chu Yi remarked without lifting an eyelid, casually raising his hand. A silent blade of air sliced through, severing Yi Songming's right arm at the shoulder. Blood splattered. What? Yi Songming retreated 1,000 zhang, his face ashen. Had he not instinctively turned his head, it would not have been his arm that was severed, but his very head. The 6 formidable warriors were struck with utter horror. They were acutely aware of Yi Songming's prowess, yet before this youth, he was as defenseless as a child. Chu Yi chuckled softly. Grievances? I harbor no interest in your disputes. He paused, his gaze suddenly turning icy. But the way you just looked at me, it made me quite uncomfortable. Before his words concluded, an overwhelming aura erupted forth. Boom! The heavens and earth quaked, and the winds shifted ominously. In the astonished eyes of all present, a colossal phantom, towering 1,000 zhang, slowly coalesced behind Chu Yi. The Dharma form was enveloped in chaotic energy, its features indistinct yet radiating a terrifying pressure that sent tremors through the very fabric of existence. How is this possible? 1,000 zhang Dharma form. The supreme Dharma form that only a breaking the limit level true martial practitioner can condense. The 6 formidable warriors were rendered speechless. Even the usually composed Master Mingjue could not suppress his exclamation. There exists a vast chasm even within the true martial realm. An ordinary true martial practitioner can manifest a Dharma form of merely 100 zhang. A fully realized true martial practitioner may reach 999 zhang, which is the ultimate limit of the heavenly path. Only those who surpass the limit of 999 zhang, the breaking the limit level practitioners, can condense 1,000 zhang Dharma form. Such beings, even among the ancient texts of the 6 great powers, are mentioned only a handful of times. It is said that only that ancestor of the Wu dynasty royal family might have touched upon this realm. Yi Songming's expression changed drastically, a tempest brewing within his heart. He once believed that with his devouring secret technique, he could roam freely within the true martial realm. Yet, at this moment, facing Chu Yi, he felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance, akin to an ant gazing up at the heavens. Escape. Just as this thought emerged, Chu Yi had already raised his hand. Since the seeds of greed had been sown, then, let it be. Boom! The towering manifestation descended with a single palm, as if the very sky were collapsing. The 6 formidable warriors' eyes bulged with rage as they unleashed their lifelong cultivation. The celestial martial goddess visage, the boundless Buddha-esque form, the profound Thunder Emperor-esque presence. 6 majestic manifestations surged forth, defiantly confronting that colossal hand. However, crack. In an instant, the 6 towering manifestations shattered like fragile glass. The 6 great warriors simultaneously spewed forth blood, hurtling backward like meteors, their eyes filled with boundless despair and disbelief. Yi Songming frantically burned his own essence, the phantom demon sovereign S form transforming into a piercing black light, desperately tearing through space in an attempt to flee. Thinking of escaping? Chu Yi merely snorted coldly, his fingers grasping at the void. Boom! That expanse of emptiness abruptly collapsed inward, obliterating everything. Yi Songming's residual manifestation was forcefully crushed. A scream, so mournful it scarcely resembled a human sound, erupted as Yi Songming's corporeal form. Along with the remnants of the demon sovereign's visage, was obliterated, his soul instantly extinguished under the terrifying pressure. With a single strike, the 6 true martial warriors lay gravely injured and on the brink of death. Yi Songming, both body and soul annihilated. Silence enveloped the arena. On the ground, all spectators stood frozen, stunned into silence, their breaths completely suspended. In a distant corner, Jian Shun, ranked 2nd on the Hidden Dragon list, a prodigy known for his clarity of sword heart and remarkable composure, felt his pupils constrict sharply, his hand trembling slightly around the sword. Though he understood that Chu Yi was unfathomable, the sight of that towering manifestation effortlessly obliterating true martial beings utterly shattered his limits of comprehension. The oppressive aura, as deep as an abyss or a prison, made the sword intent within him instinctively wail in despair. A close friend? Did I dare to call such an entity a close friend? This thought thundered through his mind, bringing forth an unprecedented sense of reverence intertwined with absurdity. Not far away, the crown prince of the Wu dynasty, Wu Qianquan, appeared pale, fixated on the figure clad in azure above, his body rigid as iron. The deeply ingrained awe of the Lu siblings from the drunken immortal pavilion crystallized into an icy chill. They finally understood the true meaning behind Lu Minglan's words, like a god, like a demon, terrifying to the extreme. In contrast, Lu Minglan and Lu Mingxian remained considerably composed. After all, this was their second encounter witnessing Chu Yi's manifestation of power within the true martial realm, yet the scene before them still surpassed their wildest imaginations. Both bore expressions of realization, as if to say, just as expected. The Xuanli fairy's frosty visage revealed a rare look of astonishment. The white-clad figure moved without wind, and her penetrating gaze reflected the figure in the sky, filled with an unprecedented sense of confusion. Is this true power? The pride of the Misty Peak and the halo of the hidden dragon list appeared so pale in the presence of absolute strength. The languor on the face of the Dreamweaver Demonis faded, replaced by gravity and fervor. All those who had participated in the Tianjiu conference and had encountered Chu Yi were rendered utterly astonished and petrified, their expressions frozen in disbelief. With such formidable prowess, can he still be regarded as merely a prodigy? What then do we classify ourselves as? Has the standard for prodigies risen to such dizzying heights? This thought flickered through the minds of countless prodigies. Li Hanshan trembled all over, his eyes igniting with an almost frenzied fervor. This is the true pinnacle of martial arts. Xiao Tianjua's face turned ashen, his lips quivering as he murmured, What kind of existence are we competing against for opportunities? Chu Yi retracted the magnificent celestial avatar that had rendered heaven and earth pale, his gaze sweeping indifferently over the crowd below, akin to a deity surveying mere ants. He raised his hand and beckoned, causing the fallen Wuan demon order to be drawn to him, landing steadily in his palm. The onlookers could only watch in silence, no longer daring to display even a flicker of greed. Any such impulse was suppressed deep within, fearful of drawing the attention of that murderous god. Chu Yi's fingertips traced the ancient patterns on the surface of the demon order, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he cast a sidelong glance at the severely injured 6 true warriors. His tone devoid of emotion. Are the divine artifacts of the laws that fell from the Sea of Realms something that mere ants in the true warrior realm can comprehend? The Sea of Realms? Divine artifacts of the laws? These two unfamiliar terms resonated like thunder in the hearts of the crowd, though they did not grasp their full significance. An instinctive awareness dawned upon them, that this likely pertained to the true origins of the Wuyuan Demon Order. For centuries, the Wuyuan Demon Order had appeared several times, yet no one had ever uncovered its source. And now, Chu Yi had casually revealed this profound truth. Who exactly is he? How does he possess such intimate knowledge of these secrets? The crowd was overwhelmed with astonishment. Chu Yi's unfathomable strength was already terrifying, and now the secrets he nonchalantly unveiled only shrouded its origins in deeper mystery. Chapter 40. The Ripple of News. A world shaken amidst countless gazes laced with reverence, fear, and bewilderment. Chu Yi's figure transformed into a faint azure stream of light, vanishing in an instant at the horizon. The wind finally stirred once more, laden with an overwhelming stench of blood and the lingering aura of devastation. He departed, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos and a multitude of souls whose perceptions had been irrevocably shattered. The profound silence did not endure for long. An elderly martial artist, fortunate enough to have hidden behind a distant boulder, trembled as he extracted from his bosom a valuable crystal stone, specifically designed for recording images. The surface of the crystal shimmered with ethereal light, vividly imprinting the cataclysmic scene that had just unfolded, the towering Dharma form, the collapse of true martial, and the annihilation of Yi Tsangming's spirit. He fled the desolate land in a frantic scramble, his mind focused solely on one thought. This news must be disseminated immediately. The sooner, the better. 7 days swiftly passed. The events that transpired at the Sword Discussion Conference echoed like a droplet plunging into boiling oil, resulting in a resounding explosion. The news spread with an unimaginable swiftness, rapidly engulfing the entire Qingzhou region. It then surged forth, cascading across all 13 states of the martial dynasty. The information swept through every corner like a tempest, fermenting, morphing, and propagating through the tongues of countless martial artists. In Qingzhou, at the largest tavern, Zui Xianlu, the bustling atmosphere at noon filled the three-story establishment with a cacophony of voices, mingling the aromas of wine, cuisine, and sweat. Waitstaff deftly navigated the narrow aisles, balancing massive platters while shouts of camaraderie echoed in the air. Yet, amidst the clamor of today, an uncontainable, almost fervent restlessness permeated the atmosphere. Nearly every greasy square table was ablaze with fervent discussions centered around a singular name, Chu Yi. Have you all heard? A monumental event has transpired at the Sword Conference hosted by the Sword Forging Villa. A martial artist, exuberant and robust, suddenly rose from his seat. His imposing figure accentuated by the grotesque scar that twisted across his left cheek, rendering him particularly formidable. Not only did the unparalleled masters from the heavenly rankings make their appearance, but even those true martial realm experts, long absent from the martial world for a century, had astonishingly emerged, 9 in total. This is an extraordinary spectacle that occurs but once in a century. Another wiry martial artist, resembling a monkey, eagerly chimed in. His small, keen eyes and thickly knuckled fingers suggested he practiced some form of finger technique. What shocked them even more was the revelation that 3 true martial realm experts had perished during the conference. These were true titans, standing at the pinnacle of the martial dynasty, and yet they had fallen just like that. A middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe could not suppress his astonishment. Is this some sort of deception? How could true martial realm beings, who stand atop the martial arts hierarchy, fall so easily? A young martial artist, his youthful face marked by a hint of arrogance, furrowed his brow in skepticism, clearly a newcomer to the martial world. You simply do not understand. The lean man broke into a grin, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. 2 formidable experts of the true martial realm had been grievously injured in a treacherous ambush by their own kin, ultimately meeting their demise. Yet, this was not the most astonishing revelation. Do you know what truly left everyone in awe? He deliberately lowered his voice, enticing those around him to lean in closer. What is it? The crowd eagerly pressed for the answer. At the crucial moment of contending for the Weiyuan Demon Order, an almost celestial figure emerged. The lean man took a hearty swig of liquor, the liquid trickling down his beard. With but a single strike, he incapacitated the ancestors of the 6 major factions. And even more terrifyingly, annihilated the soul of a true martial expert with one blow. What celestial being? I perceive that to be merely an old monster skilled in the art of maintaining youth. A gray-clad elder snorted dismissively, though his hair and beard were white. His eyes gleamed with vitality as he toyed with a copper coin, clearly a seasoned veteran of the underworld. A mere lad, appearing no older than 17 or 18. Possessing such prowess? I would not believe it even if you killed me. An old monster? Huh. The lean man chuckled with pride, as if he held a monumental secret. Was this not the initial perception of the crowd? However, once the assembly dispersed, the Jingwu division, along with the major families and factions, frantically sought to uncover the origins of the youth clad in green. Can you guess what transpired? What happened? This time, even the wealthy merchant could not help but inquire. The entire second floor seemingly holding its breath. Initially thought to be an arduous task to trace his background, the results were revealed with surprising swiftness. The lean man, brimming with excitement, waved his arms animatedly, utterly baffled by the revelation that this celestial figure was named Chu Yi. Just a month prior, he had been a beggar in a small town called Ping'an County, located in a remote area of Qingzhou. At that time, his limbs had been rendered useless, forcing him to rely on alms for survival. Chu Yi had a younger brother and sister, the 3 siblings relying on one another in their struggles, often subjected to the exploitation and bullying of the local beggar clan leader. A collective gasp of disbelief echoed throughout the room. The contrast was simply too shocking. The lean man took another sip of his drink, moistening his throat before continuing. And what happened next? Just last month, without any forewarning, this Chu Yi suddenly acquired immense power. He tore apart the head of the beggar clan that had tormented him and vanished for a time. According to the terrified clan leader from Ping'an County, when Chu Yi reemerged, he exhibited a cultivation level already at the innate realm. But that was not the end of it. He surveyed the astonished crowd, elevating his voice further. As many who had journeyed to the sword contest alongside the siblings claimed that these 3 were indeed extraordinary. It seemed that whatever realm he desired, He could manifest the corresponding power effortlessly. On the same day, when faced with a beast tide, he first displayed the strength of a master realm. And when that proved insufficient, the might of the true martial realm emerged. Tell me, is this not the essence of a celestial being? For him, realms were as simple as donning clothing. He could change them at will. Given your account, it truly does sound rather plausible. The wealthy merchant stroked his beard, murmuring to himself, his face etched with incredulity. Is it possible? A diminutive man interjected, his eyes darting with a shrewd glint. That Chu Yi has stumbled upon some extraordinary treasure, akin to the winged demon order, which grants him the transient might of various realms. Indeed, it is plausible. A young man with a sinister countenance agreed, his long, pallid fingers bearing unhealthy blue nails, clearly indicative of his mastery over toxic arts. If he can wield the power of any realm at will, why has he not appeared in the martial world since the Sword Conference? Perhaps that treasure necessitates a cool-down period. If we could locate him now. A flicker of greed flashed in his eyes as he spoke. At this utterance, the atmosphere in the tavern shifted subtly. Many eyes sparkled with scheming thoughts. In my view, whether one claims Chu Yi to be divine or a possessor of treasures is utterly preposterous. Just then, a clear voice resonated from a corner. The crowd turned to see a scholar clad in a cerulean robe rising gracefully. He appeared to be around 30, with striking features and an air of elegance. Holding a folding fan carved from white jade, it was none other than Mr. Lu Wenyuan, the renowned diviner of Qingzhou. My apologies, exclaimed one of the patrons who recognized him, hastily performing a respectful bow. This man was celebrated for his uncanny ability to deduce and resolve mysteries, garnering respect both in the martial world and the court. The crowd held his words in high regard. Lu Wenyuan smiled gently, snapping his fan shut with a soft sound. While I do not claim to possess profound insights, based on the evidence available, I surmise that Chu Yi is most likely the reincarnation of a formidable being from beyond our realm. Reincarnation of a being from beyond? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, clearly intrigued by this notion. Indeed, Lu Wenyuan continued, gracefully fanning himself, have you not noticed that when Chu Yi acquired the Wu Yuan demon order, he mentioned the terms Boundary Sea and Lawful Divine Artifact? Boundary Sea? Lawful Divine Artifact? Murmured someone in confusion. Boundary Sea sounds like a geographical location. Yet it is certainly not within our 13 provinces. Lu Wenyuan's gaze deepened as he added, the term Lawful Divine Artifact is even more extraordinary. I postulate that Chu Yi is likely a reincarnated being who has transcended the true martial realm, now just awakening his memories and gradually regaining his powers. His analysis left many with looks of realization, though skepticism remained among others. He speaks as if it were the absolute truth, scoffed a burly man with a face full of flesh. In my opinion, that lad simply stumbled upon some fortuitous treasure. Exactly. This talk of reincarnation is far too fantastical, chimed in another, his features resembling those of a monkey. Lu Wenyuan, however, chose not to engage in debate, merely smiling as he resumed his seat and sipped his tea. The discussions within the tavern grew increasingly heated, with some supporting the divine theory, others firmly believing in the treasure hypothesis, while a portion found themselves convinced by Lu Wenyuan's analysis, agreeing that Chu Yi was indeed a reincarnated powerhouse. Regardless, the entire Wu dynasty's 13 states have been utterly stirred. The name Chu Yi has, overnight, become the focal point of conversation among all, imbued with unparalleled power, mystery, and terror, akin to a towering wave crashing against the cognitive limits of every martial artist. The strength he casually exhibited subverted the conventional wisdom of martial realms. His casual mention of the Sea of Realms and the divine laws resonated like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirring countless ripples of greed, curiosity, and fear. The world trembled, and hidden currents surged. Countless eyes, filled with awe, trepidation, fervor, or calculating intent, turned towards the direction from which the young figure in blue had vanished. The tempest ignited by a single name has only just begun to sweep across this land. Chapter 41. The response of the top forces in the imperial capital of the Martial Dynasty, within the royal study. Emperor Wu Zhentian of the Martial Dynasty set down the recording stone and the urgent report presented by the royal secret guards. The detailed descriptions within the report, alongside the projection of the colossal chaotic form, which crushed 6 true warriors with a single palm, brought an unusual gravity to the face of this emperor, known for his exceptional talents and commanding presence over countless lives. What shook him profoundly was the earlier part of the report concerning the young man, Chu Yi, his origins and experiences. At merely 17 years of age, hailing from Ping'an County in Qingzhou, Wu Zhentian's hawk-like gaze fixated on the words, his fingertips unconsciously drumming on the Zetonwood desk, producing a dull, thudding sound. Just a month prior, he had been a beggar, struggling to survive alongside his siblings. This humble and pitiful beginning stood in stark contrast to the godlike figure of devastation depicted in the recording stone, creating a suffocating disparity. Without warning, last month, the report's cold and objective script outlined an astonishing, nearly absurd trajectory, suddenly possessing heaven-defying power. He slaughtered the oppressive leader of the beggar sect, disappearing briefly before re-emerging at the innate realm. More bizarrely, according to accounts from his companions and various investigations, the elevation of his realm appeared to be at his whim, manifesting the prowess of a master when confronted by a beast tide, and summoning the oppressive might of the true warriors when faced with overwhelming odds. The report meticulously detailed the rumors circulating in places like the drunken Immortal Tower, as well as the astonishing theory posited by the renowned diviner Lu Wenyuan of Qingzhou regarding the reincarnation of an extraordinary being from beyond the heavens. It even mentioned the terms realm, sea, and divine artifacts of laws that Chu Yi spoke of when seizing the Weiyuan demon order, concepts that far exceeded the comprehension of the martial dynasty. In merely a month, from beggar to effortlessly annihilating true warriors, it felt as though a heavy hammer struck Wu Zhentian's chest, a chilling sensation coursing up his spine, nearly freezing his blood. He had presided over the martial dynasty for decades, with countless records in the treasury, and understood the arduous journey of martial cultivation. Even the most exceptional talents nurtured by the royal family required decades of relentless effort to progress from innate to true warrior. This young man had completed a metamorphosis from the lowest of the low to a godlike figure in just 1 month. This transcended mere exceptional talent. It was a complete upheaval of the established understanding of martial arts. The report's description of the boundary-breaking true warriors, when combined with this horrifying speed of ascent and the utterly humble beginnings, alongside the notions of the realm's sea and divine artifacts of laws, Wu Zhentian abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes once again drawn to the suspended recording stone, where the towering chaotic form appeared even more menacing, emanating an oppressive force that shattered all conventional wisdom. A beggar boy, emerging from the mire, had, in a mere month, acquired the power to upend the world. The secrets behind this, whether divine manifestations, extraordinary encounters, or the most unsettling notion of a celestial being's reincarnation, were fraught with infinite unknowns and a terror potent enough to overturn the very heavens. Wu Zhentian watched the scenes within the recording stone repeatedly. With each replay, the imposing and chaotic, the terrifying palm that shattered the 6 great true martial arts like withered reeds, resonated deeply within him. The report detailing the soul-stirring transformation of a beggar into a within a month struck him like a heavy hammer upon his heart. Ultimately, he moved his fingertips, turning off the projection, and the imperial study was immediately engulfed in silence. The emperor remained silent, as if time had come to a standstill. His profound gaze pierced through the intricately carved window, casting its sight beyond the vast palace, as a thought rolled within him. Laden with unprecedented gravity, a true martial artist in their teenage years was already extraordinary, let alone the rare. Furthermore, the miraculous ascent from beggar to true martial artist within just a month. The turmoil within surged. This had transcended the realm of mere genius. This matter bore immense significance, its depth and breadth far exceeding his expectations, its mysterious roots eluding the grasp of worldly means, no longer a decision he could unilaterally command. He slowly closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, a resolute determination glimmered within. It appeared the time had come for him to personally visit the ancestral grounds. Simultaneously, as extinguished the recording stone, the silence of the imperial study enveloped the moment, a stark contrast to the contemporary Zhang Tianshi grasped a replicated recording crystal, the lightning patterns in his palm flickering unpredictably, while the shadow cast by the towering chaotic loomed ominously over the solemn hall. Beside him, several elderly Taoists with white hair and beards bore solemn expressions, silently calculating the heavenly mysteries, their jade tokens fracturing in their hands. The secret report regarding the outer realm, they, and the beggar's transformation circulated quietly within the hall, the weighty breaths overshadowing the rustling pines outside. At the summit of the inn, amidst the swirling sandalwood incense. A distant and grave Buddhist chant resonated. The emaciated elder seated upon the slowly opened his ancient eyes, penetrating through the scriptures to rest upon a confidential report from the secular forces of the Buddhist realm on his desk. Amitabha, the true dragon reveals itself. This is neither a calamity of this world nor a blessing of this realm. His fingers, deftly manipulating the prayer beads, quickened imperceptibly. In the Wuji sword sect, atop, the atmosphere in the conference hall was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. The sect leader, fixated intently on the scene projected by the crystal. That devastating palm seemed to sever the pinnacle of his lifelong pursuit in the sword path. Behind him, several elders, renowned for their clarity of sword heart, were now filled only with shock and confusion. A realm of unfettered freedom. What manner of being was this? S. voice was dry, tinged with an unrecognized tremor. The detailed report outlining his rise was clenched tightly in his grasp, the pages deeply indented by his grip. In the depths of the blood pool churned ominously at the altar's center. The sinister laughter of the blood-soul patriarch abruptly ceased, replaced by a profound sense of trepidation. He watched in horror as the projection depicted being crushed like an insect, his crimson pupils rapidly constricting. The laws of divinity, the ocean of realms. He raspingly chewed on these phrases, the bloodthirsty aura swirling around him momentarily stilled. At the summit of the ethereal peak, the cloud-watching terrace, stood a woman clad in a simple yet elegant Taoist robe, her demeanor otherworldly and celestial. Although she held no crystal in hand, the intelligence delivered by a spiritual crane was already clear in her mind. Gazing towards the central continent, a chilling glimmer flickered in her eyes, hinting at the first stirrings of an abyssal turmoil. 1 month to attain the Tao, breaking the limits of the law. The secrets of this youth pointed towards the heavens beyond. As the storm clouds gathered, there was no escape. With a soft sigh, the mountain breeze swept past, her garments fluttering, yet failing to disperse the heavy atmosphere. For a moment, across the vast expanse of the Martial dynasty, the core territories of its 6 most prominent factions surged with hidden currents, all stirred by a boy named Chu Yi. A confidential report detailing Chu Yi's origins and experiences fell like a colossal stone into a tranquil pond, sending ripples that expanded at an alarming pace, shaking the very foundations of the power holders' established perceptions and plans. No one could foresee how these ripples would ultimately transform into a cataclysmic tidal wave. Chapter 42. The supreme ancestor of the royal family in the heart of the Central Plains, deep within the imperial palace of the Martial dynasty, lies a sacred realm. A secluded space distinct from the opulent halls of gold and jade, the ancestral ground of the Wu clan. Sturdy stone walls shield this sanctuary from the clamor of the outside world, and the air is thick with the spiritual essence accumulated over millennia, mingled with the sin of time long sealed away. A faint luminescence flickers, illuminating the core of this enigmatic domain. Before several ancient stone coffins, the current emperor, Wu Zhentian, a sovereign commanding vast territories, presently relinquished all imperial grandeur and stood with utmost reverence, arms at his sides, as a respectful descendant in the presence of these relics. The coffins were not haphazardly arranged. Rather, they harmonized with an intricate formation, encircling a singular, distinctly different sarcophagus at the center. This central coffin, smaller than the others, emanated a hue neither of gold nor jade, its surface inscribed with bewildering, arcane patterns that subtly radiated a peculiar energy, isolating it from the cosmos. Suddenly, a grating sound shattered the stillness of the ancestral ground. The lid of the peculiar coffin creaked open, revealing a narrow gap. A hand, withered like the gnarled branches of an ancient tree, emerged and rested upon the edge of the coffin. Moments later, a figure gradually rose from within. It was an exceedingly thin old man, draped in a tattered robe whose original color was indiscernible. His skin clung tightly to his bones, save for his eyes, which sparkled with profound light from their deep-set sockets. He first surveyed his surroundings with a hint of confusion, his gaze sweeping over the other coffins before finally settling on the attentive Wu Zhentian. A soft laugh, resonating with the dust of ages, broke the silence, a voice hoarse yet strikingly clear. "Ah, Zhentian, is that you?" This elder was none other than Wu Tianji, the strongest of the royal lineage and the last remaining true martial master beyond limits. Besides him, 2 other true martial masters of great perfection still existed within the royal family, underscoring the profound heritage that enabled them to govern the expansive 13 provinces. Wu Tianji's lips curled in a slight smile, an expression difficult to discern as either nostalgia or derision. Time, it seems, holds little significance for those resting in coffins. In the blink of an eye, that little boy who once trailed behind me is transformed into a formidable emperor with an air of authority. Speak. Why did you awaken me before rousing the other lazy bones? Has something truly momentous transpired? The other lazy bones he referred to were the two other true martial masters. Esteemed ancestor, Wu Zhentian bowed deeply, his tone imbued with unprecedented gravity. This matter is of great importance and peculiarity, far beyond the judgment of ordinary true martial masters. After much contemplation, I deemed it necessary to summon you, as it offers a glimmer of hope. Oh, a spark ignited in Wu Tianji's murky eyes, his earlier languor vanishing, replaced by a weighty seriousness akin to an unfathomable abyss. Even the others find it troublesome? This is indeed intriguing. Pray, share the details. Wu Zhentian, not daring to delay, promptly presented the confidential report detailing the extraordinary experiences of Chu Yi, along with the stone that captured the images. He meticulously recounted the entirety of the events, from Chu Yi's humble beginnings as a beggar to his meteoric rise within a month. Traversing the realms of the Sea of Realms, divine laws, and other transcendent concepts. He spoke of the rumors surrounding the drunken immortal pavilion in Qingzhou, the theories of Lu Wenyuan's reincarnation, and culminated in the earth-shattering sword conference at the sword-forging manor, where a single palm obliterated the 6 formidable true warriors, manifesting a colossal chaotic Dharma form. Wu Tianji received the confidential report and the stone of images, his reading swift, yet every word indelibly etched in his mind. The image of the towering chaotic Dharma form and the palm imbued with boundless destruction and order compelled even this ancient patriarch to narrow his eyes slightly, particularly when paired with Wu Zhentian's information regarding the 1-month transformation from beggar to true warrior, transcending limits, and entering the Sea of Realms. Wu Tianji, despite his 9 centuries of experience and composure, could hardly suppress an unprecedented shock and gravity that surfaced on his withered visage. After a moment, he gently placed down the report and the stone of images, silence enveloping the ancestral grounds. Indeed, it was a transcendent true warrior. The aura of that Dharma form was unmistakable, even surpassing the chaotic uncertainty of my own prime. Wu Tianji's voice was low, laced with disdain for the notion that one's entire strength relied solely on treasures fallen from the heavens. He scoffed, deriding such a superficial perspective. We, too, have encountered and researched celestial artifacts. His emaciated fingers lightly tapped the coffin beneath him, an object from beyond, mysterious in its efficacy, capable of binding life force and staving off time, allowing him to persist until now. Yet its formidable power was ultimately limited, serving more as an aid at the level of rules, and it was utterly impossible for a mere wastrel to ascend to the realm of a transcendent true warrior in a mere month. Such feats cannot be achieved by objects alone. He paused, a glimmer of insight sparking in his eyes, the possibility of a reincarnated strongman. Indeed, some ancient texts do contain fragments of similar legends. However, his tone shifted, laden with unprecedented trepidation. Regardless of the extraordinary existence reincarnating, their awakening and restoration of power requires a process, an opportunity for alignment, and a substantial accumulation of energy. For one to ascend from the dust to the pinnacle of a transcendent true warrior within a month, growing stronger in the face of adversity, climbing realms as easily as quenching thirst. This utterly subverts the understanding of martial arts, surpassing even the explanations of reincarnation. This is a rebellion against the very fabric of reason. Wu Tianji fell into a momentary silence, his withered fingers unconsciously tracing the patterns on the coffin's edge. After a long pause, he raised his gaze, peering through the ancestral ground's barriers, as if glimpsing the ominous clouds looming over the entire world. This matter, he began slowly, his voice imbued with resolve, is no longer solely a concern for our Wu dynasty. The secrets surrounding this individual, the enigma of his origins, and the unpredictability of his powers. With a flick of his wrist, a medallion inscribed with dragon motifs appeared, exuding an aura of vastness, which he casually tossed to Wu Zhentian. Zhentian, take my token and immediately go to the Star Observation Pavilion. Fetch that old rascal Tianji for me. Tell him, the heavens are about to tilt, and he should cease hiding amidst his heaps of rusty artifacts and play dead. Wu Tianji's tone was unequivocal, infused with a long-lost brilliance. Furthermore, convey a message to the soul burial demon sect, the mysterious peak, the boundless sword sect, the heavenly dragon monastery, and the dragon tiger mountain. Inform those aged immortals that I, Wu Tianji, await them in the ancestral land of the Wu dynasty to deliberate upon matters of life and death. Indeed, my grandson shall attend to this immediately. With that, Wu Zhentian accepted the command, and the ancestral land plunged once more into silence. Chapter 43. The Gathering of the Perfected Martial Realm. At the Imperial Palace. Deep within the Imperial Palace lies the Wendatai. The white jade railings glisten with a gentle luster under the afternoon sun, while a faint scent of sandalwood lingers amidst the intricately carved beams and painted pillars. Wu Tianji, adorned in an exquisite brocade robe, reclines languidly against a zeakenwood chair. Behind him, two palace maids bow their heads, delicately kneading his shoulders with their slender fingers. Before him, another maid in simple attire kneels on a mat, gracefully holding a teapot as she brews tea over a gentle flame, the fragrant steam wafting through the hall. Before long, soft footsteps can be heard approaching from outside. A servant bows as he leads an elderly man into the Wendatai. The newcomer, with hair and beard as white as snow and a long beard cascading to his chest, is clad in an immaculate white Taoist robe, exuding an ethereal aura. This man is Mo Tianji, a formidable master in the late stage of the perfected martial realm, renowned in the martial world for his mastery in divining the heavens. With his name appearing on the esteemed Tianbang, Qianlongbang, and Xinbingbang, Mo Tianji walks lightly, halting several paces before Wu Tianji, displaying a hint of caution as he softly inquires. "Senior, you summoned me. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Wu Tianji lazily opens one eye in response, scanning the elder's celestial demeanor with a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Ah, you rascal. After decades apart, you've polished that impressive facade of yours to an even more convincing extent." A fleeting look of embarrassment crosses Mo Tianji's face, yet he merely offers a sheepish smile. Standing respectfully without further comment, Wu Tianji seems disinclined to press further, casually nodding towards the empty, intricately carved Nanmu chair to his left. "Sit. Thank you for your gracious invitation, Senior." Mo Tianji complies, taking his seat with poise, his robe brushing against the chair without disturbing a speck of dust. At this moment, the tea brewing maid quietly presents two freshly brewed cups of fragrant tea. The clear, jade-hued liquid gently ripples in the white porcelain cups, releasing an intoxicating aroma that fills the air. Finally, Wu Tianji straightens himself, leisurely waving his hand. The maid behind him and the one in front, in perfect synchrony, bow silently before lowering their heads and gracefully retreating. The hall returns to tranquility, with only the delicate scent of tea lingering. Mo Tianji lightly caresses the edge of the warm tea cup with his fingertips, his gaze slightly lowered as he contemplates before speaking. "Senior, you specifically summoned me. May I inquire about the matter at hand? Whatever I can do, I shall strive to fulfill it without hesitation." His words are filled with reverence, and his demeanor is humble, yet his heart remains as clear as a mirror. What could possibly compel this esteemed elder to summon him personally, if not the recent upheaval caused by the name that has shaken the entire martial world and left even the 6 major factions in turmoil? Chu-yi? The tempest stirred by this young man has inevitably reached the depths of the Imperial Palace. Wu Tianji observes the fleeting tension in Mo Tianji's expression. He does not respond immediately, instead taking his time to lift his teacup, inhaling the refreshing aroma with a deeper smile playing on his lips. After a moment of contemplation, he gently sets down the cup, his gaze settling calmly on Mo Tianji. "Do not worry, young Mo. This matter is not beyond your capabilities. Why the haste? With fine tea before us, let us not let it go to waste." He raised his hand, gesturing towards the teacup before Mo Tianji, indicating for him to partake. His gaze then drifted towards the direction of the hall's entrance, adding that he should savor the tea in peace, for they would discuss matters once everyone had arrived. The fragrance of tea lingered softly within the hall, while outside, the interplay of light and cloud seemed to be orchestrated by an invisible hand. 5 figures descended like fleeting lights, each in their distinctive manner, almost simultaneously landing upon the white marble square outside the platform of inquiry. There was no deliberate release of oppressive force, yet the overwhelming aura, cultivated over centuries and belonging to those at the pinnacle of the true martial realm, caused the surrounding air to subtly thicken. The sword light retracted, the azure blade concealed. One figure became clear first, clad in a flowing blue robe and bearing an ancient heavy sword upon his back. It was the venerable ancestor of the Wuji sword sect, Dugu Wuju. He stood tall like a pine tree, his gaze immediately directed towards the next arrival. A woman dressed in a moon-white palace gown adorned with cloud patterns descended gracefully, her beauty unparalleled. Yuhani, the matriarch of Piaomiao Peak, exuding an aura of unapproachable coldness. Dugu Wuju's eyes ignited with fervor, and with a swift motion he approached her, his smile revealing an unabashed familiarity and warmth. Fairy Hani. It has been years since we last met, yet your grace remains captivating as ever. Yuhani's gaze remained tranquil and unperturbed, with a barely perceptible nod. She offered no further acknowledgement. A flicker of familiar melancholy passed through Dugu Wuju's eyes, which swiftly transformed into a self-deprecating smile, as though he had grown accustomed to such frost-like responses. Amitba, a serene and distant chant resonated as Xuanjia, the holy monk of Tianlong Temple, approached with a subtle golden lotus aura surrounding him. Almost simultaneously, a shadow imbued with a chilling, deathly stillness spread across the ground. It was Xieju, the ancestor of the soul burial demon sect, enveloped in a voluminous black cloak, his hood drawn low, revealing only the faint glimmer of ghostly eyes. He let out a raspy chuckle. Old monk, your Buddhist light appears particularly illuminating within these palace walls. His words dripped with customary mockery. Xuanjiao pressed his palms together, his gaze lowered, his voice remaining calm. Light exists in freedom, and demonic obstacles dissipate. Xieju, your obsessions run too deep. Their eyes met briefly before parting. One radiated solemnity, while the other exuded an inscrutable aura. Though they had yet to engage in conflict, the inherent tension between the Buddhist and demonic energies quietly permeated the air. The final figure drifted into view, an elder with white hair, yet youthful features, clad in a purple robe embroidered with the Yinyang Bagua, surrounded by a refreshing aura. It was Zhang Daoyi, the ancestor of the Tianshi Palace of Longhu Mountain. His gaze, deep as a tranquil pool, swept over the assembly, and with a slight bow, he emanated an otherworldly grace, transcending the mundane. These five were the foremost ancestors of the five great powers, each a formidable presence at the zenith of the true martial realm. Amidst the intricate interplay of their auras, a calm, gentle voice resonated within the hall, not loud, yet clear enough to brush against the hearts of all present, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly calming all unseen ripples. Since you have arrived, please do come in and take your seats. Wu Tianji's voice carried an undeniable composure. The hall's doors opened soundlessly. The five ancestors, each with varied expressions, complied and stepped forward. As they stepped into the hall, their gazes naturally swept across the interior, momentarily pausing on the figure of Mo Tianji, who had already risen and was now respectfully bowing in greeting. In the presence of these five formidable individuals, he adopted an exceedingly humble demeanor. The five, Dugu Wuju, Yuhani, Xianjia, Xiaoju, and Zhang Daoyi, each harbored a fleeting contemplation regarding Mo Tianji's presence, coupled with a profound wariness towards the master of this Dao inquiry platform. They each sought a seat, settling down with measured grace, effectively suppressing the unspoken tensions that lingered outside. The hall returned to a state of tranquility. Wu Tianji's gaze calmly traversed the six individuals present, including Mo Tianji, and with a gentle tap of his fingertip upon the armrest of his eaten chair, he shattered the silence. Surely, the recent uproar within the martial world has reached your ears? In the stillness of the hall, one could hear a pin drop. Therefore, I trust you can discern the purpose of my invitation today. Chapter 44. The result of the deduction and response. The atmosphere within the hall was heavy, with everyone present nodding slightly in acknowledgement. They were already aware of the events concerning Chu Yi, and the shock of it lingered on. Wu Tianji scanned the room, and sensing their understanding, encouraged them to share their insights. Dugu Wuji was the first to speak, his eyes gleaming with a sharp intensity. In my humble opinion, this may not be a calamity. For centuries, countless extraordinary talents have faltered at the pinnacle of Zhenwu, their paths severed. Now, with the emergence of Chu Yi, could this not be a divine opportunity bestowed upon us? A chance to glimpse a higher realm. His voice trembled with barely concealed excitement. Ju let out a harsh, eerie laugh, the flickering light beneath his hood casting an unsettling glow. Opportunity? Such notions are ethereal. Only the power grasped within one's hands and etched into one's very bones is real. Why complicate matters? We six should join forces to capture that Chu-Yi lad, extract his secrets, and unveil the mysteries he harbors. Zhang Daoi casually flicked his dust brush, exuding an air of tranquility. Wuliang Tianzuan. Fellow Kuju, your agitation is excessive. Observing Chu-Yi's actions at the sword conference, he only targeted the malevolent Yi Songming and did not eradicate the disciples of our six great factions, which indicates he is not excessively bloodthirsty. In my view, a hands-off approach, observing the unfolding events and acting accordingly, is the superior strategy. Amitabha. Xin Jia folded his hands in prayer, suggesting prudence. In my opinion, it would be wise to first invite Master Mo to use his divination skills to deduce the roots and future of this Chu master before making any decisions. It seems that Senior Wu summoned Master Mo for this very purpose. His compassionate gaze turned toward Mo Tianji. At these words, the crowd fell silent, momentarily stunned. Before realization dawned upon them, they had been so focused on Chu-Yi that they had overlooked the presence of the divination master. Curious, expectant, and commanding glances suddenly converged on Mo Tianji. Even Wu Tianji regarded him with calm scrutiny. Feeling the weight of scrutiny from these pinnacle figures, Mo Tianji experienced a prickling sensation on his scalp, cold sweat breaking out on his back as despair washed over him. Amitabha, does Master Mo face any difficulties? Xian Jia inquired with a mask of compassion, as if genuinely concerned for his well-being. Glaring at Xian Jia's solemn, caring visage, Mo Tianji felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate. Suppressing the torrent of expletives bubbling within him, that old bald donkey, asking knowingly, setting me up, he managed to muster a grimace that was more painful than a cry. His voice strained. Esteemed seniors, please understand. It is not that I shirk responsibility. The art of divination, to peer into the heavenly secrets, inherently contravenes the natural order and demands a sense of balance. To deduce the fate of a mere mortal incurs little cost. However, the mightier the subject, the deeper the ramifications on the cosmic tapestry, and the price to be paid becomes increasingly burdensome. For someone like Chu-Yi, whose actions stir the very fabric of the martial world and could potentially influence the grand currents of the future. He inhaled deeply before continuing. The cost of deducing him may very well be my own lifespan. At that moment, I feared I would not grasp the entirety of the situation, and I would exhaust all my strength and succumb on the spot. His voice quivered slightly, and the hall fell into a profound silence. Everyone understood that Mo Tianji's words were not mere fabrications. He would never dare to lie regarding matters that pertain to life and death. Observing the crowd's silence, seemingly devoid of any viable solutions, Wu Tianji turned his gaze towards Zhang Daoi and calmly spoke. No matter. I anticipated such circumstances. Present it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Daoi understood. No wonder he had specifically mentioned bringing the Qinxiao fruit during the message. This fruit was a treasure of Longhu Mountain, derived from the miraculous Qinxiao tree, a rare species discovered by the founding ancestor of their sect. The tree blossomed once every 100 years and bore fruit only once every century, yielding a mere 9 fruits each time. The fruit, resplendent in its red hue akin to the dawn, was known as Qinxiao fruit, brimming with immense vitality and possessing the extraordinary ability to extend life, although one could only consume a maximum of 3 throughout their lifetime, with diminishing effects, the first extending life by 10 years, the second by 8, and the last by 7. The total of 25 additional years was an invaluable treasure for anyone. Without hesitation, Zhang Daoi retrieved a box intricately carved with enigmatic runes from within his robes. As he opened the lid, 3 fruits, vibrant red and translucent, lay nestled within the satin, exuding an alluring sweetness and a rich essence of life. This is the treasured Qinxiao fruit from Longhu Mountain. Zhang Daoi succinctly introduced its miraculous effects, primarily for Mo Tianji's benefit. The others, whether having heard of it or having benefited from it, were all aware of its powers. Mo Tianji's gaze was fixed intensely on the 3 red fruits, his breath quickening. 25 additional years. For him, whose lifespan was waning, it was an irresistible temptation. His desire nearly overflowed from his chest. However, after the ecstasy came deeper concerns. What if the cost of deducing Chu-Yi far exceeded 25 years? Would he not gain nothing while risking his life? This transaction. As internal conflicts raged within him, several gazes pierced him like daggers. Mo Tianji jolted back to reality. This was not a mere choice. It was a matter of necessity. If he did not deduce, he likely would not leave this questioning platform today. To deduce, however, still held a glimmer of hope. Realizing this, Mo Tianji no longer hesitated, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. He swiftly reached out, seizing the 3 Qin Shao fruits from the box and unhesitatingly consuming them in succession. The fruits melted instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into 3 streams of warmth that surged through his limbs and bones, nourishing his somewhat withered body and soul with an overwhelming vitality. Those present clearly witnessed Mo Tianji's once gray hair darkening at a visible pace, the fine wrinkles on his face quietly smoothing out, and his murky eyes regaining a luminous brilliance. He appeared as though he had rejuvenated by 20 years, his aura becoming richer and more profound. Closing his eyes to savor the surging vitality within, a look of ecstasy involuntarily surfaced on Mo Tianji's face. "All right, let us begin." Wu Tianji's calm voice shattered this state of intoxication, carrying an undeniable urgency. Mo Tianji's heart tightened, and he immediately gathered his focus. His countenance turned solemn as he steadied his breath, then reverently withdrew from his bosom 3 ancient bronze coins, each bearing the marks of time and inscribed with archaic symbols. The heavens and the earth, the profound mysteries. Mo Tianji intoned sharply, casting the 3 coins forcefully into the air. Simultaneously, he bit his tongue, releasing a drop of his crimson essence, tinged with a faint golden glow, which enveloped the coins with precision. As his essence departed his body, Mo Tianji's complexion paled to that of parchment, his vitality visibly waning. Yet, the blood-stained coins did not descend. Instead, they spun rapidly in the air, as if connected by invisible threads, forming a complex and arcane 3-dimensional pattern that continuously morphed and flowed. An indescribable essence of the universe was drawn forth, swirling ceaselessly around the pattern. Mo Tianji closed his eyes tightly, his brow furrowed, veins bulging at his temples, as if he were enduring an overwhelming torrent of information. His entire body trembling slightly. The silence in the hall was palpable. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the suspended pattern and Mo Tianji's condition. Suddenly, clang, clang, clang. The 3 coins seemed to lose all power, plummeting to the ground with a crisp sound. Mo Tianji's tightly shut eyes flew open. Yet, there was no clarity of successful deduction in his gaze, only profound astonishment and deep confusion. The anticipated terrifying backlash did not materialize. The consumption of this deduction was surprisingly akin to that of deducing an ordinary mortal. How peculiar! How utterly peculiar! Mo Tianji exclaimed in disbelief. The onlookers, already anxious, were even more intrigued by his exclamation. "Young Mo, spare us the suspense. Speak, what precisely has been deduced?" Xie Zhu, impatient by nature, growled with irritation. This. Mo Tianji looked into the eager eyes of the crowd, momentarily at a loss for words. "It's perfectly acceptable to speak plainly." Wu Tianji's voice resonated with a calming authority. Mo Tianji swallowed hard, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Esteemed seniors, the deduction. The results have emerged. Yet, it seems as though there are no results." "What do you mean?" The crowd chorused, their brows furrowed in confusion. Mo Tianji steadied himself and explained. "The deduction reveals that this Chu Yi, his life trajectory is clear and aligns with the collected intelligence. He is merely an ordinary mortal youth. Yet, to ascend to the true martial realm in such a short span, within the cognition of the laws of heaven and earth, it is deemed entirely reasonable. There is not a hint of anomaly." The hall fell into a peculiar silence. Achieving true martial status in such a brief time is considered normal? The laws of heaven and earth deem it reasonable? The gazes directed at Mo Tianji brimmed with incredulity and skepticism. "Are you even aware of what you are proclaiming?" Mo Tianji felt a surge of pressure under their scrutiny and hastily added, his tone resolute. "I stake my life on the accuracy of the deduction process." Such a result can only suggest 2 possibilities. What are those 2 possibilities? The crowd pressed, their hearts racing in anticipation. First, Mo Tianji raised a finger, his voice trembling with disbelief as he proclaimed the extraordinary power of Chu Yi, who had reached an inconceivable realm. His very existence could deceive the heavens and the laws of nature, leading them to believe that his rise was inevitable and justifiable. A collective gasp echoed throughout the hall. Even Wu Tianji's pupils constricted in shock. The possibility was utterly terrifying. Second, Mo Tianji raised a second finger, his eyes glimmering with a haunting light, for he had already discerned our deductions. What we perceived was merely the facade he wished us to see. A chilling gasp followed, laden with bone-deep cold. Regardless of the scenario, it pointed to a despairing conclusion. Chu Yi was an entity they could not provoke. The first notion was too preposterous, and subconsciously, the crowd leaned towards believing the second. Yet, even the latter was sufficient to instill a profound sense of dread. The ability to perceive the heavenly machinations and manipulate their outcomes. What did that signify? It implied that their every move, even their current thoughts, could be laid bare under the unseen scrutiny of another. It was as if, in the ethereal realm, a pair of cold, merciless eyes were penetrating through layers of space, dispassionately surveying all within the inquiry platform. A chill surged from every individual's tailbone to the crown of their heads. The temperature in the hall seemed to plummet. The atmosphere so oppressive it was suffocating. Even the most defiant, the infamous Xiao Ju, found the light beneath his hood flickering violently, his demonic aura retreating to its utmost, leaving everyone in silence. What should we do next? Xiao Ju's voice was dry and hoarse, tinged with an imperceptible tremor as he instinctively turned to Wu Tianji, the backbone of their group. Wu Tianji, too, succumbed to an unusual silence, his brows knitted, evidently aware of the predicament. In this stifling stillness, a timid voice emerged, laced with hesitation and a desire to prove its worth. Esteemed seniors, your junior dares to propose an idea. Perhaps we need not act at all. We could simply provide a gentle nudge. All eyes swiftly converged back on Mo Tianji, scrutinizing him, bearing the pressure. Mo Tianji quickened his pace. We merely need to disseminate the news that Chu Yi possesses an extraordinary treasure, enabling him to ascend in a single step in a clever manner. The vastness of the martial world is rife with countless individuals blinded by greed, who would take risks. We need not lift a finger. Countless test stones will emerge to probe the depths of Chu Yi. He cautiously observed the crowd's reactions, his heart racing with anxiety, having consumed 3 Qingxiao fruits from others. Yet yielding such a futile deduction, he genuinely feared retribution from the 6 major factions in the future. This proposal was the remedy he had painstakingly devised. Upon hearing his words, the crowd's eyes sparkled with intrigue as they contemplated the suggestion. How precisely would this be executed? Wu Tianji slowly began to speak, his tone inscrutable. Mo Tianji felt a surge of hope and promptly interjected. Ahem. The beggars' sect, did they not forge a deadly enmity with the Chu Yi trio? It is most fitting for them to take the initiative in disseminating information and inciting public opinion within the martial world. They possess both motive and a vast network of informants throughout the realm. Thus, it is only natural for them to undertake this task. Upon the proposal's emergence, a flicker of approval passed through the eyes of the onlookers. To wield another's blade to slay, to divert the blame elsewhere, and to extricate oneself completely is indeed a stroke of genius. Wu Tianji finally nodded, the corners of his mouth seemingly curling into the faintest of smiles. His gaze settled upon Mo Tianji, imbued with an unassailable significance. This matter is splendid. The task of contacting the beggars' sect and spreading the word shall be entrusted to you. Mo Tianji, I have great expectations of you. As he spoke, he even raised his hand to gently pat Mo Tianji on the shoulder. This seemingly casual gesture, however, bore the weight of 1,000 mountains upon Mo Tianji's frame. His smile instantly froze, as if a stampede of wild horses galloped through his mind. He was inadvertently digging his own grave. What was intended as a mere suggestion for merit had now devolved into the dirtiest, most perilous, and most easily resented task, which was now thrust squarely upon his shoulders. The 6 major powers, perched high above, could simply wipe their hands clean, while he, Mo Tianji, had become the igniter of this inferno. Mo Tianji felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself repeatedly in frustration. How foolish of him to speak out. How vain of him to show off. Yet, confronted with Wu Tianji's seemingly gentle yet unfathomable gaze, along with the profound scrutiny of the other 5 titans, Mo Tianji was compelled to swallow his indignation and regret. He managed to muster a smile that was more grotesque than tears, a visage of utmost reverence and compliance, and bowed deeply. Yes, indeed. The junior shall not disappoint the senior's trust, and will ensure this matter is handled with utmost precision. One must bear the consequences of their own actions, even if it is with tears in their eyes. In this martial world, there truly is no free lunch. Chapter 45, The Surge of Easy Points. 9 turns Dao body in the heart of Qingzhou, an expansive grassland, rarely trodden by human feet, stretched toward the horizon. Here, far removed from the clamor of the world, the gentle rustle of the wind through the grass and the calls of creatures intertwined to create the most primordial and distant melody of heaven and earth. The azure sky was pristine, with clouds leisurely drifting, and upon the vibrant green carpet, three figures lay at ease, savoring the rare tranquility. These three were none other than the Chu siblings, Chu-Yi, whose actions had sent tumultuous waves through the external world, shaking countless forces. From the moment Chu-Yi resolved to stir the winds at the sword discussion conference, he had meticulously arranged for his younger brother, Chuan, and sister, Chu-Yu, to retreat ahead of time, waiting at a designated location for their reunion. As for himself, he gambled everything, exhausting all accumulated easy points to acquire a 2-minute experience card for the true martial realm. With this fleeting yet astonishing power of the true martial realm, Chu-Yi not only accomplished the remarkable feat of overpowering the 7 true martial experts, but also, before the strength dissipated, led them to this secluded place, completely vanishing into the vast depths of the grassland. Half a month passed in silence. The uproar triggered by that storm continued to ferment in the outside world, while the clamors and pursuits seemed to be isolated beyond this boundless green barrier. The Chu siblings enjoyed this rare moment of peace and repose. However, from the ever-pulsing easy point value in Chu-Yi's mind, it was evident that the storm he had orchestrated would have repercussions far beyond his initial expectations, yielding rewards that surpassed his imagination. "Open my attribute panel," Chu-Yi silently intoned, closing his eyes in concentration. A mysterious light curtain, perceivable only to him, unfurled slowly within his consciousness, radiating a soft glow. Master of the easy path, Chu-Yi. Cultivation, early stage of innate realm, physique, Tao body pseudo. Upon seeing the latter line, an indescribable sensation of stagnation swept through Chu-Yi's heart. Talent, easy boundless Tao of ease, causes as fuel, traversing time and space, reversing yin and yang. All laws of heaven and earth can be easily altered. Easy points. 1, 267. 250. As his gaze fell upon the staggering figure of over 120,000 in the easy points section, even with Chu-Yi's typically tranquil demeanor, an uncontrollable excitement surged within him at this moment. This was not the end. As the events continued to unfold, the easy points would flow in ceaselessly. After a considerable time, Chu-Yi forcibly suppressed the fervor boiling within his chest, slowly opening his eyes, a fleeting brilliance flashing in the depths of his profound gaze. With such an abundance of easy points, many of his envisioned plans could finally commence, he murmured to himself. His eyes swept across the glaring pseudo in the physique section, an inexplicable discomfort rising within him. How many easy points are required for me to manifest the strongest physique in the heavens that I can now afford? Chu-Yi's thoughts delved into the sea of consciousness, inquiring within. In an instant, a torrent of information imbued with supreme Tao essence surged into his awareness. 9 turns Tao body. 1. Innate Tao seed. The possessor is a favored child of the great Tao's laws, innately close to the Tao, with a comprehension speed of the laws of heaven and earth that is astonishing, as natural as breathing. 2. The 9 transformations of awakening. 1's physique is not attained instantaneously, but rather evolves through the enhancement of 1's cultivation or through unique opportunities, undergoing a total of 9 life and death metamorphoses. With each transformation, an exclusive innate divine ability awakens, possessing boundless potential for growth. 3. The divine ability against the heavens. Each awakened divine ability encompasses fragments of supreme laws or possesses absolute characteristics, wielding powers that defy common sense, enabling the possessor to battle across realms, rendering the barriers of realms inconsequential. 4. The harmonization of body and soul. Each transformation not only unlocks divine abilities, but also entails the ultimate refining and sublimation of both the physical body and the primordial spirit, allowing them to bear the terrifying might capable of overturning the universe. The inherent strength of the Tao body itself is unparalleled among the heavens. 5. Trials of catastrophe. Each transformation is accompanied by cataclysmic tribulations of unfathomable magnitude, serving as the relentless test of the heavenly path for those who defy it, while simultaneously representing the sole pathway to the perfect integration of divine abilities and the Tao body. Failure results in death and the obliteration of the self. Success propels one soaring to unimaginable heights. 6. Rarity. This physique is an ancient rarity, capable of manifesting only once in an era or even across several epochs. A true embodiment of destiny, or perhaps the very source of calamity. Materializing the 9 transformations Tao body essence requires the expenditure of 300,000 essence points. Shall it be manifested? Yes. No. The 9 transformations Tao body, defying fate. This is the path that I, Chu Yi, am destined to tread. A surge of ambition welled up within Chu Yi's heart, and he was immensely satisfied with the introduction to the 9 transformations Tao body. Although 300,000 essence points is a considerable amount, it is trivial compared to this supreme path. As for the enormous calamities accompanying each awakening, that is a concern for ordinary cultivators. It holds no relevance for someone like him, a prodigy. Matters that can be resolved with essence points are hardly matters at all, compared to his innate talent. What does the heavenly path even signify? Suddenly, he opened his eyes, the brilliance within them shining brightly, dispelling any trace of lethargy. Elder brother? Chuan, who had been attentively observing Chu Yi, immediately turned to him, curiosity evident in his gaze. Chu Yi also ceased her fiddling with the grass. Her bright eyes fixed on Chu Yi, filled with concern. Chu Yi's gaze swept over his 2 beloved siblings. His voice steady and clear. I shall enter seclusion for a while. He provided no further details regarding his retreat. Yet the solemnity and anticipation woven into his words were sufficient for Chu and Chu Yu to understand that their elder brother was on the verge of a significant breakthrough. Upon hearing this, the casual demeanor on Chuan's face vanished in an instant. He sprang to his feet with a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth. Hey, finally getting serious, are we? Don't worry, with me and little sister here, not even a mosquito will dare to disturb you. He patted the sword at his waist, an aura of sharpness subtly emanating. Chu Yu also gracefully rose, moving to stand beside Chu Yi, her voice crisp and resolute. Brother, focus on your breakthrough. We will safeguard you. No words were necessary between the siblings. A single glance sufficed to convey their mutual understanding. Chu Yi nodded slightly, feeling a deep sense of reassurance in the bond and reliability of his younger siblings. He ceased further conversation, sat cross-legged, and directed his heart towards the heavens. Swiftly entering a state of profound meditation, his breath becoming long and resonant, as the thoughts delved into the deepest recesses of his consciousness. Chu Yi issued an unequivocal command within his heart. Shield all anomalies. Materialize and merge. Foundation of the 9 transformations Tao body. Command confirmed. E points minus 300,200. Manifestation successful. Initiating fusion. Shielding force field has been established. At the moment the command was given, Chu Yi felt as though the entire universe had momentarily frozen. Following this, an indescribable, irresistible force, akin to the primordial power emanating from the very dawn of the cosmos, descended with a thunderous roar from the void. It did not flood in from above nor surge forth from his dantian. Instead, it erupted directly from every minuscule particle of his being, from the very core of his soul, emerging from the void. Even with a will as steadfast as granite, honed through 10 years of hardship, Chu Yi could not suppress a muffled groan at the emergence of this force. The sensation was akin to billions of stars simultaneously exploding within him, collapsing and reorganizing. Every cell was violently torn apart and crushed by the most primal, purest laws of the Tao, only to be instantaneously rejoined and reshaped by an even more profound and powerful force. His bones cried out as they shattered and healed inch by inch. His blood boiled, evaporating and being reborn. His meridians were stretched to their limits, nearly collapsing under the onslaught of a more ferocious torrent of energy, a pain that transcended all suffering. Stemming from the fundamental essence of life being forcibly transformed, threatened to rend his consciousness asunder. Yet, amidst this excruciating agony capable of shattering the souls of true martial realm warriors, Chu Yi's formidable will remained resolute like a rock amidst tempestuous waves, steadfastly clinging to the last vestige of clarity. He could vividly perceive the foundational Tao body, once marred by pretense, shattering like fragile glass, disintegrating into nothingness. In its place arose strands of radiant, chaotic light, exuding an aura of primordial chaos and undifferentiated beginnings. This divine radiance harbored unfathomable vitality and might, wherever it passed. The shattered flesh and soul were visibly restored and enhanced, emanating an indescribable resonance that seemed to breathe in harmony with the universe. The old, false Tao body was being entirely obliterated, replaced by the newly formed foundation of the 9 transformations Tao body, infused with infinite possibilities. This metamorphosis was fueled by his indomitable will as the crucible and the vast reservoir of essence, acquired through the exchange of 300,000 E-points, served as kindling for the most essential rebirth and reshaping. This process was excruciatingly painful, yet profoundly sacred. He hazily sensed that at the core of this nascent Tao body, there appeared to be 9 mysterious, unfathomable portals, each embodying different supreme laws, slowly rotating and gestating with every heartbeat and tremor of his soul. The grasslands remained tranquil, the wind stirring the grass, and the insects chirping. Yet, within the vicinity of Chu Yi's seated form, the space appeared to be frozen, with light slightly distorted, completely isolated by an invisible force field. Only Chu and Chu Yu could faintly perceive a terrifying pressure and surging vitality that stirred their very souls from within that intangible force field. The siblings exchanged a glance, each perceiving the gravity and anticipation reflected in the other's eyes. Their guardian stance grew increasingly vigilant, their hearts racing with trepidation. Transformation was quietly unfolding in the depths of the uncharted prairie, unknown to all. Chapter 46. The Nine-Turn Tao Body, the Awakening of the Tao Eye. All laws returned to their source. The tumultuous reshaping and sublimation within his body gradually subsided. As the final trace of impurities from the pseudo-Tao body was completely incinerated and obliterated by the 9-colored divine radiance, an indescribable sense of completeness, clarity, and an unprecedented affinity with the grand principles of heaven and earth surged from the depths of Chu Yi's soul. The essence of the 9-turn Tao body had successfully fused. Yet, this was merely the beginning, the forging of a foundation. The true might of the 9 turns still awaited awakening. Chu Yi's consciousness delved deep into the sea of perception, sensing the 9 paths slowly rotating at the core of the Tao body, emanating the profound aura of various supreme laws. The first gate was the clearest, adorned with intricate patterns of insight and analysis, seemingly concealing a pair of divine eyes capable of perceiving the essence of all worlds beyond. Consume E points to awaken the first turn. Chu Yi's resolve was unwavering. Command confirmed. Consuming E points. 50,000. Commencing awakening of the first turn, the Tao Eye unveiled. Buzz. The first gate suddenly radiated an overwhelming brilliance, as countless esoteric runes surged into Chu Yi's eyes like a torrent. Chu Yi could not suppress a low roar. This pain was entirely different. No longer a tearing of flesh, but rather a sensation as if his soul was plunged into an ocean of information, forcibly inundated with sensations 1,000,000,000 times magnified. Beneath his tightly shut eyelids, an extraordinary metamorphosis was unfolding. After the excruciating pain came an indescribable clarity and perspicacity. First turn, the Tao Eye unveiled, awakening, essence Tao Eyes. Chu Yi abruptly opened his eyes. In that instant, 2 indescribable beams of light shot forth from his gaze, not blindingly bright, but rather a chaotic light embodying the birth of cosmic galaxies and the operation of all laws. Deep within his pupils, no longer mere black or brown, 2 slowly rotating chaotic vortices formed, interwoven with endless profound patterns, at the center of which flickered the brilliance of the celestial rivers, reminiscent of the primordial scenes of creation. The essence Tao Eyes had awakened. The world transformed utterly through Chu Yi's eyes. He gazed down upon the grass beneath him, no longer a simple green plant, but a network composed of countless delicate, flowing azure energy threads, each pulsating in accordance with some life principle. The veins of the grass resembled the most intricate energy circuits. The dewdrops condensed upon the blades appeared to him as aggregates of myriad water laws microparticles, with surface tension and evaporation tendencies vividly perceptible. The dust particles floating in the air were no longer mere specks, but small, uniquely structured energy clumps, even revealing faint ripples of law as they collided. In the distance, the sharp intent emanating from Chu and was no longer a vague aura, but distinct streams of golden energy flowing around him, each carrying the characteristics of cutting laws. Surging through his meridians, their essence concentrated at the wrist of his knife-wielding hand. The pathways of Chu and's internal cultivation, the nodes of spiritual power flow, and even the slightest fluctuation of his Tao heart amidst his heightened concentration appeared as clear as the patterns on the palm of his hand. The physical form felt as though it had been thoroughly cleansed by the celestial waters of the great Tao, each inch of flesh and bone radiating a lustrous glow, with strength, resilience, and sensitivity far surpassing the peak state of the prior pseudo-Tao body. The 5 senses transcended, allowing him to perceive the chirping of insects and birds, the rustling of grass in the wind, and even the movements of earthworms deep below, all with crystalline clarity. His soul was more lucid and pure than ever before. However, Just as Chu Yi was immersed in this profound experience of understanding the essence of all things, the first tribulation of the Tao descended upon him like a shadow. The trial of disillusionment and inner demons. A torrent of chaotic, overwhelming information surged into his consciousness, akin to a flood breaching its levees. As the source of the Tao's eye awakened within him, each pulse of energy from the blades of grass transformed into a deafening roar. Every speck of dust in the air became a streak of light that tore through his vision. The swirling intent of blades around him morphed into countless tangible golden knives, frantically slicing through his nerves. The world as painfully vivid details morphed into a terrifying storm of madness. Countless distorted illusions emerged. Images of his childhood humiliation while begging were magnified infinitely. The fierce faces of the 7 true martial artists from the Sword Discussion Conference roared before him, and numerous voices screamed within his heart. What does it matter to see through everything? You are but an ant, stealing power. This power will ultimately consume you. Surrender, succumb. Inner demons proliferated, and delusions surged. They sought to shatter his Tao heart and drag him into an abyss of irreversible madness. Humph! A mere heart demon dares to disturb my Tao heart? Chu Yi scoffed inwardly. As the will forged through the excruciating pain of merging his Tao body erupted with brilliant light. He steadfastly maintained his original intent, like a stabilizing needle in turbulent seas, allowing the torrent of information to crash against him and the illusions of inner demons to tear at him, while his core consciousness remained unyieldingly steadfast, firmly controlling the newly awakened Source Tao. You think a mere tribulation can hinder me? You point, calm my heart. Without hesitation, Chu Yi connected with the core of Yi Dao, an invisible, towering force stemming from the boundless talent of Yi Dao descended upon him, not to directly dispel the inner demons, but to form a profound filter and stabilizer within his consciousness. The raging torrent of information passed through the filter, becoming orderly and controllable, transforming from a waterfall into a gentle stream. The burgeoning inner demons were firmly suppressed by the stabilizer's power, as if confined within an invisible cage, though their roars persisted. They could no longer shake Chu Yi even slightly. The trial's essence, which interrogated the heart and tempered the will, was perfectly preserved, hammering at Chu Yi's Tao heart like a heavy hammer forging iron, making it increasingly resilient, pure, and translucent. E.-50,000. Negative effects of the trial of disillusionment and inner demon stripped away, refining effects retained and enhanced. The threat of the heart demon trial instantaneously dissipated into nothingness, leaving only the pure essence of the Tao heart's refinement. The chaotic vortex in Chu Yi's eyes deepened and stabilized, his capacity to process information soaring rapidly. The first transformation was complete. Then, let the second transformation awaken as well. Chu Yi did not hesitate for a moment, directing his gaze towards the second imposing gate at the core. This portal emanated a magnificent aura of refinement, consumption, and return to the source. Consuming E-points. Awakening the second transformation. Command confirmed. Consuming E-points. 100,000. Initiating awakening of the second transformation. All laws returned to the source. With a thunderous roar, the second gate swung open. A force, more domineering and insatiable than when the Tao Eye first opened, erupted from within Chu Yi's being. This time, the transformation occurred deep within his Dantian. An intangible, colossal furnace-like apparition, seemingly capable of devouring all realms, took shape at the core of his Dantian's Qi-Si. The ancient furnace, vast and primordial, bore countless esoteric runes representing diverse laws and energies upon its walls. Inside it blazed a chaotic flame, exuding a terrifying aura that commanded all laws to submit and return to their origins. Second transformation, all laws returned to the source, awakening myriad path furnace. The moment the furnace took form, Chu Yi felt as if he had become the very center of the universe. The primordial energies of heaven and earth within 100 zhang radius surged uncontrollably towards him, even forming visible spirals of spiritual energy. Yet, this was merely an appetizer. The true power of the myriad path furnace lay in its ability to refine all laws. Any incoming energy attack, whether it be spiritual power, demonic force, magical energy, or even divine power at higher realms, once within the furnace's absorption range, would be forcibly analyzed, disassembled, and ultimately cast into the furnace. where the chaotic flames would refine it into the most pure and primordial essence of Tao, nourishing Chui himself. This furnace was, without a doubt, the nemesis and grave of all energy attacks. The optimization process involved the energy and fragments of laws being consumed within the furnace. They would be roasted by the chaotic fire, forcibly deducing and disassembling their contained techniques and divine truths. The furnace could automatically eliminate any dross, conflicts, or hidden dangers, extracting their essence. It could even merge and optimize seemingly unrelated techniques from different systems, evolving into a new method that was more powerful and more attuned to Chu Yi's own path. Refining his Tao, utilizing myriad laws as fuel and chaotic fire as the furnace. The principles that Chu Yi had comprehended, even if merely in embryonic form, would be repeatedly refined, purified, and sublimated within this furnace, becoming ever more pure, powerful, and concentrated. Transformation of the Tao body. Chu Yi's physical form emitted a deep humming sound, as though an invisible divine furnace was forging within him. The density and strength of his muscles, bones, and organs surged once more, with a metallic sheen coursing beneath his skin, imbued with a terrifying tenacity. At this moment, with merely this corporeal body, he was capable of clashing with ordinary divine weapons unscathed. The innate true chi within him was instantly purified and compressed tenfold by the furnace. Now as pure and refined as liquid diamonds, surging through his expanded meridians with a roar reminiscent of mighty rivers. However, the second transformation's tribulation was far more perilous. Descending in an instant. Backlash of all laws. The awakening of the myriad path furnace itself was a provocation and plunder of the myriad energies and laws within the universe. Such tyrannical behavior instantly provoked a violent backlash from the laws of heaven and earth. Boom. Crack. Outside the shielding field, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened. It was not the gathering of storm clouds, but rather the very fabric of space began to distort and tremble. Countless streams of wildly fluctuating energies, each of a distinct hue and nature, erupted from thin air. There was the searing essence of blazing fire, the bone-chilling frost of the abyss, the unmatched sharpness of metallic sword energy, and the heavy, mountain-like force of earth. These torrents of chaotic energy, representative of various fundamental laws, surged forth like enraged dragons, disregarding spatial distance, directly piercing through the shielding field, which, in any case, did not obstruct the heavenly tribulations, and relentlessly bombarded the nascent, myriad path furnace, forming within Chu Yi. Their sole objective was clear: to obliterate this audacious artifact capable of refining myriad laws. Should the furnace be shattered or Chu Yi unable to control it, the multitude of violent energies would erupt within him, clashing and annihilating, sufficient to reduce him to nothingness. From flesh to soul, Chu Yin and Chu Yu turned ashen in an instant. Although they could not discern the specifics, the terrifying pressure that seemed poised to tear the entire prairie apart sent tremors through their very souls, almost suffocating them. Chu Yin's grip on his knife tightened, veins bulging, while Chu Yu nearly crumpled to the ground. Confronted with a backlash capable of reducing even a peak true martial realm expert to ashes, Chu Yi's eyes spun with chaotic whirlpools, not a trace of fear evident. Instead, he radiated an unprecedented divine light. What a fortuitous turn. I was just lamenting the lack of fine kindling to ignite my furnace. Chu Yi roared within, as the source Tao I operated at full capacity, instantly unveiling the essence of this backlash of myriad laws, every energy's attributes, trajectories, and weak points laid bare before him. Myriad path furnace, consume for me. The formless shadow of the chaotic furnace at his dantian suddenly expanded, its mouth transforming into a black hole capable of devouring all. Yijian, stabilize. Separate the destructive backlash while preserving the refining effect of the furnace. Command confirmed. Consumption of Yijian, 100,000. Separate the destructive force of the heavenly tribulation backlash of myriad laws, retaining and guiding its refining effects. Buzz. An enigmatic power enveloped the frenzied energies of the laws. The moment they surged into Chu Yi's body, the destructive characteristics capable of annihilating everything, conflict, obliteration, explosion, were forcibly erased, as if by an invisible hand, stripped away. What remained was only the purest, most primordial torrent of law energy, still wild, yet devoid of self-destructive intent. Boom, 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 boom. This stripped down, pure, and vast torrent of law energy surged into the recently awakened Myriad Path furnace, like a torrential river breaking its banks. The chaotic fire erupted instantly, producing a deafening roar. The entire furnace trembled violently, the runes on its walls flashing erratically, as if enduring immense pressure. This was the crucial moment of refinement. Chu-Yi gritted his teeth, concentrating all his will to control the furnace, akin to steering a colossal ship navigating through tumultuous waves. The furnace, under the onslaught of frenzied energy, not only remained intact, but also saw its walls grow denser and more formidable. The engraved runes of the laws became increasingly distinct and profound, while the chaotic flames within deepened in hue and intensified in temperature. Those energies stripped of their destructive attributes were swiftly refined and purified by the chaotic fire, transforming into wisps of ethereal essence imbued with the breath of the great Tao. These tendrils seamlessly integrated into Chu-Yi's limbs, his dantian, and his spiritual sea. Refinement. An unparalleled process of refinement. The 10,000 Ways furnace, under the bounty of this myriad law's backlash calamity, swiftly stabilized and expanded, achieving initial consolidation. Chu-Yi's physical form, vital energy, and soul experienced yet another leap, nourished by this pure essence of the Tao. As the last remnant of law energy was entirely consumed and refined by the furnace, the chaotic flames within gradually calmed, emanating a sense of completeness and weightiness, as if capable of melting the heavens themselves. As the second transformation commenced, the myriad laws returned to their source, and success was attained. Outside the shielding force field, the cataclysmic pressure receded like a tide. The sky cleared, as if everything that had just transpired was but an illusion. Chu-In and Chu-Yu gasped for breath, their backs drenched in cold sweat, their eyes filled with awe and lingering fear as they gazed at the meditative figure of Chu-Yi. Yet more prevalent was the ecstasy of witnessing their elder brother's safety. Slowly, Chu-Yi opened his eyes. This time, the chaotic vortex of divine light within them had receded, deep and profound like the cosmos itself, with only fleeting flashes of piercing brilliance illuminating the void. He felt the transformative changes within him. Since the 10,000 Ways furnace at his dantian, which seemed capable of devouring the heavens and embraced the supreme insight granted by the source Tao I. Alongside this nine-turn Tao body, now exponentially more formidable than before, a smile graced his lips, one that radiated an aura of dominion and disdain for the world. Initial stage of the innate realm? Such a cultivation level seemed trivial in the presence of this Tao body. Chu-Yi mused inwardly, filled with unmatched confidence. With an expenditure of 450,000 E points, merging 300,000 first transformation, 50,000 second transformation, 100,200. The foundation of the nine-turn Tao body was established, awakening the powers of the first two transformations. Chapter 47. The progression from innate to true martial realm. Chu-Yi's thoughts traversed the attributes panel, landing on the glaring notation of cultivation, early innate realm. Traditionally, realm served as the most crucial metric for assessing strength, a ladder to ascend the peaks of martial prowess. Yet at this moment, having integrated the essence of the nine transformations body and successfully awakened the first two transformations of divine abilities, Chu-Yi recognized that the antiquated standards of measurement had utterly faltered in his case. The potential embedded within this Tao body was boundless, and its foundational strength had long transcended the confines of ordinary realms. The early innate realm cultivation was akin to a child wielding a colossal axe of creation, imbued with the might to shake the heavens. Yet constrained by frail limbs, the realm that hindered full expression. The innate power of the Tao body, the extraordinary nature of the two divine abilities, coupled with the innate true qi refined and compressed to its utmost within the myriad Tao furnace, had propelled his actual combat prowess to an unfathomable level. He felt a profound intuition that, relying solely on this corporeal form and the two divine abilities, without even employing true qi, he could easily overwhelm any ordinary practitioner at the early true martial realm. Should he augment this with the pure and formidable true qi, its potency would be beyond his own comprehension. The realm is merely a vessel for containing power, and my current vessel is evidently too small. Chu-Yi's gaze became profound and piercing. With a foundation solidified and divine abilities beginning to manifest, it was time to expand this vessel, allowing this astonishing might to possess a commensurate supportive realm. Having expended 450,000 E points, merging 300,000 first transformation, 50,000, second transformation 100,000. He had forged the foundation of the 9 transformations body and awakened the first 2 transformations, resulting in a monumental qualitative shift in power. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A true potential dragon cannot be ensnared by shallow waters. With his resolve set, Chi's gaze swept across the still abundant balance of E-points, approximately 750,000, on the attributes panel, with no hesitation remaining. Next, he would shatter the shackles of the early innate realm in one fell swoop. When discussing the elevation of realms, it is essential to address the core interconnections of each realm. A martial artist only truly enters the path of cultivation upon reaching the innate realm. Opening the bridge between heaven and earth signifies the complete unimpeded connection between the body and the spiritual essence of the external world. The transformation of true Qi into liquid marks the first qualitative change in the essence of energy. Compressing and purifying the gaseous state, internal force blood vitality, into a more refined form, rich in energy density, known as liquid true essence. This lays the most solid foundation for the immense energy demands and intricate control required in subsequent realms. True essence serves as the fuel and building material for all ensuing realms. The Qi realm is directly established upon the foundation of liquid true essence. The energy container known as the Dantian undergoes a fundamental transformation in spatial nature, evolving from a fixed pond or lake into an expansive, boundless sea of Qi. The reservoir of true essence experiences a 100-fold increase, addressing the issue of energy quantity. Without a substantial reserve of true essence, the consumption of vast energy required for subsequent realms, such as material transformation, sustaining domains, and condensing, would be utterly unattainable. It is the foundational support for grand techniques. Mastery realm, manifestation, and shaping. The vast reservoir of true essence provides the raw materials for shaping. The manipulation of true essence achieves an extraordinary precision, allowing for the release of liquid true essence from the body, which can be highly refined to form stable martial phantoms, such as tigers, leopards, weaponry, or even vague humanoid figures. This marks a pivotal first step in the transition from the formless and insubstantial to the tangible and substantial. It realizes the embodiment of energy for both offensive and defensive purposes, significantly enhancing the flexibility and potential of combat strategies. It serves as the prototype and rehearsal for future manifestations. The transformation signifies a martial artist's comprehension and application of their own power on a conceptual level. Grandmaster, mastery of space, emergence of domains. The transformation shapes individual phantoms, while the Grandmaster expands the shaping and controlling ability to the surrounding space. They can unleash a stable domain spanning 10 zhong, approximately 33 meters. This is not merely a simple aura suppression. Rather, it is the initial encounter and subtle influence on local spatial laws, particularly the rules of spatial confinement, repulsion, and energy field construction by the martial artist. This represents the first clear engagement with the rules of heaven and earth, spatial laws, within the entire system. Essentially, the domain is a temporary controlled microspace that the martial artist forcibly distorts and weaves, using their true essence and will within a 10-zhong radius, creating comprehensive suppression against adversaries, such as deceleration, weakening, and disrupting perception. The mode of combat evolves from individual confrontation to environmental mastery. The domain is a product of the martial artist's power merging with the rules of heaven and earth, serving as the cornerstone and incubator for future manifestations. The significant increase in consumption during breakthroughs into higher realms reflects the immense cost of engaging with and maintaining spatial laws. True martial realm, solidification of rules. Manifestation of the law. This represents the most direct and critical leap, as the domain of the Grandmaster is an absolute prerequisite for the birth of the law manifestation. It entails the extreme compression, refinement, and solidification of the relatively loose 10-zhong domain of the Grandmaster using supreme will and boundless true essence. Within this solidified and highly controlled core space, domain, the martial artist's lifelong martial will and the true essence of their enlightened understanding coalesce, ultimately giving rise to a martial law manifestation with tangible power. The law manifestation transcends mere phantoms to become an entity formed from the fusion of energy, will, and solidified local spatial laws, akin to a deity. The attacks of the law manifestation inherently carry the martial essence it represents and the power of the solidified spatial laws, for instance. A single punch may embody the spatial tremors capable of shattering mountains and splitting rivers, thus possessing the ability to devastate mountains and sever rivers. Breaking through to the true martial realm and consolidating the law manifestation signifies that the martial artist's power level has reached a point capable of provoking a strong reaction from the rules of heaven and earth. The heavenly thunder tribulation serves both as a test of the law manifestation and the martial artist's strength and purity, as well as a recognition and baptism of this nascent dominion over a small realm by the laws of heaven and earth. Only by overcoming the thunder tribulation can the law manifestation be solidified, and the martial artist can gain the acknowledgement of heaven and earth, truly mastering this power. This represents the ultimate achievement of secular martial arts and the starting point for engaging with the power of heavenly laws. The law manifestation is the initial embodiment of the martial artist's personal martial will combined with the rules of heaven and earth, a preliminary external manifestation of their own cosmic rules. It possesses a destructive power that could alter the very landscape, paving the way for a deeper awakening of the laws in the subsequent trials of the path of inquiry. The transformation of energy is as follows: from primordial to Qi-Si, where a qualitative change in energy, liquid, lays the foundation, and energy expansion, Si, provides assurance. From Qi-Si to Grandmaster, vast energy leads to subtle shaping, transforming the material into ethereal projections, allowing for externalized energy attacks. From Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster, individual shaping leads to spatial control, domain, where one initially touches upon the laws of space, achieving environmental suppression. Finally, from Great Grandmaster to True Martial, spatial control, domain, solidifies into rules and will manifest as a tangible form, law manifestation, evoking celestial phenomena, heavenly thunder tribulation, and obtaining the nascent form of the great power of heaven and earth. Chapter 48, Frantic Ascension, Weathering the Thunder Tribulation, and Ascending to the True Martial Realm. The secrets to transcending various realms flashed through Chu Yi's mind. With his intention firmly set, his gaze swept over the still abundant balance of vitality points on his attribute panel, approximately 750,000, leaving no room for hesitation. The forthcoming focus was the elevation of his realm. Moreover, it was not merely a trivial enhancement. His ambition was the ultimate achievement of mundane martial arts, the true martial realm. The path of ease is boundless. With vitality points, myriad laws can be exchanged. Chu Yi's consciousness plunged into the core of his sea of knowledge, connecting with the innate talent that bestowed upon him infinite possibilities. The shackles of realms were as ephemeral as clouds to him. Vitality points, elevate me to the azure skies. Command confirmation, target realm, initial stage of true martial realm. Realm breakthrough pathway simulation. Early innate stage, early Qi-Si stage, perfected Qi-Si stage, early master stage, perfected master stage, early grandmaster stage, perfected grandmaster stage, initial stage of true martial realm. Note: this pathway involves 4 significant realm transitions, necessitating the endurance of an immense influx of celestial and earthly spiritual energy, the tearing and expansion of the Dantian space, the shaping and tempering of true essence, initial backlash from spatial laws, pressure from domain construction, the backlash of law forms, and the ultimate baptism of the heavenly thunder tribulation. Conventional martial artists require a century of arduous cultivation, fraught with peril and near-death experiences. Do you confirm the consumption of vitality points to forcibly complete this pathway, while perfectly evading absorbing all breakthrough risks and negative effects? Confirm consumption of vitality points. 30,000. Confirmation. Chu Yi's heart was unwavering. Risks? Backlash. In the face of vitality points, these were merely costs to be paid. In that instant, as the command was issued, a force that was indescribable, yet extraordinarily gentle and vast surged forth from the core of the boundless path of ease, enveloping Chu Yi entirely. Step 1. Transforming the pond into the sea, innate Qi-Si. Chu Yi felt a soundless roar emanating from his Dantian. The true essence lake, previously compressed to its limits and akin to liquid diamond, began to expand beyond its boundaries under the propulsion of the mighty vitality points. The barriers of the Dantian shattered like fragile eggshells, then were reshaped and expanded by a profound force. In the blink of an eye, an expansive, surging sea of true essence replaced the former Dantian. The energy expansion, sea, was complete. The reservoir of true essence surged over 100-fold. This was sufficient to support the vast fuel reserves for all subsequent consumption, instantly taking shape. The entire process bore no pain of Dantian tearing, only the smooth evolution of space. Step 2. Shaping the true essence, Qi-Si Master. As the Qi-Si was formed, the might of vitality points continued unabated. With a subtle shift of his mind, the vast true essence responded instantaneously. Without the need for any practice or insight, his mastery over true essence, under the augmentation of vitality points, reached the pinnacle precision of the master realm. He extended his finger like a sword, casually pointing forward. Whoosh! A sword Qi phantom, condensed to perfection, shimmering with metallic luster, and vividly lifelike, shot forth, resembling a tangible golden sword of considerable length. The sword's energy, though yet to be unleashed, has already imbued the surrounding space with a subtle, eerie hum of impending sharpness. The delicate shaping of the ethereal form has been achieved. He has traversed a pivotal step from the formless to the tangible. The third step, the nascent domain, is established, master to grandmaster. As the transformation takes shape, an even more profound change descends. The space within a Tianzhong radius around Qi seems to be gently stirred by an invisible hand. A resonance fills the air as a layer of barely perceptible, yet undeniably real, domain unfurls instantaneously. This is not merely an aura. It is the manifestation of Qu Yi's will and formidable true essence, which, under the guidance of the great power of transformation, has initially grazed and subtly influenced the local laws of space, particularly the constraints of space and the construction of energy fields, culminating in a Tianzhong domain. Within this realm, Qu Yi feels himself to be the sovereign of this small expanse, where the adversary's speed, perception, and strength will be subjected to comprehensive suppression. The mastery of space, domain, is complete. The cornerstone and cradle of this future manifestation are instantaneously constructed. The fourth step, the manifestation of the Fa Xiang, Grandmaster to true martial. At the very moment the Tianzhong domain solidifies, the great power of transformation initiates the final and most crucial impetus, the solidification of rules and the embodiment of will. A thunderous roar erupts. The boundless true essence within Qu Yi, coupled with his unyielding martial will and the initially grasped laws of the Tianzhong space, explodes into a dazzling radiance under the forceful compression, refinement, and fusion of the great power of transformation. The domain transforms from a loose field into a highly condensed core, firmly anchored in place. Within this core, Qu Yi's lifelong will, the supreme potential of the 9 revolutions Tao body, and the true essence of his defiance against the heavens and the stirring of the elements converge and gestate. A roar, reminiscent of the primordial chaos, echoes from the depths of Qu Yi's soul. A vague yet overwhelmingly destructive phantom suddenly coalesces at the heart of the solidified domain. This phantom towers 3 zhang high, its features obscured, save for a pair of eyes resembling burning chaotic vortices, surrounded by black lightning that crackles like shattering space, capable of upending the very heavens with a mere gesture. The martial, chaotic destruction manifestation has initially taken form. This is a semi-embodied existence forged from the fusion of energy, will, and the local laws of space, representing the nascent externalization of Qu Yi's own path. The fifth step, Heavenly Thunder Calamity? No. It is the refining of the great power of transformation. Just as the chaotic destruction manifestation coalesces into form, boom. Above the heavens, a tempest brews. Dark, ominous clouds flicker with destructive lightning, gathering at an unimaginable speed. An overwhelming, majestic, and inviolable celestial might descends with a resounding crash, locking onto Qu Yi in the grasslands. Azure and violet lightning roars through the clouds like a raging dragon, harnessing a terrifying power capable of reducing even the pinnacle of grandmasters to ashes. Heavenly Thunder Calamity has arrived. This is the trial, baptism, and certification of the new and its master by the laws of heaven and earth. Chuan and Chuyu, under the weight of this terrifying celestial might, turned pale as paper, their souls trembling in fear. They had never encountered such a terrifying force, as if the very heavens and earth sought to erase their elder brother. Yet, in the face of this cataclysmic lightning tribulation, Qu Yi merely raised his gaze indifferently towards the roiling calamity clouds, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his lips. A heavenly tribulation? Certification? Huh. My power needs no validation from you. Yi Jian, consume it. Transform it into the essence for refining my Dharma manifestation. Command confirmed. Detach the destructive attributes of the heavenly thunder tribulation and guide it to refine the Dharma manifestation. EGN-5000. At the moment when the first bolt of the thick, terrifyingly space-rending purple divine thunder was about to strike down, an invisible and profound force, the mighty power of Edian, suddenly came into effect. That world-destroying purple divine thunder seemed to be grasped by an unseen hand around its throat. Its inherent destructive will and the ferocious energy capable of annihilating all things instantly stripped away and erased. What remained was only the purest and most primordial power of thunder laws, mingled with the vast essence of heaven and earth. This colossal energy, now purified, flowed like a gentle river, precisely guided by the mighty power of Edian, and thunderously surged into the nascent, chaotic tribulation annihilation form, above Chu Yi's head. Boom! The chaotic tribulation annihilation form trembled violently. The black thunder coiling around it instantaneously surged, becoming deeper and more ferocious. The indistinct form, under the refinement of pure thunder laws and the essence of heaven and earth, visibly solidified and clarified at an astonishing rate. The aura of destruction emanating from the Dharma manifestation was not only unweakened, but grew more reclusive and terrifying, as if it had undergone the baptism of the heavens and earth, obtaining a deeper recognition, albeit forcibly taken. Subsequently, the second, third, a total of 9 purified heavenly divine thunders fell in succession, each transforming, without exception, into supreme nourishment for the refining of the Dharma manifestation. When the energy of the final divine thunder was completely absorbed by the Dharma manifestation, the terrifying calamity clouds that enveloped the heavens and earth dissipated rapidly. Like a punctured balloon, with a reluctant rumble, the sky regained its azure hue, as if the apocalyptic scene had never occurred. Chu Yi slowly opened his eyes. He remained seated in place, yet his aura had undergone a monumental transformation. Within his dantian, the vast sea of qi surged tumultuously. With a slight mental motion, a condensed and substantial aura phantom burst forth in an instant. A Tinzhong, approximately 33 feet, domain naturally unfolded around him, commanding all within it. Behind him, a blurred phantom of a Dharma manifestation, 100 zhang tall, exuding the aura of chaotic annihilation and entwined with terrifying black thunder, flickered in and out of visibility, radiating an oppressive force that could overshadow the heavens. One step to ascend to the heavens. True martial realm. Accomplished. EGN-30,000. Cultivation. Early stage of true martial realm. Chapter 49. Breaking limits through one's own strength. The 3,000 zhang true martial manifestation, as he felt the torrent of primordial energy coursing through his body like a galaxy, and the formidable, chaotic cataclysmic manifestation, looming behind him. Chu Yi's eyes ignited with an even fiercer flame rather than satisfaction. The early stage of the true martial realm? It was merely insufficient. His thoughts raced as his gaze swept across the substantial balance of his points, approximately 720,000, on the attribute panel. Since he had reached the true martial realm, why not strive for greatness and ascend to the pinnacle of this world? Points. Propel me to the great perfection of the true martial realm. Command confirmation. Target realm. Great perfection of the true martial realm. Consumption of points. 10,000. Buzz. The moment the command was issued, an even more refined and overwhelming force of points surged into his body. There were no earth-shattering phenomena. Only a profound sense of completeness that blossomed within Chu Yi, permeating throughout. The primordial energy that had once surged within him became more concentrated and weighty, flowing through his expanded meridians and qi like quicksilver, each drop brimming with explosive power. The towering chaotic cataclysmic manifestation behind him solidified further, emanating a more restrained yet profound aura of destruction, as if it contained the ultimate force of the universe's annihilation. In just a moment, an unprecedented state of unity and incomparability enveloped Chu Yi. Great perfection of the true martial realm. Achieved. Cultivation. Great perfection of the true martial realm. However, in this state of completion, Chu Yi distinctly sensed an invisible, indomitable wall looming ahead. This wall did not originate from within himself, but was a suppression imposed by the rules of the entire universe. It represented the upper limit of power that the world itself could accommodate. He could feel that the manifestation behind him, which had been slowly coalescing and seemingly possessed of growth potential, was firmly locked at 999 zhang. It was as if an invisible shackle of the heavenly path bound it, prohibiting it from surpassing the limits of this realm. The heavenly path shackle? The limits of the world? A faint smile curved Chu Yi's lips, radiating brilliance and sharpness. This constraint was enough to instill despair in countless extraordinary true martial realm experts within this realm, a barrier only breachable by those with great fortune, immense perseverance, and remarkable destiny. But for Chu Yi, the limits of this world are certainly not my limits. As the thought arose, even without deliberately utilizing his points. Buzz. The primordial power of his 9 transformations Dao body, especially the second transformation, 10,000 Paths Furnace, S Divine Runes, seemed to react to this shackle with a subtle stimulus. Spontaneously glowing, an unparalleled essence, emanating from the chaos of the primordial, transcending all realms, radiated from the core of Chu Yi's Dao body. Crack, a sound so faint, akin to a bubble bursting, echoed deep within Chu Yi's soul. The indomitable shackle of the heavenly path, which had locked the paths of all true martial great perfection experts in this realm, crumbled effortlessly before the transcendent aura inherent to his 9 transformations Dao body. As if it were mere paper, easily torn apart, the limit of 999 zhang for the manifestation was instantly shattered. The height of the chaotic cataclysmic manifestation ascended without hindrance to 1,000 zhang. Breaking limits, is it truly that simple? Chu Yi felt the exhilaration and longing emanating from the liberated Dharma form, his eyes radiating brilliance. If that is the case, why not push further? Myriad Paths Furnace, awaken. Devour the heavens and nourish the Dharma form. With a thunderous roar, as Chu Yi's intention stirred, the formless shadow of the chaotic furnace deep within his dantian surged into motion. A tremendous, domineering force, as if seeking to consume all existence, erupted violently around Chu Yi. The primordial energy of the surrounding world, spanning hundreds of miles, rushed towards him like rivers converging into the sea, forming visible, colossal energy whirlpools. Yet, this was merely the commencement. Through the insight of the source path eye, Chu Yi discerned that not only was the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth being devoured, but even the deeper, fundamental forces of the world's laws were being forcibly torn and consumed by the Myriad Paths Furnace. The fabric of space subtly distorted, and a low, mournful wail emanated from beneath the earth, as vegetation visibly lost its luster, withering before his eyes. The vitality and foundational laws of this vast prairie were being relentlessly plundered. Boom, boom, boom. The chaotic, cataclysmic form, after absorbing a vast quantity of spiritual energy and fragments of law, erupted with a deafening roar, its size visibly expanding. 1,100 zhang, 1,200 zhang, 1,300 zhang. When the Dharma form reached 1,200 zhang, Chu Yi frowned slightly. He sensed the entire Qingzhou land trembling faintly. A force of rejection, originating from the world's essence, subtly warned him. If he continued this indiscriminate consumption, it might truly siphon the vitality and foundational laws of Qingzhou dry, causing irreversible damage and possibly provoking a backlash from the entire world. Alas, the efficiency was still too slow, and the commotion too great. Chu Yi decisively halted the Myriad Paths Furnace's consumption. Gazing at the towering 1,300 zhang chaos cataclysmic form behind him, which exuded a greater pressure yet remained unsatisfied, Chu Yi's eyes betrayed no emotion. The act of devouring the heavens must eventually reach its limit and could easily incur the wrath of the heavens. However, his gaze fell upon the substantial balance of E-points on his attribute panel. There existed a more convenient and formidable source of power. E-points. Elevate my Dharma form to the utmost limit that my Tao can bear. Command confirmed. Elevate Dharma form to the current Tao Foundation limit. Consumption of E-points, 15,000. Buzz. This time, there was no earth-shattering phenomenon of consumption, only a more profound and inscrutable force, seemingly derived from the essence of the heavens, was injected into the chaos cataclysmic form. Boom. The 1,300 zhang Dharma form erupted with blinding chaotic divine light. Its size surged wildly, as though inflated by a breath. 1,500 zhang, 2,000 zhang, 2,500 zhang. Finally stabilizing at 3,000 zhang. A towering figure of 3,000 zhang, reaching the heavens as if to pierce the firmament. The chaos cataclysmic form stood majestically upon the vast prairie. The black thunder that entwined around him has transformed into a world-destroying thunder dragon, roaring and gliding upon its colossal form. Its chaotic, vortex-like eyes are so profound that they seem capable of devouring the very stars. The sheer pressure emanating from its being causes the surrounding space to groan under the unbearable weight, light warping and laws unraveling. This is the ultimate manifestation that Chu-Yi can uphold at this moment, the true essence of the Tao. Slowly rising, Chu-Yi stands with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at this world-shattering embodiment that belongs to him alone. An unprecedented sense of terrifying power fills every corner of his body. Powerful, incomparably powerful. He vividly recalls the sensation of overwhelming the 7 great true warriors at the Sword Discussion Conference, utilizing a 2-minute experience card from the limit-breaking true martial realm. Yet that power was borrowed, though formidable in its own right. At this moment, a 1,000 Zhong manifestation? The corners of Chu-Yi's mouth curl into a slight arc of disdain for the mortal realm. Even that 1,000 Zhong manifestation, achieved with the aid of an experience card, pales in comparison to my 3,000 Zhong chaos cataclysmic manifestation. With a mere thought, the terrifying manifestation towering 3,000 Zhong behind him slowly extends a finger akin to a colossal pillar reaching for the heavens. The pressure radiating from this single finger leaves Chuan and Chuyu, who guard him below, gasping for breath, as if the very heavens and earth are about to collapse beneath its weight. They seem as insignificant as dust, even if 1,000 of those limit-breaking true warriors were to come. Chu-Yi's voice is calm yet imbued with absolute confidence and supreme authority. With a single finger, I could crush them all. E.-15,000. Manifestation, Chaos Cataclysmic Manifestation, 3,000 Zhong, Tao Foundation Limit. A lurking dragon? No. At this moment, Chu-Yi has become a colossal dragon soaring through the skies, overlooking the mortal realm. This stage of Qingzhou, indeed the entire world, feels far too constricted for him. Chapter 50. The Hierarchy of Celestial Life and the Fate Realm. Chu-Yi slowly rose, hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the world-destroying avatar that belonged to him. An unprecedented sense of terrifying power filled every corner of his being. It was formidable, unparalleled in strength. After a long while, Chu-Yi gradually reigned in the overwhelming aura that looked down upon the world, absorbing the towering, chaotic cataclysm avatar into his body. The surging sensation of power continued to course through his limbs and bones, yet his mind returned to a state of tranquility. Achieving the great perfection of the true martial realm, with an avatar standing 3,000 Zhong tall, this was the pinnacle of this realm, nothing more. He murmured to himself, his eyes shimmering with insight, devoid of any arrogance, instead tinged with a hint of contemplation. Though his realm had reached the zenith, the essence of life had not undergone a genuine transformation. He could distinctly perceive that there were no paths ahead. It was not that he was incapable of progressing. Rather, this world had completely sealed off all avenues to advance further into that legendary higher echelon of life. There was but one path to tread. Not only must he forge a new path for himself, but he must also withstand the immense pressure of the entire world to achieve a breakthrough, a feat beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. This endeavor demanded unparalleled talent, fortune, and audacity, alongside the ability to endure the backlash of the cosmos. Even the formidable Li Wuyuan ultimately succumbed to the world's oppression, his ambitions thwarted, leading to his demise. The thought of Li Wuyuan stirred something within Chu-Yi, and an ancient token, exuding a profound and devouring aura, materialized in his palm. Indeed, it was the Yuan demon token. Within his eyes, a swirling vortex of chaos began to rotate, and the perceptive power of the source Tao I silently enveloped it. In an instant, a multitude of information regarding this token flowed into his consciousness like a torrent. Item: Oceanic Anomaly, origin unknown, not of this realm. Core: contains a fragment of the devouring law. Status: energy accumulating 70. Function: when fully charged, it can activate the incomplete devouring law within, forcibly absorbing and refining all energies in the world, spiritual power, blood vitality, life force, even fragments of laws, transforming them into the purest source energy that can directly elevate the user's cultivation. Note: each use requires approximately a century to absorb the dissipated devouring law energy from the heavens and earth for recharging. Note: this item possesses its own spirit. Only those with extraordinary talent, resolute will, and affinity for the path of devouring may gain its recognition. Li Weiyuan had once claimed this token through his unparalleled genius and the audacity of a demonic path giant, utilizing it to pave the way for the nascent form of the next realm, yet he ultimately could not withstand the world's oppressive force, resulting in his tragic end. This information had been recorded when Chu Yi initially assimilated the world's knowledge, and now, employing the source Tao, I served to validate its capabilities. A result that did not disappoint him. This item could indeed be considered a rare treasure, yet he weighed the demon token in his hand, sensing the devouring power contained within. For an ordinary warrior, this would be a miraculous artifact capable of altering fate. However, for Chu Yi, who possessed the 9 revolutions Tao body, the 10,000 Tao furnace, and an almost infinite potential, it was tasteless to consume, yet regrettable to discard. Chu Yi shook his head slightly. The conversion efficiency is far inferior to that of the 10,000 path furnace, and it cannot even compare to the universality of a Dian. The century-long charging period is indeed a mere trifle. Unable to conceive of any significant utility for the time being, he casually retracted it, setting aside distractions. Chu Yi's thoughts returned once more to the dilemma of the severed path ahead. This realm has come to an end, yet within the myriad realms of the universe, there must be an expanse that is endless. What form does the next realm take in a broader universe? His consciousness sank into the sea of knowledge, connecting with the vast and boundless Yidao Wujing. Yidao, elucidate the life-level classification system traversing the myriad realms and, based on my current cultivation system, extrapolate the next level of existence. Command confirmed. Retrieve the life-level system of the myriad realms and project the next realm. Cost, in EDN, 80,000, 30, 000 for retrieval, 50, 000 for projection. Buzz. An immense torrent of information surged into Chu Yi's sea of consciousness, swiftly organized and absorbed by his formidable primordial spirit. Consensus of the heavens. The evolution of life is vast and boundless, with numerous mainstream systems, cultivation, martial arts, arcane arts, divine paths, etc. Yet the essence of life transitions can be broadly categorized into 12 core levels. Measured by this realm's standards, first stage, transformation stage, 9 refinements of the mortal body, strengthening bones and muscles, transcending the mundane. Second stage, extraordinary stage, innate realm grandmaster, mastery of extraordinary powers, liquefying true energy, initial engagement with the laws. Third stage, true martial realm, condensing the law form, solidifying spatial laws, grasping the embryonic form of celestial power, the pinnacle of the mundane. Projected outcome, destiny realm, transforming the tangible into the intangible, merging with the cosmos. A detailed explanation of the transition from true martial realm to destiny realm. The key lies in the resonance of energy with the heavens and earth. One must completely disperse, transform, and purify the most concentrated law form and one's own corporeal body under a higher level of power, such as the ultimate tempering of the heavenly thunder tribulation, converting them into an energy form closer to the essence of the universe. This process is fraught with peril, a near-death experience. The formidable martial law form does not vanish. Its core, the true meaning of martial arts, pure energy, solidified laws, is decomposed, refined, and integrated into the cultivator's primordial spirit and energy core, becoming the cornerstone of the energy-based life form. The comprehension of the law form's power is distilled into a higher understanding of the Tao. The true martial realm is akin to commanding a towering mech, law form, in battle. The destiny realm, on the other hand, transforms oneself into a pure higher energy being, like an elemental spirit, with its very existence able to resonate deeply with the source energy of the cosmos. Where the mind reaches, there is no need to consciously condense the law form. The immense power of heaven and earth naturally responds and converges, forming a cataclysmic force. The source of combat strength undergoes a complete transformation, leveraging one's energy core to harness the vast powers of the universe. In the true martial realm, one must exert full effort to shatter mountains and sever rivers, while in the destiny realm, perhaps merely a thought is sufficient to summon thunder and fire from the heavens, achieving results with greater flexibility and lower consumption, borrowing from the universe. Lifespan may extend to 3,000 years. The destiny realm, transforming the tangible into the intangible, merging with the cosmos, aligning one's heart with the heart of the heavens, invoking great power. Chu Yi absorbed this information, his eyes shimmering with the light of enlightenment. This indeed is a transcendent path, a celestial avenue for the evolution of life. With his current accumulation, 9 transformations of the Tao body, 2 divine abilities, the limit of 3,000 zhong in the realm of, and the vast reservoir of, breaking through to the destiny realm is merely a matter of thought. However, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chu Yi's eyes, and a subtle, calculating smile graced his lips. The breakthrough could occur at any moment, but such a monumental event could not transpire in the desolation of this uninhabited prairie. He should, instead, ignite a cataclysmic heavenly tribulation in a place where myriad eyes are upon him, shattering the shackles of the mundane before billions of cultivators, thereby attaining the supreme destiny realm. What kind of tremendous waves would that unleash? What an immense harvest could be reaped. A perfect stage, a performance that would astonish the world, requires a vast audience. Chu Yi had already devised his plan. 80,000. Acquiring key information, the hierarchical system of life across the heavens. The path of progression to the celestial being realm. Chapter 51. Paving the path for the siblings. Should we create a system, or? After a considerable time, the unsettling energy ripples that lingered around Chu Yi due to the manifestation of his formidable power gradually subsided. The prairie regained its tranquility, with only the soft rustling of grass in the wind. Chu In and Chu Yu, who had been on high alert while guarding from a distance, cautiously approached. Their gazes towards Chu Yi were imbued with awe, concern, and a subtle hint of unfamiliarity. The towering 3,000 zhong figure and the terrifying might that devoured the heavens and earth were indeed overwhelming. Observing their hesitant demeanor, Chu Yi felt a mix of amusement and a pang of bittersweet tenderness. He suppressed the imposing aura characteristic of a peak true martial realm expert, allowing a familiar gentle smile to grace his face as he beckoned them closer. "It's all right now, come sit." Upon hearing his familiar tone, the tension in Chu In and Chu Yu's hearts began to ease. Chu Yu hurriedly ran to his side, tugging at his sleeve with her upturned face. Her clear eyes filled with lingering fear and concern. "Brother, are you really all right after what just happened? The thunder, that manifestation, and you." Her words tumbled forth in a flurry, clearly shaken by the earlier spectacle. Chu Yi's heart softened, and he affectionately ruffled her hair, his touch gentle. "Silly girl. What could possibly happen to me? Look, I'm perfectly fine." He spread his hands to demonstrate his well-being, sighing lightly. "It's my fault. The commotion was too great and worried you both." "Eldest brother, it's not your fault," Chu In interjected, stepping forward with a steady voice, though his grip on the sword hilt slightly relaxed, betraying his earlier tension. He gazed at Chu Yi. "We all understand why you strive so hard to grow stronger. Having endured those precarious days, none of us wish to return to the past." At these words, Chu Yi felt a jolt within. Indeed, since awakening his talents and memories, his mind had been consumed with grand designs to shape the world, stirring the winds of change, and pursuing the zenith of power. He had overlooked the fact that each earth-shattering breakthrough and every moment spent in the eye of the storm subjected his dear siblings to immense worry and fear. They were not afraid of adversaries. They feared losing him, their sole pillar of support. In the past, circumstances were dire, and with limited resources, he could only barely protect their lives, leaving no room for anything else. But the present was different. He now possessed substantial resources, a 9-transformation Tao body, and 2 formidable abilities, having ascended to the pinnacle of this realm. It was time to make prudent arrangements for the future of his siblings. Chu Yi's thoughts raced, and he resolved firmly. A fledgling must eventually leave the nest. He could not forever shelter them beneath his wings. Such actions would not be love, but rather a form of bondage. Chu In needed vast horizons to hone his edge, and Chu Yu required her own opportunities to shine. They deserved to live the lives they desired, not to perpetually dwell in his shadow. The world of martial arts. Chu Yi cast his gaze toward the distant horizon, as if he could pierce through the fabric of space and witness the fervor ignited across the land by his recent sword conference. One cannot help but recognize the tumultuous nature of the world outside, where countless forces are frantically seeking their traces, and an array of conspiracies unfolds incessantly. While the commotion may be lively, it is, for him, rather trivial. To engage in it would feel akin to bullying. After all, I, Chu Yi, aspire to become the progenitor of myriad paths. To play house with a group of children would be a significant affront to my dignity. A self-deprecating smile crossed Chu Yi's face. Thus, he mused, this excitement shall be entrusted to Anur and Yuerer for their exploration. It is an opportune moment for them to hone their skills and mature. Yes, this is a delightful decision. A brilliant notion began to take shape in his mind. As for the assurance of their training, one must resort to extraordinary means. It must be refreshing and exhilarating. Chu Yi stroked his chin, his gaze shimmering with a mischievous glint as it flitted between Chuan and Chuyu. Should I bestow upon inner a pretentiousness leads to strength system, allowing him to blaze through challenges with flair, subduing all dissent? Or perhaps a slaughter leads to strength system, transforming him into a harbinger of death, piercing through the martial world? Oh, the mere thought is invigorating. Chu Yi's gaze resembled that of a scientist about to place two small white mice into an experimental arena, brimming with anticipation and excitement. Chuan and Chuyu, under his peculiar scrutiny, felt a wave of discomfort wash over them, instinctively shivering. Brother, Chuyu couldn't help but cross her arms and pout disdainfully. Your current expression is rather sinister, quite lecherous. Chuan nodded gravely in agreement. Indeed, exceedingly lecherous. A cough escaped Chu Yi, his face flushing with embarrassment as he quickly composed himself, adopting a facade of moral rectitude and an elder brother's authority. Nonsense. You must have been startled moments ago. Your eyes must be deceiving you. As the siblings threatened to continue their debate, Chu Yi swiftly deployed his trump card, the authority of an elder brother. Clearing his throat, he adopted an earnest demeanor, his gaze piercing as he addressed them. Enough of the frivolity. I have a serious question for you. He paused, his voice imbued with an unusual allure. Do you wish to become as strong as I am? Without a hint of hesitation, Chuan and Chuyu exclaimed in unison, their eyes igniting with fervor and determination. Having endured the humiliation and despair of weakness, and having witnessed their elder brother's monumental might, the desire to grow stronger was their most primal and urgent yearning. Observing the flames of ambition burning in their eyes, Chu Yi's lips curled into a satisfied smile of scheming intent. Excellent. Then, I shall grant you both a grand opportunity. Chapter 52. The Transformation of Extraordinary Powers. The Embryo of Tao Fruit Excellent. Allow me to bestow upon you a grand opportunity. A mysterious confidence radiated from Chu Yi's smile. Yet, within his heart, thoughts whirled rapidly. System enhancement? While undeniably effective, it remains an external aid, constrained by its creator. Ultimately, I would need to continuously upgrade it with points, which is rather troublesome. It would be far better to provide them with a true foundation of Tao. In the future, I could perhaps indulge in some systems for others, and the notion of becoming a lord of systems seems rather intriguing. With his resolve set, Chu Yi's consciousness delved into his mind's sea, communicating with the omnipotent core of Yi Dao, based on my will. Combined with the unique traits and potential of Chuan and Chuyu, I shall deduce and manifest the most suitable foundation for growth for them. Requirements: limitless potential, a solid foundation, capable of self-generating the great Tao with a robust life-preserving mechanism. Received command: calculating the optimal plan. Calculation complete. Optimal plan: innate Tao fruit, embryo. Item description: this is an unparalleled treasure formed from fragments of the primordial source of the great Tao, containing the profound mysteries of creation at the dawn of existence, serving as the foundational embryo for achieving the Tao of mixed origins. The specific intricacies are as follows. 1. Source restructuring. Rebirth in an instant of fusion. It purifies the body and soul, thoroughly reshaping both physical form and spiritual foundation. The qualities of the fusion participant will ascend to the level of an innate Tao body, establishing a supreme foundation. 2. Untouched by karma. Transcending fate, it severs all entanglements of past karmic debts, ensuring that the future path of cultivation remains free from karma, transcending the currents of destiny and evading calculations. 3. Growing with the Tao. Eternal limitlessness, the embryo of the Tao fruit possesses growth potential, evolving and perfecting itself in tandem with the owner's ascension in realm, its inherent power and mysteries boundless. 4. Universal resources. Transforming the mundane into the Tao, it can automatically convert all of the owner's experiences, combat insights, worldly trials, life and death tribulations, and even emotions, into the purest resources for cultivation, far surpassing the efficiency of mere arduous training. 5. Indestructible true nature. Pseudo-indestructibility below the realm of celestial beings. It grants the fusion participant pseudo-indestructible characteristics. No attack can completely obliterate them, both form and spirit. When on the brink of annihilation, it will trigger the protection of the great Tao. randomly transporting them to an absolutely safe location. 6. Foundation for opening the Tao. Ancestor of one Tao. The embryo of the Tao fruit will automatically evolve a unique cultivation system tailored to the owner's nature, talents, and experiences. This serves as the supreme foundation for achieving the ancestor of the Tao and opening new pathways of the great Tao. Note: this item is an embryonic form of a supreme treasure for proving the Tao, requiring an individual with corresponding fate and fortune to initially refine and merge. Forcing the fusion may incur the backlash of the heavenly Tao, resulting in death and obliteration of the Tao. The complete form of the Tao fruit possesses abilities such as enacting laws at will and establishing universal rules, powers beyond current reach. The innate Tao fruit embryo. A spark of joy ignited in Chu Yi's eyes. Excellent. Limitless potential, a solid foundation, capable of self-generating the Tao, and with formidable life preservation. It perfectly aligns with my intentions. This is the one. Without further hesitation, his thoughts turned to iron. Manifest 2 innate Tao fruit embryos. Command confirmed. Cost: 400,000 E points. Gazing at the colossal numbers that abruptly diminished on the attribute panel, even Chu Yi could not help but feel a jolt. Hiss. 400,000. Fortunately, this is merely a prototype. Were it the complete Tao fruit, it would likely exhaust me completely. Buzzing. A silent ripple emanated from his palm. 2 points of indescribable color and form began to materialize slowly. They were not tangible entities, but rather crystallized manifestations of a profound Tao. One exhibited an ancient bronze hue, heavy as the earth itself, its radiance swirling as if billions of divine and demonic phantoms were hammering their corporeal forms within. Exuding an imposing aura capable of suppressing the heavens and shattering myriad laws. At its core, a blood-red vein pattern with dragon scales pulsed faintly, reminiscent of the very first corporeal form that forged the universe. Upon the appearance of this fruit, Chu Yin's blood surged uncontrollably, his body adorned with dark golden veins, as if an ancient beast were roaring within him. The other fruit, pristine as the millennial cold crystal atop Kunlun, seemed to contain countless swirling miniature sword embryos, each point of sword light interlacing with Tao patterns, flowing with a fierce, unyielding sword intent. As the light flickered, the space around them seemed to ripple with sword-like waves. The moment Chu Yi beheld it, a tremor of longing and desire resonated deep within her soul. An overwhelming impulse to wield a sword and cleave through the heavens arose spontaneously. The 2 Tao fruit prototypes floated above Chu Yi's palm, barely the size of a fist. Yet they appeared to be the very nexus of the universe. At their emergence, the wind ceased. The sounds of insects and birds vanished. All living beings within a 100-mile radius, regardless of their strength or frailty, instinctively held their breath and bowed in reverence, an infinite awe swelling within their souls. The clouds in the sky were tinged with resplendent ancient bronze and icy blue Tao patterns. The grassland beneath their feet stirred without wind, bending gently towards the direction of the Tao fruits, while dewdrops, glistening and translucent, formed at the tips of the blades, imbued with a subtle resonance of the Tao. An ineffable sound, emanating from the primordial chaos, reverberated through the cosmos, cleansing the hearts of those who listened. This is... Chu Yin and Chu Yi were utterly astounded, mouths agape, their eyes fixated on the 2 extraordinary fruits seemingly harboring the universe's profound truths. They could distinctly feel the aura radiating from these fruits. One resonated with their desire to refine their physical forms, while the other echoed the essence of their soul's sword path, igniting a primal yearning that quickened their hearts. This is the prototype of the innate Tao fruit, Chu Yi proclaimed, his voice imbued with solemnity and expectation, akin to the grand symphony of the Tao. It is the supreme foundation of the Tao I have sought for you. The ancient bronze belongs to inner, the icy blue sword intent belongs to air. Open your hearts, embrace it, and merge with it. The steps you take in the future shall depend on your own fortitude. As his words fell, Chu Yi flicked his fingers. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 Tao fruit prototypes transformed into streaks of flowing light, one ancient bronze like a mountain, the other icy blue like a sword, instantly merging into the foreheads of Chu Yin and Chu Yi. The fusion commenced. Boom. An eruption of ancient bronze vitality surged from Chu Yin's entire being. Countless illusory shadows of deities and demons materialized around him, swirling, shattering, and emitting earth-shattering roars. His body transformed into an immortal furnace, undergoing the tempering of heaven and earth, His bones resonated with the sound of clashing metal, while his muscles coiled like ancient dragons, forcibly shattering and obliterating impurities with the might of his formidable physique. At the center of his brow, an ancient bronze mark adorned with dragon scale patterns gradually emerged, exuding a magnificent will that seemed capable of suppressing all. A fine layer of dark golden scales began to envelop his skin, each shimmering with archaic runes, and his aura took on the terrifying essence of an ancient feral beast. Chuyue was enveloped in a cocoon of ice-blue sword light, with countless tiny sword-shaped runes flickering beneath her skin. Her aura became sharp and ethereal, as if it had merged with the sword intent of the surrounding world. At her brow, a small ice-blue sword embryo mark quietly appeared, slowly rotating, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy to form a miniature vortex of sword chi. Her hair danced without wind, with hints of sword light subtly revealing themselves within, and her entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation. Imbued with an unmatched sword cultivator's grace amidst her original elegance, the essence of their beings was being reshaped, as if they were being reborn. The true chi within their bodies bubbled like boiling water, compressing and purifying, while their meridians expanded to an unprecedented degree. The Dantian's chi-si erupted with immense force, stabilizing. The bottleneck of the late innate realm was shattered like thin paper. The barriers of the early chi-si realm crumbled in response. Mid, late, and perfected stages of the chi-si realm were achieved. The stronghold of the master realm fell before the overwhelming power of their foundational essence. Unable to withstand a single blow. Buzz, buzz. Two distinctly powerful auras surged forth from their beings, soaring into the sky. Around Chuan, an illusory figure of a deity radiating bronze light, wielding a colossal axe, flashed into existence. Beside Chuyue, an ancient longsword, forged from starlight and ice, leisurely materialized. The transformation of their forms was complete. Their cultivation soared like a rocket, propelled by the power of their foundational essence, breaking through with unstoppable momentum, ultimately stabilizing at master realm perfection. The brilliance receded, and the extraordinary phenomena faded. Chuan and Chuyue slowly opened their eyes. In Chuan's gaze, ancient bronze light flickered, bestowing him with the formidable aura of an ancient war god. He clenched his fist, feeling the robust, river-like flow of liquid true essence within him, as well as the powerful sensation of complete unity with his physical form, leaving him profoundly shaken. Chuyue's eyes deepened, becoming sharper, as if they harbored myriad sword intents. With a mere thought, a strand of ice-blue sword light leapt from her fingertips, instantly slicing the surrounding air into countless delicate sword marks. Her perception and mastery of the world's sword intent had reached an unfathomable level. They exchanged a glance, recognizing the monumental changes in each other's eyes and the overwhelming sense of power stemming from their essence's transformation. Elder brother, this, they exclaimed, gazing at Chuyue, momentarily at a loss for words to express their shock and gratitude. Chuyue gazed at his transformed younger siblings, their cultivation levels soaring impressively. He felt the solid and boundless potential of their innate Tao bodies, as well as the profound marks on their foreheads, symbolizing the nascent forms of Tao fruits and their unique paths. A genuine smile of contentment graced his face. How does it feel? Are you satisfied with this great opportunity? Chapter 53. The Path Ahead for Chuyue. A grand design. How do you feel about this great opportunity? Are you satisfied? Chuyue gazed at his transformed siblings, a smile gracing his face, imbued with both pride and anticipation. Chuan clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, as if capable of rending mountains asunder, and replied solemnly, unprecedentedly good. It feels like a rebirth. Chuyue, with an elegant gesture, pointed her fingers like a sword. A wisp of icy blue sword light flickering at her fingertips, slicing through the air with a subtle hiss. A hint of a cold yet formidable aura graced her lips as she said, "Brother, I sense. Even the heavens and earth are resonating with my sword intent." "Thank you, elder brother. That is sufficient," Chuyue nodded. "The initial form of the innate Tao fruit has already forged an unparalleled foundation for you both. The path ahead must be traversed and comprehended by you. For now, familiarize yourselves with this newfound power." He gestured toward a nearby expanse of grass. Chuan and Chuyue solemnly nodded, suppressing their excitement, and promptly seated themselves cross-legged, beginning to deeply sense the monumental changes within. Striving to master the overwhelming power of the perfected Grandmaster realm. Observing his siblings immersed in their new strength, Chu Yi's smile gradually faded, his gaze shifting toward the boundless sky. He had paved the way for his siblings. But what of his own journey? Having attained the perfected Grandmaster realm and standing at the pinnacle of this world, the next step was to break through to the celestial realm. He had already devised a plan, intending to showcase it as a grand spectacle for harvesting E-points. Yet, what lay beyond the breakthrough to the celestial realm? The ceiling of this world loomed before him. Where should he venture next? He could not remain confined to this realm indefinitely. His thoughts swirled, leaving him momentarily adrift. Given his current vision and strength, ordinary schemes felt too trivial. Instead of indulging in idle fantasies, it would be better to let E-points illuminate his path. With a resolute mind, Chu Yi communicated with the core of the Yi-Dao. This time, he chose his words with care, striving for precision. Yi-Dao. Based on my current circumstances, perfected Grandmaster realm, possessing approximately 320,000 remaining E-points, with a 9 transformation Dao body, 2 divine abilities, a 3,000 Zhang Dharma form. And situated within this world, please deduce the optimal comprehensive plan for acquiring E-points. Requirements. The plan must possess longevity, explosiveness, and facilitate my own breakthrough beyond this world's limits. Command received. Executing deduction for the optimal plan. Deduction complete. The optimal comprehensive plan for acquiring E-points is as follows. An arcane light curtain, visible only to Chu Yi, unfurled within his consciousness, revealing a myriad of flickering Dao runes amidst the flowing streams of information. Step 1. Manifest divinity before the masses. Forge a legend. Ignite the first wave of E-point peaks. Location. Tianmin Mountain, the highest peak in the realm, symbolically significant, with immense attention. In the gaze of the world's heroes, break through to the celestial realm. Become the first celestial in the annals of this world. This feat will upend the understanding of martial arts in this realm, inciting unprecedented awe and reverence. Expected outcome. Harvest a vast quantity of E-points, from emotions such as shock, admiration, and fear, solidifying an immortal status in the martial arts mythos. Paving the way for subsequent plans. Step 2. The art of prophecy. Seizing celestial authority, establishing the core foundation. Objective 1. To devise a transcendent system of soul cultivation that surpasses the limits of this realm, thereby strengthening the essence of the soul and providing essential support for future dominion over the world. Objective 2. To create a unique secret technique for the Realm Lord, which must incorporate the enhanced soul, auxiliary elements, and the nascent control over the cosmos that comes with ascension to the celestial realm. Core function. With the secret technique, upon transcending the celestial realm, one can forcibly shatter the conventional constraints of this world, circumventing the natural rejection and suppression of the world's will, and ascend as the singular lord of this realm, wielding the primordial authority of the world. Key point. Becoming the realm lord is the fundamental prerequisite for all subsequent plans. Step 3. Preaching to the world. Nurturing the cultivation of greatness, accumulating the foundation of the world. Objective. To leverage the authority of the Realm Lord and auxiliary elements to guide and expedite the emergence of 999 true martial realm warriors. This number represents the utmost limit permissible under the current rules of this realm and serves as a critical cornerstone for future advancement. Method. This can be achieved through the dissemination of relics, guiding legacies, catalyzing spiritual lands, and illuminating opportunities. Significance. To gather the most formidable martial fortunes of this realm, thereby amassing immense human momentum for the world's ascension. Step 4. Gathering fortunes. 9 suns ascend to heaven, igniting the opportunity for advancement. Action. Once the cultivation of the 999 true martial realm warriors is complete, the Realm Lord shall, with supreme authority, forcibly consolidate the martial fortunes of the entire world. Key operation. This vast fortune, potent enough to shake the very essence of the world, shall be divided into 9. Selection. Carefully choose 9 beings profoundly intertwined with the realm's fate, possessing immense potential, excluding Chu In and Chu Yu, who have severed their ties to fate through the integration of Dao fruit power. Each shall receive a portion of the fortune. Catalysis. Under the auspices of the Realm Lord's authority and overwhelming fortune, guide these 9 to simultaneously break through to the celestial realm on the 9th day of the 9th month in the year 5999 of the martial calendar, a time of extreme yang. A chance to pierce the heavens. Chain reaction. The simultaneous emergence of 9 new celestials will instigate a dramatic transformation of the cosmic laws and an elevation of the world's essence, forcibly breaking through the limits of this realm and propelling its status from a middle world to a greater world. Step 5. Luring beasts into the trap. Refining beasts to mend the heavens, harvesting the greatest fruits. Crisis forecast. As the world ascends to a greater world, its essence will oscillate violently, briefly exposing its coordinates within the vast sea of realms, drawing attention like a beacon in the night. This is the tribulation of the world's ascension. Target prey. At this moment, a 7th-level life form, 3rd stage beyond the celestial realm, known as the World Devourer, will be lurking in the nearby cosmic waters. This beast subsists by consuming the world's essence and is acutely sensitive to the aura of an ascending world. Trap. When the World Devourer approaches, drawn by the aura, intent on consuming the essence of the newly ascended greater world, the Realm Lord, Chu-Yi, shall stand ready. Elimination and refinement. 1. Utilize the authority of the Realm Lord to mobilize the power of the laws of the greater world for suppression. 2. Expend substantial auxiliary elements to unleash a fatal strike that transcends the limits of this realm, slaying the World Devourer. 3. Drag the colossal corpse of the World Devourer into the depths of the world. 4. To arrange and advance an extensive refining array that spans the entire globe, requiring the consumption of easy points for deduction and manifestation. And to connect this array with the unique, transformative power generated during the world's ascension. 5. To activate the Grand Array, utilizing the power of the world's elevation as a crucible to refine the world-devouring beast. The world-devouring beast, having incessantly consumed the world's essence over the years, renders its carcass an invaluable treasure, embodying an exceptionally pure and high-level source of world power. The ultimate reward, upon successful refinement. This vast and pure source of power will nourish the entire world. It will enable the newly ascended great world to bypass the lengthy accumulation process and directly surge into the realm of the minor thousand worlds. The easy point benefits. Consecutive ascensions of the world, from medium world to great world to minor thousand world, as the Realm Lord and core driver. The Realm Lord, Chu-Yi, will reap unimaginable amounts of easy points sufficient to support the forthcoming celestial journeys. Overview of the plan complete. Consuming easy points for this framework, minus 3,000. Should further details on the following key secret arts be required, an additional payment of easy points is necessary. Details of the Realm Lord's secret art. Core includes the sole imprinting of the world's core, the theft of world authority, an evasion of world backlash, among other supreme methods. Consumption, minus 50,000 easy points. Details of the world-class array for refining the world-devouring beast. Includes the array structure, node arrangement, and how to link with the world's ascension power, etc. Consumption, minus 80,000 easy points. Note, the classification of world levels in the Realm C. Minor world, fragile. Medium world, current. Great world, perfected laws, capable of giving birth to celestial beings. Minor thousand world, able to accommodate transcendent inquiries. Medium thousand world, active source of loss. Great thousand world, manifestation of the great Tao. The information on the luminous screen struck Chu-Yi's mind like a torrent of cosmic currents. Even though he had weathered many storms and his resolve was as solid as rock, he was momentarily astonished into speechlessness by this grand, frenzied, and somewhat audacious ultimate scheme. Hiss! Chu-Yi couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. His pupils constricted violently, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. What was this but a scheme for acquiring easy points? It was, in truth, a breathtaking game plan for seizing world authority, nurturing the world, orchestrating beast slaughter, refining beasts to mend the heavens, and ultimately devouring the entire plane's transformative potential. The world as a chessboard, sentient beings as pawns, and the world-devouring beast as the offering. The final objective was to propel a medium world directly into the realm of the minor thousand worlds. And he himself would become the greatest beneficiary of this astonishing metamorphosis. What a grand design. What meticulous calculations. What a path of the Realm Lord. Chu-Yi murmured to himself, his voice tinged with a tremor he had not even realized. Yet, that tremor was swiftly supplanted by an unprecedented ambition and excitement, akin to a wildfire spreading across a prairie. What vistas await at the end of this path? To command a minor thousand world, to possess boundless resources and authority, to harvest vast quantities of easy points. This, indeed, is the starting point worthy of his ambition as the progenitor of myriad paths. gazing at the luminous screen displaying the locked Realm Lord's secret art and refining array, and then glancing at the remaining easy points on his attribute panel, approximately 320,000. Chu Yi's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Although it is expensive, this investment is worthwhile. Chapter 54. Chuan and Chu Yu enter the Jianghu, year 5997 of the martial calendar, January 25th, Qishou. Tianyang County. The chill of early spring had yet to fully dissipate when a piece of news erupted in the underbelly of Tianyang County's Jianghu, like a stone cast into still waters. Chuan, the younger brother of the long-missing Chu Yi, and his sister Chu Yu, had made their appearance within the county. The discovery was made by a group led by a martial artist of the Blood Exchange realm, who frequently roamed the outskirts of the county city. The leader, Wang Sandao, trembled with excitement as he fixated on the sight of Chuan and Chu Yu purchasing goods at a distant market, his eyes ablaze with a terrifying greed. It was them, the legendary siblings of Chu Yi. Wang Sandao lowered his voice, brimming with exhilaration as he confided in his companions. Have you heard? Rumors are circulating. Chu Yi's astounding abilities are said to stem from a heavenly treasure. That treasure must be in its cooling period now, and he could very well be gravely injured or on the brink of death. These two must be out gathering supplies. His excitement grew as he spoke. Saliva flying. An enormous opportunity has landed in our laps. If we can quietly capture these two and force them to reveal Chu Yi's hiding place, that treasure, it will be ours. Soon, we will be renowned throughout the land. Blinded by greed, Wang Sandao entirely overlooked the calm demeanor that now enveloped Chuan and Chu Yu, a stark contrast to their former selves. Like hyenas sensing blood, he and his similarly intoxicated subordinates stealthily surrounded the siblings, intent on launching a surprise attack. However, they were no longer the defenseless youths reliant on their elder brother's protection, as they had been a month prior. Chuan astutely sensed the malevolence approaching and raised an eyebrow, as Wang Sandao lunged forward with a menacing grin. Brazenly invoking the name of Chu Yi amidst his taunts, Chuan's eyes ignited with a chilling fury, seeking death, without even drawing his sword. He simply extended a finger like a blade, casually slashing towards the oncoming Wang Sandao. Buzz, a finely honed bronze-colored aura shot forth. PFF. In the horrified gaze of the surrounding crowd, the once menacing Wang Sandao, along with his steel blade, was obliterated like a watermelon struck by an unseen hammer, exploding into a blinding mist of blood. He could not even emit a single scream before vanishing from existence. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the market. The raucous chatter abruptly ceased. The leering smiles of Wang Sandao's companions froze into expressions of unbounded terror. They gazed at the lingering blood mist, then at the impassive Chuan, who appeared as if he had merely swatted a fly. Paralyzed with fear, they shrieked and scattered in all directions. Chuan cast a cold glance, but did not pursue. Chu Yu's delicate brows furrowed as she murmured, "Brother, trouble has begun." They understood that slaying Wang Sandao was merely a drop in the ocean. The greed of the Jianghu was like a malignant growth, only by employing more ruthless methods. Instilling such dread that none would dare covet them again, could they hope to bring this to a decisive conclusion. The two siblings exchanged a resolute glance, each reflecting the unwavering determination within the other's eyes. They had long prepared for a bloody battle in the martial world. On the morning of January 26th, 5997 in the martial era, the news of the Chu siblings' appearance in Tianyang County, allegedly annihilating the Blood Exchange realm's Wang Sandao with a single strike, spread rapidly through the lower echelons of the local martial community like a plague. Some dismissed it as mere boasting from Wang Sandao's gang, while others were filled with doubt and intrigue. That afternoon, at the Silver Moon Waterfall in Lingyang County, 6 renowned innate martial artists, accompanied by over 20 practitioners of the body refinement realm, finally cornered Chuan and Chu Yu. "It is them, the younger siblings of Chu Yi," shouted a scar-faced man, his eyes glinting with greed and malice. With their identities confirmed, there was no need for further discussion. "Seize them. Kill." The battle cry swiftly drowned out the roar of the waterfall. The brilliance of blades and swords erupted, charging towards the two figures beneath the falls. However, what awaited them was a terrifying force beyond their imagination. Chuan surged forth like a beast, his footfall cracking the ground beneath him. His bronze-hued vitality surged, and as he unleashed a punch, the air exploded with a deafening crack. The two foremost innate warriors were obliterated along with their weapons, reduced to a shower of flesh and blood. A mixture of blood and waterfall mist filled the air, the metallic scent overwhelming. Chuyu moved like a wraith, her ice blue sword glimmering to life. As her blade swept through the air, an icy chill permeated, causing the very space around her to fracture. 3 body refinement warriors were instantly frozen, only to be shredded into icy powder by the subsequent sword aura. With a flick of her wrist, she transformed her strike into a streak of cold light, piercing through the skull of an innate warrior with alarming swiftness. The combat, or rather, the massacre, concluded even more swiftly than it began. Within mere breaths, 5 innate masters and over 20 body refinement warriors lay slain. Blood stained the pool beneath the waterfall, the vivid crimson swirling amidst the white froth, a sight both shocking and horrific. Only one innate warrior, who had been lurking at the back of the crowd, ready to seize an opportunity, witnessed this hellish scene and fled in terror, his heart pounding in his chest. He hastily spread exaggerated tales of the Chu siblings, claiming they possessed the terrifying capability to effortlessly slaughter innate warriors. The news swept through Tianyang County's martial community like a tempest. This time, no one dared to doubt. The entire martial landscape of Tianyang County was left in a state of uproar. In the Tianyang sect's conference hall, the sect leader Zhao Tianyang stroked the sandalwood table beside him, his eyes gleaming with avarice, a barely perceptible malevolent smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As the local overlord of Tianyang County, the appearance of the Chu siblings within his territory appeared to him as a delectable morsel delivered right to his door. Those 2 youngsters are acting so brazenly. They must have acquired some secret or rare treasure from that demon Chui. An elder remarked, his eyes shimmering with greed. Quickly summon our forces. In Zhao Tianyang's gaze lay an ambition that brooked no denial. With 30 outer sect elders and 8 inner sect elders of the Qi realm, he summoned the venerable Li Su, who resided in the back mountains of the Master Realm, to take action. It was imperative to capture these 2 individuals. He mused that should he obtain the treasures possessed by the Chu siblings, the Tianyang sect would ascend to new heights, and dominion over this territory would soon be within his grasp. He deliberately proclaimed fierce rhetoric, declaring the Chu siblings as mortal enemies of the Tianyang sect, warning other factions to refrain from interference. On the surface, various powers, intimidated by the Tianyang sect's long-standing prowess, remained dormant. However, Zhao Tianyang was acutely aware that similarly avaricious gazes and schemes had already converged upon the siblings. Yet, he harbored no trepidation, confident that he would seize all that belonged to the Chu siblings before any other forces could act. Year 5997 of martial history, the first day of the 2nd month. Wilderness. After several days of pursuit, the elite of the Tianyang sect finally cornered Chu and Chuyu in the desolate Wild Wolf Slope. Demon, you dare to wreak havoc on the territory of the Tianyang sect without surrendering? Li Su, his hair white and his aura imposing, emanated the oppressive might of a master. In response, Chuan bellowed fiercely, while Chuyu's icy sword gleamed ominously. The battle erupted instantaneously. This time, the siblings truly exhibited the brilliance of complete mastery within the Master Realm. Chuan, as if imbued with the spirit of a war deity, withstood blades and swords with his bronze-hued physique. Wherever his fists and feet landed, Tianyang sect disciples either fell lifeless or grievously wounded. He particularly targeted those Qi elders, dispatching them with a single punch, as if shattering decayed wood. Chiyu's sword light cascaded like a river of stars, her ethereal azure blade dancing with uncanny agility. Wherever it passed, the land was frozen, and wails echoed throughout the expanse. Her sword intent, as frigid as ice, pierced the hearts of her assailants, leaving them disoriented. The outcome of the battle was undeniable. All 30 innate experts, 8 Qi elders, and the esteemed Li Su met their demise. Across the wilderness, corpses littered the ground, and the stench of blood permeated the air for miles. Among the hidden observers, there were indeed several genuine masters of the Master Realm. They bore witness to this overwhelming massacre, their astonishment beyond measure. Mastery at the pinnacle of the Master Realm, absolutely the pinnacle. A gray-robed master concealed in the forest gasped in disbelief. Just a month prior, what realm had they occupied? Bone refinement? How could this be possible? News spread like a thunderclap, shaking Tianyang County and racing with terrifying speed towards Qingzhou and even the 13 states beyond. Within a month, ascending from the bone refinement realm to the pinnacle of the Master Realm. This reality was 100-fold more shocking than any treasure or legendary martial arts. It ignited an insatiable fire of greed within the hearts of martial artists across the lower and middle echelons of the Jianghu. Countless individuals descended into madness. Were these foes? They were manifestly a moving opportunity to ascend to unparalleled power. Tianyang sect, back mountains useless. A group of useless fools. Upon learning that his dispatched men had all been annihilated, Zhao Tianyang shook with rage, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. 3 reclusive supreme elders, grandmasters, were forcibly roused from their meditations, and throughout the Tianyang sect, a tempest of fury and humiliation enveloped the atmosphere. They set forth in full force. At the forefront stands the grandmaster, the venerable Zhao Wujia, his voice as chilling as eternal ice. 9 grandmasters, 18 Qi experts. Follow us 3 to eliminate these 2 rascals. This is a battle for the survival of our Tianyang sect. Victory is the only option. Defeat is not permissible. The Tianyang sect, the local tyrant, has finally revealed all its fangs, charging towards the Chu siblings with a reckless frenzy. Year 5997 of the martial era. 3rd day of the 2nd month, Yanmen Pass. Before Yanmen Pass, dark clouds gather, the air thick with a palpable sense of impending doom. The 3 grandmasters of the Tianyang sect, Zhao Wujia, Zhao Wuhai, and Zhao Wuyin, lead 9 venerable grandmasters and 18 Qi elders, forming an imposing battle formation that encircles Chu In and Chu Yu tightly in the center. In the distance, countless martial artists drawn by the commotion hold their breath, sensing the oppressive atmosphere as if a storm is about to break. With their backs against each other, Chu In and Chu Yu stand resolute, their expressions grave yet unyielding. Facing the immense pressure of the 3 grandmasters, they are acutely aware of their greatest weakness, a lack of extensive experience in life and death battles against top-tier opponents. Attack! With a single command from Zhao Wujia, the atmosphere ignites like a powder keg. The Tianyang sect members launch their assault with ferocity. In an instant, blades, swords, fists, and shadows of palms rain down upon the 2 in the center like a torrential storm. At this critical juncture, a fierce glint flashes in Chu In's eyes as he and Chu Yu exchange a silent understanding. Let us strike. Instead of retreating, they transform into 2 streaks of light, charging forth to attack. Their targets are the 2 slightly weaker grandmasters among the trio, Zhao Wuyin and Zhao Wuhai. Chu In's body surges with ancient bronze vitality, the patterns of hidden golden dragon scales shimmering beneath his skin. He steps forward, causing the ground to crack beneath him, resembling a meteor shooting forth from the heavens. With a straightforward yet devastating punch, he unleashes a terrifying force aimed directly at Zhao Wuyin's chest. As the punch approaches, the air warps, emitting a groan of unbearable pressure. Zhao Wuyin, filled with rage and disbelief, hastily expands his Tianzhong domain in a desperate attempt to suppress the attack. However, the sheer might contained within Chu and strike is unparalleled. Boom, crack. The domain shatters like fragile glass, pierced mercilessly by the force of the punch. Zhao Wuyin's hurriedly gathered protective essence crumbles like paper. With a sickening squelch, Chu In's fist penetrates cleanly through his chest. The explosive power erupts from his back, creating a gaping wound. Zhao Wuyin's eyes widen in horror as he gazes at the immense void in his chest, life extinguished in an instant. His lifeless body is propelled backward, crashing heavily into the dust. One punch. A grandmaster slain in an instant. Almost simultaneously, Chu Yu moves with her sword. An icy blue sword light condenses into a thread-thin, yet utterly penetrating beam of chilling brilliance. Her speed reaches its zenith, aiming directly at Zhao Wuhai's brow. Zhao Wuhai feels a soul-chilling coldness lock onto him, terror flooding his being. With a mighty roar, he unleashes his Tianzhong domain, stacking his palms together to form a colossal fiery shield before him. Yet, the sword light emitted by Chu Yu, imbued with the ultimate penetrating and freezing power of icy blue Dao fruit, disregards the domain's suppression. Swoosh! The icy blue sword light slices through the fiery shield as if it were butter. Zhao Wuhai was struck with a profound terror, barely managing to tilt his head in time. With a swift thrust, the sword's blade pierced through his temple. An intense chill swiftly spread, freezing and shattering half of his skull, along with the brain within. Zhao Wuhai's body remained rigid in a defensive posture before crashing to the ground. A smooth ice cavity marking his brow, emanating a chilling aura. One stroke, the Grand Master met his demise. Though not literally decapitated, the effect was akin to it. In the blink of an eye, 2 Grand Masters had fallen. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Every spectator was left in utter shock, their souls scattered by this cataclysmic scene. Zhao Wujing's eyes widened in rage, his heart chilling with dread. The two formidable aides he had brought were annihilated in an instant. Second brother. Third brother. Zhao Wujing let out a heart-wrenching roar of fury. Descending into madness. Form the formation. Trap them. Everyone, kill them. The remaining 8 Grandmasters and 18 Qi realm warriors quickly suppressed their overwhelming fear. Rallying under Zhao Wujing's frenzied shouts to rapidly weave the Heavenly Sun demon-burning formation, their fervent true essence intertwined, creating a massive fiery net aimed at Chu In and Chu Yu. Chu In and Chu Yu, having slain formidable foes, surged with unstoppable momentum. Chu In, resembling a human-shaped behemoth, charged towards the formation weavers. His bronze fists akin to battering rams. With one punch, he pulverized a Grandmaster along with his weapon into a gruesome paste. With a single stomp, he shattered the skull of a Qi realm elder. Chu Yu danced with her sword, unleashing a frigid azure sword intent that encased everything in ice. The sword energy surged, relentlessly tearing apart the fiery net, reaping the lives of the formation weavers. In the blink of an eye, 3 more Grandmasters and over 10 Qi realm warriors fell. The battlefield resembled a scene from a hellish nightmare. Fellow disciples, Zhao Wujing screamed desperately towards the onlookers, his voice tinged with despair and madness. What are you waiting for? These 2 brutes have become demons. If we do not eradicate them today, they will surely slaughter your entire clans in the future. My Heavenly Sun sect promises that anyone who aids us shall share in the secrets of their extraordinary power. The Heavenly Sun true resolution shall be bestowed upon you. The treasures of the Heavenly Sun sect are yours to claim. I, Zhao Wujing, pledge my allegiance to them as my masters. This promise, rich in rewards, ignited an insatiable greed within all. The time to vanquish evil and uphold righteousness is now. 3 formidable Grandmasters unleashed their auras and joined the fray. Leader Zhao, your righteousness compels me. Count me in. 2 more Grandmaster auras soared skyward. We cannot allow them to escape alive. Together. Respondents gathered in droves. Ultimately, including Zhao Wujing, a total of 12 Grandmasters converged from all directions. Behind them, more than 50 experts from various factions, their gazes intense and solemn, focused on the heart of the battlefield. 12 Grandmasters. Over 50 Grandmasters. The pressure generated by this force was akin to the heavens collapsing. 12 Tinjiang domains overlapped and intertwined, forming an almost tangible quagmire that relentlessly constricted and weakened the movements and power of Chu In and Chu Yu. The 50 Grandmasters on the periphery unleashed various binding, disruptive, and offensive secret techniques, like a torrential downpour. The fiery net, bolstered by the strength of numerous powerful beings, surged in potency. Chu In and Chu Yu found themselves ensnared in a mire. The toll of slaying 2 Grandmasters, coupled with the terrifying pressure of the moment, ensnared them as if trapped in a quagmire. Chu In roared, his bronze-hued vitality ablaze, steadfastly enduring multiple domain suppressions. With a single punch, he repelled 1 Grandmaster. Yet his back was cruelly slashed by a cunning blade aura, revealing the bone beneath. Blood stained his bronze skin. Chu Yu wielded her sword like a tide, but her icy blue sword intent was constricted to a mere 3 feet around her, struggling to withstand the onslaught. A searing finger strike pierced her shoulder, causing her to grunt in pain, blood staining her icy blue gown. In a bid to shield Chu In from a treacherous ambush, she bore the brunt of a sinister palm strike on her back, her complexion paling instantly. They could not endure any longer. Put in more effort. Zhao Wujing cackled with ferocity. The attacks grew increasingly violent. 12 Grandmasters launched a relentless assault, while 50 Masters on the periphery continued to deplete their strength. Chu In and Chu Yu resembled 2 frail boats amidst a furious sea, valiantly resisting. Despite slaying or wounding several assailants in their desperate counterattacks, their injuries multiplied, and their breaths became unstable. Chu In shattered the combined strike of 2 Grandmasters with a punch, yet a sharp sword energy pierced through his ribs. He staggered, spitting blood. Chu Yu encased 3 attacking masters in ice with a single strike, yet Zhao Wujing seized the opportunity, delivering a fierce palm strike imbued with scorching true essence towards her back. Where? Chu In's eyes widened in horror, disregarding everything to rush to her aid. But 3 Grandmasters ensnared him tightly, forcing him to watch helplessly as that lethal palm descended. Just as the moment of impending doom approached for Chu Yu, buzz, buzz, the mysterious mark at the center of the brows of Chu In and Chu Yu, representing the embryonic form of their Dao fruit, bronze dragon scales, and icy blue sword embryo, erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. An irresistible, profound power enveloped them instantly. This force emanated a transcendent aura that defied the laws of this realm, forcibly repelling all approaching attacks, including Zhao Wuji's determined strike. No, stop them. Zhao Wuji, horrified beyond measure, attacked the radiant light like a madman. But all was in vain. In a flash, amidst the astonished gazes of 12 Grand Masters, 50 Masters, and countless spectators, the figures of Chu In and Chu Yu, along with their spilled blood, vanished from the battlefield. All that remained was the chaotic remnants of the battlefield. 2 Grand Masters, Zhao Wuyin and Zhao Wuhai, along with dozens of masters, cold corpses in the Qi-Si realm, and a deathly silence. They vanished. What power was that? After a brief silence came a complete uproar and frenzy. The faces of the 12 Grand Masters turned ashen, exchanging glances filled with fear, resentment, and dread. The remaining 40 masters were equally shaken, cold sweat trickling down their backs. The Chu siblings, having slain 2 Grand Masters and severely wounding the elite of the Tianyang sect, mystically disappeared before the eyes of the crowd at the brink of destruction. This shocking and bizarre spectacle rapidly spread across the 13 states like a plague, carried by countless soaring messenger birds. The world fell utterly silent. Chapter 55. The 5 Ghosts of the Netherworld. Year 5997 of the Martial Calendar, early March. Yuzhou. Black wind ridged the fierce northern wind swept through the perilous mountains of Yuzhou, producing a wailing sound akin to ghostly lamentations. This region lies at the heart of Yuzhou, shrouded in the ominous shadow of the Soul Burial Demon sect, where chaos reigns and the law of the jungle prevails. Since the mysterious disappearance of the Chu siblings following the bloody battle at the Yinmen Pass in Qingzhou, the attention of the martial world has been fixated upon any whisper concerning their fate. At this moment, a clandestine message quietly circulated through the underground realm surrounding Black Wind Ridge. Chu In has resurfaced in the Valley of Broken Souls. The younger brother of the notorious Chu Yi, who had once turned the rivers red with blood and harbored shocking secrets, has audaciously appeared at the fringes of the Soul Burial Demon sect's territory. This news ignited the insatiable greed of many, akin to a spark igniting a pool of oil. However, the grim lessons learned from the Qingzhou conflict have extinguished the unrealistic fantasies of those on the lower rungs of the martial world. Those beneath the realm of Grandmaster? They are not even worthy of being cannon fodder. Even some solitary Grandmasters, upon hearing of Chu In's victories against opponents of equal rank, curbed their immediate impulses to act. A mere trio of Grandmasters would likely be insufficient to confront a youth resembling a ferocious beast. They required time to summon allies and craft an elaborate trap, determined to secure a single, decisive strike to seize that extraordinary opportunity. Yet, in this lawless expanse of Yuzhou, particularly under the tacit approval of the Soul Burial Demon sect's shadow, there are always reckless individuals who defy convention. Among them, the 5 Ghosts of the Netherworld stand as the most notorious and fearsome. For years, these 5 have occupied Black Wind Ridge, acting without restraint and employing ruthlessly brutal methods. Aside from maintaining a facade of respect for the Soul Burial Demon sect, they reign as living embodiments of death in Yuzhou. Within a cavern, the leader, Bloodhand Yinjun Dukan, sat motionless upon a throne adorned with human bones, methodically wiping his ghostly green claws with a bloodstained silk cloth. His visage was gaunt, with sunken eyes that glimmered with a serpentine coldness. The second, the soul-claiming blade of death, Chu Qinjue, leaned against a stone pillar, tenderly caressing his long, crescent-shaped blade as if it were a lover. The third, the poisonous heart Azura, Su Mingyang, languidly reclined on a lavishly fur-covered couch, her beauty reminiscent of a youthful maiden, idly toying with a vibrantly red poisonous flower at her fingertips. The fourth, the ghostly judge Xiao Wuchang, stood silently in the darkest corner of the cave, his expressionless white mask obscuring his features, leaving only 2 fathomless eye sockets visible. The fifth, the mad sword demon Sikong Quang, paced anxiously within the confined space, dragging his bloodstained, rust-covered sword across the ground, producing a jarring metallic sound. Leader. A voice shattered the eerie atmosphere of the cave. A diminutive figure burst in, tumbling forward with a visage twisted in a blend of ecstasy and terror. It's here. It's here. The opportunity has arrived. Chu In, Chi's younger brother resides alone in the soul-severing valley over 100 miles away. What? Chuan. Alone? Ha ha ha. 5 pairs of eyes, akin to 5 venomous blades, swiftly converged upon the messenger. The air within the cavern seemed to solidify. Even Sikong Kwang halted his steps, a terrifying glint of greed igniting in his crimson gaze. Dukan abruptly paused in his motion of cleaning the ghostly claws. A grimace more grotesque than a cry of despair stretched across his withered face, his voice rasping like sandpaper. Chuan, that little wretch. The star of death from Qingzhou? Severely injured? Ha ha ha. Truly, a quest that has borne fruit after arduous searching. He licked his chapped lips. The Inu knife in Chu Qianjue's grasp emitted an excited hum. The pallid aura around the blade intensifying. Can the feeble disciples of Tianyang sect not even retain an injured little brat among a dozen grandmasters? Perfect. This will benefit us, brothers. His life, along with the secrets he harbors, shall belong to us. A cruel exhilaration flickered in his eyes as he envisioned the torment he would inflict upon this rising young genius. Xiao Wuchang remained silent, merely tucking the judge's pin into his sleeve. Roar! What are we waiting for? Sikong Kwang was the first to lose restraint. The frenzied blood sword erupted with a blinding crimson light. He bellowed like a maddened rhinoceros, crashing through the rubble at the cave's entrance. Kill him. Seize the treasure. I shall drain his blood dry. Go. At Dukan's command, his emaciated figure transformed into a shadow, darting ahead. The flash of Chu Qianjue's blade followed closely. Su Mingyang chuckled softly, her form dissipating like smoke. Xiao Wuchang melded into the shadows, silent and unseen. Meanwhile, Sikong Kwang roared like a storm of destruction, recklessly charging towards the soul-severing valley. The 5 of them resembled primordial beasts sensing the scent of blood, advancing towards the valley. The black winds of Yuzhou seemed to carry an even more potent aroma of blood. Chapter 56, Utmost Violence. One punch for a grandmaster. The Valley of Soul Severance lives up to its name. The cliffs on either side are sheer and forbidding, while the valley floor is strewn with grotesque boulders, perpetually shrouded in a murky haze, the air thick with the faint, putrid scent of decay. At this moment, in the heart of this desolate expanse, Chuan sits cross-legged upon a massive black stone, eyes closed in meditation. His robust torso is bare, the bronze sheen of his skin glimmering like metal in the dim light. Blood-soaked bandages wrap around his arms, a testament to the brutality of the battle at Yimin Pass. Yet, the overwhelming vitality and composure radiating from him resemble that of a slumbering beast, even more potent than before. Clearly, the restorative power of the Dao fruit surpasses common imagination. Cackling coldly, a sinister voice breaks the silence. Kid, you certainly know how to choose a spot. A splendid resting place you've selected. The blood-handed Yama, Dukan, materializes like a specter 10 paces away from Chuan, his gaunt face twisted into a cruel grin, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. The ghostly claws of the underworld emanate a greenish glow, exuding a nauseatingly sweet and toxic miasma. Following closely behind him, the shadow blade of death, Chu Qianjue, the poisonous heart Azura, Su Mingyang, the ghostly judge, Xiao Wuchang, and the mad sword, Sikong Kwang, appear as 4 ominous shadows, encircling Chuan and covertly sealing off his escape routes. The oppressive aura of 5 grandmasters intertwines, resembling heavy shackles, pressing down relentlessly upon the black stone where Chuan sits. You little beast. Sikong Kwang, the most impatient among them, points his frenzied blood sword directly at Chuan. The sword, resembling rusted blood, hums ominously as he licks his lips, his eyes betraying a blatant thirst for blood and greed. If you know what's good for you, hand over the secret to your rapid strength and that of your deceased elder brother. If I'm in a good mood, I might just leave you with a whole corpse. Chuan slowly opens his eyes. Those eyes, once sharp and piercing in Qingzhou, now carry the weight of ancient mountains, imbued with an unsettling calmness and indifference. It seems as though the 5 notorious grandmasters before him, feared enough to silence a child's cries, are merely 5 bothersome insects. He surveys them, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his lips, an unmistakable sneer of contempt. His voice, though low, resonates clearly in each of their ears. You lot, mere trash? The air thickens instantaneously. The word trash strikes like 2 resounding slaps across the faces of the 5 phantoms. They have roamed Yuzhou for years, never having encountered such derision. How much more galling to be belittled by a junior they considered a mere trifle, still recovering from grievous wounds. You little bastard. You're courting death. Xikong Kuang is the first to erupt in fury, his crimson eyes blazing with fire. The frenzied blood sword bursts forth in blinding crimson light, embodying a chaotic, yet devastatingly fierce sword intent, descending upon Chu and with unrestrained ferocity. The sword's energy cleaves the ground, carving a deep trench in its wake. You are truly ignorant of your own limitations. Chu Qianjue's murderous intent surges, the Yin Moon blade tracing an eerie gray-white trajectory. Silently yet insidiously piercing toward Chu and's vulnerable back, the deathly chill emanating from the blade spreading instantaneously. Su Meinyang let out a sharp cry, her delicate hand raised, unleashing a cloud of pink poisonous mist that enveloped Chu and like a living entity. Within the mist, countless illusory venomous insects flickered, a manifestation of her signature bone-corroding soul-devouring miasma. Meanwhile, Xiao Wuchang moved like a true shadow, his judge's pen striking like a cold star, swiftly aiming at Chu and's vital acupoints with a silent, yet sinister force capable of sealing true essence. Dukan did not act immediately. A hint of suspicion crossed his withered face. However, upon witnessing Chu and remain seated in the face of such ferocious attacks, without even lifting an eyelid, his doubts were swiftly replaced by a surge of fury. Arrogance! I shall turn you to pus and blood. Dukan bellowed, as the spectral ghost claw lunged forth. Two massive shadows of ghostly green claws tearing through the air, accompanied by a chilling wail, fiercely grasping towards Chu and's head, before the claws could reach him. The terrifying yellow spring poison caused the surrounding rocks to hiss ominously, rapidly corroding away. The 5 grandmasters, filled with rage, unleashed their attacks without reservation. The frenzied blade aura, the venomous sword energy, the lethal miasma, the sealing pin force, and the bone-corroding claw shadows. 5 terrifying assaults, capable of annihilating an ordinary grandmaster in an instant, converged from all directions, enveloping the meditating Chu and completely like a net of death. A deafening explosion reverberated through the valley of broken souls. An energy storm surged forth, shattering the enormous black stone beneath Chu and into fragments. Dust and poison billowed skyward, and debris rained down like a tempest. Haha, are you dumbstruck? Xikong Kuang laughed maniacally. Ignorant fool. Chu Qianjue sneered coldly. Su Meinyang's eyes glinted with delight, as if she could already envision Chu and writhing in agony within the miasma, reduced to a puddle of pus. Xiao Wuchang stepped back slightly, poised to act at the opportune moment. Dukan fixated intently on the center of the energy explosion, the spectral ghost claw coiling with intent, ready to deliver a fatal blow. However, as the violent energy turbulence and enveloping dust clouds began to dissipate, revealing the scene within, time seemed to come to a complete standstill in that instant. The 5 faces, twisted with malevolence, pride, and cruelty, suddenly froze. Their pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks in an instant. At the center of the explosion stood a solitary figure, Chuan. He had not altered his posture in the slightest, still suspended in midair where the black stone had once been. The ferocious energy storm, the lethal poison mist, the sharp debris, all halted 3 inches from his body, blocked by an invisible yet remarkably resilient bronze-hued aura that prevented any advancement. His bare torso remained unscathed. The bronze skin shimmered with an indomitable luster under the residual energy glow, akin to divine metal forged into shape. The bandages coiling around his arms had not even stirred a fraction in the tempest of energy. Slowly, he lifted his eyelids, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the 5 stunned individuals, as if he were observing a pitiful performance. How could this be possible? Su Meinyang screamed in disbelief, her alluring face paling for the first time, filled with incredulity. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Chu Qianjue's hand trembled as he gripped the knife, and his Yin Moon blade sheath failed to even graze a single hair of his opponent. It was an illusion, surely. Xikong Kuang's crimson eyes were filled with madness and confusion, unable to accept the reality before him. For the first time, the breath behind Xiao Wuchang's mask became ragged, his palms slick with cold sweat as he clutched the judge's pen. Du Kanggu's emaciated face contorted violently, his cold serpent-like gaze fixated on the bronze sheen shimmering on Chu and skin. A thought, one that sent tremors through his very soul, flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning, and he nearly screamed, "Grandmaster? You have broken through to Grandmaster?" Aside from this unfathomable possibility, he could conceive of no other explanation. Just last month in Qizhou, the Chu siblings had barely escaped with their lives after being gravely injured by several grandmasters, relying on mysterious powers to flee. How much time had passed? A mere month? How could this youth stand unscathed, even indifferent to the full assault of 5 grandmasters. There was only one explanation. He had once again transcended from the pinnacle of the master realm to the grandmaster realm. Moreover, he had become an unfathomably formidable grandmaster with an unshakable foundation. Chuan did not respond. Yet, the disdainful smirk that curled at the corner of his mouth, along with the suffocating pressure of grandmaster level might emanating from him like a slumbering volcano, spoke volumes. A sharp intake of breath echoed among the 5. You only just broke through to the master realm last month. Su Meinyang's voice trembled with a mix of absurdity and profound terror. Was this even human? Chu Qianjue's heart roared in madness. For the first time, he felt powerless as he gripped the knife. An unprecedented fear surged from the depths of their hearts. They were fearless killers, unafraid of anything, but faced with such a monstrous being who seemed to ascend realms with each passing day, a primal dread overwhelmed their ferocity. Flee. The thought ignited within the hearts of the 5 like a wildfire. What secrets or treasures could be worth more than their own lives? Worthless was indeed worthless. Hardly even worth a scratch. Chuan's cold voice, akin to a death knell, shattered the suffocating silence. You think you can strike me while I stand here unassailable? How disappointing. He slowly rose to his feet. With his movement, a terrifying aura erupted like that of an ancient beast awakening, crushing the gravel beneath him into dust with an invisible shockwave. Now, it is my turn. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the ground beneath his feet exploded. He transformed into a bronze blur, tearing through space with a violent momentum, rushing towards the nearest target, Sikong Kuang, the Mad Sword. So fast. Sikong Kuang could barely register the movement before a chilling shadow of death enveloped him. He let out a frantic roar as the Mad Blood Sword radiated an unprecedented crimson light, heedlessly cleaving towards the fading silhouette with frenzied strikes. However, all efforts proved futile. Chuan did not even resort to any martial techniques. He simply unleashed a punch with the simplicity of driving a stake into the ground. The edge of his fist, infused with a bronze hue of vital energy, seemed to compress the strength of a mountain. No, Sikong Kuang could only emit a desperate howl. Puff. It was as if a vessel filled with blood plasma had been struck by a colossal hammer. In the horrified gaze of Dukan, Chu Qianjue, and others, the once ferocious Sikong Kuang, along with his frenzied blood demon sword, was brutally obliterated by Chuan's unadorned fist. Flesh, shattered bones, and internal organs mingled with broken blades. Like the most tragic fireworks, they erupted in a resounding explosion within the Valley of Lost Souls. Scalding blood plasma poured down like a torrential rain upon the cold rocks, emitting a hissing sound. The intense stench of blood instantly permeated the entire valley. One punch. Merely one punch. The notorious blood demon's sword met its demise, leaving no trace behind. Old Fifth. Dukan's eyes widened with rage, yet more so. An overwhelming terror engulfed him. Run. Quickly flee. Scatter. Chu Qianjue's heart shattered, and with a piercing scream, he disregarded everything else, employing his lightness skill to the utmost. Transforming into a streak of gray-white light, racing toward the valley's mouth in a desperate flight. Su Meinyang's face drained of color, as she screamed and crushed a jade talisman, her form transforming into a cloud of pink poison mist, wishing to disperse with the wind. Xiao Wuchang vanished as if he melded into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. Dukan too became a phantasm, fleeing like a wraith. What of the infamous ghosts of the underworld? What of the greed for murder and treasure? In the face of overwhelming power and this bloody, violent death, only the most primal instinct for survival remained. At this moment, they only wished to escape from this youth, who resembled a demonic god. To flee? Chuan shook off the bloodied remnants from his fist, gazing at the fleeing figures with cold murderous intent. They dared to insult my brother and still wish to leave? His figure vanished once more. The next moment, he reappeared before the shadow that sought to blend into the darkness. Come out, you. Chuan reached out with a hand. Fingers resembling 5 searing irons, disregarding the barriers of space, and forcefully plunged into the distorted shadow. Ah! A chilling scream pierced the air. The ghostly judge, Xiao Wuchang, was forcibly extracted from the shadows. Chuan grasped his neck with one hand, as if holding a mere chick. Fear filled Xiao Wuchang's eyes, as his judge's pen frantically stabbed at Chuan's arm. Clink, clink, clink. The pen struck against Chuan's bronze-colored arm, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, leaving only a few white marks. Die. Chuan's expression remained impassive, his fingers suddenly tightening. Crack. The sickening sound of a neck fracturing echoed. Xiao Wuchang's head twisted at an unnatural angle, the light in his eyes fading rapidly. The pale ghost mass fell to the ground with a thud, shattering into pieces, revealing a face twisted with fear and suffocation behind it. Chuan casually discarded the corpse as if it were a tattered sack. His gaze fixed upon the next target, the swirling pink toxic mist. He inhaled deeply, his chest swelling dramatically, and then unleashed a thunderous roar. It resonated like the cry of a dragon or the roar of a tiger. The terrifying sound waves, infused with a tremendous surge of vitality, transformed into a visible wave of bronze-hued energy, crashing violently into the toxic fog. A piercing scream erupted from within the mist, Su Mainyang's anguished cry. The pink haze dispersed like willow fluff caught in a tempest, revealing the terrified form of Su Mainyang. Blood streamed from her 7 orifices, evidently injured by the sonic assault. "No, please don't kill me," she pleaded in terror, attempting to employ her beguiling arts. Yet, Chuan remained unmoved. With a single step, the earth trembled beneath him. His colossal fist, imbued with the intent to obliterate, descended with a resounding crash. Bang! Another deafening explosion reverberated. The notorious poison Hardajura, Su Mainyang, a master of the toxic arts who instilled fear in countless souls, along with her opulent garments and venomous substances, was utterly reduced to a sanguine pulp by that singular blow. She was forcefully embedded into the icy rock below, leaving only a blurred, bloody impression of her form. Devil. He is a devil. The remaining witnesses, Dukan and Chu Qianjue, were paralyzed with fear at this sight, wishing they had more legs to flee, their blood surging as they pushed their speed to the utmost. Chuan's gaze was as sharp as lightning, locking onto the fastest escapee, Chu Qianjue. He stamped his right foot down fiercely. Boom. The ground erupted into a deep chasm. Chuan surged forward like a bronze cannonball, instantly closing the distance to Chu Qianjue. "No, spare me." Chu Qianjue, feeling the annihilating aura behind him, screamed in despair as he swung his knife in a desperate attempt to block. Chuan merely waved his hand dismissively. Clang! The Yin Moon blade shattered upon impact, splintering into numerous pieces. Without losing momentum, Chuan's fist struck mercilessly at the back of Chu Qianjue's heart. Puff! Chu Qianjue's body was propelled forward as if struck by a battering ram, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He distinctly heard the sound of his spine fracturing inch by inch. Guh! Blood mixed with shattered internal organs spewed from his mouth. His body, like a broken doll, was sent flying several dozen feet by Chuan's punch, crashing heavily against the cliffside, embedding deeply, rendered silent. Upon the cliff, only a radiating crater of flesh and blood remained. Finally, only the nearly broken figure of the blood hand Yama, Dukan, was left, his spirit shattered and desperate. He frantically fled toward the direction of the Burial Soul Demon sect, his sole glimmer of hope. "The Burial Soul Demon sect will not spare you," he screamed hoarsely, his voice filled with despair. Noise. A chilling voice whispered like the breath of death in Dukan's ear. Chuan's silhouette appeared above him as if teleporting. A massive foot, radiant with bronze light as if it could uphold the heavens, bore down upon Dukan's withered head with the weight of Mount Tai. "No." Dukan let out one final, desperate wail, channeling all his life force into the spectral claws of the underworld, frantically attempting to block the impending doom. Crack. Splatter. Like crushing a decayed watermelon. With a heart-stopping sound of bones and flesh shattering, Dukan's head, along with his crossed arms in defense, was utterly obliterated beneath Chuan's overwhelming kick. The headless corpse, propelled by the immense force, crashed heavily to the ground, convulsed a few times, and fell completely still. Silence. An absolute silence. Within the Valley of Broken Souls, only the thick, inescapable stench of blood lingered. Alongside the scattered remnants of the spectral 5 ghosts, severed limbs and chunks of flesh strewn about the valley. Chuan slowly withdrew his foot, his bronze-hued body stained with droplets of his enemy's blood, resembling an ancient war god returning from a bloody battlefield. He coldly surveyed this scene of carnage, as if he had merely crushed a few bothersome insects. Chapter 57. Chuan challenges the heroes. The hidden scheme of Zhenwu Chuan's indifferent gaze swept across the distant cliff at the valley's mouth, where several figures, once confident, now appeared horrified and frozen in place. Those spies, tasked with monitoring him, felt an icy dread surge through them upon locking eyes with his cold stare, sending shivers down their spines. His gaze held no trace of malice, merely a dispassionate oversight of the world below. Yet it instilled a greater terror than any fierce glare could evoke. Recalling the brutal carnage they had just witnessed, they instinctively shuddered and withdrew, fearful of attracting the attention of this harbinger of death. However, to their astonishment, Chuan did not pursue or acknowledge them. Instead, he casually selected a slightly smaller black stone, seated himself cross-legged once more, and closed his eyes to meditate, as if he had merely stretched his limbs moments earlier. His demeanor was disturbingly calm, creating a stark contrast to the hellish scene that unfolded in the valley. What was he planning? One of the spies trembled. "Fool, can't you see?" scolded another, more seasoned observer, his eyes flickering with a mix of fear and excitement. "He has no intention of leaving. He waits here in the Valley of Soul Severing. He is luring those who covet him to come forth. He intends to use himself as bait and confront the myriad heroes of Yuzhou alone." The news flew like the wind, propelled by the lingering scent of blood. Swiftly sweeping across Yuzhou, Chuan had appeared in the Valley of Soul Severing. The 5 specters of Yuming had united to attack, only to be obliterated by a single punch. Not a trace remained of their corpses. Chuan had broken through to the Grand Master level. His physical prowess allowed him to withstand the combined attacks of 5 Grand Masters without a scratch. He sat quietly in the Valley of Soul Severing, boldly inviting all who sought in to challenge him. In an instant, the land of Yuzhou trembled in response. Those who had been eagerly preparing to encircle Chuan, gathering several Grand Masters and dozens of Masters to extract the secret of his sibling's rapid strengthening, found themselves doused in cold water upon receiving this shocking news, instantly sobering. The infamous Yuming Spectres, when united, could pose a challenge even to the most proficient at the bottom of the heaven rankings. Yet they were easily slaughtered by Chuan as if they were mere vegetables. The disparity in strength had surpassed what their alliance could contend with. Plans that had been on the verge of execution were abruptly halted, and many began to feel relieved that they had not yet acted. However, amid the pervasive dread, a more powerful and commanding voice resonated throughout Yuzhou. The 8th of the heaven rankings, master of the fierce sword, Xing Tsang. The 10th, the blunt sword, Tuo Baxiong. The 12th, the shadow of the broken rainbow. These 3 illustrious Grand Masters, standing at the pinnacle of martial arts in Yuzhou, as true martial masters seldom appeared, simultaneously issued a proclamation. Chuan, the young scoundrel, harbors dark arts and slaughters his peers, the Yuming 5 ghosts. His heart is deserving of punishment. His rapid advancements may herald disaster. For the peace of Yuzhou and the righteousness of martial arts, we shall assemble at Burial Wind Ridge, 100 miles from the Valley of Soul Severing, to collectively eradicate this menace. All those with ambition are welcome to come forth. Upon the announcement of this news, it was as if a colossal stone had been cast into turbulent waters. 3 formidable figures from the heavenly rankings have joined forces. Among them is the notorious and fearsome Xing Tsang, ranked 8th. Such weight is enough to shatter the fears harbored in the hearts of many, igniting a new flame of greed and hope. It is Lord Xing Tsang, along with Lord Tuoba and Lord Moang, with these 3 eminent beings uniting, and many others responding. How could the powerful Chu and possibly defy fate? This opportunity must not be missed. If one can partake in this endeavor, even a mere fraction of fortune would be immensely beneficial. Let us proceed to Zongfeng Ridge. The avarice that had once been extinguished by fear now blazes fiercely again. Fueled by the call of the 3 heavenly rank masters, countless Grand Masters, who secretly coveted Chuan, like sharks sensing blood, hastily abandoned their tasks, converging from various corners of Yuzhou and even nearby prefectures towards Zongfeng Ridge. Zongfeng Ridge is situated 100 miles from Duanhuan Valley, characterized by its expansive terrain, bizarre rock formations, and howling winds, serving as a vital passage to Duanhuan Valley. At this moment, the ridge is already bustling with figures, their auras diverse and powerful. An invisible air of murderous intent permeates through the whistling winds. At the peak of the ridge, upon 3 towering black stones resembling swords, stand 3 figures. Their presence as profound as the abyss, embodying the initiators of this operation. In the center stands a tall man, his countenance austere, age indeterminate. Yet his eyes are deep as a frigid pool, occasionally flashing with a chilling bloodthirst. Clad in a somber black robe, he cradles an ancient-style longsword. The sword remains sheathed, yet merely resting upon his knees. It exudes an aura so terrifying that it seems to threaten the very souls of those nearby. As if they were to sink into an endless sea of blood, the scabbard is adorned with intricate dark red patterns, resembling congealed blood. It is none other than the fearsome sword known as the Heavenly Sin Sword, the foremost weapon in the martial world. Wielded by none other than Xing Tsang of the 8th heavenly ranking. Unconsciously, He lightly brushes his fingers over the dark red patterns on the scabbard, and where his fingertips traverse, a faint, sweet, sanguine scent seems to permeate the air. "Brother Xing, what do you make of that Chu An's achievements?" inquired a robust figure on the left, his voice resonant like thunder. He donned a beast-skin short cloak, revealing muscles as formidable as iron, with a massive, blunt sword slung across his back, its dark blade conveying a weighty, mountainous presence. This was none other than Tuoba Xiong, ranked 10th on the heavenly rankings. His voice boomed with an undertone of unnoticeable gravity. Without lifting his eyelids, Xing Tsang replied coldly, devoid of any warmth. "The 5 ghosts of the underworld are mere rabble. To slay them merely attests to his entry into the realm of Grand Masters, demonstrating some brute strength." His tone was flat, as if recounting a trivial matter, though he found the peculiarities of Tuoba's ironclad physique somewhat intriguing. "Just right, to test my heavenly sin sword, to see if it still craves blood as the legends foretold." As he spoke the last, his fingers momentarily paused on the sword, a flicker of bloodthirst flashing deep within his gaze. One must not be careless. Upon the black stone to the right, a figure enveloped in a gray cloak, ethereal as smoke, spoke softly. His voice was hoarse and deep, reminiscent of sandpaper's rasp, rendering it impossible to discern age or gender. He was none other than Mo Ying, ranked 12th on the heavenly list. In his embrace lay a slender, holy black longsword, the remnant rainbow, ranked 7th among the legendary weapons of the martial world. His meteoric rise was shrouded in mystery, undoubtedly concealing a tremendous secret. His physical defenses allowed him to withstand the assaults of 5 grandmasters without sustaining harm, an achievement beyond the reach of ordinary body cultivation methods. Our domain powers might prove less effective before him. Mo Ying's voice carried the caution typical of an assassin. Perhaps Tuoba's heavy sword or Xing's heavenly sin might strike him directly. My remnant rainbow specializes in breaching protective true essence and domains. Yet whether it can penetrate his ancient bronze halo remains to be seen. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Xiong grinned widely, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, and patted the massive sword Dunyu on his back, producing a resonant clash of metal, regardless of whether he possesses bronze skin or iron bones. "Before my 300-pound Dunyu, he shall be reduced to pulp. One force can overcome 10. I relish such direct confrontations." His eyes sparkled with a fierce and eager light. Xing Tsang's lips curled into a chilling smile. "Mo Ying, your caution is excessive. In the face of absolute power, all defenses are futile. When the heavenly sin is drawn, it shall drink the blood of the strong. His blood will serve as the finest offering." He slowly gripped the hilt of the heavenly sin sword, a more malevolent aura, seemingly emanating from the depths of the netherworld, subtly permeated the air, halting even the howling winds around them. Not far below them, on the hillside, figures continued to gather. Waves of formidable auras surged upward, intertwining and clashing, causing the clouds above Burial Wind Ridge to churn restlessly. 23 grandmasters. They stood or sat in various postures, some exuding a coldness akin to venomous snakes, others radiating heat like a furnace, some heavy as mountains, and others ethereal as flowing clouds. Each emanated a powerful presence capable of instilling awe, yet all converged here with a singular purpose: Chaoan within the Valley of Soul Severance. Their gazes occasionally swept toward the 3 figures atop the ridge, betraying a mix of reverence, anticipation, and barely concealed greed. In the outer periphery, a dark mass gathered, numbering no less than 200. All were masters of the practitioner realm. Most hailed from various sects and families in Yuzhou, or were solitary powerhouses, drawn by the call of the 3 on the heavenly list and the immense allure of Chaoan. Although individually weaker than the grandmasters, the collective vitality and true essence of 200 practitioners surged together like a tidal wave, creating a tremendous pressure. Their expressions varied. Some were tense, some excited, others with flickering gazes, but without exception, they grasped their weapons tightly, awaiting the impending thunderous strike that would resonate throughout all of Yuzhou. 26 grandmasters, 200 practitioners. This assembly represented nearly all the top-tier and backbone forces available in Yuzhou, excluding the Burial Soul Demon sect, a formidable and terrifying power, capable of toppling cities and nations, has converged atop Burial Wind Ridge, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Its sights set directly on the ancient bronze figure seated like a mountain in the distant soul-severing valley. Xing Tsang slowly rose, cradling the heavenly sin sword, his icy gaze sweeping across the assembled heroes on the ridge before ultimately resting toward the direction of soul-severing valley. He uttered no words. Yet his silent stare pierced like a drawn blade, igniting the suppressed flames in the hearts of all present. Let us depart. In the desolate, forbidden grounds of the burial soul demon sect's rear mountain, a sinister stillness enveloped the cavern's depths, thick with a miasma of sanguine malevolence. As if the very air were viscous enough to drip with blood. Sect Master, a low and respectful voice shattered the silence. The speaker stood tall in the center of the cavern, his form erect as a lance, his presence repressed yet unfathomable. It was Li Jiuyu, the top ranked on the heavenly list. He inclined his body slightly, addressing a gaunt figure seated in the shadows ahead. Chuan has arrived at Soul-Severing Valley, effortlessly slaying the 5 ghosts of the underworld. His displayed strength is indeed at the Grand Master level, with a physical prowess that defies imagination. Currently, Xing Tsang, Tuo Xiong, and Mo Ying have gathered nearly all the Grand Masters and Elite Masters of Yuzhou on Burial Wind Ridge, totaling 26 Grand Masters and 200 Masters, their momentum formidable, preparing to encircle and annihilate Chuan. Should we intervene? After all, this is the domain of our demon sect. Li Jiuyu's voice remained calm. Yet a flicker of barely perceptible astonishment shone in his depths when speaking of Chu and exhibited might. In the darkness, the emaciated figure stirred slowly, as if a mummified corpse long at rest had been revived. 2 dimly glowing points of blood light ignited in his eye sockets. It was the current sect master of the Burial Soul Demon Sect, Blood Soul Ancestor, a veritable powerhouse of true martial realm. It was this unfathomable cultivation that compelled even the foremost on the heavenly list, Li Jiuyu, to treat him with the respect due to a master. In the realm of demonic sects, the law of the jungle is vividly manifested. Only absolute power can command absolute reverence. A grim smile, more akin to weeping than joy, creased the parched visage of Blood Soul Ancestor, his voice rasping like sand against stone. There is no rush. The Ancestor recently received a secret missive from Zhangzhou. Without his explicit directive, we shall observe the unfolding events. He possesses his own profound stratagems. The 2 bloodlight points in Blood Soul Ancestor's gaze shifted to Li Jiuyu, as if capable of penetrating his very soul. Jiuyu, I see your aura harmonious. Your divine essence contained, that layer of restraint, is it not nearing its loosening? Li Jiuyu's spirit quivered, and he bowed deeper. The sect master's insight is profound. I indeed am merely awaiting the right opportunity. A note of anticipation and gravity tinged his tone. Excellent. Very well. Blood Soul Ancestor's voice resonated with a hint of satisfaction. Break through swiftly, cross that threshold, and attain true martial. This matter is far more intricate than you perceive. Only upon entering the true martial realm can one genuinely qualify to escape the fate of a pawn and glimpse a fragment of the greater game. His words bore a weighty significance, imbued with a sense of worldly wisdom and caution. The game? Li Jiuyu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the words, but soon seemed to comprehend the implication. A flash of crimson light flickered in his eyes as he solemnly remarked, "Does the Lord Sovereign imply that, behind the seemingly grand actions of Xing Tsang and the others, there exists a presence of true martial realm orchestrating events from the shadows?" The Blood Soul Ancestor did not respond directly. Instead, he emitted a series of ambiguous, deep chuckles that resonated through the eerie cavern like the haunting call of a night owl. He waved his emaciated arm dismissively, as if shooing away insects, and said, "Very well, you may take your leave. Strive to break through to the true martial realm swiftly. There lingers a sense of unease within me, a foreboding that something earth-shattering may soon transpire in this realm." "Yes." Disciple takes his leave. Li Jiuyu replied with solemnity. "I shall exert every effort to seek a breakthrough." Moreover, just as Li Jiuyu turned to depart, the elusive voice of the Blood Soul Ancestor echoed once more, imbued with an undeniable, frigid malevolence. "Upon your return, ensure to keep a tight rein on those reckless disciples within the sect. Convey my decree, should anyone dare to act independently at this juncture, meddling in the affairs of the Soul-Severing Valley or attempting to interfere with that Chuan, regardless of their master, should they disrupt my plans. I shall personally flay their skin, extract their soul, and light the heavenly lamp." The chilling words caused the temperature in the cavern to plummet. A shiver ran through Li Jiuyu as he promptly responded, "Understood. Rest assured, Lord Sovereign. I will maintain strict control and will not allow anyone to jeopardize the grand designs of the Ancestor." Having concluded, he respectfully bowed before turning away, his figure melting seamlessly into the shadows as he silently exited the forbidden cavern. Within the cavern, silence reigned once again. save for the flickering crimson glimmers in the Blood Soul ancestor's eyes, wavering in the darkness as if piercing through the rock, gazing toward the distant direction of Zongfeng Ridge. Or perhaps even further into the unfathomable depths beyond. A barely audible sigh lingered amidst the oppressive aura of blood and malevolence, gradually dissipating into the thick atmosphere. Chapter 58, 50% Power. Shattering the 8th on the heavenly rankings, Chuan slowly opened his eyes, the depths of his pupils reflecting the terrifying aura surging outside the soul-severing valley. This was not a mere pressure. It was the intertwining of 26 profound master energies, akin to abyss and prison, alongside the overwhelming vitality and true essence gathered from 200 masters. A staggering force that directly dispersed the miasma that had long enveloped the valley. Faced with such a scene, Chuan felt no trace of fear. Instead, a fierce battle spirit ignited within him, akin to a dormant volcano suddenly awakening. It was a pure and exhilarating desire for combat. His gaze pierced through the space, precisely locking onto the 3 leading figures, Xing Song, Tuo Xiong, and Mo Ying. The oppressive aura emanating from them far surpassed that of the previous 5, the Phantom 5 ghosts. He rose to his feet, stretching his muscles, his bronze skin rippling under the dim light, producing subtle sounds reminiscent of metal grinding against metal. Chuan twisted his neck, producing a crisp crack, and a wild smile emerged on his face. His voice, though not loud, clearly overpowered the howling winds in the valley, reaching the ears of every approaching adversary. Indeed, finally, something worthy has arrived. His gaze swept across the crowd that blotted out the sun, finally settling on the trio of Xing Song, a provocative smile curving his lips. I hope you can endure a little longer, so I may indulge myself. Do not be like those previous worthless fools, who were obliterated before I even warmed up. The disdain in his words struck the hearts of all present like an invisible whip. Arrogant child. Xing Song's furious roar resounded like thunder. The heavenly sin sword in his embrace seemingly sensing its master's murderous intent, its ominous aura surging to unprecedented heights. Did he truly believe that slaying the likes of the Phantom 5 ghosts, mere bottom feeders among masters, could embolden him to such arrogance? Chuan, you know not the heavens from the earth. Today, allow me to teach you a lesson on behalf of your brother, Chu Yi. Before his words fell silent, a torrent of blood light erupted from Xing Song's body, a vast domain, thick and sweet as if formed from an endless sea of blood, unfolded in an instant, enveloping a large area at the entrance of the soul-severing valley. Within that domain, wails of the damned echoed, resentment surged, as if countless vengeful spirits were crying out in anguish, ravenously eroding the hearts and true essences of the intruders. This was his blood prison domain. Xing brother, hold on. Mo Ying's hoarse voice rang out with urgency. This child is enigmatic. For safety's sake, let us strike together. No need. Xing Song resolutely refused, his eyes ablaze with bloodlight, filled with absolute confidence in his own strength and a profound rage at Chuan's arrogance. You all hold the line. No need for a sledgehammer to crack a nut. I am sufficient alone. He offered Mo Ying no chance to persuade him further, and in an instant, he transformed into a blood-colored comet, tearing through the blood prison. Clang. A sound akin to the ringing of a sword from the depths of the underworld reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The heavenly sin sword, at last, was drawn. The sword's blade, dark red like congealed blood, upon being unsheathed, unleashed an unmatched ferocity that soared into the sky, instantly overshadowing the sweet sin of the blood prison domain, transforming into a terrifying blood arc that cleaved through the void. The sword's edge seemed to rend the very fabric of space, emitting a mournful cry under its unbearable burden. This strike encapsulated all of Xing Song's true essence and the malevolence of the heavenly sin, imbued with a sense of fateful bloodlust, intent on utterly crushing and devouring the audacious youth before him. Faced with a lethal blow capable of instilling terror in even the most formidable grandmasters, Chuan's resolve only intensified. He did not flinch or evade, and even refrained from unleashing the domain power that symbolized the Grandmaster realm. Instead, he let forth a resounding roar that pierced the heavens. Come forth. Before the echo of his cry faded, the ancient bronze aura beneath his skin solidified suddenly, resembling a tangible metallic liquid in flow, creating layers of heavy ripples. There were no flamboyant techniques or esoteric maneuvers. He simply raised his right fist with utmost simplicity. The bronze luminescence upon his fist was restrained to the utmost, compressing all of his strength to a singular point. Then, he boldly struck against the blood-red sword rainbow that threatened to tear the very heavens apart. Seeking death, Xing Tsang's fury surged, nearly bursting his lungs. This impudent youth dared to show such disdain for him. Disdain for the heavenly sin. In the face of his full-force strike, not only did he not activate his domain, but he thought to clash fists against the divine weapon. Such audacity was beyond belief. He envisioned the gruesome scene of Chu En's arm, along with his body, being effortlessly shredded beneath the heavenly sin sword. When that moment arrived, how would this boy still dare to be arrogant? Boom. The clash of fist and sword reverberated. The anticipated scene of flesh and blood scattering did not materialize. Instead, a resounding crash echoed, akin to two ancient divine mountains colliding. The deafening sound surged forth like a tangible wave, instantly sweeping across the entire soul-severing valley. The murky gray miasma within was violently dispelled, and countless stones were reduced to powder. In the incredulous gazes of all, that formidable blood-red sword rainbow was shockingly halted by an unremarkable bronze fist. The heavenly sin sword emitted a piercing wail, its malevolent aura roiling violently, the dark red blade trembling furiously. Xing Tsang felt an unimaginable, overwhelming force surging into the sword's body. His grip on the sword hilt shattered, his palm torn and bleeding. His entire right arm felt as if it had been struck by a colossal hammer, the joints groaning in agony, instantly numbed with pain. The heavenly sin sword nearly slipped from his grasp. Even more terrifying was the brutal force that penetrated his insides, causing his blood and chi to churn like boiling water within his chest. Gasp! A sweet taste filled Xing Tsang's throat, and he uncontrollably spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his form staggering backward from the immense power. Yet, Chu En's movements showed no sign of hesitation, having withstood the heavenly sin sword with a single punch. He shadowed his opponent, seemingly disregarding the distance of space. That right fist, which had just repelled the divine weapon, suddenly spread open, transforming from a fist into a palm. The ancient bronze radiance coalesced in his palm, carrying a terrifying intent that shattered the void and obliterated all obstacles. As he pressed forward with unyielding force against the viscous blood-prisoned domain. Break! Crackle! It sounded as if glass were shattering. In the terrifying and blood-soaked domain that enveloped all, a seemingly casual press from Chu En caused the realm to shatter like a fragile mirror, with his palm as the epicenter, instantly spreading spiderweb-like cracks. Then, with a thunderous explosion, the domain fractured, and the backlash left Xing Tsang gasping, his complexion pale as death. Yet, Chu En's palm, after shattering the realm, showed no sign of slowing down. With an overwhelming force that seemed capable of crushing everything, it descended upon Xing Tsang's exposed chest like a collapsing divine mountain. So swift, so ferocious, so tyrannical. Xing Tsang felt his very soul tremble. With extensive battle experience, he unleashed all his potential at this life-or-death moment, gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his right arm and the turmoil in his insides. His left hand darted to grasp the quaking hilt of the heavenly sin sword, crossing his arms to firmly block it against his chest. This was the sole defense he could muster at that moment. Boom! Another resounding crash reverberated. Chu En's bronze palm struck solidly against the broad spine of the heavenly sin sword. This time, Xing Tsang could no longer suppress it. A torrent of boiling blood erupted from him like a geyser. He felt as if he had been rammed head-on by a crazed prehistoric rhinoceros. The bones in his arms cried out under the unbearable strain. He was sent hurtling through the air, like a kite severed from its string, propelled by an unmatched force. In mid-air, the heavenly sin sword finally slipped from his grasp, spinning wildly before embedding itself in a rock 3 zhang away, buzzing and vibrating incessantly. Boom! Xing Tsang's body crashed heavily into a pile of rubble 5 zhang away, sending dust swirling. He struggled to rise, but the excruciating pain in his chest obscured his vision. His entire ribcage felt as though it had collapsed, with several ribs surely broken, clutching his crushed chest. His face was a canvas of horror, agony, and the bewilderment of having his worldview utterly shattered. How could this be? He was ranked 8th on the heavenly list, wielding the fearsome heavenly sin sword. How could he be so thoroughly trounced by a mere fist and palm? Just as despair and indignation coursed through him, Chu En's voice, tinged with unexpected surprise, rang clearly through the eerie silence of the soul-disrupting valley. Not bad. Chu En shook his hand, as if merely swatting away an annoying fly. A hint of delight gracing his bronze visage. You actually managed to withstand my punch at 50% strength without being killed. Much better than those previous weaklings, indeed. Quite impressive. Uffed. Xing Tsang, already struggling to suppress his churning blood and humiliation, felt a surge of rebellious blood rush to his head upon hearing such unabashedly humiliating words. He spat out another mouthful of blood, darkness clouding his vision as he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. 50%? Nearly 50%? This was nothing short of trampling and grinding his dignity as the eighth on the heavenly list into dust. Move in. Mo Ying's raspy voice, laced with unprecedented gravity and a hint of trepidation, shattered the stillness. The power Chu Wen had displayed far surpassed his expectations. This was no longer a matter that could be resolved with caution. They had to unite. They had to give their all. Together, they would slay him. Tuoba Xiong's roar resonated like a thunderclap, his eyes devoid of any hint of arrogance or aggression, replaced instead by a solemn intensity. He drew the massive Duan Yue sword from his back, its blade dark as obsidian, and its 300 pounds felt weightless in his grasp. An overwhelming aura, as formidable as a mountain, surged forth with explosive ferocity. With a single step, the rocks beneath him cracked and splintered, his form resembling a fearsome beast as he wielded the massive, unsharpened sword, accompanied by a tempest that could split the earth and shatter mountains, charging fiercely toward Chu Wen. Meanwhile, Mo Ying's figure vanished like a specter, seemingly melding into the interplay of light and shadow. The air was left with only a barely perceptible ripple. Kill. Simultaneously, the 23 Grandmasters, who had long been poised and shaken to their core by Chu Wen's terrifying prowess, erupted with their utmost power in response to the roars of Tuoba Xiong and Mo Ying. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of domain powers unfurled violently: blade auras, sword chi, palm imprints, fist winds, toxic mists, illusions. Countless frenzied attacks, as devastating as a cataclysm, surged from all directions, overwhelming the solitary bronze figure at the center with relentless fervor. The combined might of 25 Grandmasters unleashed their domains and lethal techniques simultaneously. The entire Duanhuan Valley transformed into a cauldron of seething energy. The earth trembled, the air wailed, and the heavens shifted in hue. At the eye of the storm, Chu Wen faced this terrifying onslaught capable of obliterating a city in an instant. Yet the flames of battle ignited in his eyes burned even brighter. He threw back his head and roared towards the heavens, his voice resonating through the skies. Ha ha ha. Now this is exhilarating. Come at me all at once. Chapter 59. A fierce battle faced with the devastating assault formed by the combined might of 25 Grandmasters and the energy torrents of 200 Masters. Even Chu Wen felt the weight of pressure. The gathering wave of energy surged forth like the heavens collapsing, engulfing him in an instant. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Chu Wen unleashed, for the first time, his own Grand Master domain. A semi-spherical shield, exuding a deep bronze sheen, enveloped him instantly, with mysterious runes subtly swirling on its surface. Boom! The vibrant, chaotic energy violently collided against the ancient bronze domain. The entire soul-severing valley felt as though it had been cast into the core of the sun, blinding light consuming all, while the deafening explosions echoed relentlessly. The ground heaving like tumultuous waves, tearing apart. Terrifying shockwaves swept in all directions, instantly flattening the jagged stones within the valley. Chu Wen's bronze domain stood firm like a reef amidst surging tides, resiliently resisting the onslaught. The shield trembled violently, the runes flickering erratically, emitting agonized groans under the immense strain. Did it hold? His domain was remarkably strong. The besieging masters and grandmasters felt a chill in their hearts. Yet their assault intensified, their essence pouring forth as if it were free. Crack, merely enduring for a few breaths. A clear sound of shattering resonated sharply amidst the thunderous cacophony. A massive fissure suddenly appeared on the resilient bronze shield, swiftly spreading like a chain reaction. Bang! Ultimately, the domain could not withstand the horrific impact that amalgamated the pinnacle forces of Yu Shou, exploding into fragments. The violent energy backlash struck Chu Wen's unprepared body fiercely. Gasped. Chu Wen staggered slightly, a trickle of crimson slowly seeping from the corner of his mouth. He casually wiped it away, his gaze growing even sharper and more luminous. Indeed, the Dao fruit strengthens my essence, my very flesh, my vital blood source. Though the domain was potent, it was ultimately an external force. Even if it was 10 times stronger than an ordinary Grandmaster, it could not endure such a siege. He understood this in his heart. However, at the moment the domain shattered, instead of feeling weakened, Chu Wen felt an exhilarating lightness, as if an invisible shackle had been removed. The instinctual desire to fight, purely relying on the strength of his flesh, ignited like a wildfire. In this state, he felt more liberated. A wild grin spread across Chuan's face. His eyes ablaze with battle intent. He ceased to channel any protective essence, allowing the furious energy remnants, along with the multitude of incoming sword energies, fist imprints, and toxic mists, to rain down upon his bare bronze body. Bang, 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 clang, hiss. Countless attacks capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones struck him, erupting with sounds akin to metal clashing. On his skin, the bronze ripples surged violently, as if cast into a lake by a massive boulder, creating ripples that spread outward. The immense force propelled his tall figure backward, each step leaving deep impressions in the hard ground. As the radiant energy dissipated, an astonished crowd beheld an incredible sight. Chuan remained unscathed, save for a few faint white marks and some singed patches, remnants of toxic mist or fiery assaults. His bronze skin still shimmered with an indomitable luster. Impossible. Is this truly a human being? Could his body be forged from divine metal? A cacophony of horrified screams erupted, as the sudden reversal of the tide of battle gripped the throats of all present with an overwhelming sense of dread. In that moment of collective shock, a thunderous roar shattered the air. Die, you wretch. Tuoba Xiong, akin to a fearsome beast, seized Chuan in a retreating motion, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. Hoisting the 300-pound sword, Broken Mountain, his muscles coiled like a dragon, veins bulging beneath his bronze skin as he poured every ounce of his formidable strength into the colossal blade. Simultaneously, the three grandmasters, renowned for their might, unleashed their own might, channeling their formidable energies into the great sword. The blade hummed ominously, cleaving through the air with a terrifying force capable of toppling mountains. As it descended upon Chuan's head with tremendous ferocity, this strike, embodying the pinnacle of power from four grandmasters, had the potential to raise a small hill to the ground. Excellent. A fierce light ignited in Chuan's eyes. He did not flinch nor evade, but instead met the cataclysmic sword with unwavering resolve. Merging his form with the momentum of his waist, he pivoted and unleashed a punch, devoid of any extravagance. The bronze glow at the tip of his fist crystallized into an almost tangible essence, compressing power to such an extent that it seemed poised to rend the very fabric of space itself. Clang! The fists and sword collided. The sound of this impact was more terrifying than any previous clash with the sword of heavenly sin, akin to thunder erupting in the depths of a valley. A visible shockwave radiated outward in furious rings, sending several nearby grandmasters soaring through the air, blood spewing from their mouths. The sinister grin on Tuoba Xiong's face froze in place. He felt as though he were striking not flesh and blood, but the immovable core of an ancient star. An indescribable force, far beyond his comprehension, surged forth like a deluge from a breached dam, flooding through the Broken Mountain sword. Tuoba Xiong's arms trembled violently, his palms splitting apart as blood stained the hilt of his sword. The heavy blade, which had accompanied him through countless battles and was renowned for its unyielding strength, emitted a disconcerting creak as spiderweb-like fractures rapidly spread from the point of contact. The three grandmasters who had joined him in this assault were similarly struck down, their faces ashen, blood gushing from their mouths as they were hurled uncontrollably into the air, crashing heavily to the ground, their breaths faltering. Meanwhile, Chuan merely sank slightly, the rocks beneath him exploding into a deep crater. Just as Chuan repelled Tuoba Xiong and his companions with a single punch, assaults from other directions surged forth. A tempest of violent true essence unleashed by dozens of grandmasters, poisoned projectiles, and vicious palm strikes crashed into Chuan's back and ribs like a tidal wave. Boom. Bang. Hiss. Chuan staggered forward from the force, the waves of energy rippling across his bronze skin, leaving deeper white marks and some bruises, yet his defenses remained unbroken. Annoying flies. A flicker of malice flashed in Chuan's eyes as he abruptly turned, locking onto the five grandmasters who had just joined forces to attack him. This time, he held nothing back. The immense vitality dormant within him surged forth like a volcanic eruption, roaring into motion. His entire being radiated with a resplendent bronze glow, akin to a blazing sun. Die! With a low growl, Chuan's right fist struck out once more. This time, the force of his punch was no longer a silent compression, but rather a visible, meticulously refined wave of bronze true essence, swirling with palpable energy. The intent behind his fist was as overwhelming as a landslide or a tsunami, infused with a terrifying will to annihilate gods and demons alike. Wherever his fist passed, the air was completely evacuated, creating a vacuum passage. The five grandmasters at the forefront turned ashen, their faces pale as paper. The shadow of death had never loomed so clearly. They screamed in desperation, unleashing their entire life as cultivation without reservation, layering their domains and flooding their true essence to construct a vibrant, multi-hued barrier of defense before them. However, against Chu and S furious, full-force strike, these defenses crumbled like paper. The condensed bronze fist force pierced through the layers of protective light like a searing iron rod through butter, shattering and obliterating everything in its path. No, the screams of despair were abruptly silenced. The fist force crashed into the three foremost Grand Masters without hindrance. Boom, boom, boom. Three thunderous explosions erupted almost simultaneously. The three Grand Masters, along with their protective true essence, weapons, and even their hastily scattered domains, were torn apart and vaporized. As though they had been cast into a furnace, they transformed into three ghastly clouds of blood mist, mingled with shattered bones and entrails, exploding violently in the wake of the fist wind. The residual force of the punch surged forth like a roaring bronze dragon, crashing fiercely into the dense crowd of masters behind. Puff, 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 puff. Like a string of candied hawthorns, 8 masters, caught unawares, had no time to scream before their bodies erupted under the devastating fist force, showering the area with a torrential downpour of blood and flesh. The fist force ultimately collided forcefully with a massive black rock towering dozens of feet high. Boom! That ancient, unyielding black rock, which had existed for countless years, shattered as if struck by a meteor, splintering into innumerable shards that shot outward like cannonballs, inciting chaos and screams in their wake. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped the battlefield. The nauseating stench of blood filled the air, mingling with the still falling blood mist, the ground littered with glaring remnants of flesh. And the bronze figure standing like a demonic deity amidst the blood rain and rancid wind. All of this painted an extraordinarily horrifying tableau. One punch. Three Grand Masters. 8 masters. In an instant, gone? He just said. At 50% strength. Was it truly real? Boundless terror surged like a chilling tide, instantly engulfing all attackers. Greed, fervor, and misplaced confidence. All emotions were reduced to their primal fear in the face of absolute power and bloody death. Just moments ago, the once imposing masters and grandmasters now resembled ducks with their throats grasped, their eyes filled with horror and despair, bodies trembling uncontrollably as they involuntarily retreated. The devil. He is indeed a true devil. Run. Flee at once. The atmosphere of despair spread like a plague. At this pinnacle of trepidation, an overwhelming chill and murderous intent unexpectedly manifested behind Chu En's head. A shadowy glimmer, dark to the extreme, pierced through the void, silent and swift as lightning, aiming directly at Chu En's right eye. It was the moment when Chu En's momentum faltered, captivated by the allure of victory, that the lurking Moing struck. In his hand, the remnant rainbow sword transformed into a sinister black dagger, imbued with an uncanny penetrating power that could shatter all defenses, targeting Chu En's sole vulnerability, his eyes. In a critical instant, Chu En's hair stood on end. An unprecedented sense of lethal danger enveloped his heart. He had no time to think. Pure instinct propelled him to jerk his head aside. Swoosh! The icy blade grazed perilously close to his cheekbone. A thin, searing line of blood was drawn, and several strands of hair fell. It was a hair's breadth away from blindness or even death. Seeking death, fury surged within Chu En. A violent, murderous intent erupted skyward. He swiftly turned, his right hand shooting out like lightning, fingers splayed, as his bronze palm seemed to tear through space, precisely grasping the void in the direction of the dagger's thrust. A piercing scream, so inhuman it sent chills down spines, echoed. Chu En's palm, like an iron claw, forcibly extracted an arm gripping the black dagger from the distorted shadow. The owner of the arm, Moing, had only just revealed a hint of his outline, astonished and incredulous. Rip! The horrendous sound of tearing flesh resonated, under the astonished gazes of all. Chu En's arm muscles bulged, his fingers exerting force, as he brutally tore Mo Ying's arm, dagger still in hand, from his shoulder, skin, and bone alike. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. My hand! Moing screamed as he was flung back, his severed arm gushing blood, exposing a stark white bone. Chu En casually discarded the arm, still clutching the remnant rainbow dagger and twitching slightly, as if throwing away a piece of filthy refuse. His cold gaze swept over the onlookers, now rendered utterly dumbfounded by the gruesome scene, as his voice, laden with murderous intent, echoed in their ears. Who else wishes to test their fate? Chapter 60. The stalemate. With a chilling tone, Chuan coldly inquired, who else wishes to try? His words pierced the hearts of every survivor like a blade of ice. Faced with this harbinger of death, the once fervent leaders of Yuzhou now resembled wilted eggplants. Their bravado utterly extinguished. Their eyes darted about, steps faltering as they retreated, their hands trembling around their weapons. Lacking even a shred of the audacity they had displayed during their assault, many bowed their heads in deep shame, unable to meet Chuan's fiery gaze, fearful of becoming the next target. Witnessing their craven demeanor, the fury that had ignited within Chuan from being besieged and ambushed only flared more intensely. He spoke with unrelenting disdain and derision. A bunch of worthless fools. Were you not the ones just now clamoring for blood, brimming with bravado? What? Have you all turned mute? Cowardly. I stand here motionless, and yet you lack the courage to strike? Worthless. A pack of cowards who only attack in numbers and strike from the shadows. Each word struck like a dagger, each phrase a sharp blade. The masters and grandmasters, who had prided themselves on their prowess in Yuzhou for years, flushed with embarrassment, wishing for a chasm to swallow them whole. Some trembled with indignation, others turned ashen, gritting their teeth in silence, while many simply averted their gazes, unable to withstand the weight of his oppressive stare. Amidst this suffocating atmosphere of humiliation, a figure suddenly emerged from the crowd. An elderly man, his hair and beard white as snow, exuded an air of ethereal wisdom. His face flushed red. He pointed at Chuan, his voice laced with offended rage and the pretense of seniority. Chuan, you shall not be so arrogant. You show utter disrespect. When we roamed Yuzhou, you were still in your mother's womb. By virtue of our seniority, we are your elders. How dare you speak so impudently? You ought to, elders. Chuan erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the greatest joke in the world. His mirth laced with scorn and a chill that cut to the bone, interrupting the elders' tirade. You, a pack of old dogs who take advantage of others' misfortunes, dare to mention elders before me? His gaze, sharp as lightning, locked onto the elder and his equally pallid companion, a murderous intent surging within him. Just moments ago, in your attempt to conspire against me, wishing to end my life and seize my fate, how conveniently you forgot your status as elders. Unashamed old fools, prepare to meet your demise. Before the final word had left his lips, Chuan's figure vanished. Without warning, without preparation, he exploded forth in a burst of unparalleled speed. The onlookers barely registered a flicker before Chuan's bronze fist, imbued with terrifying power, shattered the air, hurtling toward the elder and his hapless companion with a fury meant to obliterate. Watch out. Quickly dodge. The warning cries had barely escaped their lips when it was already too late. The elderly man and his companion were utterly horrified, barely managing to unleash their protective essence, lacking even the time to establish a proper defense. Boom, boom. Two nearly simultaneous, thunderous explosions reverberated through the air, under the astonished gazes of all present. Chuan's fist struck like indomitable divine hammers against the chest of the two men. The ferocious bronze-fisted force penetrated their bodies in an instant. The two grandmasters' forms swelled and twisted violently, akin to ignited powder kegs. With a splatter, blood mist mingled with shattered entrails and fragments of bone erupted like the most catastrophic of fireworks from their standing positions. A torrential crimson rain poured down upon the nearby masters who had failed to evade the onslaught. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. Everyone, including the grandmasters, stood frozen, as if ensnared by a spell, gazing at the dissipating blood mist and feeling the warm liquid splatter upon their faces. An unrelenting chill surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. Chuan, he truly proclaimed death and delivered it. And in full view of the crowd, with a single punch for each, he had annihilated two grandmasters as easily as swatting flies. Retreat. Quickly retreat. A demon. He is a demon. The crowd erupted in chaos, terrified screams mingling with the sounds of frantic footsteps, creating utter pandemonium. Like fleeing from a plague, everyone scrambled backward, instantly creating a wider space around Chuan. He shook the blood from his fists, his eyes filled with an intensified malice, scanning the retreating throng, clearly still unsated, preparing to lock onto another target. However, just as despair gripped the hearts of the people and Chuan's murderous intent surged once more, a cold, hoarse voice, laced with a certain incitement, echoed from the direction near the valley's mouth. Everyone, do not panic. Steady yourselves. The crowd turned toward the voice to find Xing Tsang, who had previously been gravely injured, now propped up by his companions. His face was as pale as parchment, blood staining the corners of his mouth, his chest concaved, and breath feeble, yet his eyes glimmered with malice and calculation, fixated on Chuan. "Do not approach him," Xing Tsang shouted hoarsely, his voice cutting through the chaos like a knife. This fiend's physique is uncanny. Engaging him in close combat is futile. Yet he is but one man. No matter how swift he may be, he cannot outpace the collective will of us all. Enduring his pain, he pointed a trembling finger at Chuan, his voice rife with persuasion. "Utilize your domains. Harness the power of your domains. Do not confront him head-on. Unleash your domains fully. Confine him. Restrict his movements. All masters, heed my command. Channel your essence unreservedly to the nearest grandmaster. Aid them in sustaining their domains and fortifying the confinement. We are numerous. We shall wear him down. As long as we do not allow him near, he cannot harm us. He will eventually exhaust his strength. Even his ironclad flesh has its limits." Xing Tsang's words were like the last lifeline grasped by a drowning man. The once desperate and chaotic crowd, akin to a sudden enlightenment, found their guiding pillar in an instant. Indeed, if close combat was futile, then they would resort to long-range control. "Wear him down." Heed the words of Lord Xing Tsang. Quickly, establish the grand formation. The masters arranged the array, transmitting their true essence. Trap him. Exhaust him. The instinct for survival overwhelmed the fear, and the remaining grandmasters exchanged fierce glances, shouting in unison. In an instant, diverse fields of various attributes erupted once more. No longer scattered attacks, but rather a tightly woven net, imbued with formidable binding and suppressive power, surged from all directions towards the central figure of Chuan. Frost froze. Gravity collapsed. Quagmire slowed. Mental shock. Vines ensnared. Various negative effects instantly besieged Chuan. Simultaneously, the 200 masters on the periphery swiftly reacted, forming formations and channeling their surging true essence through secret methods, like rivers converging into the sea, continuously infusing the grandmaster's field ahead. The field, now bolstered by immense energy, radiated with brilliance, and its binding force multiplied severalfold. Thus, the very space of the soul-severing valley seemed to solidify, layer upon layer of thick, viscous, multicolored field light screens, resembling a gigantic, ever-shrinking energy cage, ensnared Chuan in the center. A powerful pressure pressed in from all sides, causing ripples to violently undulate across his bronze skin, as though he were submerged in an energy swamp. Humph! With a chilling glare, Chuan felt the blood and energy within him surge, and he exerted himself fiercely to break free. Boom! Like a ferocious dragon, he forcefully shattered 2 overlapping field light screens. His form surged forward several dozen yards, delivering a devastating punch towards a grandmaster who was arranging the formation. The individual, caught off guard, along with the 2 masters beside him, was torn apart by the furious gust of his punch. However, this momentary explosion and ambush granted others the time to react. Quick! Reinforce the fields around him. Do not let him break free. More field light screens surged like a tide to fill the gap, growing denser and more solid. The transmission of the master's true essence became even swifter and more orderly. Chuan exerted himself to charge again. Boom! Another layer shattered. But immediately, an even greater pressure surged from all sides, stifling his momentum. It was as if he were ensnared in an endless quagmire. With each explosive effort, he expended tremendous energy to combat the terrifying confinement field formed by the overlapping domains of over 20 grandmasters, augmented by the true essence of 200 masters. Cursed be it! Chuan furrowed his brow. He could sense that these adversaries had become adept. They no longer attempted to assault his impervious physique, but instead wielded their numerical and domain advantages to firmly trap him, restricting his movements and engaging in a war of attrition. Though these fields could not truly harm him, they ensnared him like countless resilient webs, greatly limiting his speed and explosive power, rendering him unable to unleash his astounding strength freely. In that moment, the scene descended into an eerie stalemate. On one side stands Chuan, ensnared within an energy prison, akin to an enraged primordial beast, incessantly battering against the confines, yet momentarily unable to fully extricate himself. On the opposite side are the valiant yet trembling warriors of Yuzhou, akin to hunters manipulating a colossal trap, desperately striving to sustain the domain's cage, attempting to wear down their prey through the relentless passage of time and exhaustion. The atmosphere is laden with tension, as if it could precipitate with only the resonant hum of the vibrating barrier and the thunderous echoes of Chu and assaults reverberating through the valley. Chapter 61. The Stealth Attack of Jinwu. The Dantian ruined within the Valley of Broken Souls. The atmosphere had reached an unparalleled tension. Each eruption from Chu and sent ripples through the layered energy barriers, causing them to tremble violently, groaning under the strain. The heroes of Yuzhou maintained their pale countenance as they poured their essence into the barriers, desperately reinforcing this energy prison, attempting to extinguish the indomitable killing deity through time and attrition. At the zenith of this palpable standoff, a resonant hum reverberated through the air, an indescribable and terrifying pressure, seemingly emanating from the very fabric of the universe, descended without warning. This oppressive force was not aimed at the mind. Rather, it directly affected the spatial realm. The once tumultuous energy barriers, the surging essence, and even the howling winds within the Valley of Broken Souls froze in that instant. Chuan felt an immense weight descend upon him, as though the entire sky bore down on his shoulders. This sensation was not merely the delay and suppression of previous Grandmaster's domains. It was a confinement of a higher dimension. Every muscle, every bone, and even the blood coursing through his veins were ensnared by an invisible, boundless force. The very thought of throwing a punch or even moving a finger became a distant fantasy. Was this the primordial force of the heavens and earth? A true Jinwu realm master had targeted me. Alarm bells rang within Chuan's mind, and an unprecedented chill enveloped him. Just as this thought emerged, a horrifying force, unbridled and unstoppable, traversed the spatial divide with pinpoint precision, striking his Dantian sea of chi. Crack! The sound echoed within him like shattering glass, resonating clearly in his being. His Dantian, reinforced by the essence of the Tao fruit, crumbled under this force, collapsing as if made of paper. Instantly, it was obliterated. The violent remnants of power surged through his meridians, tearing them apart. Gush! Darkness engulfed Chuan as he spewed forth a torrent of boiling blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. He was propelled backward as if struck head-on by an ancient behemoth, losing all control and crashing heavily onto a slope strewn with debris dozens of feet away. Boom! Dust billowed. Chuan lay amidst the rubble, drenched in blood, his bronze skin marred by spiderweb-like fissures, his breath reduced to a mere whisper. With his Dantian destroyed and his meridians severed, the extraordinary power he once wielded vanished like the receding tide, leaving only an excruciating pain and an unprecedented sense of weakness. Struggling to lift his head, he fixed his gaze upon the spot where he had stood just moments before. His eyes filled with resentment and fury. The chasm between Grandmasters and Jinwu realms is indeed vast. Were I a Grandmaster at the pinnacle, I would still possess the strength to battle. Yet, alas, time was too fleeting. If only I could comprehend the essence of the Tao fruit and carve my own path. Transcending realms and slaying foes with the ease of felling fowl, how could it have come to this? How infuriating. At this moment, the Valley of Broken Souls fell into a profound silence. Whether it was the Grandmasters sustaining the barriers or the Masters channeling their essence, all were rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. Their faces were etched with astonishment and bewilderment as they gazed upon Chuan, who had just moments ago seemed invincible like a demonic deity, now lying in the rubble, barely clinging to life, utterly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The space where Chuan had stood shimmered as if disturbed by rippling water. A figure emerged silently, cloaked in an expansive black robe, with a visage obscured by the deep shadow of its hood, revealing only a pair of cold, indifferent eyes that surveyed the world as if looking down upon mere insects. He stood there, his aura seamlessly blending with the surrounding environment, as though he were a part of this realm, exuding an authority capable of commanding the very essence of nature with every gesture. The domain prison, constructed by over 20 Grandmasters and 200 Masters, dissipated into nothingness at the moment of his appearance, as silently and effortlessly as bubbles burst in sunlight, leaving not even a ripple in their wake. A true martial realm expert. The startled exclamation from an unknown individual shattered the silence. The crowd of heroes from Yuzhou erupted in a tumult of gasps, only to be followed by a profound stillness. Awe and terror filled every countenance, their gazes directed at the figure in black robe as though they were beholding a deity. The formidable enemy that had evaded their collective efforts was effortlessly incapacitated by this mysterious powerhouse. Such is the might of the martial realm. The black-robed figure stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his frigid gaze piercing through the air, settling upon the ailing Chu and amidst the debris. His eyes bore an inquisitive scrutiny, accompanied by a subtle hint of doubt. Thoughts raced through his mind. Was he not transported away this time? Had that mysterious force been exhausted? Or was it that his Dantian had been rendered ineffective? No, this young man is far too enigmatic. Another probe is imperative to ensure absolute certainty. The black-robed man scanned the hushed assembly of heroes from Yuzhou, ultimately pointing indifferently at a gaunt elder standing a short distance ahead in the crowd. A rasping, emotionless voice resonated, akin to the sound of metal grinding. Go. Eliminate him. The elder, suddenly identified, trembled violently, incredulous as he pointed to himself, his expression one of utter confusion. Me? A non-committal grunt escaped the black-robed man's nostrils, his icy gaze honing in on the elder, an invisible pressure descending upon him like a mountain. The gaunt elder felt his scalp prickle, his very soul trembling. Daring not to voice any dissent, he quickly nodded, his voice tinged with desperation. I am willing. It is an immense honor to serve you, my lord. Truly an honor. Internally, he cursed vehemently. Damn it. If this scourge were truly so easy to eliminate, wouldn't a martial realm expert simply crush him with a flick of his finger? Must I be the sacrificial pawn for this test? Damn it. You old schemer. Yet, on the surface, he could only muster a smile more grotesque than tears. Forcing himself to advance, step by painstaking step, toward Chu and under the watchful gaze of countless complex expressions. As others observed the scene, they could not help but exhale a sigh of relief, grateful that they had not been chosen, while their eyes remained fixated on Chuan, whose Dantian had been rendered powerless and whose meridian severed, curious to see what means he might still possess. The emaciated elder stopped a few paces away from Chuan, daring not to approach any closer. Taking a deep breath, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he abruptly drew the long knife from his waist, channeling his true essence into the blade without reserve. Die, he bellowed, swinging the knife to unleash 3 formidable, ethereal blue blade auras. The blade auras tore through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Chuan's neck, evidently intent on decapitation to ensure absolute certainty of success. In the face of this lethal assault, however, Chuan's gaze remained serene, devoid of any fear, though he was indeed immobilized and bereft of strength. He understood that the pseudo-immortal existence bestowed by his Dao fruit meant that even if his head were severed, he would not perish. He simply watched coldly as the blade auras approached. Swoosh! The first blade aura struck Chuan's neck, leaving only a faint white mark, barely breaking the skin. Swoosh! The second blade aura swiftly followed, its force stronger, finally tearing through his resilient skin and leaving a wound deep enough to expose bone, blood seeping forth. The third blade aura, infused with the elder's full might and chilling malice, was poised to completely sever Chuan's neck. At that moment, the hearts of all present raced to their throats. Even the black-robed figure's gaze sharpened, fixated on the impending strike of the blade. Just as the blade was about to make contact with Chuan's skin, a mysterious and profound force, seemingly emanating from the primordial chaos, unfurled from within Chuan without warning. The third blade aura, like snow meeting the blazing sun, silently dissipated mere half an inch from his neck, leaving no trace of energy behind. Immediately thereafter, a soft and enigmatic milky light surged forth from every pore of Chuan's body, enveloping him in an instant. His form began to blur and turn transparent within this radiance, as if he were detaching from this spatial dimension. That power, the force that had whisked him away during his time in Chizhou, it had returned. Stop him! Cries of horror erupted from the crowd. Almost simultaneously with the emergence of the light, the ever-vigilant black-robed figure acted. His gaunt hand shot forward, fingers curling into claws, grasping at Chuan in a phantom-like manner. Seal. Boom. The essence of the world within 100 feet converged wildly, transforming into an immense, invisible hand capable of overshadowing the heavens, wielding the might to confine space, and forcefully grasping towards the milky light. However, something bizarre occurred. The colossal hand, imbued with the will of the true martial realm, powerful enough to crush mountains, passed through the milky light as if grasping at mere illusion, penetrating without resistance. Chuan, enveloped in that light, seemed to exist in another inaccessible temporal dimension. A flicker of astonishment and disbelief crossed the eyes of the black-robed figure for the first time. Under the astonished gazes of all, Chuan's form swiftly became translucent and ethereal. Just as he was about to completely dissipate, his frigid gaze slowly swept over the stunned heroes of Yuzhou below, ultimately lingering for a fleeting moment on the face of a gaunt elder, etched with terror. Struck as if by lightning, the elder felt a chilling sensation surge from his tailbone to the crown of his head. His legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground, and he hastily lowered his head, afraid to look again. In the end, Chu Yin's gaze settled upon the figure in the black robe. Despite being gravely injured and on the brink of death, his eyes pierced through time and space like a blade, imbued with an icy indifference. A frail yet remarkably clear and resolute voice echoed hauntingly through the valley of soul severance. "Thank you, esteemed sir, for imparting this lesson upon me. Cherish the remaining moments well. Our next meeting shall be your demise. Trust me, time shall not be long." The instant his voice faded, a milky white radiance abruptly converged. Chu Yin's figure vanished entirely within the valley of soul severance, leaving not a trace behind, as if he had never existed. All that remained were the scattered remnants, the acrid scent of blood, and a group of Yuzhou heroes. Their spirits seemingly siphoned away, their faces a tapestry of fear and bewilderment. Additionally, there stood a solitary figure in the valley, a true martial realm expert in a black robe, whose eyes, exposed beyond his hood, fixated intently on the spot where Chu Yin had disappeared. Deep within his pupils, the initial shock that had just emerged was supplanted by an indescribable malevolence and a hint of panic that even he himself had not yet realized. Were another to utter such reckless words, he would dismiss them with disdain. How could a broken man, his dantian shattered and meridian severed, stir any tumult? Yet, these words were spoken by Chu Yin, the one who had defied conventional understandings, ascending from a master to a contender capable of challenging the heavenly ranking in merely a month, a monster whose physical prowess was nothing short of astounding. "Our next meeting shall be my demise." The figure in the black robe mulled over this phrase repeatedly. A cold chill, for the first time uncontrollably, began to seep from the depths of his true martial heart. The winds of the Valley of Soul Severance seemed to carry with them an ominous omen. Chapter 62. The Trials of Mortal Existence. The beginning of the path of frigid sensation enveloped his entire being, while an oppressive weight bore down from all directions. Chu Yin's fading consciousness perceived that he seemed to have plunged into the depths of an abyssal water body, where the fetid odor of silt mingled with the faint bitterness of aquatic plants, invading his nostrils, despite his current inability to breathe. The intense agony and the debilitating sensation of powerlessness ebbed away like a receding tide, replaced by a peculiar and profound tranquility. His awareness did not succumb to complete slumber. Rather, it sank into a mysterious state akin to a half-dream, half-wakefulness. Thoughts flowed with remarkable vitality and clarity, akin to a luminous moon submerged at the lake's bottom, illuminating all without being stirred. The external movements of the water, the swimming fish, and the swaying vegetation appeared to be veiled by a gossamer haze, distinctly perceptible, yet ultimately unreachable. In stark contrast, his inner self radiated an unprecedented calmness, akin to the most silent corner of this deep lake. Within this extraordinary serenity, visions of the catastrophic defeat at Duanhuan Valley, the indifferent gaze of the true marshal in black robes, and the relentless assaults of the myriad heroes of Yuzhou flickered through his mind like lanterns racing past a tranquil lake. Anger, resentment, humiliation, these intense emotions failed to stir the waters. Instead, they were tempered and refined, transforming into a chilling epiphany. Power, disparity, twice now, each adversary stronger than the last. On this treacherous path, calamity, seemingly endless. To hide, to evade, to plead for mercy? No. Calamity is both a harbinger of death and the core of Chu Yin's dormant consciousness, akin to a stone cast into a deep pool, suddenly rippled with unprecedented waves. Resources. This thought struck like the first thunderclap of creation, illuminating his entire realm of awareness. Why seek externally? Why harbor fear? In this world of tribulation, whether beset by weapons, facing the collapse of heaven and earth, grappling with treacherous hearts, or crushed by insurmountable realms, all can be harnessed for my benefit. While others perceive calamity as a dead end, I shall regard it as the ladder to ascend to the heavens. With calamity, I shall refine my being. Through adversity, I shall forge my soul. Though beset by countless tribulations, I remain indomitable. At the moment, this realization of utilizing calamity as resources crystallized, a profound silence, deep within the very essence of his life, awakened with a tremendous force, emanating from the nascent form of the supreme Tao fruit. This ancient, chaotic power, imbued with the resonance of primordial creation, did not erupt violently but spread gently like the warm currents of early spring, pervading Chu-En's faltering body and swiftly enveloping his entire realm of consciousness. The essence was being reshaped, activated. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, only a silent transformation originating from the roots of life, occurring within every minute particle of Chu-En. The power of the Tao fruit revealed its extraordinary aspect. The remnants of his Dantian, shattered by the might of the true martial, fractured like a broken net, filled with cracks and on the verge of collapse. All that belonged to the former Chu-En. The traces of cultivation and the structure of his body destroyed by calamity were swept away by the purifying force of the Tao fruit. Dissolving and disintegrating like melting ice and snow, they did not vanish. Rather, they were restored to the most primal, pure essence, innate particles shimmering with a faint glow. These particles, akin to the primordial stardust of the universe, coalesced within Chu and under the guidance of the Tao fruit's will, forming an expansive sea of primordial particles brimming with infinite possibilities. At the heart of the Tao fruit, that eternal essence of chaos served as a stabilizing anchor, cast into the vast ocean of primordial particles. Responding to its call, countless innate primordial particles began to rotate, gather, and combine in intricate trajectories. A hazy embryonic shadow. Imbued with the aura of chaos, the innate chaos Tao embryo gradually crystallized deep within Chu-En's consciousness. It possessed no fixed form. Embodying chaos and flowing with the purest essence of chaotic energy, its skeletal structure composed of nascent fragments of the great Tao's principles, while dark golden, primal Tao patterns, symbolizing the origin of calamity, began to circulate upon its surface. The transformation of aptitude was complete. The innate Tao body, of chaotic attribute, had been achieved. This foundational process, which established an unparalleled Tao base, transpired over merely a few days within the lake's depths, in a state of semi-consciousness. Immersed at the bottom of the lake, his consciousness harmoniously merged with the Tao embryo and Tao fruit in a profound state of semi-awareness. The enlightenment derived from calamity as a resource was akin to a massive stone cast into the tranquil lake, thoroughly awakening the foundational essence of the Tao contained within the Tao fruit. A resonating hum echoed forth. The vast torrent of information transformed from a frigid infusion into a natural extension of his own insights. Indelibly etched into his consciousness, the fundamental great law, the eternal sutra of calamities. This sutra was not a mere textual transmission but an instinctive imprint that pointed directly to the great Tao, with its core comprising the 8-character mantra, embrace calamity as nourishment. Forge my immortality. Source of power, calamity force, great Tao calamity chi. A form of chaotic power that transcends spiritual energy and true essence. It is the essence refined through myriad calamities, coexisting destruction and creation. The ladder of realms, 9 calamities forged the Tao. The mundane calamity, first realm purging the postnatal turbid energy, forging the initial embryo of the calamity body, ordinary tribulations cannot inflict harm. 5 elements calamities, wind and thunder calamities. Life and death calamities culminating in the ultimate immortal calamity, opening the Tao realm. Each realm corresponds to overcoming its respective calamity as the key to breakthrough. The core might of the Tao fruit. It possesses the ability to transmute endured calamities, damage, pressure, law impacts, negative emotions, into pure calamity force and Tao patterns containing law principles, forging the Tao embryo Tao body. All things in the world can serve as calamities, actively plunging into perilous terrains, violent winds, thunderstorms, volcanic fires, nurturing battle through battle. The enemy's attack becomes nourishment, comprehending the calamities of heaven and earth, floods, earthquakes, cold waves, and even refining the heart's demons. Every injury, every brush with danger, becomes an opportunity for cultivation. The stronger the tribulation, the higher the transmutation efficiency, the more terrifying the enhancement. So it was. Chu-En's consciousness ascended within this grand doctrine, free from confusion. The crushing defeat at Soul's Severing Valley and the overwhelming force of true martial transformed into the spark igniting this path to the heavens. The first calamity, mundane calamity. Activate. At the instant the eternal sutra of calamities took form, the power of the Tao fruit triggered the first metamorphosis of Chu-En's reshaped innate chaos Tao embryo. A resonant hum reverberated. The silent body of Chu-En, Tao embryo, quivered suddenly, not in pain, but in the tremor of rebirth, the formidable pressure of 1,000 fathoms. At this moment, transcends mere environmental strain. It is defined by the unending catastrophe sutra as the calamity of heavy water in the tribulations of the mundane world. The transformation of Tao fruit's resources has commenced instantaneously. That omnipresent, colossal pressure, capable of crushing even the hardest steel, is being frantically absorbed and transformed. The long-submerged, chilling miasma at the lake's bottom, a force of deathly stillness, is regarded as the pollution calamity, actively drawn in and refined by the Tao embryo. The energy of transformation, along with fragments of the Tao, surges forth like a torrential flood into the core of the Tao embryo. A slender thread of faint yet remarkably refined dark gray calamity force, imbued with weight and purification properties, quietly emerges and circulates in the deepest recesses of the Tao embryo. It supplants the originally void sensation of power, establishing the very foundation of Chu En's rebirth. On the surface of Chu En's body, still in the form of the Tao embryo, yet already possessing contours, vague patterns resembling the interplay of water ripples and mountain peaks in an ancient golden hue begin to manifest, only to vanish once more. His body instinctively adapts to this terrifying water pressure, even resonating oddly with the surrounding currents. The tribulations of the mundane world have been realized. The unending catastrophe Tao body is limitless, evolving alongside him to its zenith, with the ultimate goal of proving the Tao through strength, sanctifying the flesh, and forging a path of calamity power. Chu En's consciousness keenly perceives the metamorphosis within himself. This newly born calamity force is pure, substantial, brimming with potential, and perfectly aligned with his Tao. In this moment, Chu En genuinely feels an unparalleled strength surging throughout his being. He knows within his heart that should he encounter that cloaked figure once more, he need not employ any conventional powers. With merely a thought, he could effortlessly summon the calamity force of heaven and earth, reducing the opponent to mere ashes, even against an adversary tenfold stronger than the cloaked man. This power renders all efforts futile. At this very moment, Chu En profoundly understands that he stands upon the pinnacle of invincibility, having truly attained an unparalleled realm. In this expanse, aside from his elder brother, it is unlikely anyone else could withstand his second strike. The lake bottom remains shrouded in darkness and silence. Chu En's tightly shut eyes seem to penetrate the thick waters, revealing visions of the future, the cloaked figure, the myriad heroes of Yuzhou, and the hidden hands behind the true martial arts. The calamity you have bestowed upon me, Chu En, I graciously accept. Those who hide their true selves, believing that their concealment renders them impervious to my reach. If you persist in your evasion, I shall ensure the annihilation of all true martial arts across the realms, leaving you with no refuge. Is the beggar gang not the most fervent in their antics? Let us commence with the beggar gang and bring closure to this web of causality. A thread of dark, gray calamity force, akin to a slumbering abyssal dragon awakening, slowly navigates within the newly reborn Tao embryo of Chu En, gathering momentum for the impending surge. The journey of unending calamity has officially taken its first defiant step at the uncharted depths of the lake. Chu En shall re-emerge into the world, more powerful and purer than before, an ancestor of physical cultivation, shaking the very heavens and earth with his might. Chapter 63. The path of swordsmanship of Chu Yu. In the extreme northern grasslands, atop a snow-capped peak, lies a desolate land forgotten by the heavens and earth. Far removed from the 13 provinces of the martial dynasty, a biting gale whips up clouds of snow, battering against the ancient, unmelting glacial ice. The leaden sky hangs low, and human presence is scarce, save for the fierce barbarian tribes that have struggled for survival here for generations, akin to solitary wolves prowling the snowy expanse. At this moment, upon a platform of eternal ice at the summit of a snow peak, a woman clad in white sits cross-legged, her eyes tightly shut. The thin fabric of her white garb flutters in the wind fierce enough to rend gold and iron. Yet, curiously, it remains unscattered, as if pressed down by an invisible force. Her complexion is pale, nearly translucent, devoid of any color, and her delicate brows are tightly knitted, as if she bears an unspeakable agony. Even the sword intent that envelopes her is rendered unstable. This woman is none other than Chu Yu, who, after encountering dire straits with her elder brother Chu En in Qingzhou, was transported to this forsaken land. The disorientation from her transportation had yet to fully dissipate when she found herself confronted by the land's inhabitants, the barbarian tribes that revere strength and plunder. Conflict was inevitable. As she faced the onslaught of barbarian masters, Chuyu stained the snow with blood using her sword. With each battle, her courage swelled, and her swordsmanship ascended amidst the life and death struggles. Her cultivation surged beyond the great master level in the heat of combat, and one by one, renowned great masters of the grasslands fell beneath her blade. However, the extensive slaughter drew the attention of the barbarian high priest, a terrifying being of true martial realm, adept in the arcane arts of soul manipulation. Upon discovering Chuyu amidst the carnage, the high priest locked onto her from afar, never revealing himself. A mere thought, transcending space, struck Chuyu. Had it not been for the protection of her Dao fruit, her soul would have been shattered. In that moment of attack, excruciating pain engulfed her consciousness, causing her fierce sword intent to disintegrate. Just before succumbing to unconsciousness, the dormant power of her Dao fruit activated, transporting her to this place. Now, she finds herself undergoing a profound rebirth, her soul ravaged yet revitalized by the complete awakening of her Dao fruit. The essence of her Dao fruit emanates a soothing and vast flow, enveloping the fragmented pieces of her soul that lay on the brink of annihilation due to the high priest assault. This power transcends mere restoration. It embodies a transformative and sublime rebirth. It forges her indomitable will and profound insights into swordsmanship, along with the very essence of her soul, as if they were cast into the furnace of a divine craftsman, undergoing an unprecedented refinement. The shattered remnants of her soul are reshaped into an enduring sword spirit, imbued with an intrinsic sharpness that defies obliteration. A pure essence, seemingly capable of piercing through the ages, begins to coalesce in the heart of the soul's ruins, gradually forming the ethereal silhouette of a sword. The high priest's lethal strike inadvertently became the crucible for her Dao fruit, forging an unparalleled sword spirit ahead of time. Simultaneously, the supreme power of the Dao fruit begins to dissolve, refining Chuyu's original mastery of martial arts. The immense true essence, past martial insights, and combat experiences, all that belonged to her former martial system, are cast into an invisible furnace. The essence of the sword is meticulously distilled, stripping away the extraneous elements that bear no relation to the fundamental principles of swordsmanship. What emerges is the most refined and quintessential core of the sword path, an unwavering dedication to the art of the sword, honed through relentless trials, and the indomitable will forged in the crucible of life and death. This distilled essence transforms from the true energy of a grandmaster into the vital fuel and cornerstone that ignites her newly reborn sword path, crafting an unparalleled sword body. On this foundation, the essence naturally evolves, merging with the characteristics and constitution of her reborn sword soul, leading to the development of a unique system that directly points to the ultimate truth, the sword spirit's mystical path canon. This exclusive sword path system reveals its stages. First level, the 4 realms of the mundane sword, foundation establishment, and blade sharpening. Blade sharpening realm, opening the blade the self becomes the forge. Vitality serves as the flame, and the sword embryo is refined. This stage necessitates a retracing of steps, yet the starting point is exceedingly high due to the abundance of sword path essence. Sword mastery realm, spirit communication, where the heart's intent reaches, the sword resonates. The transformed sword path essence enables rapid advancement. Heart sword realm, purity with no sword in hand, but the sword firmly in the heart. The profound understanding of swordsmanship at the grandmaster level makes this realm a natural progression, breaking the tribulation realm, slashing the mundane, infusing the sword's aura into the body, igniting blood and refining bones, culminating in the achievement of the innate sword body. This stage represents a pivotal leap from the physicality of the old martial grandmaster to a more pure and sharper sword form, a core outcome of Chuyu's transformation, completing the metamorphosis of her physical foundation. Second level, the 3 tiers of the mysterious sword, entering the sword path, sword aura realm, condensing the chi sword energy coalesces into formidable aura, with the transformed power vastly surpassing that of peers. Sword soul realm, gathering the spirit the sword intent transcends, coalescing into an indestructible sword soul. The core of this realm, her soul, undergoing rebirth, becomes the hallmark of completion in this stage. The sharpness of intent directly targets the soul. If the sword's spirit endures, the path persists. At this moment, Chuyu stands at a crucial juncture, with the power of essence and the reshaping of her soul occurring simultaneously. Sword domain realm, drawing boundaries the sword intent envelopes, establishing its own domain. In its utmost state, the sword domain manifests as a realm. It evolves into the embryonic form of a world of swords, containing the supreme laws of swordsmanship. Upon reaching this stage of mastery, the domain transforms from ethereal to tangible, equivalent to the true martial realm. At this moment, atop the snow-capped peaks, the sword soul is on the verge of manifestation, and the sword domain is within reach. Beneath Chu Yu's furrowed brow, the pain is palpable. Within her mind's sea of consciousness, a fractured soul, guided by the pure flow of essence and the sword spirit's mystical path canon, undergoes a transformation akin to a phoenix's rebirth. The flicker of soul light grows ever brighter. The sword shape becomes increasingly distinct and solid, radiating a pure and piercing brilliance. A new sword intent, far more pure and closer to its origin than during her grandmaster days, burgeons from within her, coalescing and intensifying, gradually overpowering the howling winds around her, piercing through the swirling snow, and yearning to rend the low-hanging leaden clouds. The tribal high priest's intent to extinguish her soul unwittingly becomes the catalyst for her resurrection, forging an unparalleled sword soul and transforming her martial grandmaster prowess into a sword path mastery that rivals the true martial realm. Thus, Chu Yu's rebirth commences. Upon this icy northern pinnacle, when she opened her eyes, the shadow of the grandmaster of martial arts was no longer present in her gaze. Instead, there resided only the piercing light of the sword spirit that penetrated the soul, along with a nascent world of swords. Chapter 64, in a single motion. The Beggars Guild's base is annihilated in the city of Yuzhou. At noon, the sun blazed fiercely. The streets bustled with an incessant flow of traffic and a cacophony of voices, vendors hawking their wares, pedestrians engaged in lively conversation. And the rumble of carts created a vibrant tapestry of urban life. Who is the leader of the Beggars Guild here? I give you 10 breaths to come out and face me. Otherwise, this place will become your burial ground. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating like the crack of thunder from the heavens. The sound was not merely loud, but carried an overwhelming, soul-piercing terror and an indomitable will that instantly drowned out the city's clamor. Suddenly, the entire street, along with several nearby alleys, fell silent as if a mute button had been pressed. All sounds ceased abruptly. Vendors' shouts were caught in their throats, pedestrians' laughter froze on their lips, and even the rolling wheels seemed suspended in time. After a brief, suffocating silence, the crowd erupted like a disturbed beehive, buzzing with astonishment. Who is so reckless? Good heavens! At the entrance of the Beggars Guild, daring to summon their members to face death? Insanity. Pure insanity. Countless bewildered gazes darted around, as people stood on tiptoes, straining their necks to glimpse the audacious figure who dared to provoke the long-standing local power of the Beggars Guild. However, amidst the throng, the speaker was nowhere to be seen. Look up. Quickly, look up. A sharp cry pierced the noise. The crowd collectively craned their necks skyward. Beneath the expanse of azure sky, above the grand yet somewhat dilapidated entrance of the Beggars Guild, a solitary figure clad in black hovered silently. Dressed in garments as dark as ink, tall and poised, he appeared to be a youth still bearing the vestiges of adolescence. Yet, as he stood suspended in midair, his form unwavering like a mountain, the aura of superiority he emanated left everyone in a state of profound shock. Floating in the air, he is a true martial realm expert. A voice broke the silence, its pitch altered by sheer astonishment. Since Chu Yu's emergence, the mysteries surrounding the true martial realm had been somewhat unveiled. Its hallmark of levitation had become common knowledge. Yet, witnessing such a young and vibrant master of the true martial realm hovering above was an unparalleled shock. Gasps of disbelief echoed through the crowd, as the temperature in the street seemed to drop several degrees. Awe, fear, and incredulity intertwined into a web, fixating on the young man in black. Wait a moment. This person looks quite familiar. Someone in the crowd murmured hesitantly. Hey, you're right. It truly is. Indeed, the more I look, the more it resembles. Chuan. He is Chuan, the one from the famous portrait, the second among the 3 siblings. Finally, someone exclaimed, slapping their thigh in realization. A single revelation sent ripples of excitement through the crowd. Chuan. Wasn't he crippled in the soul-severing valley by a mysterious figure in a black robe? Crumpled? Look again. This is the true martial realm. Floating in the air. The tales of the martial world are indeed unreliable. How long has it been? A prodigy. Undoubtedly a prodigy. How could one who has been discarded so swiftly transcend to the realm of true martial? But why has he sought out the beggar clan? Could there be some deep-seated grudge? Ah, you may be unaware, but there are whispers circulating. It was fervently rumored that the source of the treasures relied upon by the Chu siblings was none other than this beggar clan. Flies do not alight upon an unbroken egg. Now, the principal has come to settle old scores. Some onlookers murmured with a sense of schadenfreude, clearly harboring no fondness for the beggar clan. Amidst the clamor and conjecture below, Chu feigned deafness. His counting resonated with a calm, yet frigid demeanor, clearly echoing in every corner, imbued with a harrowing sense of countdown. 1, 2, 3. The pace quickened, akin to a death knell, striking at the hearts of every disciple of the beggar clan and the gathered spectators. The intangible pressure intensified with each numeral, suffocatingly oppressive. 9, 10, 11. Upon uttering 11, Chuan's voice crescendoed, reminiscent of shattering ice. Simultaneously, his previously tranquil right hand was abruptly raised, fingers slightly bent. As a destructive aura coalesced at the tip of his fist, the air seemed to compress under an unseen force, emitting a groan of unbearable strain. Young Master Chu, hold on. Please show mercy. In this moment of peril, from the depths of the beggar clan's abode, an elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, dressed respectably, yet now bearing an expression of sheer terror, rolled and crawled forth. He was the leader of this branch, a Grand Master. He gazed up at the godlike Chuan, his voice trembling. Misunderstanding. Young Master Chu, there must be a monumental misunderstanding. Our beggar clan has never pursued your siblings, nor would we dare to be your adversary. Misunderstanding? Chuan's gaze was indifferent as he looked down upon the diminutive figure beneath him. I have heard it said that your clan was the most zealous and certain in spreading the rumor that the strength of my siblings and I relied solely on treasures. You spoke as if you had witnessed it firsthand. The elder's face turned as pale as death, cold sweat trickling down. Rumor. That was undoubtedly the fabrication of those with malicious intent. Young Master Chu, do not be deceived by such knaves. Our beggar clan has always. Enough. Chuan coldly interrupted, his voice frigid. I did not come here to listen to your drivel. He shifted his tone with a hint of amusement. However, I have heard that your beggar clan is well informed, claiming to have knowledge that spans the 13 provinces, knowing all that transpires? Upon hearing this, the elder seized the opportunity as if grasping a lifeline, instinctively standing a little straighter. Indeed, indeed. Young Master Chu, you are perceptive. Our beggar clan may lack in other skills, but our intelligence network is unparalleled. While I cannot claim to know everything, it is rare for matters, big or small, to escape our notice. His words bore a subtle note of self-importance. Oh, a cold smile curled at the corners of Chuan's mouth, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Very well, then tell me, who was the man in black who crippled my Dantian in the Abyss of Souls? What is his name and origin? The old man's confidence instantly froze on his face, resembling a duck with its neck grasped, his complexion shifting from pale to red and then to a ghastly hue. This, young hero Chu, you, he stammered, beads of sweat pouring from his forehead, his gaze evasive, unable to utter a coherent sentence. A cold snort escaped Chuan's nostrils, and an aura of menace enveloped him, sharp as a blade. The invisible intent to kill descended like a tangible force, causing the old man's legs to weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Did you not claim to know everything? Were you jesting with me? The old man, terrified to the core, hastily waved his hands, his voice trembling with a hint of weeping. I dare not. I would never. Young hero Chu, it's not that I refuse to speak, but the whereabouts and identities of the true martial realm experts are shrouded in secrecy. Our humble beggar's sect lacks the qualification and the ability to probe into such formidable beings. Truly, we are utterly powerless. His face was a portrait of despair, laden with bitterness. Oh, so you are also unaware. Chuan's voice remained flat, yet it sent a chilling shiver through the old man's spine. Then what value does your beggar's sect possess? The old man shuddered, a surge of fear igniting his wits. Although we are ignorant, I do know that there are those who are certainly in the know. The Liu family in the west of the city. The Liu family's ancestor is also a true martial realm expert. He must know the identity of that man in the black robe. Oh. Chuan's gaze remained icy and unyielding. Are you suggesting that I must inquire personally? Why yes, that is all I can provide. The old man nodded vigorously, fervently wishing to dispatch this harbinger of death. Chuan suddenly let out an enigmatic chuckle, a smile that appeared more terrifying than a demon in the old man's eyes. Then, you have no further value. Moreover, I granted you 10 breaths. Yet you took 11 to depart. The old man's pupils constricted sharply, a premonition of impending doom seizing his entire being. No, young hero Chu, spare me. Before his words could finish, a thunderous crack resonated. A bolt of violet lightning, as thick as a barrel, blindingly descended from the clear sky without warning. Its speed surpassed that of any mortal reaction, striking with unerring precision, directly at the begging sect's leader still pleading for mercy. The anguished scream was abruptly cut short amid the ear-splitting roar of the thunderstorm. All that remained was a charred human silhouette, emanating wisps of smoke and a pungent odor of burnt flesh. The esteemed master of a sect had been reduced to ashes before the eyes of all. This horrifying scene sent shockwaves through the onlookers, their scalps prickling and hearts nearly ceasing to beat. The gasps and shrieks had yet to fully escape their lips. Chu An's gaze swept coldly across the expansive grounds of the beggar's sect. His right hand, suspended in the air, remained unlowered as he lightly clenched his fingers toward the sprawling buildings below. Annihilation. The two words echoed like a divine decree. Boom! An indescribable scene of horror unfolded. It was as if an invisible, colossal hand had descended upon the entire beggar-esque sect mansion, exerting an overwhelming force. It felt as though the very fabric of that space had been imbued with an absolute will for destruction. Under the horrified gazes of all present, the sprawling headquarters of the beggar-esque sect, with its grand entrance, towering lofts, contiguous buildings, exquisite pavilions, and lush gardens, along with the frantic figures within. Whether ordinary disciples or concealed masters, were all, without exception, reduced to naught. In the instant the fist clenched, an incomprehensible and unrelenting power silently and uniformly crushed everything into oblivion. There were no violent explosions, no billowing clouds of dust, or perhaps the dust was instantaneously compressed and annihilated. Only a dull, heart-stopping roar reverberated. It was akin to a colossal bubble being pierced. In one fleeting moment, the vast complex and countless lives vanished, transformed before innumerable witnesses into a thick layer of fine gray powder, as delicate as flour, covering the ground. As the wind stirred, the powder swirled upward, like a funeral dirge played for the beggar-esque sect. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped the entire street, extending even to half the city. All stood petrified, mouths agape, gazing blankly at the eerily smooth expanse that had suddenly emerged, and at the shadow in the sky that seemed to wield the authority of annihilation. Hiss, hiss. Only the sound of chattering teeth and gasps for breath echoed, yet they could not alleviate the bone-deep terror. The looks directed at Chu An had transformed from reverence to that of gazing upon a god of destruction walking among mortals. In the city of Yuzhou, the name Chu An, after this battle, would surely become a terrifying legend capable of silencing the cries of children at night. His ruthlessness, his dominance, and his unfathomable power would be etched deeply into the souls of every witness.